To Houston, insider access, exclusive content, Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here, an Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network, wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Town. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice.
Crime, 6 seconds, 5 seconds, Sharp. He walked, he can't touch it. He can't, 1 second, and it's over. Florida is back on top of the college basketball world. Championship madness. It's a great day to be a Gator. They win the national title.
Man, that was painful. That was hard to watch, man. That last few seconds, really the last few minutes of that game. And man, Coogs this morning, I feel for you, man. I felt for you last night. I woke up this morning and my feel for you factor has not dwindled one bit. That was a painful way to lose a basketball game, especially considering at one point in the second half the lead was 12. That was rough. Welcome in, everybody, on a Tuesday morning. We're going to dissect it. Break it all down, as kind as the gods were to us, Seth, over the weekend. One of the greatest weekends in the history of Houston sports across all the teams. They were evil last night, the gods.
It was
evil.
That was a rough that moment there when Sharp was in the air and the ball was on the ground, and then he couldn't touch the ball, obviously, because he dropped it himself. It just time slowed down. That final 2 minutes was so excruciating. And Houston turns the ball over 4 times. Sharp has the last 2 turnovers. But that moment there where everything was somewhat working out the way they had planned, at least, and that they were going to run that double screen. But Florida beats the snap point. Sharp has a decision to make whether he has time to hit the 3 or whether he should drive, and he made the wrong decision.
Yeah.
And loses the ball, and there's nothing he can do but stand there, and he boxed out. He did a good job boxing out.
I need someone to come get this ball right now.
I can't. Honestly, I cannot imagine the feeling of desperation that he had in that moment. It's like when a running back fumbles the ball, but somebody's got him locked up, and he can see the ball
just rolling,
just fumbling, and there's nothing he can do to get to it.
Yeah.
Oh my God,
dude, I'm watching it again. They're showing it on the TV again.
Brutal.
It's so hard to watch, and man, to look like this thing, they had it under control. They really had it under control. They shut out Walter Clayton Jr. in the first half. They shut him out. And he ended up being the most outstanding player of the Final Four. He had 11 points in the second half. He's their best player, Florida. And they win their 3rd championship. And the Coogs just excruciatingly close to a championship. 41 years after the last time they were in the finals. 42 years after a game that ended in similarly excruciating fashion against North Carolina State and Jim Valvano. I don't know how many listeners we have that were able to fully experience both of those as Coug fans. And I don't want to – this is like comparing deaths of relatives at this point. So which one was more painful for you? But that last night, that's all I could think of, Seth, in that moment is like, not again. Like 40 years later, not again. Not to lose it this way. That was so tough. And Emmanuel Sharp has been so Cougs in this postseason with big shot. His shot – if he doesn't hit that 3-pointer against Duke to cut that lead to 3, they're not in this game. Like, that was the most important shot of that Duke game. And he picked his worst time to have his worst offensive game. He was 1 of 7 from the field, 1 of 7 from 3, 3 of 11 from the field. And just, again, that play at the end, that excruciating turnover at the end seals the deal for Florida.
Well, and you had mentioned Clayton. I mean, he was the major reason that Clayton was held to 11 points or however many it was. For the credit to Florida, I mean, they played their asses off. That last 2 minutes was just brutal. I mean, on both sides of the court, there was just brutal defense. I'm not blaming the officials whatsoever, but I was annoyed in the game that basically there were almost like 2 separate, completely separate officiating strategies in the game, where they weren't calling anything in the first half. Second half, the Florida throws a tantrum, and then all of a sudden they're calling everything.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just like, let's have some consistency across the board here. They just completely pivoted on how they were calling the game.
Jay Williams had a long tweet about that. He's like, you get used to playing, as a player, you get used to playing a certain type of game. You go in at halftime to cool off, and you come back out, and all of a sudden everything, in the first half, it's a rock fight, and in the second half, it's ballet. Like, what are we doing here?
Yeah.
Now, to be clear, I don't think the Cougs lost the game because of that. I think it's just, to me, that was just a frustrating thing as a fan that we had a whole first half that way, and I turned to Amy and I said, I like the way the refs are calling this game. They're letting them play, and certainly that plays.
That's how, Kelvin doesn't call fouls in practice or anything.
Right.
He wants them playing brutally physical.
And I think Florida plays defense similarly with a similar level of dog. I think both teams were comfortable playing in that type of in that type of game. But why all of a sudden they started, I get it, Florida started arguing, but Florida was getting a bunch of chippy calls called on them that weren't getting called in the first half of that game. Both teams had like 5 fouls. Florida had four. Florida was at
four fouls in the first half.
But in the second half, Florida had 5 fouls at the 17.5-minute mark left to go. Yeah. They were like, Houston was almost in the bonus with 17 minutes to go in the first half. I think what ultimately really hurt the Cougs in this game, if you're just waking up 65-63, the final score, just a brutal ending to the game with the Emmanuel Sharp flub. I think what really cost the Cougs a game was part and parcel of what happened with Emmanuel Sharp. In a game like that, they don't really have a floor general like Florida does. Walter Clayton Jr. is a true point guard. He's a point guard who can shoot the basketball. He had 7 assists in the game. Houston had 5 assists as a team in the game. And that was what I was feeling as Florida was making their comeback, and really throughout the game, even as Houston was building the lead, it was built largely on them doing what they do, which is being scrappy on the offensive glass and getting second shots. They had way more shots in the first half than Florida did. At one point, they had 10 more shots early in the second half of the whole game than Florida did. I really thought the lack of kind of a true floor general for the Cougs, Seth, was a big deal. They were not getting good looks in the half court at all. It played out that way. They had 4 turnovers in the first 36 minutes of the game. In the last 3 minutes and change, they had 5 turnovers. There was nobody they really had that was getting them organized out there.
Yeah, that was, and you end up with one guy. LJ Cryer is the only guy that scores in the double digits. It was just that kind of night.
Yeah.
That final 2 minutes where they had a 1-point lead for how much of the final 2 minutes, right up into the foul and free throws.
Florida led for a total of 1 minute and 3 seconds in this game. They had led for 17 seconds the entire game till they took the lead with 46 seconds left, 64-63. So that's just giving you some numbers to back up what you were about to say.
Yeah, thanks
there.
a lot, Sean.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
I guess no, that's all right. No, I'm just being miserable.
Yeah.
Emmanuel Sharp comes back and has a chance to rectify things next year. You're not going to have Juwan Roberts. Obviously you're not going to have LJ Cryer. But you get to run it all back. It's just, man, this program, they now stack on top of their record number of Final Four appearances without a championship. At some point here, it's got to tip over. The fact that they were even in the championship game, man, that alone and the way that they had to win the semifinals was very, very unlikely. And I guess maybe that can be a balm at some time in the coming months. But for Cougs, it's gonna hurt.
It's hard, man. It shows you how hard it is to do it. They'll be back next year in the mix again. Sharp is coming back. JoJo Tugler after the games, he was talking about how him and I forget who it might have been Arsenault, that he said the two of them were talking and we're going to come back and we're going to make this right. And they've got Kelvin Sampson has a major recruiting class coming in. So he's got a really good group of freshmen coming in. They're going to be a top 5 team again next year. It's just to come that close. And, dude, to watch Kelvin Sampson as that last play was unfolding. He's very animated throughout the game. He's just standing there with his arms folded. Just, you call a play and then you roll the ball out and see if they can execute it. And to watch him, it was like watching somebody watch their family get into a car accident. It was hard.
You brought it up earlier, but it's 100%. The turnover battle with the way Houston plays ends up, because they play like a football team, it ends up being kind of like a football game. And you would think if you win the turnover battle 13-9, that, boy, that's a game you should win in a game like this where you're scoring in the 60s. And yet, 5 of those 9 turnovers came in the final 3 minutes.
Yeah.
4 of them in the final 2 minutes.
Well, and Florida was at 13 turnovers, it felt like, with about 10 minutes to go in the game.
Yeah.
They played flawless down the stretch. Not flawless, but they were certainly much more mistake-free than the Coogs were. People texting in, man, if you're a Coug, weigh in today. 713-572-4610. Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. Sean, what makes this a coach was the youngest coach to win that's Todd Golden, since 1983 when Jim Valvano won it against the Cougs. Crazy irony that it was U of H allowing that again. So, yeah, man.
I'd love to be able to talk smack about Jim Valvano, but obviously I can't do that.
No,
so,
he's not here to defend himself.
Yeah. Credit to Jim Valvano.
Yeah, I guess.
I guess.
In crunch time, Florida could run a play on offense to get a good look. The Cougs were chaotic. That's exactly what I was saying. The Cougs looked like they needed a floor general out there that they didn't have on this team.
Yeah, it was. That was the part that was the biggest surprise, I suppose. But even in that final play where they didn't exit, they had options. You know, if LJ Cryer if Florida attacks LJ Cryer, then it's Sharp, and Sharp gets that screen set for him. Florida beats the screen, and then it's just up to Sharp to make the right decision. And he just misjudged how fast Florida was closing on him. And he goes up, and my God, and that's emblazoned in my memory. I'm just a stupid schmuck watching on television, and I'm reliving that moment where Sharp just has to watch and wait for somebody else to come get the ball.
Yes.
I cannot imagine how little sleep Sharp's going to get over the course of the next week. You just relive that over and over, that moment. That's PTSD, man.
And in the moment, it was 5 seconds that felt like 10 minutes. Watching the ball just sit there. It was, that's a tough way to
I'll give
lose.
Sharp credit. I mean, he did the right. There was like a moment where he looked like frozen and terrorized out. And
the one thing that was pretty clear, I think, on that final play, they were going for the win. Like they were they were down 2.
Well, they were gonna. I mean, they had the option. He was either gonna hit the 3 or he was gonna drive. He was either gonna hit the. They set up the screen so he could hit the 3. They trusted him to hit the 3, but Florida practices the elevator screen there where you close in like the elevator doors, and they beat it. So credit to them. But then the next option is you drive, and that's where if the screen doesn't work, you better be damn sure that you've got time to hit the 3. Because he had time to drive, and he didn't.
All right, I have a question for Coug fans that are up. It's funny. You can tell people – this is where you know, like, people aren't right here at 6 a.m. Hey, guys, any comments in the officiating going insane in the second half? Yes, we hit it 4 minutes ago. We'll hit it again.
It was completely 2 different separate games.
It was.
They're just, hey, first half, explore the room. Go ahead and we'll just turn this into a wrestling match. No big deal.
Yeah.
And Houston is A-okay playing that type of game, but then they completely flop it. And then that's where you end up losing 19 fouls to Florida's 10.
This is my question to Coug fans, and we'll hit this in the next segment. Does the outcome of this game affect your enjoyment of the win over Duke on Saturday at all? The fact that you didn't win the championship and it ended that way, does that affect your enjoyment of what was one of the most historic wins of all time? We'll hit that coming up next. But first, Academy Sports and Outdoors. Man, I wanted to come in today and say, hey,
From the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, the question I had for Coogs, and we're going to continue to break the game down last night, just a painful loss for the University of Houston against Florida. Congrats to Florida, their third national championship. Coogs, back to the drawing board. But again, I am not going to sit here and act like I live and die with every minute of Cougar basketball. This has been a fun run as a Houstonian to follow. This is why I'm posing the question. I don't want to project my feelings onto you Cougs out there. I just know how it goes is that when my team gets an historic win on the way to a championship, if it doesn't end in a championship, it does take a little bit of the luster off that for me. The example I put in the rundown, and we had a few people texted in to the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line, when Jose Altuve hit that home run to walk it off against the Yankees, was one of the greatest nights to be an Astros fan ever. I was out. I remember where I was watching that game at a sports bar down in Pearland, and I'm hugging strangers. Like it was incredible, and it was against the Yankees, and similar to how the Cougs, it's against Duke. Duke they're the Yankees of college basketball, and yet the fact that you go on to the World Series and lose in 7 to the Nationals, it's not quite the same moment. It's not. It takes a little bit of luster off of that, and that's what I'm wondering. For me, Seth, I came in on Monday just complete exhilaration over what the Cougs had accomplished on Saturday, and I come in this morning, and for me a little bit at least, like, yeah, that Duke game is going to be a great memory, but that the championship game didn't result in a win, and especially the way in which they lost, that Duke game is always going to be a reminder of that championship game in a way.
The nice thing about the Altuve walk-off is that even though you don't win the World Series, that's still a league opponent that you see a lot and that you're going to see in the playoffs again. So you've always got that got that emotional weapon in your bag versus the Yankees as a fan base.
That's a good point.
So I think that's the difference, is that you'll still always have this over Duke, but U of H isn't going to face Duke nearly as often as the Astros face the Yankees.
Yeah, they might not face Duke for another. They might not face them for another.
Right. Yeah, hopefully, maybe if they see them in the Final Four again next year, then you've got that emotional weaponry against them.
I like that.
Again.
I like
so
that.
that's where there's a little bit of a difference. But totally, in terms of the fairy tale, obviously, it loses its luster. This would be like if in the Miracle on Ice, which was the semifinals when the U.S. beat the Soviets, if they had gone on to lose to Finland in the finals, I don't think it wouldn't have felt quite the same.
Yeah.
It was, and part of it if this helps you feel any better at all this morning, Coogs, which it will not, but maybe sometime in the future it will. It's not like the semifinals was the actual finals. It's not like where you see in a lot of tournaments or in a lot of leagues where the conference championship is the true Super Bowl or the true World Series or whatever it might be, because those are the two best teams. So the Cougs go into this finals game as the underdog, a small underdog, but they weren't up there with Duke as one of the two best foregone conclusion, hey, these are the two best teams.
Yep.
That doesn't help you feel any better right this moment.
Yeah. No, people weighing in on it. The Cougs had a great season. This is on the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. Cougs had a great season, and last night's loss doesn't diminish the win over Duke. What I'm concerned with is Kelvin's style of offense ever winning the championship. It's frenetic and chaotic with a suffocating defense, which is great, but it's the same with offense, which is good, but not enough.
That is, you start to wonder, all right, as you had mentioned earlier, there's no real floor general out there. And as cool as it is that they're able to achieve as much as they do with a lot of scrappy dudes. Like Jawan Roberts is a perfect example. He's in his 6th year. He's from St. Thomas, not recruited heavily at all, but like you get the absolute most out of a guy like that versus some of these institutional places that have number 1 overall picks playing for him on the team. I don't know. I mean, it's not to say that they could never pull it off. I mean, look, this is a game that came right down to the wire, and they had the lead for the vast majority of the game. I can't sit here after that game and say, well, no, this formula doesn't work.
Yeah.
And even like Sharp made a bad decision in that last moment where on that play he had the option, if Florida beat the screen, if Clayton beat the screen the way he did, he had the option to pump, fake, and drive. The play was set up exactly the way they would have wanted to, and he just didn't make the right decision in that moment. He misjudged how much ground Clayton was going to be able to close. So, no, I don't think you look at that and say, well, no, the blueprint won't work. The blueprint came very, very, very close to working.
Well, if what's being implied is that maybe that they do this with some try-hard guys who are more lightly recruited, that changes this coming season. They have a really, really good recruit. They have a very talented recruiting class coming in of freshmen that could be just the exact nice thing, the right thing you need to combine with the guys who are still going to be sticking around next year. So we'll see what happens. And
again, just remember that as far as the blueprint and whether it works or not, I'm not saying that Florida didn't deserve to win that game. They totally they fought their asses off there in those final 2 minutes. It's just that it was extremely close. They coughed the ball up 5 times in the last 3 minutes. And again, credit to Florida, but it wasn't the style of play or the talent they had on the floor ultimately that kept them from winning that game.
Well, the Cougs, I mean, Kelvin Sampson almost states as a goal in these types of games. It was a stated goal against Duke after the game, which was, if we can just hang around and be in the game in the last 2 minutes, we feel like that we'll respond to the game pressure better than our opponents do. And if that was part of the ethos last night, now look, they had a 12-point lead. Sometimes when you play that way, we talk about this with the Texans a lot, Seth, that D'Amico's one of these coaches that talks about just giving yourself a chance in the fourth quarter of these games. Sometimes you talk your way into allowing a team back into a game when you have that type of mindset. I'm not saying the Coogs did that last night. What I am saying is that when it comes to, hey, let's turn this into a 2-minute game at the end and see if we can, just out-tough the other team. They met their match. That's what Florida. It becomes a
self-fulfilling prophecy.
It becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy, but also Florida is really good at that style as well. Florida did that to UConn in the second round. Florida did it big time to Texas Tech in the Elite Eight when they're down 9 with 3 minutes to go. So be careful. You don't poke the bear. Like Florida is really good at buckling down and turning this into a possession-by-possession game at the very end as well.
Right, and Creighton, I think Creighton is not Cooper Flagg. And I mean that in a positive way towards Creighton.
Clutch.
Creighton was, Cooper Flagg had some moments in that tournament where teams turned him into an inefficient player by making life difficult for him. Clayton's had those moments too, but he was making the shots. And he ends up he's clutch defensively there at the end of the game. Clayton's a scrappier dude than Cooper Flagg.
Yes.
Clayton's more of a U of H type player than a Duke type player.
He made 1 3-pointer the whole game. He was 1 of 7 from 3 and 3 of 10 from the field. And he was the most outstanding player of the Final Four. Now, he had 34 points in the other Final Four game that he played in. But it's just for some context of what you're saying. Walter Clayton made 3 field goals in the entire game. He made an old-fashioned 3-point play to tie the game at 48. He made an old-fashioned 3-point play to tie the game at 51. And then he made a conventional 3-point shot to tie the game at 60. It's not just that he scored 3 field goals the whole game. It's the 3 field goals that he scored all were field goals that kept the Gators in it. They tied the game each time.
And he made the final key defensive play of the game.
Yeah.
I mean, he's the one. He single-handedly took control of the moment there, anticipated the screen, beat the screen, and forced Sharp into a bad decision.
Yeah.
But all credit to Florida. The officials were. It was like they had a completely different crew out there in the second half.
It was to put the officiating. Yes, because they're the first half was basically a pickup game where call your own fouls, and then the second half was so ticky-tack. It was a poorly officiated game. I do think it was an evenly officiated game. I don't think one team benefited more than the other. We have a few people texting in about the missed goaltending in the first half where Florida slapped the ball off the rim and it didn't get called. We have a texter saying that excuse my naivete with basketball in general, but that shot in the first half that was obviously goaltending that didn't give the Cougs 2 points, is that something they could have looked at and changed? It's not, because the game, the universe changes. You know what I mean? You can't go back and give them 2 points. The only time they do, and I don't know if they do this in college, but they do in the NBA, if something's called a 3-point shot, but the toes on the line, they'll go back and change that because nothing changes about the world after that. Yeah. So I thought it was a poorly officiated game, but I didn't feel like the Cougs got screwed.
And especially when you come down to the final 2 minutes and you've got that 1-point lead, it simply came down to that.
Yes,
you squander a big lead in the second half. The officiating was different, but I don't think it overly affected one side versus the other. It's a matter of adjusting to all that in the second half. That was more. I complain about that just as, even if I were an unbiased observer, it was annoying. It was annoying that it was 2 completely separate sets of officials. Basically.
Yeah. Yep. Payne and Pendergast with you. A lot of people weighing in. Keep in mind that Duke beat U of H the year before. The 3 in Indy next year with the 2. I would say that the Cougs' victory over Duke this year hurts way more than the Duke victory over the Cougs in last year's tournament, the one where Jamal Shed got hurt in the game.
It hurts the losing team more, or it hurts emotionally?
I think Duke probably stings more from their loss in the Final Four this year. They were the favorite to win the tournament. That was an upset last year when they beat the Cougs, and they got a gift from the injury gods with Jamal Shed.
Yeah, I'll go on for the next 15 years. I'll hate Cooper Flagg.
Yes,
and I'll be remembering him shrinking from the moment in the semifinals. Hopefully for the rest of my career, unless somehow the Rockets end up with him at some point. At which point, I'll just remember that scrappy kid from Duke that's not like the other Duke players.
They got a shot. They're in the lottery officially. They have Phoenix's pick, and Phoenix is out of the postseason.
Yep.
Yeah, I like that.
They've got so it should be a slightly better than 11% chance to win to get a top 4 pick.
Yeah.
So
they'll need the top 1 pick to get flagged, but they
right.
still got
I know.
a
I'm just saying,
chance.
as far as like the likelihood of even being up in that realm.
Yeah.
Thanks, Sean. I understand the difference between 1 and 4.
I was just like, yeah. No, I know you do. I'm just, jeez.
I only have the stats that show the percentage of getting the number top 4. I didn't have the percentage chance.
I
of getting
get it. I was
number
just
1
making a comment about Cooper Flagg. That's all.
Yeah.
Let's see. Payne and Pendergast with you. College basketball is such a bad product. It's very hard to watch. That's the other thing. About the game last night. I've come to accept that it's just going to be a super sloppy product. The first half, it wasn't just that both teams were missing threes. They were 0 for their first 12, both teams. They weren't just missing. Like, Emmanuel Sharp looked like he was trying to take the backboard down with the basketball. He was trying to throw it through the backboard. There were some bricks in that first half of the game.
Yeah. And that is, if you look at the offensive numbers across the board other than L.J. Cryer, Kelvin acknowledged that too. Kelvin was trying to be as cool as possible towards his players and everything, but he acknowledged it. They just flat out got bad offensive performances out of a lot of guys as well.
Yep.
And you credit Florida for that. A 3% chance of Houston getting the number 1 overall pick right now.
3%. Okay, that's yes.
For the Rockets to get the number 1. 13.9% chance that they end up with a top 4 pick. 3% chance that they draft Cooper Flagg.
There you go.
So I'm going to keep on hating, okay? One out of
33.
Yeah. So I'm going to keep 32 out of 33 times hating Cooper Flagg for the next 5 to 6 years.
Right. We got like 2 months until the draft. Seth is going to have 2 days that he loves Cooper Flagg.
I'm going to hold off and I won't talk too much smack until after they don't get the number 1.
And like the lottery, you're not going to know when those days are coming. They just pop up randomly. All of a sudden, Seth, like May 14th, he's going to love Cooper Flagg. Randomly.
If Phoenix continues to go on sucking, they've lost 6 in a row, then the chances of getting that number 1 overall pick will keep increasing.
Yeah, man, more ping pong.
Come on, KD.
Yes.
Come on, stay injured, Kevin Durant.
Stay injured, exactly.
If you care about your potential future team, ironically enough, if the Rockets do end up with the number 1 overall pick, then they're probably not going to trade for Kevin Durant.
No, I don't think. Yeah, and we'll actually talk about that later. They're still talking. They're the betting favorite to trade for him. So
yeah,
I don't know if I want that. All right, we got a bunch of texts rolling in. So we'll continue to mix that in on the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. We've not talked about the Astros yet. Not a great night for the Coogs. Not a great night for the Astros as well. Not a great
night for thumbs in general.
Dude, not a great day for the Astros. Exactly. Not just the loss on the field. What the hell? Spencer Arrighetti. We will get to that in headlines coming up next. But first, Daily and Black. If you are a
Bye.
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines, presented by Men's Tea Clinic.
Cryer, 6 seconds, 5 seconds, Sharp. He walked, he can't touch it. He can't. 1 second, and it's over. Florida is back on top of the college basketball world. Championship madness. It's a great day to be a Gator. They win the national title.
Ian Eagle on the call. That was CBS last night. You could also hear the game right here on Sports Radio 610. The Coogs go down to the Florida Gators, 65-63, in a game that the Coogs led for all but a minute and 3 in that game. When the Gators took the lead with 46 seconds to go for good, they had only led for a total of 17 seconds the entire game, is what they said on the broadcast last night. The Cougs were in control for big chunks of this game, and then they allowed Florida back in. Clint Jr. was not going to stay down and stay scoreless the entire night like they did. They held him scoreless in the first half. The eventual, I should say, most outstanding player of the Final Four, he had 11 points in the second half. All of them were huge, and the Gators take down the Cougs 65-63. And Seth, that highlight that we just played coming in the final call, where Ian Eagle is saying, 5 seconds to go, Sharp has the ball. In my mind, all I can think is, that did not feel like 5 seconds. That felt like an afternoon. Watching the ball just sit there.
it was like a nightmare where you lose all sense of actual time or anything. I lost grasp with our normal concept of the way time works. And Sharp loses the ball because Clayton makes a great defensive play, and he drops the ball, so he can't touch it, and he just has to stand there and wait for somebody to come grab it. He boxes out, to his credit, but my God, that was brutal. I mean, in the 5 turnovers in the final 3 minutes, 4 turnovers in the final 2 minutes. And all credit to Florida for playing really the same style of basketball that Houston plays, just scrappy as all get out. They were the scrappier team in the final 2 minutes. And you got to tip their cap to them. And I know the officiating overall, the fact that it was a completely different type of game in the second half and the first half, that was annoying. But as you said, I don't think it affected one team more than the other. It really just came down to those final 2 minutes. And the fact that Houston to score effectively at all, but for L.J. Cryer, they squandered a nice, healthy lead in the second half and allowed it to become that game that it was in the final 2 minutes.
Yeah, they weren't getting good shots. I mean, the fact Juwan Roberts was 3 for 13. The Roberts is taking 13 shots to begin with is indicative of how Florida was kind of forcing them to maybe get out of their comfort zone a little bit. I think what's interesting when you look at the way this game was played, it's very ironic. We have a texter to the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. U of H lost this game only being up 3 at the half and leaving Florida life in the locker room, knowing they could come back at any time. If they'd have blown them out, maybe the attitude for Florida is a little different. I do feel like there's a similarity between this game and the Duke-Houston game, and I felt like Florida was playing the role of the Cougs last night from the Duke game, where Florida had to feel thrilled that they were only down 3 at the half in that game. Like, if it weren't for Will Richard, they would have been down 14 at the half. He single-handedly, he had 14 of their 28 points. He single-handedly kept them in the game. I think they had to feel like, look, we know that Walter Clayton is not going to go scoreless in the second half of this game. Like, some good things are going to happen. But similar to that Duke game, Seth, the Cougs did build a big lead throughout the first half of that second half. They eventually led the same way Duke got up 14 with 10 minutes to go. The Cougs are up 12 with about 10 minutes to go. And then Florida just chips away. And it was their toughness in the end, similar to the Cougs' toughness against Duke, that ended up winning the game for them.
Yeah, I don't am I supposed to believe that's from a 12-point deficit in the second half, but that if it had been a 12-point deficit at the half, they just would have quit? It's hard for me to buy or fathom that. It'd be nice. It'd be a nice narrative to have in retrospect, but Florida, they fought their asses off. They're a scrappier, grittier team than Duke, and they deserve to win that game. Yeah. You turn the ball, Florida forces 4 turnovers in the final 2 minutes. Yeah. Sharp with the final 2 of them, and they were like Florida on that final turnover. They anticipated the double screen. Clayton anticipated the double screen. He beat it, and in that moment, he closed viciously on Sharp. Sharp could have pumped and driven, but he didn't. He tried to take the shot, and credit to Clayton in that moment. He is a tougher guy than Cooper Flagg.
Yeah.
That's the only solace I take from this is that I like Clayton more than Cooper Flagg in terms of his actual toughness.
Yes, no, you lost to the most mentally tough player in this tournament, Walter Clayton Jr. You did. Astros last night, they lose to the Mariners in the first of a 3-game series. Had a 3-2 lead in the 8th inning, but Taylor Scott came in and coughed it up. I guess the positive from this game is that Hayden Wesneski was really good last night.
Wesneski was really good, and he shows all that evidence that you see from the Astros getting hold of a pitcher, changing up his pitch selection. And Wesneski has not been good versus lefties in his career. The Mariners load up with 5 lefties in the lineup, and he handled it very, very well. Theoretically, could have gone out for early in the season. They don't. He's already out there as long as he's ever been.
I wish
in
they
his
had.
Major League career.
I wish they put him out there for another inning.
Yeah,
the way it went.
They got for those of you that had to go to bed. The Astros had 2 hits in this game. Okay,
yeah,
2 hits. 2 hits.
Altuve had a dinger.
Yeah,
so we got that. Yeah,
yeah. We know that Altuve is good.
Yeah, Jose
Altuve continues to be good. They had Mauricio Dubon in right field. We
got to talk about this.
I listened all spring training long about how, hey, these young guys like DeZenzo and Cam Smith, they got to play every day.
Dude.
We started wondering, okay, well, they're not going to bring both of these guys up to the Major League roster if they want these guys to play genuinely every day. Now they're both on the Major League roster, and neither of them are playing every day, including last night where they just don't bother with either of them.
And they put Mauricio Dubon out there, instead. So we'll talk about that more in the 7 o'clock hour. It is very frustrating right now with the Astros, not just the way they're playing, but there's no rhyme nor reason to the way that the most important young players on the team are being handled. It's very frustrating. By the way, Spencer Arrighetti injured before the game, got hit with a line drive playing catch in the outfield before the game. He's got a broken thumb on his throwing hand. So I guess we wait to see what the outcome of that is. He's obviously going to miss some time here. We don't know how much yet.
And so he was out playing catch while the Mariners were taking batting practice, and he gets hit with a line drive. I haven't seen any other details added to it. I don't know if video is surfaced or anything. Do I blame the Mariners for doing this intentionally? Of course I do. It's skullduggery and dirty, dirty play. Somehow Scott Service is involved in this. From the grave. I don't know. Yeah.
Out there in
just because I hate Scott Service
in the stands with some shades and a hat on, like a mustache. Yeah. But Arrighetti's hurt, and they don't have a lot of solutions in the rotation right now. Lance McCullers is still a couple more minor league starts away from coming back. He had a rehab start on Saturday with Corpus Christi up in Frisco. I guess Ryan Gusto becomes your 5th starter. He's pitched well as a kind of an innings-eating reliever. Maybe he becomes the guy. I don't know. We'll see.
Lance, after this next rehab start, we'll start to see how Lance.
Yeah, they've been saying end of April, so So we still got a little time.
I think that this is the Spencer Arrighetti thing really, really hurts, and the bullpen that we worried about and wondered about, obviously, is a huge concern. But then to add insult to injury, both Alex Bregman and Kyle Tucker were named the respective league players of the week.
No, the gods put us in our place yesterday. We came in all celebratory. Oh, they came back from down 7-1. Coogs win. Rockets beat 2 of the best teams. Yay, yippee. And they're like, nope. And the gods just point right at the Astros and say, they're going to lose. Spencer Arrighetti, you're going to get injured. And, oh, by the way, here are the 2 guys you let go in the offseason. They are the players. They are the best players in each of their leagues last week.
This is it. You know what this Astros team feels like to me, Sean? It feels like my parents. It feels like my parents, Winnie the Pooh stuffed animal or something, and they tried to swap it out with a different one, but I can clearly tell that this is not the same Winnie the Pooh. I just, okay, I know you guys ran it through the washer a couple times or something, but this is clearly not my Pooh Bear.
It's not.
All right? I'm watching this Pooh Bear out there, and it's not my Pooh Bear.
It's not. All right, those are your headlines for the day. We'll circle back to the Coogs. Kelvin Sampson got a little chippy in the in the postgame with the Coogs. We've been waiting for this from Kelvin Sampson while they were winning, managed to keep it between the lines, but he got a little chippy after a question about his team's offense. We'll get to that, and we'll continue to break that down. And I do want to revisit what Seth was talking about with the way the Astros are handling these young players. Does not make a lot of sense, and we'll get into that in the 7 o'clock hour as well. Stay there. You're listening to Payne and Pendergast.
Hey, you know what? Maybe you're feeling upset about your poop.
HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Cryer, 6 seconds, 5 seconds, sharp. He walked, he can't touch it. He can't. 1 second, and it's over. Florida is back on top of the college basketball world. Championship madness. It's a great day to be a Gator. They win the national title.
Iron Eagle on the call. You know, Jim Nance always had kind of a tailor-made call ready to go for whichever team won it. I have a feeling Iron Eagle, who I think is one of, if not the best play-by-play guys going right now. I love him on the NFL, love him on basketball. I do feel like he just had a Mad Lib ready, which was, it's a great day to be whatever team ended up winning it.
Yeah,
Had the Coogs won, it would have been a great day to be a Cougar. I don't know. I give him an A+ on the call of the game in general because I think he's excellent. I give him a B- on the final call because I felt like he just kind of he could have had something a little more tailor-made ready to go, you know?
Are you happy or sad for Jim Nance that he wasn't calling this game?
I hadn't even thought about that. I'm happy.
If I were Jim Nance, boy, if they had won, it would probably be hard for him to try to maintain his professionalism in the moment and not be over the moon as a fan.
Yeah.
And equally, if with the loss, it would have been really hard for him not to act crestfallen and perhaps rob the floor. He would have done it. It just would have been really, really hard for him to do. I feel as much as it probably hurts him right now to have felt that as a fan, it's ultimately, man, he got to actually really experience it as a fan.
Yeah, it'd be a great question to ask him. I'm happy for him. He got to experience that Final Four. I think if he had been calling that game, that's a really interesting question because as you lay that out, if they'd won the game and he was calling it, I think Jim Nance has enough cachet and enough pelts on the wall to where, generally speaking, America would have been okay with him at the end of the game, experiencing the win like a fan. Now, you're almost allowed to as the play-by-play guy. Like, Iron Eagle sounded like he could have been a Gator fan with the enthusiasm that he's calling it.
No, I think Nance would have handled it incredibly well. Even if he showed his emotion at being crestfallen, he would have heaped praise and credit on Florida. I just think, but emotionally on the inside, it would have been it's brutal either way you cut it.
Yeah.
It's like asking, like, hey, what's the preferred way for your mother to die? I don't know. It sucks all around, okay?
They're both bad.
Yeah.
So the Cougs lose last night.
I just hope she's not caught in bed having an affair or something. That's my least preferred
That would
way.
be the bad one, yeah.
Very unlikely old Cynthia would allow that to happen. She's savvier than that. She's
713-572-4610. Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. We got a lot of you weighing in on the game. We got a lot of you getting in your cars, too. So I guess just to share our thoughts on the game for a few minutes here, Seth, which we've spent the better part of the last hour doing. Kudos to the Cougs for getting here. I thought them in the end. To me, the biggest story from this game, one, they picked for a team that shoots the three so well, they're a really good three-point shooting team, among the best in the nation. Between Uzan, Cryer, and Sharp, those are three guys that can knock them down. They picked a bad night to have a really, really bad night shooting threes, like an awful night shooting threes. Like that 24% doesn't begin to describe how heavy the bricks were that were getting tossed up in this game, number one.
Just right, like line drives at the backboard.
Awful.
It felt like.
Just awful.
It looked like you were trying to intentionally miss a free throw or something.
Or hurt somebody.
It was really bad.
Yeah.
That part of it, and you credit Florida and their tenacious defense, and yet you're just waiting for somebody other than L.J. Cryer to show up in the scoring department.
Yeah.
L.J. Cryer is the only guy in the double digits, and it wasn't all just because of Florida's defense. It was just it was a combined effort by both squads
they had good looks.
do that. And yet they're doing a great job defensively themselves. Obviously, they've got the lead. They've got this 1 point lead with 2 minutes remaining, and then they just keep turning the ball over.
Yeah,
Emmanuel Sharp with the final 2 turnovers. It was just devastating.
I typed this in the rundown well before the last 3 or 4 minutes of the game where they committed more than half their turnovers, the Cougs did, in the last 3 minutes of this game. First 36 minutes, 4 turnovers. The last 3 or 4 minutes, 5 turnovers. I put this in the rundown probably with about 8 minutes to go when Florida was starting to make their run back at Houston, and Houston really started to struggle to get good looks all night, if we're being honest. A lot were off of scrappiness of getting offensive rebounds. They had, in the first half, they just had way more shots than Florida did. It's not like they shot it a whole lot better. They just had way more looks at the basket because of their offensive rebounding and their length on the glass. I thought their lack of Walter Clayton Jr. was the difference in this game, not because of just the way he played in the second half, not just because of the way he plays defense, but because they had the real point guard, Florida did, and Houston did not. Their lack of a real floor general type of point guard, I think, cost them in the second half. They weren't getting good looks. They weren't getting the ball to the right guy. And then they start to turn the ball over. Like, it was bad with them getting looks even when they were protecting the basketball. But then when they started to turn it over and they weren't even getting looks at the basket, it got really bad. So, look, you dance with who brung you here, and they got them to within 2 points of winning a national championship. But there's a lot about that last 3 minutes, not just the last play that we heard right there, because Sharp dribbled a ball off his leg. There were Cryer had some mistakes at the end. It was bad. There's going to be a lot, and especially Emmanuel Sharp, not just that last play. There's going to be a lot that he lost sleep over last night.
The man that we were talking about the win probability chart yesterday and how drastically it was in the favor of Duke. Then Houston shoots up at the very end of the game.
Yeah.
This one isn't as drastic in terms of the win probability throughout the game, but you go into looks like 13:38 left in the second half. Houston's got a 92 probability.
Yeah.
They've got 11. That's as deep as they went. And that wasn't the biggest win probability they had in the game, but as deep into the game, they were very, very much for a team that plays defense the way that they do. If you can scrounge together some offense along the way as you're playing your tenacious defense, please, my God.
The highest win probability they had was up 11. That wasn't their biggest lead, but they had an 11-point lead a little deeper into the second half when Florida's running out of time. 45-34 with 14:07 to go. They had a 93% chance of winning that basketball game. So, yeah, man. And there was never a point. I mean, it didn't even get to it's even when Florida tied it at 60, the Coogs still were 54.6% to win the game. They were still for most of this game. They were on the right side.
Remaining with 2 minutes 18 seconds remaining. It was just Florida by 51.9. It was it was still Houston. I mean, when they had that lead with a minute left, they were still the favorite to win the game. Obviously, they have the minute. They just couldn't get a shot off.
Yeah.
They just couldn't get a single damn shot off in the final couple possessions. And Sharp, man, on that final play, the play as it was drawn up was working exactly the way that they would want it to. LJ Cryer gets swarmed, so Sharp, they set up a double screen for Sharp. Clayton beats the screen, but even then, you've got a screen. Then Sharp's supposed to pump fake and drive. And instead he chose to take a shot, and he loses the ball and has to stand there waiting for just fate to intervene.
Dude, it's so hard to watch. They're showing it over and over again on TV in the studio here. How about this? This is from Trevor on X. As a Duke alum with a child who's a Houston alum, I can't describe how awful this Final Four was for me. So this is a guy who went to Duke and whose kid went to Houston. Oh.
And he's just at least trying to have some joy for his child in that moment, and they took that away. They wiped out the guy's whole family.
Ugh.
Wiped out the guy's whole family.
Yep. I'm not trying to be that guy. This is a text to Jim Adler.
Do it. Be that guy.
Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. I'm not trying to be that guy, but the refs did everything they could to make sure Florida got back into that game. Stop it. The refs were bad in this game, but they were bad for both teams. The refs were bad in that they called the first half. You barely knew the refs existed in the first half of this game. And then it was almost like the refs came out of the locker room at halftime and said, we must announce our presence with authority.
You know what? And that's one of the things where, Florida sends people to the line a lot. They commit a lot of fouls. They are a tough, aggressive defense.
Yeah.
And if this were Duke versus Houston and the officials just decided midway through the game to completely change how they were calling fouls, then I would be more open to saying, all right, yeah, boy, they just wanted Duke to have a shot in this. I felt like, yeah, they changed, and it was weird that they allowed it to be two completely different games of basketball. But I felt like it wasn't something that changed either. It didn't hurt either of these two teams worse than the others, other than that Houston ends up vastly out-fouling Florida in this game.
Yeah. So we talked about how the Coogs, maybe their lack of a floor general out there hurt them. They only had 5 assists for the entire game. Just 5. I believe it was their season low, had to be their season low in assists. Kelvin Sampson was asked about this by a reporter in the postgame. He was asked about, hey, you only had 5 assists. What are your thoughts on that?
Explain how an assist works, Evan. I'm not sure, but when you throw the ball to somebody and they score, that's an assist, right? Well, we threw the ball a lot to J1 in the post, and he missed some shots that he normally makes. So those were potential assists that we had a lot. We just didn't make a lot of shots.
Yeah, that is.
Chippy Kelvin's back. Yeah.
Yeah. Put the ball in the hoop. I mean, it doesn't have to be more technical than that. Put the ball in the hoop.
No, but I do think it's a little bit disingenuous, in my opinion, that is the proper recipe for winning that game, getting Juwan 13 field goal attempts in that game.
Yeah,
that's the thing. Or you get
and you go down to the final 2 minutes. Like, can you even just get a shot?
Shot off, right?
And yeah, this is like you're allowing them to put the clamps on you when you have a lead without even really having a sniff of a clean look. That was really frustrating.
Yeah, like Juwan's game log here. Like, I'm just looking. They don't have the number of field goal attempts in these games leading up to the final. But he had 11 points against Duke. He had 9 points against Tennessee. These are all wins. 6 points against Purdue. He did have 18 against Gonzaga. But I think you go back and look at the game log throughout the year, like getting Juwan Roberts 13 field goal attempts is not that, like that's not it. That ain't it.
Yeah.
But I do like that Kelvin got chippy. Let me be clear. I want to give Kelvin Sampson some credit. Somebody posted a video yesterday, and this is a video that incorporated a lot of footage from back when Kelvin Sampson took the job in 2016. And it was a video that kind of compared and contrasted where the program is now compared to where it was then. I thought it was a really good setup for what a great story this team and this program is overall. Because let's face it, it's been 40 years since they've been in this spot, and those 40 years have not been full of success. There have been some really, really bad downtimes for this program. They showed Kelvin Sampson in 2016 walking around campus with a bullhorn, practically begging people to go to the first game of the season.
Yeah,
walking through the student union with a bullhorn saying, hey, guys, first game of the season. And then they showed, Seth, footage of Kelvin kind of in the huddle with the team, getting them ready to start the game. Nobody in the stands there. I mean, nobody in the stands. And for him to have taken that program from there to where it is now, to where you can barely get a ticket to the Fertitta Center to go to a game. They obviously then showed footage of what it's like to go to a game there in 2025, and it looks like a blue blood college basketball program. You got to give that guy so much. This ain't John Shire inheriting Duke from Mike Krzyzewski. This is not somebody taking over an SEC program that has NIL money out the wazoo. This is somebody who took over an empty arena, downtrodden program in the American Athletic Conference, and now is going 19-1 in the Big 12, on his way to being 2 points away from winning a national championship.
And in a way that has overflowed into a lot of the other, just the facilities at U of H in general. Grudging tip of the cap to Tom Herman for part of that as well. But also that there was a different caliber of commitment financially and in terms of overall enthusiasm over the course of the last decade or so. That was a guy who was, in his upper 50s at that point, in Kelvin Sampson. And not, he's an old crusty basketball coach that's not necessarily wired to be the guy to kowtow to the students to try to get them out to their games.
Yes.
It was a whole lot of lifting that program up by its bootstraps. in a way that I think outside observers were probably very skeptical about at the time.
It's funny, yeah, you're right, because that Kelvin Sampson doesn't feel like a guy who would go walking through the student union with a bullhorn, because admittedly that program was off the grid for me back in 2016. I was watching that video and I remembered nothing of that.
I remember that. I remember watching the video of it and kind of I remember like thinking about like, wow, man, that's what the guy's just doing it. It's like by any means necessary.
All the credit, man.
He's trying to figure out doing something that I just remember thinking like, man, he probably, boy, he does not. He's doing a great job of it, but I'm guessing that's something he really doesn't enjoy doing.
Yes.
So it really, it's a testament to anybody that's in your 40s or 50s, and you're thinking about you start thinking about how it's the twilight years, or what am I really going to accomplish in this life? Man, the guy, because of the previous stuff in his career that had happened, he kind of had to start from scratch.
Yeah.
And he just flat out built it.
He did it. He was doing it with a smile on his face, too, which I really respected. Like, he looked like he was actually enjoying going around and connecting with his students. He made sure everybody fist bumped with him to promise that they would be at the game. You know who was doing that back in the spring? Kind of in a similar spot in his career. Bill O'Brien was doing that at Boston College in the spring. Like, remember, he was out there he's out there standing in the middle of the quad telling people about their spring game coming up that weekend. I respect it, man. If you're making multi-millions of dollars and you're out there doing the legwork in the student union, good for you.
No, I'll tell you what. And that's where why I remember it, Sean? This is why I remember it. Because at the time, I'm glad you brought this up. Like how hard it is to be in that position, and how it takes a special type of person to be able to just have that confidence and everything. In the 2002, the Texans were doing all kinds of outreach stuff in the offseason. And one of the things was we went up to sign autographs at a mall in Austin. And it was a bunch of us players who had been on the team for probably all of 72 hours or what have you. We go up, and they set up this big like pep rally type environment. And it was just that. It ended up being a whole bunch of people like walking by a table and saying, "So what are you guys? You're a football team?" And they're like, "Yeah." And we're like, "Yep, in the NFL." Want an autograph? And people are like, I guess so. Sure. Yeah. Did you guys play in college? What's your deal?
Yeah.
It was kind of, it's a blow to your ego when you're coming from another NFL team or anything, and you're just explaining to people like, oh yeah, there's a new football team.
Dude, we
down in Houston. You should be interested.
We experience that in this business. You know what I mean? Like, we have some appearances that we do, and a bunch of people show up, and the bar is super happy because the place is packed. And then you do some where it's like, so why you're just standing here hanging out in front of a placard with your name on it? Like, what's going on here? And it is you're looking at your watch.
So it's honestly, I have great respect for people that just have the ability to say, okay, this is a task. We got to fill these stands up.
I do too.
We got to build enthusiasm. We're gonna go do it. Damn it!
When you lay it out that way, man, it hits home even further. You're absolutely right. Okay, texter. Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line, I think nails this is a much easier way to say what I've been saying about the lack of organization of the offense for the Coogs. Said, really used Joel Shed last night. Yeah, that's it. He's a floor general. He's a point guard. He's a guy that gets guys good shots. He's a guy that it doesn't matter how good the defense is on the other side. He's going to make the right decision in the right moment. That's that's 7 words right there that just made my point that I took 3 minutes to make. Really could have used Jamal Shed last night.
This is where it gets really interesting, though, too, is that, okay, man, the Cougs have come a long way, and they beat one of those blue blood programs in Duke playing this style of basketball. And now they're getting recruits that are blue chip recruits, and that, Kelvin Sampson's very careful to recruit guys that are going to respond to his style of coaching and everything. But yeah, how do you mix the grit? How do you mix the grittiness with guys that might have higher expectations of themselves than, say, a Juwan Roberts?
Yeah,
Juwan Roberts was very lightly recruited, ends up spending 6 years at the University of Houston, and gives you everything you want in terms of just getting the max out of him. And yet, when you need him offensively last night, he's not the guy. So now you've got guys that are more talented, but are you going to maintain that same level of grittiness and toughness?
It's a balancing act, and it's a lot of what Seth. It's a similar conversation to what we have about D'Amico and the Texans, like bringing in the right kind of guys.
Yeah.
Or Ime Udoka and the Rockets. It really is like the similarities of those. I'll say those 3 teams in terms of what it feels like they look for in players, and that the vetting process, I think, is maybe even more important at the collegiate level, just with basketball, because it's a small mix. We got highly recruited young guys coming in, mixed in with older guys who have been through stuff like last night.
Yeah,
it's going to be a fascinating season next year.
And I'll tell you what, man. I don't know how much longer Kelvin Sampson's going to coach. He's 69 years old. I would guess at least 3 more years. Mm-hmm. But he is a great lesson in adapting to the times. Yeah. And you can be grumpy old Tom Izzo who plays the victim every chance he can get, or you can just flat out adjust to the times and be who you are, but you gotta roll with the punches and alter and do everything that Kelvin Sampson has been able to do. And as crusty as he is at times and how chippy he can get, he very much always feels like, no, we're in control of this and we're gonna face the challenges and take them as they may. It's amazing the amount of energy he has at the age of 69 years old. He's got, in the midst of all the crustiness, he's got a more positive outlook on things than your average 35-year-old.
Yeah, man, I was really rooting for him last night. Really rooting for him. Text message, as a Longhorn, I really didn't like Sampson when he was at OU, of course, but with what he's done at U of H the last decade, I've got nothing but full respect. I don't know how you can't. Maybe you don't like his style. Maybe you don't like his press conferences. I don't know how you can have anything but full respect for what he's done to turn that program around. I mean, they're going to be top 5 again next year. They're number 2 on the odds board to win the championship next year. They, as long as he's there, they're a perennial powerhouse. We're H-Town. We're used to disappointment. There's always next year. Come on, man. Chin up. Let's go.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You sound like an Astros fan in 2015.
Okay.
All right?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm glad you mentioned the Astros. We got to talk about this. This.
Those aren't the Astros, Sean. I don't know who those people are out there. I know Jose Altuve, and the rest of them are relatively foreign to me. I don't know who that Yiner Diaz is.
No.
That's not the Yiner Diaz I know. 3 strikeouts yesterday.
It is. It's unfortunately, it's the one we're coming to know, because this has been, this is a season-long slump so far for him. The weirdness that we were feeling in spring training, it felt like a weird spring training. You and I were there. No Bregman, no Tucker, a lot of new faces, but it's spring training, whatever. And especially because the new faces were doing all right. Cam Smith, Zach DeZenzo had been on the team a bit last year, but he felt like a new face. Now these new faces aren't doing quite as well. It doesn't feel like the Astros, but the most frustrating thing is this Cam Smith, Zach DeZenzo situation where I don't know what they're doing, and I don't know that they know what they're doing with this right now. The stated goal or the stated methodology from Joe Espada and Dana Brown was, before they made decisions on the final roster, was, well, we just got to make sure both these guys are getting everyday at-bats. Wherever it is they are, they need to be playing every day. Even if both don't make the team, one needs to be in AA, one needs to be in AAA, they need to be playing every day. They both end up making the team, which you and I pointed out at the time, and we weren't the only ones, that it felt weird. That usually now they're on the same team, so that got interesting, because you're like, all right, if they got to play every day, then clearly maybe your plan for playing Altuve in left field is up in smoke. Whatever. You cannot. They're already butchering it by splitting the time with these guys, but you cannot. If your stated goal was to play these two guys, DeZenzo and especially Cam Smith, he's the much more important prospect every day. You can't have a night where Mauricio Dubon is playing right field and neither of them are in the lineup. You can't do that.
You look at what it is now. Okay, if you're even disregard what uniform Cam Smith is wearing on any given night. You have this incredible prospect that you feel great about, and he's a part-time player. Yeah. He's played 10 AA games coming, or 5 AA games, however many going into this season, very little minor league experience in general, and now he's just not getting at-bats at all. If he were down in AA and they were handling him this way, you'd be furious about it. Right. Why is he not getting every night at-bats? Yeah. I don't get it. I don't understand.
I don't get it, especially when you said this isn't what it was going to be. Like, what's changed? I understand that maybe you don't want a guy who's hitting 125 or whatever it is in the everyday lineup, then that's fine. You never should have had him up here in the first place. And I'm telling you right now, this is back that whole show, so the whole dog and pony show they did to announce him making the team. You and I pointed this out the day after, is that if he gets off to a bad start, that is going to, in retrospect, look very silly. And it's right now,
you know what?
Silly.
Okay, so this is where, in my constant effort not to be a grumpy old man, I'm watching the way they're treating Cam Smith. Espada and Dana Brown are just both gushing. They're gushing about this rookie during spring training. And, all right, maybe the old way is like, all right, hey, let's pump the brakes on this. It takes time. Let's just keep an even keel about all this. But they're gushing about him. And, don't be afraid to put him up there and put him in this role. And now it looks like they're terrified to have him in this role.
Right.
It's the amount of fanfare that there was by the team itself for this guy, who now it looks like you're trying to protect him and keep him as a fragile Fabergé egg at any given moment. I don't get it. It just seems like they're all over the place.
Yeah.
It doesn't. There's this. I don't know this baseball team. I don't know. And I'm watching. I get it. I find myself being a super grumpy old man even when I watch them, the way they operate as players, where there's just like an antiseptic, almost kind of just emotionless vibe I get from them. And you compare that to when the Astros were on the up and it looked like they might have all been boyhood friends and they were just having the time of their lives. They're throwing goldfish on each other in the dugout after home runs. This is a boring group of underperformers. Half of whom I don't even know who the hell they are.
What songs do you think that Club Astros, for this version of the Astros, is playing?
They couldn't even figure out who's in charge of it right now.
Nobody.
It was going to be Dubon.
It was
Tucker. Dubon. Yeah.
Oh, he's playing Air Supply, probably. Definitely playing Air Supply on Club Astros. All I love.
There's never a chance to beat Club Astros. They don't win enough baseball
That's true.
games.
That's true.
They got 2 hits last night, Sean.
Oh, dude. Yeah. If you missed it, Spencer Arrighetti is going to miss some time, it would appear. Broke his thumb on his throwing hand after getting hit by a line drive while playing catch in left field at T-Mobile Park yesterday.
He was playing catch. The Mariners were taking batting practice, and obviously the Mariners targeted Spencer
Why would you
Arrighetti.
be out there playing catch when the other team's taking batting practice?
It's because that's what they do.
I know. I need to see the footage, though. There's part of me.
Exactly how it all went down.
I need to see how mad I have to get at Spencer Arrighetti for putting himself in harm's way. Is this something is he doing something normal here, or was he in a spot where he wasn't supposed to be?
Don't do this, Sean. He's the victim here, okay?
He's the victim? Okay.
Yeah, he's the victim.
Okay.
Don't be asking him why he was wearing that dress. He's the victim here,
all right.
okay? Don't be an old judge from Alabama in 1973 or whatever it is, whatever your dream is.
You know that I'm probably, certainly on this show and maybe at the station, nobody adheres to the power rankings more than I do. I love the power rankings for anything. This is the first time I can remember, Seth, that on MLB.com, the Astros, bottom half of baseball in the power rankings. They're not even in the upper 50% of teams. They're 17th in the MLB power rankings right now.
Is this one of those power rankings that goes in early in the season very strictly by the overall record?
I got to open them here, but maybe. A bunch of the teams got big bumps up that are doing real. Like the Padres bumped up to 4. But I think there's some subjectivity built into it. And with their record, that's about where they belong. They were 4-5 going. They're 4-6 now. So, middle of the pack is where they belong. It's just jarring. It's jarring to see the number 17 in front of the Astros in the power ranking. I'm kind of backing up your point here. I do not recognize this. This is not the Astros of my birth. As they say, there's a movie Far and Away about Ireland, and there's the actress that...
Is that Tom Cruise and Nicole Kidman? Tom
Cruise and Nicole Kidman, and the rich matriarch of one of the big castles in Ireland, the castle gets burnt down by a bunch of savages, and they show her it was Nicole Kidman's mom in the movie, and they show her kind of sifting through the ashes of their house, and she just looks at the patriarch, the father, and says, "This is not the Ireland of my birth." And that's what I feel about the Astros.
I'm glad they had their castle stormed. Aristocratic BS, noble-born, whatever. Yeah.
Nevertheless, I think there's a lot of people.
So as Nicole Kidman gets bucked down a notch and has to realize how to learn how to live like a real person.
She did, yeah, big time.
Oh, poor Nicole Kidman.
Big time.
All right.
Well, that's what they're saying about the Astros right now. The same thing you're saying about Nicole Kidman and her mom is what people outside of Houston are like. Oh, Poor Astros, 17th in the power rankings.
Oh, I didn't realize the Astros and Nicole Kidman in this scenario.
Yes, they're Ireland. Their castle's getting burnt down as we speak.
What's
now.
Tom Cruise? Is he just is he like a low-born scrapper that Nicole Kidman would never think she'd fall in love with?
They call him Scrapper in the movie. Yes.
Do they? Okay,
yes, because he does a lot of bar fighting. Have you?
Oh, does he?
Yeah. Have you seen Far and Away?
I remember one away, which was where they have a land rush. Like he's got a flag where you go, you take the horse and you go out and you try to stake your claim on
Oklahoma,
on a parcel of land.
Yeah. It was the Oklahoma land rush. Yeah,
he would have an advantage in there because he's little, like a jockey.
Yeah, and he did.
Yeah,
and he did. And spoiler alert, he got his land. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Joseph was his name. Joseph.
Was he Scottish too?
He was Irish. They were all
Irish. Oh, they were both Irish.
Yeah, they were both Irish. Yeah. Came in on the boat in Boston. So, yeah, it's a good movie. I would say an underrated Tom Cruise movie. Not one of his top 5, top 8, but underrated. Good watch. If I'm flipping around,
Tom Cruise and Nicole Kidman first got together in real life, too?
I can't remember if it was that or Days of Thunder. They were in Days of Thunder together, the auto racing movie.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Yeah, they did a couple movies together. So, hey, are we ever going to get your review of Draft Day? The people want to...
Yeah, I don't know when you want to do it. Let's do it tomorrow.
Tomorrow? Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
I was too busy last night watching teams crush my dreams.
Houston's soul get destroyed. I get it.
I gotta get some sound of all the stupid stuff that happened in that movie.
I
like the movie. I did like the movie, but it's hard for me to ignore some of the stupidity in it.
Yeah. It's really stupid.
But then I also so I'm watching Draft Day and I keep telling myself, all right, listen, there's going to be a lot of stuff that's unrealistic because that's what Hollywood does. Because at the same time I'm watching this mystery thriller, The Residence, which is really good, and yet there's things in there where I'm sure actual murder detectives are watching and saying, no, that's not the way it works. So I'm you got to understand that how a little bit differently just to trump things up. I liked the movie overall. It's just it's hard to ignore some of the incredibly idiotic stuff.
It's very well filmed, I think. With all the outside shots of the stadiums.
You feel like that was before they were using drones for everything.
Yeah.
So they actually had helicopter footage of stuff.
Yeah, and the fact that the NFL cooperated with the movie, I think, helped it. They actually filmed it at the draft.
Yeah,
really helped.
Arian Foster is in it, so I had that moment where I do the Leo DiCaprio pointing at the TV screen because I recognize Arian Foster.
Yep.
Yeah. I did, but by and large, I liked it and enjoyed the movie.
Good. Yeah, I just need your recap of the dumbest. I need the parts you were most frustrated with because of their stupidity.
Well, some of them weren't. Some of the dumbest things weren't even really involving football. It was more just like the idea that you were going to get from Madison Square Garden to the Cleveland headquarters in less than an hour.
Yeah, you had mentioned that. Okay, good. Yeah.
The owner of the Browns is like, I'll be there in an hour. And he's at the draft, which defies the laws of physics and the Lincoln Tunnel. That somehow he was going to get out to Teterboro, which is in New Jersey, and then get on an airplane, land in Cleveland, and then drive to Berea, Ohio, or wherever it is, and that he would be there inside an hour. And he was.
He was standing, and I don't even think it was an hour. Because he said
it was 5 picks later.
Right. There's no way it was an hour because he walked off the stage after the first pick in frustration to get into his limo, and he was back in the building in Cleveland in time for to watch Sonny.
The 7th pick.
To watch Sonny trade away the 6th pick.
The 6th pick, yeah. So in less than 50 minutes. That bothered me.
That's worse than the Game of Thrones time compressions that they used to do. Like, how did they get from one end of an imaginary land to the other? Like, where you just go, well, dragons, that's how they did it. This is an actual real world where you had to go to an airport, albeit a private airport. But how long is the flight from New York to Cleveland? It's got to be at least an hour-long flight.
Even on a private jet, it's got to be 40 minutes.
Got to be at least,
It's got to be at least 40 minutes.
Yeah.
And then there's taxi time.
Yeah.
Just even driving from Madison Square Garden to New Jersey.
Yeah.
At 7 or 8 p.m. or whenever it is. Like, you're not going to do that in less than an hour.
Dude, there's no way in real life he's not listening to Sonny trade the 6th pick in the limo while still in New York.
Yeah.
That is where in real life he would have found out about that trade. Sorry, guys. Spoiler alert. Sonny makes a lot of trades in the movie Draft Day. Irwin says we need more of Sean singing rock ballads. No, you do not. Espada's taking some on the Jim Adler Texas Hammer text line. This feels like a repeat of last year, early in the year. I just don't think Espada's that dude. Not an alpha. Seems flaky. Another text, different texter. Espada's body language and facial expressions in the 8th inning last night tells me he's not the guy.
That's all right.
Was.
I'm here for it.
Yeah.
Bring it.
Yes.
Yep. That's until they start playing like the Astros team I know and love, then yes, everything's open game. Not an alpha.
Yes. All right.
Whichever Greek letter is the bad one.
Yeah.
He's a beta or something. I don't know.
I think it is beta.
Yeah.
Someone saying goaltending is reviewable. Happened in the Super Bowl. There's a stoppage. If it's goaltending and there's a stoppage, you can review it, but you can't go back and put 2 points on the board. I don't think. If maybe I'm mistaken on this, but you can't go back and put 2 points on the board when the play continued because the world changes. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Tuesday. Let's get to the mock draft injection for the day. A little bit of football in our lives, and this is another one. I don't know that we may have seen this guy mocked to the Texans one time, and it's at a position that, again, if they draft this on draft day, the reaction of the draft party is going to be very, very interesting. We will get to that coming up next.
Karam Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Tuesday. Get back to the Coogs at the top of the hour in the Pettycast. I've got two Petties from the championship game last night. Coogs lose 65-63 to Florida. The draft is in 9 days? No, check that.
No.
16 days. No, a week.
Yeah.
2 weeks from Thursday. Not a week from Thursday. 2 weeks from Thursday. So we continue to do our mock draft injections each and every day at about this time, about 7:45. Who are the Texans taking according to all the mockers out there? I will tell you this, Seth. Spoiler alert: Josh Simmons will not be taken in this mock draft, and it's because it feels like he's being taken in a majority of the mock drafts by the Texans right now. It almost feels like if we do Josh Simmons, there's nothing to say anymore. It took me 4 tries to find a mock draft yesterday that didn't have the Texans taking Josh Simmons, the tackle from Ohio State. For those of you who may not have been listening to this segment or listening to the show of late, Josh Simmons is a really talented football player from Ohio State who has 2 issues. One actual and one actual issue is he's coming off a major patellar tendon injury in his knee. That's number 1. That's indisputable. Number 2 is sort of anecdotal rumor and innuendo that he may have some maturity issues. Josh Simmons.
Right.
Yeah.
So who knows? Who knows? I would say at the very least, people don't gush about Josh Simmons and his leadership the way they do about, say, Ibuka, the wide receiver from Ohio State, from the same school, or Tyler Booker, the guard from Alabama. Yeah. They gush about that. But it makes sense that the Texans in these mock drafts would be taking Josh Simmons, because I think a lot of people look at Josh Simmons as a guy that, hey, if he had stayed healthy, might have easily been a top 10 pick. He's very fluid athletically. He's got a lot of upside. There's a lot to like about him. So I think people look at that as, all right, people are going to be nervous about their patellar tendon tear, but the upside is that if he recovers completely, that you get a top 10 caliber talent at the 25th pick.
You've watched a lot of the video on him. I mean, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but from every segment that you and I have done where Josh Simmons' name comes up, it sounds like his film, while healthy, you really, really like.
Yeah. And I think the only downside you could say is that he improved a lot every year he was there at Ohio State, and he started off really strong, but they didn't play a lot of tough competition before he got injured, so he didn't get a chance to really prove that he was the real deal the entire season long. I'm just because of the fact that they're trying to restructure offensive line and make it more swarmy. I don't think they've shied away from just, D'Amico himself said they needed to reset the offensive line. If there are any concerns at all about maturity or anything like that, it makes me feel like the Texans would be scared off by that.
Yes.
And I don't know. So that's what we don't know. I don't like to lean into those anonymous scout reports and everything when it comes to basically people smearing a guy's character. But there's just, suffice it to say that there's smoke out there in a way that there isn't about most of the other candidates. So it just makes me wonder how much the Texans would really be into.
That's the weirdest thing to me about the Josh Simmons thing. And we'll get to who the Texans, the mock draft we're doing today is the Draft Network. So we're going to do theirs in just a second, and we'll tell you who the Texans are taking with the 25th pick. The weirdest thing about the Josh Simmons mock drafters are the ones who, in their write-up about it, because most of these guys will write up a paragraph or two explaining the pick for each team, will be the ones who invoke Laramie Tunsil's name.
Yeah.
Because, for 2 reasons. One, if there's maturity issues with somebody, I'm not saying that Laramie Tunsil had maturity issues, but I do think he had swarminess issues. So I think they want somebody, if they're bringing in somebody to replace Laramie Tunsil, they're bringing in somebody who brings that attitude into the room. And maybe they're not the left tackle, but they're bringing an attitude that mirrors D'Amico Ryans into that room. The other thing is, if you're talking about drafting Josh Simmons and you're invoking Laramie Tunsil's name, you're talking about an urgency with that pick that would imply that he's going to be starting day one. That he's going to be replacing Laramie Tunsil, like literally replacing him. And I don't think you would do that with a guy who has a patellar tendon issue. That's too big a risk. He might need a redshirt year. Josh Simmons.
I know, and then he worked out at the pro day, but it's still, there's a lot to be, you can only tell so much. You want to be able to see how a guy recovers from the pro day and everything else like that. So I think the Texans, I still feel the Texans go offense in the first round, but I'll be surprised if it's Josh Simmons.
Okay, well, let's see what they do in the Draft Network mock draft with the 25th pick. In the Draft Network mock draft, the Houston Texans select, second straight day, Seth, defensive lineman. This time, Walter Nolan, interior defensive lineman, Ole Miss. Here's what they say. The Texans' defense is really talented, but there are a few positions they can improve upon, and one of those positions is the interior defensive line. Walter Nolan working the interior, while Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter work the edges, will make for one of the most dominant defensive lines in the NFL. They think it sounds like he's going to come walk right in and just dominate right away.
Yeah, I don't, man. And if you look at the two guys that have gone in the last 2 days where the Texans have taken a defensive tackle, Derek Harmon yesterday I think is a guy that's more ready to start immediately. He's more of a complete player. He's not as twitchy as Walter Nolan is. So Walter Nolan, if you think of him, he's 20 pounds lighter. He's about 296. He doesn't look like a big guy. It's not like he's 296, but boy, he's huge out there. He looks like a guy that's going to have to get by with his twitchiness, but he doesn't really have good, consistent hands yet. I think he's still very raw in a lot of ways. As hell, like he competes his ass off. He's a lot like in some ways he reminds me of Will Anderson in that, man, he just makes plays partly because he just never stops. But there's also times where you're like, all right, but he's spending way more energy than he needs to with a little bit of technique. That's how Will Anderson was in college. You're like, man, with a little bit of technique, you could have actually gotten there faster and not have spent so much energy. Like neither of those guys, I like both of them individually in a vacuum, but neither one of them make me feel like, oh yeah, that's a slam dunk and you got to take him over one of the guards or one of the tackles or one of the wide receivers.
Here are the guys who are still on the board when Nolan goes off the board. Donovan Jackson, Emeka Egbuka, Simmons is still on the board here in this draft. I don't think he goes till 31. So those are some of the guys. A lot of the guys who we've mentioned in this mock draft are long gone at this point, including Matthew Golden, who is my hope and dream to be sitting there.
Yeah, the one yesterday that bothered me was that Matthew Golden was still on the board.
Yeah.
Where's Tyler Booker go in this one?
Does Tyler
Booker go in the second round? He's really sliding into the guard from Alabama is sliding into the second round
I feel like he's been all over the place too. Remember, like 3 weeks ago, he was getting drafted by Dallas at 12. You know?
Yeah. Okay, so our favorite guy there, Ryan Poles, the GM for the Bears.
Yeah.
He had a quote the other day, and I'm joking and sarcastically saying our favorite guy. We despise him. But he said the other day that this draft, it seems like there's a group at the digits down through 50 or 60. There's a lot of guys that you feel really good about. Mm-hmm. And I think that's probably maybe starting to be the consensus feel amongst a lot of other people. That's where, when it comes to taking a defensive tackle, the defensive line is really deep in this draft.
Yes.
I saw, it was Greg Cosell. Greg Cosell, when he was on the Ross Tucker podcast, said he thought it seemed like there might be 30 defensive linemen, tackles and ends drafted in the top 3 rounds.
Wow.
That's where I feel like this year where, man, identify the offensive guys you feel really good about. If you want a defensive tackle with upside, there's going to be guys available in the second round. Mm-hmm. So I don't have an appetite for defensive linemen right now.
Well, you and this texter on the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line, D'Amico needs to realize the offense is his responsibility too. No defense in the first 4 rounds. We need, all caps, we need offensive players. They do.
They got Swarm coming out their ears on the defensive side of the balls.
Yeah.
They need Swarm on the offense. They need as many Swarm candidates as possible.
Indeed. All right, I want to make sure we give the Pettycast a good long run here because we got a lot of stuff, including a final call on the Coogs game last night. Not the one on CBS, not the one on Westwood One on this station, but another outlet did the thing that pisses me off the most when people say it about Houston. We'll have that and a whole lot more. Pettycast, send in your petties. 713-572-4610. We'll do that coming up next.
Yeah, you should spend time with somebody that people say nice things. The 2024 Southern Living Builder of the Year, third generation custom home builders who listen to their clients. Why did they win the 2024 Southern Living Builder of the Year award? Because they listen to their clients from the very beginning. They listen to you and they work with you to put your dreams on the blueprint, working with their engineers and their designers, and then you end up with your custom dream home. All the things your wife has pinned on Pinterest. I don't know how Pinterest works. I don't know if you keep them in manila folder or whatever it might be. You want your dream home to look what you're imagining, and Kirk Homes has been doing it for 3 generations. Check it out online at kirkhomes.com, spelled K-U-R-K, because at Kirk Homes, it's all about you.
Playoff basketball is coming back to H-Town. With their 50th win, the Rockets clinched the Southwest Division and a place in the postseason for the first time since 2019. Who will they face? We'll find out soon enough. Congrats, fellas.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
You want to do it up big for brunch, especially Easter Day brunch? Go to Churrasco's. Churrasco's Steaks and Seafoods. It's Latin fusion with French techniques. It's incredible. It's a very unique Houston experience, and there's 4 locations in Houston. Go to Churrasco's.com. Get your reservation. Check out the brunch on Sunday, April 20th. And brunch is a feast. Yeah, it's multiple build your own stations, so you can build your own omelet, crepe, pasta, and more. You can't go wrong when you build the flavors. They've been a premier institution and caterer since 1988. So maybe you're looking to cater a brunch or an event. We did this with Ross Tucker a couple years ago. He was blown away by the very best Houston has to offer. We had Churrasco's cater a breakfast with him up at his hotel up by the airport. People love Churrasco's. Check it out online at churrascos.com.
Welcome to Orange Theory Fitness. Orange Theory Fitness combines science, coaching, and heart rate monitoring technology to give you the most impactful, science-backed workout possible. First-time visitors can take their first class free at one of the 29 Houston area locations. Book today at orangetheory.com. Terms and conditions apply. See studio for details. Find the studio nearest you at orangetheory.com. And remember, at Orange Theory, your first class is free.
Texas coastal waterfront properties starting at only $49.9?
That's right. Driftwood Acres at Wolf Point, located on the highly sought-after Matagorda Bay, is extending their grand opening for one day, this Saturday. Book your private tour to see 1 to 3 acre properties, all with bay access, starting at just $49.9. Yes, just $49.9. This gated waterfront community features panoramic views, world-class fishing, resort-style pool and cabana, community fishing pier, boat and RV storage, and so much more. It's happening Saturday, April 12th, one day only. Coastal waterfront properties starting at an unbelievable $49.9. Just $49.9. Call to book your private tour or for information for this Saturday. 832-662-2045. That's 832-662. Appointments are limited, so call now. 832-662-2045. Texas waterfront properties will never be more affordable. 832-662-2045.
Hello, Houston. Marcus Kajawa here, bringing you another incredible grand opening land buying opportunity. On Saturday, April 12th, the area's finest high elevation ranch spanning thousands of acres will be liquidated in tracts ranging from 2 to 25 acres. Come out and buy 2 beautifully manicured acres for only $18,000. How about 5 acres for only $35,000? Every property has road frontage, electric, massive trees, abundant wildlife, and the lake is just seconds away, all with no restrictions. Your ranch, your rules. Perfect for retirement and weekend getaways. Call us right now. 800-684-4611. That's 800-684-4611. 2 acres for only $18,000 with no hassle owner financing. If the line's busy, keep calling. 800-684-4611. That's 800-684-4611.
Cheer on your Houston home team and gear up at Academy Sports and Outdoors. Whether you're headed to the game or watching with friends, Academy has everything you need to show your team pride and support. Shop in store or online at academy.com for officially licensed tees, caps, and more. All at prices you'll love. With fresh gear arriving daily and top brands like Nike, New Era, and 47. It's the perfect time to rep your hometown team in style. Houston fans, this is your moment. Own it. Shop fan gear at Academy. Academy in there.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, millions of men experience ED, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. At HIMSS, our own board-certified urologist, Dr. Peter Stahl, knows this better than anyone, and he knows that HIMSS can help.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, Senior Vice President of Men's Sexual Health at HIMSS. I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS.
Through HIMSS.com, you can access a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs. Options at up to 95% less than the brand names when you get started at HIMSS.com/joy. To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% less than brand name prices, go to HIMSS.com/joy. That's HIMSS.com/joy for your free online visit.
Why'd I go to the doctor? My heart would race just taking my son to practice. It didn't feel right. So I got checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com. Sponsored by Bristol Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
KILT.
So those were possible potential assists that we had a lot. We just didn't make a lot of shots.
Okay. You could tell what he wanted to do there, Seth, at the very beginning. He goes, hey, Evan. Evan was the reporter's name. He goes, Ben, play the very beginning again one more time. Just the first 5 seconds. I'll down cue.
Explain how an assist works, Evan. I'm not sure, but
okay, right there. He wanted to say.
I'm not sure you understand.
Yes.
Yeah.
He totally wanted to. He totally wanted to. He held back, so he wasn't as petty as he could have been right there. Pretty petty though by Kelvin Sampson. We haven't seen that side of Kelvin Sampson during the tournament.
Oh, 100% excusable, though, at that point. I would say that's low-grade pettiness in a moment where he just,
It's great audio.
It was like, okay, you want me to sit here and say, we needed more assists on a night where guys were shooting 3 for 16 across the board. Yeah, the assists were the issues.
All right, we'll keep it moving in the Pettycast here. This is Jaylen Brown of the Celtics. He was on the $1 Million Worth of Game podcast, and he's a little petty against my people, Seth. The parlay people, he calls them.
Happen to get on. If I do happen to just scroll, the comments be like, you, da 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 da. Like if I see you in the street, I'm.
Damn. About
for real.
That parlay, I have a point. That was that parlay where they had 8 teams on it for 62,000.
I can't.
For $5.
And I'm gonna say this to the camera. If one of you parlay run up on me, it's you up. I'm telling you. I'm telling when you parlay.
That's why he keep his black gloves on.
You got the gloves? Yeah, you got the
parlay gloves.
Ninja Jones. You know martial arts?
No, they call parlay gloves.
Try it if you want to. That's all I'm gonna say.
What martial arts you practice?
All right, so Jaylen Brown.
Okay. Yeah, the parlay now that sports gambling is becoming so omnipresent, it's kind of take athletes have with fantasy sports and amped it up even higher because in fantasy, the classic is people get on a running back for only having 55 yards rushing, but the team won, and you're seriously sitting here. Now it's getting to the point where whether your team wins or loses, and you could have a great night. Maybe you have a great night. Maybe you have a double-double, but you don't. But it's in rebounds and assists. But you only and the offense is brilliant, but you just don't score a lot that night. And people are coming at you simply because your specific stat line didn't make them money on it. Yeah, it would be frustrating. It'd be really frustrating.
I think the biggest difference in fantasy and what he's talking about is the money with the parlays is immediate. It's always going to come down to money with anything, and the money with things like Underdog or Prize Picks or things like that, where people are picking over under more or less on player stats. We see the PSAs about college athletes having people come at them on social media about that. All these PSAs running during the tournament, like, hey, man, these guys are 18-year-old kids. How about not DMing them that you want to murder them and their family because they didn't get 11 and a half rebounds,
Especially because you were one guy of 7 things that needed to work out in that you're hinging. Yeah. Whenever you have a 7-player parlay, you're going to be mad at least 2 of those guys. Yep. Yeah, and everything hinges on those guys.
All right, Payne and Pendergast, you can text in your petty, 713-572-4610. This is Russell Westbrook. Russell Westbrook, a few games ago, in a game, Nikola Jokic had 61 points and a triple-double. I forget who it was. Oh, it was against Minnesota. And Russell Westbrook, they were about to win the game by 1 point, and Russell Westbrook went berserkowitz in the last minute of the game and was turning the ball over, taking bad shots. He went full-on crazy Russ and went and lost a game for the Nuggets in which Nikola Jokic had a 60-point triple-double. Since then, it was last weekend, since then he's been ducking the media, Russell Westbrook has, until the media made complaints and the Nuggets came to him and said, hey, look, you have to meet with the media after these games. It's the rules. You can't duck them anymore because you don't want to answer questions about blowing that game last weekend. Here was Russell Westbrook, petty AF, putting in his time with the media after the Nuggets' most recent game.
You guys need to clean up right now and get right before the end of the regular season.
I'm not sure, to be honest.
Your coach just mentioned the urgency of the situation, trying to avoid the play-in right now. Do you feel like in this locker room there's a sense of urgency?
I don't know, man. Not sure.
Michael Morris called this team one of the most resilient in the league this season. You obviously are able to draw from so many experiences. What can you kind of try to draw from to help this team in a situation like this where you're
I don't have the answer for you, man. I wish I did, but unfortunately, I don't.
I mean, just flat-out jerk.
That last guy was trying really hard.
He was serving him a softball.
Yeah, and you're awesome.
Yeah.
Is there anything you can draw on from being awesome and all your time being awesome?
It went on for 30,
to help in this moment.
Yeah, it went on for 30 more seconds, and Russ left. And I don't know. I mean, Russ has always had that side to him. He's just not as good at basketball as he used to be. That's the big thing. You know?
Yeah.
He's on like his 9th team in 7 years or whatever it is.
I'm just happy to. I loved his time in LA where people were writing stories about like, hey, what's going on with Russell Westbrook? It's like, listen, you clowns, you weren't paying attention.
Yeah.
This is who he's been for a while now, and you guys are acting like, oh, the magical paintbrush that you use to paint guys with blue and gold is somehow gonna change everything as soon as he steps. This is pay attention, Lakers fans, you idiots.
Yep.
Not to mention Lakers writers. It was Lakers writers themselves.
Yes.
Yeah.
So Russell Westbrook is petty. Emory Hunt. Seth, do you know who Emory Hunt is?
Yeah, it's a flight school in Florida.
He's a quarterback guru online. He's this time of year he's evaluating a lot of quarterbacks. I think.
No, actually, I do know him. Doesn't he do a podcast with our friend Ross Tucker?
Yes, that's what this is from.
Gotcha.
Yep, he does. Yeah. So that's from this yesterday. He's a big fan of Shedeur Sanders, which he can be. No problem with that. This is probably me being petty that he's making this prediction as if it's bound to come true, and he's begging us to come back in a post once he is true about what he's about to say. Take a listen.
So when it's week 6 and Shedeur is leading in, rookie of the year voting, and whatever team he's on is like 5-1, don't get mad at me when I poke fun at you in my hilarious, sarcastic way, because you did this to yourself.
Okay.
So I don't have to say anything now.
2 things. 1, you can never declare yourself hilarious. Let other people declare that you're hilarious, not you. Number 2, not too worried about Shedeur going 5-1 wherever he is. If you're begging us to come back to you and say how smart you were when he goes 5-1 in his first 6 starts, do we get permission to come ridicule you when he does not go 5-1 in his first 6 starts?
Well, as if you need permission. I'm guessing this was a heavily bookmarked tweet that where you saw this. I think there's a lot of people that also took a screen cap of it, and they're setting an alert on their calendar for 6 weeks into the regular season just to see exactly where they are.
Yeah.
So the rookies of the year, they're about 50-50 quarterbacks. If you go like Jaden Daniels, C.J. Stroud, Justin Herbert was a rookie of the year, Kyler Murray, Dak Prescott. So it's not like it's usually the higher drafted quarterbacks have a harder time doing it because they go to the worst teams.
Okay.
But there's a good chance that Shedeur Sanders ends up going to a team that's at least mediocre right now.
Maybe.
If he's not one of the top 3 picks in the draft.
That's an interesting point. Okay,
Yeah.
so let's don't have a quarterback right now. I know that all signs point to Aaron Rodgers, but there's been no movement along those lines.
Yeah.
If there's no movement, if Aaron Rodgers is still sitting around eating mushrooms somewhere when the draft rolls around and the Steelers draft Shedeur Sanders with the 21st pick, could he be 5-1 in his first 6 games? Yeah, I suppose he could be. I guess he could be. If he gets drafted to a team like that with a good defense, it's not a complete dumpster fire culturally, then maybe so. I would bet against him being 5-1 even with the Steelers right now. But yeah, the better the team he gets drafted by, the better a chance that I need to come worship at the altar of Emory Hunt in week 6.
It's a hard place. It's a hard spot in the first round even where you look at some of the teams where maybe they would draft a quarterback, but they're in the bottom half. They still have quarterbacks that they still probably feel good about enough that they need to give him one more year. So
Yeah.
I think it's unlikely. It's not even shade at Shedeur Sanders. I don't think there's really for a guy. I don't think there's really a good situation this year that he's going to get drafted onto a competitive team, a team that's already competitive. And if he gets drafted in the top 10, other than I guess maybe the Saints might be the best potential team where you'd look at, okay, they've got.
All right.
It's not a complete and total shambles. And a disaster that he'd be walking into. So I don't think if he doesn't go to the Saints, I'm not seeing a whole lot of opportunity for him to be Rookie of the Year, even if he gets drafted and plays well, et cetera, et cetera.
All right. Next one here. This is Ian Rappaport, who told this story before on the NFL Network, and now he's on, I think, McAfee. I think this is from McAfee. It's from a Zoom call that Ian Rappaport is doing, and once again tells this story about Shedeur Sanders. This is why Ian Rappaport thinks that Shedeur Sanders' maturity is off the charts.
What's going on, Rapp? What do you need? And I'm like, I want to know what Shedeur's doing. He goes, hold on one second. Gives the phone to
pause,
Shedeur.
Pause, man. I should have set that up better. What Rappaport is talking about there is somebody put him in touch with Dion to find out what Shedeur's plans were for the combine and pro days and whatnot. And so Dion FaceTimes Ian Rappaport while he's in the car with his kids.
What's going on, Rapp? What do you need? And I'm like, I want to know what Shedeur's doing. He goes, hold on one second. Gives the phone to Shedeur, and he goes, talk to Rap Sheet. And so we talked, told me what he was doing, told me why, explained the plan, and talked about a couple other things that he was focusing on the next couple weeks. Hands the phone back to his dad, and he was like, you good? I was like, I'm good. And it was just an unbelievably mature, level-headed, grounded way of handling what could have been a huge issue, but like Dion wanted to make sure that Shedeur handled it himself. And I was like, this is not normal. And so like whatever comes at him, like this is someone who really is trained to handle all of it, and I was pretty impressed by that.
Okay,
Yeah,
he's 23 years old, Shedeur
He's 20
Sanders.
years old, and he's the lead reporter for the NFL Network. Yeah, okay, it's not. I don't know. This is the example sometimes when sports writers mistake a guy being polite and cordial to them personally as evidence of everything else in their life. I'm not saying it's obviously not anything bad or anything. It's him putting way too much weight into it. Because it helps him personally. Because it benefited Ian Rappaport personally.
It's like it's somehow. What was Ian Rappaport's expectations? That's why was he expecting Shedeur to pee down his leg because he's talking to Ian, the big bad Ian Rappaport like this?
That he's not going to be able to handle talking to.
Yeah,
to a reporter.
He's a 23-year-old man, Shedeur Sanders, who's been around plenty of other alphas, way more alpha than Ian Rappaport of the NFL Network. Is this the bar for maturity, like determining whether or not this guy is ready to go? Why do you think he's ready to go, Ian? He got through a 5-minute conversation with me about what his plans were for his pro day. I was incredibly impressed that he didn't have his daddy do it for him at age 23.
I think the opposite of it, I guess, is when Kyler Murray was doing that interview with Dan Patrick, and it seemed like Kyler Murray was just not comfortable giving an answer without checking with his father first or whatever it might be. But that was a bad moment for Kyler Murray in terms of how he handled that. Ultimately, it didn't matter one bit, one way or the other, when it came to the draft. But, yeah, I guess just because it wasn't Kyler Murray doesn't mean that all of a sudden this is evidence that, oh, wow, this guy's just dialed in and gets it differently than anybody else does. I hate the Nugget Hussies so much. I hate them so much.
See, that made you...
I was like, it's basically, at any given moment, they're gushing about somebody basically because that guy's agent gave him a bunch of inside information.
What were you expecting when I really want to know, when Deion Sanders handed that phone to Shedeur Sanders, what was Ian Rappaport expecting him to be completely nervous or something?
This is what Rappaport does. Remember when in the whole Deshaun Watson situation, Deshaun Watson, based on reporting from people like Ian Rappaport and others, had pulled out of Cleveland in terms of teams that he was going to go to. Cleveland comes back in, ups the offer by $40 million or so guaranteed over anybody else, and all of a sudden Deshaun is back interested in Cleveland. And Rappaport felt it necessary when he reported it to say this wasn't about the money. Like, what are you even doing?
Yeah,
how are you just a tool to be wielded by the agents so easily like that, or by the athletes themselves?
Someone saying
disgusting. Have some pride, you little man. Damn it.
Someone saying on the text page that I despise the Sanders family. LOL. No, I don't. I don't despise. I like Coach Prime. I don't despise Sanders.
No, Shedeur handled that exactly the way he should have handled it. It's just not evidence that all of a sudden, like, oh wow, look at this amazing thing that this kid did.
I respect Dion greatly as a head coach. I think that some of the whole turnaround artist thing has been a little overblown in light of the fact that the next turnaround would have to take place at the NFL level, which is way more difficult than college to turn a team around. And there's certain elements to Shedeur that rub me the wrong way, but I don't despise the Sanders. I think the Sanders family, if the Sanders family didn't exist, we would be very bereft of content this draft season. Between Travis Hunter, Shedeur Sanders, Dion, and everything else. So, no, I'm cool with the Sanders family, man.
What did you make of? It felt like people were drawing immediate conclusions about Tennessee telling Shedeur, having a meeting with Shedeur Sanders and saying, okay, Shedeur, he doesn't have to, they don't have to have the personal workout. They canceled the personal workout.
Yeah.
I felt like people immediately read into that as obvious evidence that they were taking Cam Ward. But is it that obvious or that simple?
That was my gut reaction, and then I read articles about it that explained other scenarios that could be in play. And they
had seen enough, they'd seen everything they needed to see during the pro day.
They all sound plausible. Yeah, there's other plausible explanations, and I think the favorite is they've settled on Cam Ward, but I could see other scenarios too, for sure. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. We'll circle back to the Coogs a little later on this hour. Jalen Pitre was out and about yesterday at a charity event for Texas Children's Hospital, and Aaron Wilson caught up with him. The latest on his contract situation from his perspective. How's the injury recovery going for one of the Texans' more pivotal defensive players? We'll have that for you coming up next.
Hey, it's pivotal. Your taxes, especially this time of year, you've got your income taxes to worry about, but you also have your property taxes to worry about, and you might not even realize you can
apply.
Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
I've got a little bit of relatability for the final play of the Coogs game, which we'll get to at 8:45. Relatability for me personally, which we'll get to at 8:45. Yeah.
It's something where you had coughed the ball up metaphorically a couple times?
No.
In a clutch moment?
No, but it's a clutch moment involving a team I root for. Just something that I was feeling in the moment while that was going on that I think a lot of Houstonians may have felt also, but I have a particular poignant one for me from earlier this year. I'll explain in the next segment. Jalen Pitre was out and about yesterday. He was at a charity event for Texas Children's, and Aaron Wilson caught up with him. Before we hear from Pitre, just to go back in the Wayback Machine, and by way back I mean 5 days ago, Nick Caserio was on with me and Seth, and we asked Nick Caserio about the chances of Jalen Pitre getting a contract extension this offseason.
Yeah, I'd say we're having conversations with a number of players, and, we've talked about this. You guys kind of know how we operate. Like, we're pretty flexible and open-minded. Like, we don't have a finite, if, we don't get it done by September 1st and it's off the table. I think at some point, for everybody's best interest, you might say, hey, look, let's try to figure this out, over the next few weeks or whenever. Don't really want to comment specifically on any individual discussions with any players, but I would say always open-minded to having a dialogue with the player and their representatives and trying to figure out an agreement that everybody feels comfortable with, because the goal is for both entities and both parties to be happy with how it went. You don't want to we're not trying to quote unquote win a negotiation. Yeah. We don't believe in that. That's not how we operate. You want something where the organization wins and the player feels valued and they feel like, you've made them a priority. So, we'll work through those things. But Jalen's been a good player. It's the day he walked in the building. He's had a significant impact on our program. That's the type of player that you'd like to have around here as long as possible. So we'll kind of see how all that works itself out.
And this, in addition to the couple of other times we've asked him about Jalen Pitre over the last couple of years of appearances he's been on the show with us, Seth, where he said, I want 1,000 Jalen Pitres on the team.
Yeah.
And then the next year, they really love Jalen Pitre.
I think the biggest barrier with Jalen Pitre signing an extension really might be, and this is not a negative at all, but I think that if I'm Jalen Pitre, I'm looking back on last year, and I would be feeling like, man, all right, I finally found my little niche in the NFL, and I love the way that they're using me, and I feel like I was just really starting to more than scratch the surface of my potential, but I didn't get to finish the deal, and I might just want to be betting on myself at this point, as opposed to getting a nice deal that's financial security, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. There might be a part of Jalen Pitre that just thinks, man, I really want a full year playing in this defense, in this role, and then we'll see what happens after that. As a team, you got to look at that and think, well, yeah, but we'd really like to lock him down. We just don't want to overspend to do it. I think that Pitre just strikes me as the kind of guy who, remember, when he could have bailed at Baylor, decided to stay at Baylor. Like, that was what he was notable and known for, was like, nope, I'm going to ride or die with Baylor. I think that he's one of the rare guys that you might feel comfortable with him testing the market and not having any hard feelings about you not locking him down to where he'd come back. Remember Chris Myers back in the day did that. A few different players in Texans history.
Kareem Jackson did it.
Kareem Jackson did it. Went out and tested free agency and liked what the Texans were offering him. So he came back into the fold. I think I would trust that that's an outcome that could work out. I think the Texans, this is what I would guess. I think the Texans at some point will make him a respectable offer on an extension that would make a lot of sense and would give a guy who wasn't a high draft pick a nice big chunk of financial security. But Pitre might just turn it down just because he wants to bet on himself. Yeah. And that it would be, and the outcome could still be that, yep, all right, the Texans end up paying a little bit more, but he feels good about it because he knows what his true value is in free agency.
I could see that happening. Here was Jalen Pitre yesterday when Aaron Wilson asked him about the potential for a contract extension.
This has been a good run for you. How much would you like to keep that going? And obviously there's mutual interest from them and from you guys.
Yeah, I definitely want to keep it going. This is home for me. This is where all my family is. This is where
I first started playing football. So it's definitely a lot of memories here, and I definitely want to, continue to play for the Houston Texans. This is my city, and I love this city.
Let the business handle the business, right?
Oh, yeah, I know it's going to take care of itself, Not really worried.
Okay. Take care of itself. And whether that happens over the next few weeks or in the offseason next year, we'll see what it is.
Yeah, I would think that this isn't one that's going to weigh on Texans fans, I don't think.
No,
I don't think that you
so.
get to August and people are starting to demand that you pay the man or anything. It's
No.
nowhere close to the Derek Stingley situation.
We've gotten more reaction on the text page when we bring up this subject that people are questioning whether or not the Texans should do that. Then they must get this. We've got both.
Yeah.
But no, there was consensus. These other, like Nico Collins, there was a consensus that people love that deal. I think even with Stingley's injuries, people really like that deal by and large. Pitre is getting a more mixed reaction as to whether or not the Texans should be extending him. And without knowing what the numbers are, it's really hard to have a strong opinion on it.
No, and I don't think if a deal does get done, it's one that's very palatable for the Texans.
Yes.
It's like this is the classic. All right, you take a guy who wasn't a high draft pick, you throw a bunch of money in his face, and it's his first big deal because he wasn't a first rounder, and you end up locking him up. But it's not an essential have to do it because your team is screwed if you don't.
Do we have a blind spot maybe for Pitre right now, like as a fan base? Like he was a big liability at slot corner this year at times.
I don't know if it's I think by the way you describe how people react to when we talk about it.
Yeah.
No, I think you might have a blind spot.
Yeah,
for
maybe,
Jalen Pitre.
maybe.
Yeah,
maybe I do.
I like what he does. I mean, he's a nickel linebacker, but he's not a slot corner. Like he does when he lines up one-on-one versus Devontae Adams, you don't feel good about that matchup.
Yeah.
So he's very good in the role they have for him, but it's not a driving force of the defense. So I think he's a very valuable part of the defense if he's playing at his full potential. But I don't think this is the kind of player that if it doesn't work out, then you just keep drafting and training and developing other guys like
Am I whistling past the graveyard on Jalen Pitre right now?
No, whistling. You're doing the opposite of whistling past the graveyard. Whistling past the graveyard, you're just ignoring a potential issue or something.
That's what I mean. Am I ignoring his liability as a slot corner? You know what I mean?
No, because that's recognized. You know that. Like they need more depth in the second. They need more depth with their cornerbacks right now. That's the thing that's going to come up and bite you. There were times last year where it would be nice to actually have Jalen Pitre off the field and have an actual cornerback cover in the slot instead of Jalen Pitre.
Are we whistling past the graveyard on anything else with the Texans right now?
I think on cornerback depth you might be whistling past the graveyard on
Okay.
it. I think the things we're whistling past the graveyard on with the Texans right now is Nick Caley and the fact that he's completely unknown and unproven as an offensive coordinator. I do feel I've succumbed to this a little bit in just that I was so sick of Bobby Slowick that I feel like, okay, anybody's going to be better than Bobby Slowick. That's not a slam dunk proven whatsoever. There's a good chance that Nick Caley's not one bit a good offensive coordinator, but we'll find out. The big plays allowed on defense, that's probably the one that's bothering the most, partly because we saw last year the Texans go from early in the season where D'Amico would say that he doesn't worry about missed tackles to by the end of the season, he was very much saying that missed tackles were a problem. And that I know that every time I talk about this, I have listeners say, like, well, how much does a coach have to do with tackling in the NFL? A lot. There's still a lot of guys arrive in the NFL never actually having received proper tackling instruction. I was one of those players. I didn't get proper tackling instruction in the NFL. And I went from being a bad tackler to a really, really good tackler because I had one coach that actually knew what the hell he was doing. So I get annoyed. I get really annoyed when I hear coaches talk about tackling like it's like they'd almost prefer the big hits to the tackles, because you should be greedy and want both. If you go back and watch Ronnie Lott in his highlight reels of his big hits and his big tackles, Ronnie Lott, people love to say, well, Ronnie Lott would never make it in the modern NFL. No, Ronnie Lott was a formed tackler. Ronnie Lott was both a formed tackler but who also delivered huge hits because he worked at it. As an NFL player, he'd go out and work on the heavy bag all the time with his tackling technique. And there are teams that work at it, and there's other teams that don't. and it shows up. The Texans last year were a bad tackling team, and they have been. Going back to Lovie Smith, they were still a bad tackling team. A lot of those big chunk plays they allowed last year, and they were one of the worst teams in the league at allowing big chunk plays. Some of that could have been nipped in the bud with proper tackling. They got to get better at that this year if they want to be a genuinely elite defense.
I will add a whistling past the graveyard for the Texans. I like this topic. Kaimi Fairbairn was bad in the second half of the season last year. He's going to be your kicker this year.
That's a great whistling past the graveyard.
Yeah,
yes.
like people are going to remember. People are remembering his barrage of 50-plus yard field goals at the beginning of the year, and he was missing extra points. He was missing field goals. He was not good in the second half of the season last year, and this is a team that plays a lot and get mentioned a lot, but they're going to roll with him. A lot of these other ones, Seth, the problem is replaceable. If you got guys that aren't tackling or giving up big plays, put somebody else out there. They got one kicker, and that's it. That's a big one for me. He has gone from being circle of trustworthy. I know we don't do a circle of trust for the Texans, but if there were one, he would have been in it, to well outside of it by the end of the year last year.
Though the interesting thing about that is with kickers, they all go through their bad stretches. Amongst active NFL kickers, he is still sixth in field goal percentage, sixth best in field goal percentage. So what you hope is that, okay, maybe it was that. Maybe there was something with the operation of the kicking as well.
Maybe he might be the biggest reason that you need to do well in the regular season to stay indoors during the postseason. He's not as good outdoors,
Yeah.
He's not a cold weather guy. So
and to speak of also, by the way, how sometimes these things are streaky. The leader among active field goal kickers is Justin Tucker, and we're not sure he's even going to have a job next year.
Yeah.
For two reasons. One is he was atrocious for much of the season, and then two, he picked the wrong time to be atrocious because now he's under He's under very Deshaun Watson-like allegations.
There you go.
Have there been any updates on Justin Tucker?
No, just that he's still on the team, and they're gathering information, I think.
Yeah.
Because he came up at the league meetings. Goodell did a press conference. It came up, and I think they're just kind of the Ravens got asked about it at the league meetings.
Tucker seems like he might be in an even worse spot than Deshaun Watson just because there's with a couple of those scenarios, like where the complaints were lodged with management, et cetera.
And his last body of work as a player is not good. Deshaun was still thought to be a good football player at the time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, no. With the Ravens, it's the Ray Rice dynamic where, hey, if Ray Rice had done it earlier in his career, there's a good chance that he was still going to be playing football for a while, but Ray Rice did that after he wasn't as good a running back anymore.
There's a relatability for me in the final play of the game and watching it unfold. I don't know if Coug fans will be happy with this analogy or not. We'll see. But we're going to replay it, the final play of the game last night. And, man, we just feel for you Cougs today, man. 713-572-4610, the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. Stay there. But first, Daly and Black, the law of
from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Cryer, 6 seconds, 5 seconds, sharp. He walked, he can't touch it. He can't. 1 second, and it's over. Florida is back on top of the college championship madness. It's a great day to be a Gator. They win the national title.
Okay, and that was the final play of the game last night. Emmanuel Sharp, who I would imagine that combined with a couple other plays that he had down the stretch in that game, it was a tough night of sleep last night for him. You feel for him. He made so many big plays in the games leading up to this, Seth, to help get them there. I mean, it is one of those things, like you say this about all the guys that are part of that rotation. You know, they don't get there without Emmanuel Sharp. He's been really, really good for them.
You can't write the history of this tournament run, Sean, without Emmanuel Sharp.
He's in the Hall of Fame for this run, yes.
But unfortunately, you can't write the story of the final minute of regulation without the story of Emmanuel Sharp's 2 turnovers either.
Yeah, and so that was one of those moments, man, where, like, for me to sit here and say I didn't sleep at all last night over that loss would be disingenuous to the actual Coug fans who didn't sleep last night. You know, there's varying degrees of people that are in on the. I think, you know, by and large, I think Houstonians really in on the Cougs, and I'm one of them. But we know there's diehards. There's people that went to school there. There's people that were around for Phi Slamma Jamma that were hoping that this was going to be the redemption story for that. I wasn't living here until 1994, so I can't profess to be any of those things. I was really into this team during this tournament run, and I was really rooting hard for them last night. As I was watching that play out, as I'm watching that ball sitting there in front of Emmanuel Sharp, and him in his mind thinking I could call for a violation, it was one of those situations where in the moment, it's like watching all your friends who are not going to sleep over that play. It's like watching them go over a waterfall, and you jumped out in time. I'm like, man, this hurts. But I know this doesn't hurt nearly as bad for me as it does for a lot of other people right now.
Yeah,
there's something about being on a bandwagon for this that was a whole lot of fun. But you're watching, and then they pan to the crowd, and there's kids crying, and there's people who thought 20 minutes ago that they were going to be national champions when they were up by 12 points with however many minutes there were left in the game. And it plays out in this slow motion where there really is this dichotomy that takes place where it's like, man, I feel awful about this, but I really feel awful for all the people that feel completely terrible about this. And my relatability story was during the playoff run in college football. I think there were a lot of people, this is really weird for me, but there were a lot of people that were rooting for Notre Dame because they like Marcus Freeman a lot. There were a lot of people texting me like, you know, against Georgia and against Penn State, I'm actually rooting for Notre Dame. And I'm like, that's cool, man. That's really, really cool. It was fun. That doesn't happen a lot. And all I could think of with that Emmanuel Sharp play last night was that play in the college football national championship game where Ohio State had a 3rd and 11 or whatever it was. They're down 8, or they're up 8. Notre Dame's mounting this comeback, and Will Howard hits Jeremiah Smith on like a 40-yard bomb to essentially clinch the game. You know, that was the game over play. And I felt like, you know, in that moment in that game, that was probably when all the people who said, hey, we're rooting for Notre Dame were probably like, I'm happy I'm not Sean right now.
Yeah,
you know,
yeah.
It was fun rooting for you. But this really hurts to watch you go over the waterfall right now in the boat, you know?
Yeah.
That's
what is the what do people, I wonder, for people who aren't Florida or Houston fans in that game, watching the final 2 minutes where you're just waiting for anybody to make a basket, to just do something with this 1-point margin, and that, you know, Houston just flat out couldn't get a shot off. Florida really couldn't either, other than the free throw. Yeah. It didn't feel sloppy to me. It felt more just like really good defense.
Yeah.
Yet at the same time, you're watching a game that's in the 60s, and there's only LJ Cryer is the only guy who could really do anything offensively for Houston. I enjoyed it because of the scrappiness of it, and because it was so much of the style of the Cougars. It's just that, you know, ultimately, I'd like some offense to go with it. Just a little bit of glitz.
If a game's going to be played that way stylistically, it needs to be close for people to enjoy it. You know, otherwise, there was very little enjoyable about the first half when neither team could make a basket. You know, neither team made a three. the two teams are 0 for 12 starting out shooting threes in that game. And it was ugly, man. Like, they were some bricks that were getting thrown up in that game last night. It was bad. We're getting a lot of we haven't really broken down the play itself, Emmanuel Sharp. But so here's a text message. Why didn't you just pick the ball up with 6 seconds left, take the turnover, and hope that Florida would turn the ball over inbounding it, or them, you foul them and put them back on the line? That's a fair question. That would, in retrospect, that would have been a better choice for Emmanuel Sharp to do, was take the turnover. I think in the moment he thought that maybe Juwan Roberts was going to dive on the ball right there.
I think he thought there was going to be help. He boxed out, and you hope that somebody else goes and does something with it. Yeah.
I mean, that is an in-the-moment thing. Yeah, in retrospect, he'd have probably rather done that. I've had a few other people say, hey, he never did dribble. Like, he caught the ball, he faced up to shoot, let Clayton go by, and then just sort of dropped the ball in front of him because he didn't want to get the shot blocked. So could he have just reached out and started dribbling the basketball?
You can't pick it up and dribble after you lose it. You could have passed it.
Tap it to somebody or whatever?
Yeah, I don't know how much time there is after that to pull it off.
What we won't do on this show is what they did on the show before ours, Maggie and Perloff, and literally pull out the rule book on this.
Yeah.
That's bad radio. We're not going to do that. We're not going to do that. That was they're breaking down the rule, and it's very, very tough.
If you look at the actual play itself, I mean, just the play the way it was supposed to work, it was drawn up, and they had options, and they run the double screen, and because what's his name from Florida beats the screen.
Yeah, Clayton.
What's that? Yeah, Clayton, because Clayton beats the screen. Clayton talked about it afterwards. He anticipated the screen. He beats the screen. And then at that point, the option is, if the screen had worked, you're taking the 3-point there. If the screen doesn't work, fake and then drive, because you still got time to drive to the rim. And he just thought he had more time than he did. Yeah. It was just in that moment, either because it was a judgment call or because he went off script a little bit, he just didn't follow the play the way they'd drawn it up.
Yep. There's someone pointing out on here that Ted Cruz was at the game last night. Coogs are angry about that, and I looked it up. He was at the game last night. Apparently he has some sort of bet with a Florida senator on the game. Yeah, so he was at
Cruz
the game.
Got to get a tattoo now or something.
He's
a gator.
No, it probably involves some sort of food. Oh, I got to buy you some barbecue.
There's got to be big games that Cruz has been at where things worked out, right? Has he been at? I'm sure he's been at. Has he been in one of the World Series clinching games or anything?
No, I know he jinxed the Astros at one point along the way. Well, here we go. I got an article right here on the Ted Cruz curse. If you're unaware, the longtime senator from Texas has been in attendance for several high-profile losses by his favorite teams in recent years. As a result, Cruz has been blamed for, among other failings, the Astros' Game 7 ALCS defeat in 2023 to the Rangers, Texas college football playoff semifinal loss to Washington in January of 24. That was in the playoff for the 2023 season. Texas Tech's national championship game loss to Virginia in 2019. The Rockets missing 27 straight three-pointers against the Warriors. Remember that, Seth, in Game 7? He was
there?
He was there for Game 7 against the Warriors in 2018. And a host of other defeats, the article says.
Yeah, does it include any of the games? It's full of victories where he was there, though. No?
You think the Internet's going to be that positive?
I know, yeah, that's what I was hoping for. Like, I know, yeah, like it's easy
balanced
to pile
reporting
up
on the Ted Cruz curse. Yeah.
I'm not trying to defend him or anybody here or anything. It's just like, yeah, just give me one of these facts. Is there a fact-checking site out there that anybody agrees on? Because usually whenever you try to bring up any fact-checking site, people are like, no, that's a lefty rag. No, that's a right-wing whack job. I don't know.
As much as we joke about if it's on Wikipedia, it must be true. Wikipedia is usually still pretty accurate. But
people will go on there and throw those things out.
I feel like there should be a Wikipedia page on the Ted Cruz curse. Don't you? I mean, it's that big a topic. It's a bigger topic than some of the other people that are on Wikipedia, for sure. He was there.
I need to spend taxpayer dollars on finding out whether it's valid or not, and then I want to create more costly and time-consuming legislation to ban him from games.
The funny thing is, when it comes to college stuff, it's every college in Texas blames Ted Cruz. It's not a single focus thing. Houston's blaming him for last night's loss. Texas Tech blames him for the loss 6 years ago to Virginia UT's blaming them for the college football playoff loss to Washington, all this stuff. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Someone says that was a Chris Webber timeout moment by Emmanuel Sharp last night. I disagree with that. Chris Webber calling a timeout was just boneheaded. That was silly. Emmanuel Sharp, part of that was good defense last night, man. Clayton ran at him and he caught him in between. In the 9 o'clock hour we go. Good to be with you on a Tuesday, despite the loss by the Coogs. Draft stuff. We've not talked a lot of draft today. Deion Sanders commenting on Shedeur Sanders, and Daniel Jeremiah talks about where Shedeur could fall to if New York and Cleveland pass on him, and also one local draft prospect making an interesting decision. We will talk about that coming up next, but I want to tell you guys right now, LaCour.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
I had a buddy, Seth, send me a picture from Game 6 between the Phillies and the Astros back in 2022. The Jordan turned the score upside down game that clinched the World Series.
Yeah.
A buddy of mine and his wife with Ted Cruz at the game. So that's at least one game he was at that the home team was able to emerge victorious.
The problem is, this is where it's hard, is that because Ted Cruz shows up at a lot of events in Houston where, other than the Astros, there have been lots of notable big game letdowns and or meltdowns or what have you. That for me to wholeheartedly, to buy into the Ted Cruz curse, I'd have to see damning evidence that he wasn't at the various great moments for some of the, I guess, basically the Astros at this point.
Makes sense. Yeah, makes sense. Was he at the Duke game on Saturday? It would make sense that he was at the Duke game on Saturday.
Yeah, that's the other point, too. Yeah, some of the other big moments where he was there and it wasn't. I mean, there's, for whatever Ted Cruz curse there might be, there's probably some other relatively well-to-do Houstonians who have been at a lot of these big events and have watched all of these. And I'm not trying to politicize this whatsoever.
Same.
I'm
I
just
want to
trying
make sure, yes.
In this day and age where it's just so easy to just take a couple of memes and make that what you believe, I don't want to be susceptible to the memes here, damn it.
We're just about the truth on this show. We're not about politics. It's just the truth, draft stuff. So we are a little over 2 weeks away from the draft. I think the biggest story in the draft has evolved, as it usually does, into what's going to happen at the quarterback position. Looks like Cam Ward is all but signed, sealed, and delivered to the Titans, but that could change. You never know. Shedeur Sanders is the next, that's the next big question, is where is Shedeur Sanders going to wind up? He was asked at his pro day about the possibility of going to the Browns at number 2. Here's what he had to say.
Cameras and eyes anywhere I go. That's not that I go. I know my teams, and I know the influence I have, on society and on culture. So wherever I go, it's definitely going to be an improvement than what it was before I got there.
You know what? I was thinking about this. So he's saying wherever we go, there's going to be improvement, and the culture is going to be better, and this and that. this is a guy who's not even been drafted yet. He's not spent any time under contract to an NFL team. I was thinking about this during the break, Seth, because I knew we were going to play that cut. It feels like Shedeur is where C.J. Stroud was, but after C.J. had actually played a year in the NFL.
Yeah,
C.J. came in, I think, very humble and came in just trying to compete for the job and hoping to win the job. Deep down, he had plenty of confidence, I'm sure. But whatever that was, he certainly wasn't just opening the cabinet to show all his confidence like Shedeur does, that he's this immediate snap of the finger elixir to a downtrodden franchise. But after his rookie year, CJ was feeling himself a little bit, and I think even he realized this past season that maybe he thought it was going to be a little bit too easy. It feels like Shedeur is already at year 2 CJ right now.
It is. I get really, really nervous whenever a player starts acting like I'm going to come in and I'm going to change the culture and I'm going to change the entire way a whole organization operates. Because I feel like most of the people who genuinely do that don't talk or brag a lot about how they're going to do that and how they're going to be the guy that does it, especially when you're a 23-year-old walking into a locker room full of full-grown men who have been there and done that and seen it all and this, that, the other. That's the part where I get nervous. And I hate this part of it where you start doing personality analysis more so than actual football player traits and everything. But when the guy himself is saying that, yep, I'm gonna be the spark that this team, basically what you're also saying is that this bunch of losers needs. They're a bunch of losers. That's why they're even in position to draft me. They need to come in and by the way, Shedeur, let's remember, it's your daddy that changed the culture at those places.
Yes.
You were a part of it. But it's your daddy that did that. You were not the culture changer or the tone setter. It was your daddy. That's an extra element of scrutiny and skepticism that a lot of the full-grown men are going to have on somebody that comes in and with zero humility whatsoever says, yep, changing the culture.
Yeah.
Things are going to change around here, okay? Yeah.
Well, here's Dion being asked about Shedeur Sanders. This is Dion on the NFL Network with Brian Baldinger. It was at ESPN. It was Field Yates and Louis Riddick. And Dion talking about Shedeur being, quote, bred for this.
Well, he's been bred for this. He's been trained for this. He's a darn Sanders. That comes with ridicule and ignorance and adolescence comes with that. But we're built for this. If it's anybody built for this moment, built to go to a team that's really not good and take it to the next level, it's him. And if the two best qualified players to go to organizations or franchises and adapt and make sure they're successful, is he and Travis Hunter.
See,
they've done it.
Here's the problem, Seth. The dad in this instance probably a little bit for Shedeur and all the things he's saying.
Yeah.
Dion's got like lighter fluid out, and he's spraying it with lighter fluid and tossing a match onto it. Like, no. These crappy teams, he's coming in and he's bred to change the culture of these crappy teams.
You know what? No, this is where Dion, I think in some ways, it's the same way a lot of great athletes, when it comes to them trying to give tips or trying to coach individual players at their position, sometimes they fall short because they don't realize how great they themselves were. And, it's funny with Biggio's kid, we'll talk about this a little bit, how sometimes his dad's advice is kind of just like, hit the ball.
Yeah.
But Biggio was able to see the game differently than in other ways. Now, like Dion obviously has done very well as a coach. He's not like that great player that can't be a coach at all. But I wonder when it comes to that side of it, Dion was a guy who could create a lot of controversy and then back it up on his own as a player because he was such an incredibly gifted football player. Shedeur is not that same caliber of natural ability, and he's playing in a position that's much different than quarterback. I wonder if Dion thinking like, oh yeah, he's a Sanders. Of course, he'll be able to handle all of this. Yeah, you were a defensive back who's one of the best defensive backs who's ever lived. It's not so clear that Shedeur is nearly as physically gifted as you at his own position, and that it's also at a position where, if anything, the guy doesn't want to get wrapped up in a lot of the blah. It's one thing to handle a lot of scrutiny or handle a lot of criticism or handle a lot of the hoopla, but it's another to be the actual person that's fueling it and contributing to it and adding to it. And I don't know if Shedeur is built quite like Deion in that regard.
This is where I'm a little angry that Shiloh, Shedeur's brother, Deion's other son that played for him at Colorado, I'm a little angry that Shiloh's not the good one out of the two. Because it would be much more interesting to see how, like, a cornerback or a defensive back mirroring his dad's attitude. Although Shedeur mirroring it is extremely interesting because quarterbacks, to your point, quarterbacks, don't normally, especially young quarterbacks coming into the league, kind of keep it more even-keeled.
Yeah.
Shiloh, I don't think, is even going to be drafted. That would be interesting.
This is the whole thing. This is the whole thing, though, about Shedeur is that if he comes in and he balls out, then, a lot of the stuff that he's saying now is perfect. But when you say you're the guy who's going to change the culture and everything, if you come in and you struggle, lots of great quarterbacks don't have great rookie years, but, man, it wears out real quickly if you're the guy who's advertising himself as the guy who's going to change the culture and tell these grown men how to operate. You damn well better be really good right off the bat, because then all of a sudden, you become really annoying.
Well, and that's the thing, and CJ didn't do that. Like, the easiest comparison we have is here, because we watched every day of training camp, we watched every press conference, and you knew that CJ was a good cultural fit, but he wasn't telling you how great a cultural fit he was or what he was doing specifically. At least that I can't remember that. You watch it play out, So, text message, and we're going to play Daniel Jeremiah here in a second. Text message, I'd love to be a fly on the wall when Shedeur Sanders tries to tell Myles Garrett what he's doing wrong and why he's bad for the culture.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm here for that. Here's Daniel Jeremiah, who, former scout, NFL.com, I think one of the more respected voices in the scouting community. This is him with Kay Adams. If Cleveland and the Giants both pass on Shedeur, then what? Where does he land?
It gets interesting. I mean, I don't feel like the Raiders would be in the mix there. It just feels like with Geno and then with Pete at his age, and there's an urgency to kind of get this thing going right now and draft somebody at 6 that can help them versus taking your long-term quarterback. So I don't feel good about that. I do feel like Justin Fields is going to get some runway there with the Jets, so you take them out of the mix. Really, the next team is 9 is the Saints, and that's where the real conversation starts, because if he gets beyond 9K, now you start looking at it. You're hoping, if you're Shedeur, you're hoping that it's the Rams maybe that end that slide, or at that point in time, on the broadcast, we're going to start talking about, are those teams, the Giants, the Browns, if they've passed on quarterbacks, are they coming back in? So that's where it gets pretty interesting. 9 is, to me, a very pivotal moment.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was going to say, this is where, if he starts slipping in the draft, you by virtue of the way he is touting himself as this culture changer, you welcome in all the scrutiny on draft night of all of a sudden you're sitting there at 15, at 18, at 20, like you're supposed to be this great culture changer. You're still sitting here. Nobody's picking you right now.
What would be, what's the best thing for Shedeur Sanders if he goes to the Saints and maybe has a chance to start immediately, depending on what they choose to do with Carr, or to go to the Rams where he's going to have to, sit for a year or two while Matt and Kelly Stafford decide what to do?
I think the better the team that drafts him, the better it is for Shedeur. Him going to a bad team. Now, he's used to running around a lot. He played for some bad Colorado teams behind some bad offensive lines, but I don't even know that there's an analogy to make there. I think the best thing for him, I think the best thing for most young quarterbacks, to be honest, Seth, is to get drafted by a better team. You could ask me, what's better for Cam Ward, to get drafted number 1 by the Titans or get drafted number 21 by the Steelers? Long term, probably to get drafted by the Steelers instead of the ratchet-ass Titans who've run through plenty of quarterbacks over the last 10 years.
Yeah, the Saints would be so interesting just because there'd be instant quarterback controversy, too.
With Carr.
And Derek Carr doesn't seem like the kind of guy who's right now at this stage in his career. He still has a chip on his shoulder about proving how good he actually is. Yep. And yet, the Saints, in terms of going to one of the guys in the top half of the draft, the Saints make a lot of sense for a young quarterback, and that they have Olave, they have Brandon Cooks for whatever it's worth. They've got a good left tackle. It's not that bad of an environment for him. It's not a complete dumpster fire that's going to have to be turned around completely.
Yeah.
That if he wants to play immediately, that there's probably a better avenue there for that. But I think ideally the Rams would be the best because you've got a year or two until Matt Stafford decides to. The only thing there with the Rams is that Matt and Kelly Stafford seem to be a little bit hypersensitive about things.
About drafting a quarterback? Boy.
Wanting respect
Matt
and all that.
and Kelly versus Dion and Shedeur. That's a battle I'm here for.
Did we ever go over that? Some of the reports about how Kelly Stafford was the driving reason behind that there's people in the organization that are scared of Kelly Stafford.
We did.
Basically.
We talked about it when Matthew Stafford was flirting with other teams till they finally gave him an extension. We definitely talked about it.
People in the organization reportedly felt like that was driven by Kelly Stafford mostly. So that'd be interesting to watch Kelly Stafford's social media if they drafted Shedeur.
If Shedeur hadn't said all these things about wanting to immediately change a culture and how amazing he is and all this other stuff, it's a no-brainer to say, man, go to a good team with a good head coach, sit behind a quarterback who's old for a couple of years, and then take over the reins. It's the Jordan Love situation with Aaron Rodgers. It's how the Packers have done it for each of their quarterbacks over the last couple decades. Text message, Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. Why do you guys pile on Shedeur? Is it because of Dion or him? Why is all of a sudden everything about him wrong? The media has really beat him up since the Combine.
It's a weird question about maybe once every couple of weeks here. For a guy that's one of the top two quarterbacks, or at least presumably one of the top two quarterbacks in this draft, I don't know if there's any Shedeur has made a lot of bold proclamations about just how good he is and just how he's going to change the culture of places, and he's the number 2 quarterback in the draft. So I don't know.
Because
I don't feel like I'm really piling on Shedeur, other than in some ways showing that he's approaching this in a way that's very atypical for the way most quarterbacks approach the draft.
While I protest the term piling on in this sentence, I'll answer the question. It's because of him. It's because of him, because he's saying things that I think are going to come back to bite him in the end. And I think the higher up he gets drafted, I think the better chance it is to come back and bite. The worse the team he goes to, the worse it's going to come back to bite him in the end.
Right. No, and a lot of this too. It's the way that Dion operates. He invites a lot of this in. Like, he loves to act and play like he's the victim, but he invites a lot of it with all of his bombastic statements. Like, that's why. If you're really wondering why, it's because that's exactly what they invite. And you're going to sit here and stick up for them inviting what they're inviting? Don't be a schmuck. Don't be a sucker. Don't be a fool. Don't be an idiot. Don't be a clown. Don't be any of those things, all right? And act like,
awesome.
I can't believe these guys are talking about these guys in a way after those guys totally and 100% conduct themselves in a way that they want to be. To be one of these morons that doesn't get and see what's going on in front of your own eyes.
Okay,
my God.
A local draft prospect makes a very interesting decision. We'll get to that. And we'll circle back to the Coogs as well. In a game like this, we must ask the question, Florida comeback or Cougar collapse? Which one do you got? Which was it last night in the last, 5 minutes of that game that the Cougs lost? We'll get to that coming up next. But first, Daily and Black. I want to talk about
Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, just to put a bow on our draft talk from the previous segment, were you surprised, Seth, that Jalen Milroe accepted an invitation to attend the draft in Green Bay in a couple of weeks?
A little bit.
Yeah.
Because the NFL has been very careful now to try not to invite too many guys. They don't actually want there to be green room moments where guys are plummeting down the draft board and turning it into a sob story for guys like or turning into like with Johnny Manziel or things where it just gets super dramatic and very uncomfortable for the draft pick. Well, I guess the most recent glaring example would have been what's his name for the Titans?
Will Levis. It was Will
Levis
2 years ago. Yeah.
Will Levis with his girlfriend.
His girlfriend who looked like she was ready to bail after night one.
It looked like she was there for the pub and was not liking the pub she was getting.
I was told you were going to be gone by 10th overall, and we're still sitting here.
Those two aren't possibly still together, are they?
No. Can't be. No chance. Oh.
Yeah, so I'm guessing that, because Jalen Milroe, it's anybody's guess to where he goes. I'm wondering if they've given him, if they've given him a lot of assurances that, hey, we're not going to make this. If you end up getting drafted, then, hey, we'll be there for it and everything, but we're not going to make a big deal out of it if you don't end up going in the first round.
Or even if there's, you're right, or even if he's up there and they don't show, I'm kind of echoing what you're saying, but maybe there's even a thought that, hey, we'll have a few guys there that we think are highly likely to be drafted on day 2.
That's true, too. Yeah, maybe they're going to change up. That would be kind of cool, actually, as long as guys are – I think the way it was before was it was set up for there to be dramatic moments like that, where if you go into it and, you have some guys where there's uncertainty about exactly where they're going to get drafted, then you just you treat it like reality TV, but in more of a respectful way.
Yeah.
So, and And likewise, just from everything I've ever read about Jalen Milroe, it seems like he's not a guy that's got this gigantic ego that needs to be there at the draft or anything. So it raised my eyebrows, but as long as they handle it the right way, then it could end up being a really cool moment, especially if he does end up going in the first round.
It seems like his stock is going up a little bit. We'll see what happens. So I posed the question about last night's NCAA men's tournament final: Cougar collapse or Gator comeback? And people are weighing in on the text page, and I'll read the text. Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. Do you have a side in that one, Seth? Do you feel like it was more the last, say, 3 to 6 minutes of that game where Florida mounted their comeback was more on the Cougs collapsing, or was it Florida dictating things?
I felt like it was more Florida dictating. But a comment because
I mean, it's never one thing. I understand
they
that.
couldn't. Right? No. I mean, you could point to various things. It's just shooting in general, whether it was at the free throw line or whether it was from the field. They shot 25% from the field.
Yeah.
They were 25% from three.
Yeah.
They were what? Were they 34% from the field?
I'll pull it up. I've got it right here.
They couldn't put up good shots.
Yeah.
And part of that is because the Florida plays really good defense. They typically send their opponents to the line a lot. In the way they were calling in the second half, if you could have just scored more from the free throw line, I would have felt better about it.
They only shot 14 free throws in the game, the Cougs did.
Yeah.
And they made 9. Yeah. They were 35% overall from the field, 24% from three-point range. If I had to lean to one, it's never one thing, because Florida certainly did some things to impart that pressure on the Cougs. But, man, it sure did feel like some of the things, as I'm typing things happening in the rundown, Seth, I'm going, dribbled it off the knee. That last play of the game, it felt more to me like the Cougs shrunk in the moment than it was Florida just played this great brand of basketball over the last 6 or 7 minutes.
They kept the game in the 60s, where that should benefit Houston. If you play the game in the 60s, that's your style of basketball. And when you have that 11-point lead with however many minutes remaining, just if you down the stretch playing your style of basketball, yeah, that's a game that you should win. If you could not, I mean, and ultimately, look, credit to Houston for Florida for being able to pull themselves back into it. But even when you get down to the final 2 minutes of the game, you ended it in with 4 turnovers.
That's my point.
Your final 4 possessions of the game. If you just don't turn the ball over once when you have that 1-point lead, what's the outcome of the game? So, yes, you squandered that lead, but ultimately, man, you're a team that thrives in these moments at the ends of games, and you just flat out, I know that the score wasn't a destruction, but in terms of just turning the ball over on 4 straight possessions, you got destroyed in that regard. If
you told the Cougs the game was going to be in the 60s before the game, that's a great point. I think they would have felt confident they were winning that basketball game. The Gators beat you at your style of game. They beat you in a rock fight last night, and so that to me says more collapse than Florida, Florida comeback. And so you got that. And I think the other thing, too, the 4 turnovers, as you pointed out, this is a team, the Cougs, whose success is built on just getting the ball up at the rim more times than you. Because they're great on the offensive glass. They're relentless. They turn you over, and they just get more possessions in a game than you do. Down the stretch, they didn't get shots off. You're turning the ball over. Like, the ball didn't get to the rim in the last 2 minutes of that game. So, yeah, I think I go Cougar collapse, and a lot of the Cougs on the text page are as well. 4097, Cougar collapse for sure. 77, Cougar collapse 100%. Florida was ultimately the more well-rounded team, so they were going to make a comeback attempt at some point. If the Cougs make shots down the stretch in the second half and someone helps Cryer in scoring the points, and that's the other thing, too. No balance in the scoring at all.
And
I
it
think
was,
they win that game comfortably, they said. Yeah.
You look at the final play, and it's easy enough to say, well, look, take Cryer out of it. What's Florida do? They say, well, we'll take Cryer out of it.
Yep.
And we trust that we'll be able to, we trust that these other guys aren't going to be able to pick up the slack.
Yeah.
And that was the appropriate strategy. And also, I mean, you credit the coaching of Florida. Clayton, after the game, said that they anticipated that double screen. They've worked on it, and in that moment, he played it brilliantly defensively, and ends up winning the game for him. I got a bone to pick with Google.
Oh, yeah?
Every time I go to pull up the box score for this game, the box score comes up after I just search Florida Houston box score.
Yeah.
And fireworks go exploding off in front of the box score.
Dude.
You don't know me, Google.
Yeah, no kidding.
I thought you did. How are you not mining my information well enough and spying on me to know that I don't want to see fireworks when I pull up the box score
Why
for this
would
game?
they do that? That's awful. Google?
That's it. I'm selling all my stock.
Yeah.
How's Google doing?
I don't know. How's the stock market doing?
It's going to be a tax. It's going to be a tax play
I haven't looked
for me,
yet.
I think. Yeah.
I haven't looked yet. This text message: Cougar collapse. Florida. Oh, I read that one already. Here's another one. It was a U of H collapse. They had a 12-point lead at one time. They should have blown out Florida. There's a similarity to the game last night and the Duke-Houston game in that the team that ended up winning the game, the team that ended up mounting the big comeback in the second half and ultimately winning the game because they've forced some mistakes, was probably a little closer at halftime than they expected to be. Could the Cougs have put them away at halftime? If it's a 12-point lead at the half, does the game play out the same? Does that mean they get up by 20 at some point in the second half?
Yeah, I don't know.
I
have a hard time with that because, Florida had the toughness and the tenacity to not give up in the second half itself when they were down by 12. I have a hard time thinking that, they would have gone in at the halftime and thought, oh, that's it, fellas. Yeah. Looks like it's all over. Let's just start making our plans for the draft and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not the timing of when you relinquished the big lead doesn't really do it for me.
Hey guys, I feel the Cougs could have won, but I think that Florida was more battle tested playing in the SEC this year. I mean, the SEC is a better conference than the Big 12. I feel like Florida was battle tested in the tournament in some of the things just in the last 2 weeks. UConn gave them an amazing game in the second round. Texas Tech, Auburn, they were trailing Auburn by 8 at the half in that game. This is a Florida team that's had to come back quite a bit in this tournament, so I feel like they were not uncomfortable being down by 12. The Cougs got Tennessee down by, 15 in that game? They ended up winning by 19? Tennessee did not look comfortable being down by that much. Florida did not look uncomfortable.
My takeaway is that Walter Clayton is a tougher grittier flag. That listen, Cooper Flagg has a history of underperforming in the final moments of these games, whereas Walter Clayton's had faced adversity in the tournament and then faced adversity shooting on this night, where it helped you out because you took the under on Walter Clayton.
I did.
But man, came up huge in the second half and on the final play of the game.
Yeah, I had lots of cushion on that bet because he was goose eggs at the half. 11 in the second half? No problem. No problem at all. Okay, interesting question about this loss, the Cougs loss to Florida last night versus an historic loss by the Cougs 42 years ago. I'm going to save this for the final segment. What was the more devastating loss as a U of H basketball fan? Last night or the Lorenzo Charles dunk in 1983? I was not in Houston in 1983, but I will project and just look at the two losses as an unbiased observer and say which one I think should feel or should have felt worse. But text in. If you were around for both of those and you were feeling the pain of both of those losses, which one hit you harder? 1983 and Jim Valvano, or last night and the Gators putting the clamps on the Cougs? We'll talk about that coming up next.
I'll tell you what. Listen, you heard me talking about whether I was going to
from the Caramios. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Well, I stole a question from a texter to the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line, who said, "What's worse, the 1983 loss by the Coogs to North Carolina State, where, for those who weren't there, not around to watch it on TV, a heavily favored U of H team? This is pre-shot clock, pre-three-pointer. This is Phi Slamma Jamma with Clyde Drexler and Hakeem Olajuwon, Larry Michaud, Michael Young, just an amazing team against Jim Valvano, a team that barely snuck into the tournament. They won the ACC tournament that year as sort of an upset, and they were the ultimate Cinderella, and they win on the last play of the game. Derek Wittenberg takes a shot from about 30 feet that only goes about 27 feet, but it landed in Lorenzo Charles' hands, and he dunked it, and the rest is history. I don't need to recap the whole thing for everybody. But we had a texter ask which one hits harder, which one hits worse, last night or 1983. Before I read any of the text, Seth, I would guess that most people are going to say 1983 because we were such heavy favorites, and it was such an iconic team, Phi Slamma Jamma.
And it was a different time in college basketball, too, where the names were that much larger and the attention all season long was so much greater that, it's Hakeem, it's Clyde, it's all of that, that if you were alive for both of those and plugged in both of those, I got to think 1983 was
killing it on the text page right now.
Yeah.
The Jimmy V win, these are texts. The Jimmy V win was so much worse because he went on to work for ESPN, and every time they showed him on the set, especially once he was dying from cancer, they showed that stupid dunk that U of H lost on for 20 years. Just kidding, sort of. Okay.
Yeah.
So you're being a little insensitive about the cancer, I thought, for a second, but the JK at the end, okay. I still hate the 83 loss. It was far worse. I was only 7 and mad that Hakeem wasn't there to rebound the miss or block the cheap-ass putback by NC State. The 83 loss, this is another text, has been an open sore for 42 years. I don't see this loss having the same effect. I wasn't here in 83 in Houston. I would agree with all this, right? Like these are all things that I would guess. That's how I would feel if I were a long-time Houston fan.
That was one where you felt like you really blew it.
Yeah,
It was, and it, especially in a lot of ways. But not to diminish the pain that anybody's feeling this morning. We're not here to power rank your pain, even though that's what we just did.
Okay.
I guess if that's solace to anybody, this isn't going to haunt you the same way it's haunted your grandpa that won't shut up about 1983 at Thanksgiving every year. Okay?
Right.
Yeah, that's like you're not. It's not going to affect the way you operate in life henceforth the way that it did for many of your forebears. Yes.
I don't even know what this one means. The Cougs have hit their ceiling with Sampson at the helm. They were one shot away from winning the national last night.
Okay, this is because we had somebody earlier say, well, okay, this is just evidence that this style of basketball isn't going to ultimately work. I mean, you just beat Duke with this style of basketball. You beat the favorite in the previous round, and then you came within 1 point. You had the lead, and if all you do is don't turn the ball over 4 straight times, like it's not their style of play to turn the ball over on their final 4 possessions. And they did this, and they did it as they have a really good recruiting class coming in.
Yeah.
So they've done it they've scrapped their way to within a point and within a minute of the national championship. That somehow this is the ceiling. Why? Because Kelvin Sampson's 69 years old? He might as well be 49, given the energy and the way he operates and everything. I'm not worried about his age one bit. So, yeah, the ceiling is that you lost in the final minute of the championship game. I don't get that.
You beat Duke because of this style of play. You didn't just beat them with this style of play. You beat them because you weren't fighting fire with fire in that game, trying to take on 3 lottery picks with conventional basketball. Like you had to do it playing physical, playing the way you did, mucking the game up a little bit and forcing them into mistakes over the last 10 minutes of that game. So, yeah, they reached the ceiling. Like if they shoot 30% from 3-point land, they win that game last night. You know what I mean? Like They were one of the best three-point shooting teams in the country. If they're within 10% of what they were doing throughout the season, they probably win that game last night. They make a couple more shots, you win that game. So I don't get that one.
If anything, in a lot of ways, I feel like, all right, depending on if you have a true point guard on the floor, for instance.
That was the biggest problem, yes.
Yeah, if anything, I don't feel that this particular team, because let's remember, too, it's college basketball in the year 2025. It's not like we're talking about broad windows of time and, oh, no, now the window is closed because you lose Juwan Roberts and L.J. Cryer. I don't feel that way at all. I don't feel that, no, this slams the door shut on it. Now, it doesn't mean that it's easy to get back to the Final Four whatsoever. There's no part of me that feels like, oh, okay, well, they missed their golden opportunity or something with Kelvin Sampson. It just it doesn't feel that way to me.
Yeah, this is not a group of seniors where there's no recruiting class coming in the next year. Like, this is not – I've rooted for teams like that before with my own school. Like, there were times Mike Bray had really good Notre Dame teams, but you could look and see what the recruiting was and what was coming down the pipe, and you're like, well, if they don't get to the Final Four this year, they're not going to be in the conversation for at least another 2 or 3 years.
Honestly, I feel like with Kelvin Sampson and the way he operates his program, it feels like it's more NIL proof than a lot of what a lot of the blue bloods have it operating now, which is you're still kind of victim to whether the great recruits and the blue chippers you bring in are actually going to deliver, and then if the way Sampson's program is, you don't have to worry about that to nearly as great a degree. Whether the blue chippers come in and only stay for a couple of years or not, the backbone of the program is so strong compared to a lot of those other places that I feel comfortable that they're going to be in a chance to do this again.
Yeah, I think like the best chance with Kelvin Sampson, like there's the guys he brings in, there's a better chance they're leaving to go pro than going to another college. That they're playing NIL mercenary games.
Yeah,
I think nobody's foolproof from it, but I think he does a pretty good job of identifying kids by definition of them wanting to come in and practice with the style. Forget about the play style. Talk about the preparation style, where all the guys on the team have to run a 5-minute mile just to get on the floor, where you're shooting 150 free throws a day, where you're playing Oklahoma drills with basketballs at practice. Those are all things he's very open about. Like, this is the style with which you're going to get coached. You're going to get coached hard. And I feel like kids that agree to that volunteer to do that, to come to a pro – I say volunteer. I mean, you're getting a full scholarship and a bunch of NIL money. But people that accept that assignment, I think, are less likely to just jump at money and go somewhere else, I would think,
Plus, we have just like the Astros have had Cuba and a lot of Latin America on lockdown in terms of their pipeline for a while.
Yeah.
I feel like Juwan Roberts has opened a conduit to the U.S. Virgin Islands.
I like that.
We'll be the U.S. Virgin Islands Northwest.
Yeah, that's good. We'll get all 3 of the guys.
Yes.
Every the Virgin Islands.
Yeah.
Where's Tim Duncan when you need him?
A pipeline.
Yeah. 713-572-4610. Hey, the Masters Club dinner is tonight. Scotty Scheffler did about as good a job. I love this every year, like what they decide to serve at the Masters Club dinner. Mostly because for guys that play a sport that's very hoity-toity, they oftentimes choose food that I would definitely choose just to go eat out with my buddies,
Yeah.
Scotty Scheffler, cheeseburger sliders served Scotty style.
Okay.
Firecracker shrimp is awesome with sriracha mayo, really good. These are the appetizers. Papa Chef's meatball and ravioli bites.
Ooh, good call there.
That's a good one.
Okay, those are the appetizers. For some reason, I was thinking cheeseburger sliders with the entree or something.
Appetizers.
You're dipping down into a little too into my life there. Yeah, I don't. Okay.
First course, Texas-style chili with cheddar cheese, jalapenos, and corn chips. So basically a Frito pie is what that is, it sounds like.
Good job not messing it up and throwing beans into the mix somehow there.
All right.
You gotta call it Texas style and then say lots of beans, extra beans.
What would 2025 Seth Payne choose for his main course? Wood-fired cowboy ribeye or blackened redfish? Both sound delicious.
Oh, that's a tricky one there. Usually when I'm at a nice restaurant, I try to act like, I eat healthy all the time, and I get the fish just because I know it's going to be the best fish I've had in a long time. But I got to go with the ribeye on this.
Yeah.
If I'm at the Masters, yeah.
Family-style macaroni and cheese, jalapeno cream corn, soy glazed chipotle, lime, roasted sweet potatoes.
Is there no way that anybody can do up Brussels sprouts to where they'll be appetizing to you?
Not to me. No, I'm just not into them. Amy loves them. It's one of her favorite appetizers. That's why when we go somewhere nice, when you go somewhere nice, you order an appetizer and it's enough to serve like at least 3 or 4 people. The Brussels sprouts feels like such a waste of money to me because I'm not going to eat any of them. And
it is one of the weird things about a nice steakhouse that you're like, oh, yeah, get a big old slab of beef and then, a gigantic saucer of steamed broccoli? Yeah. How do you do it?
Yeah.
How do you come up with such magnificent?
I think it's a wash away the guilt thing, like, if I have this one thing that I know is nutritious, it's going to make up for that butter cake that I'm about to eat in about 20 minutes, that kind of thing, That's why I've failed on anytime I've tried anything approaching the carnivore diet or anything where it's nothing but meat and anything else. It's like I follow the carnivore diet right until somebody the slops down 3 scoops of macaroni and cheese. Yeah.
And I'm like, I'm off the carnivore diet. I'm carnivore diet plus lots and lots of carbs, refined carbs.
Warm chocolate chip skillet cookie with vanilla bean ice cream. Hard to screw that up.
Good, but man, it's not. What can we give up this? Or serving a cookie as a dessert?
Yeah.
Am I supposed to eat that with a fork and a knife or something? No, he ruined it with that. It's a skillet cookie.
He ruined it. He ruined the whole dinner because I got to tell you. Other than the only thing I would do to this dinner is I would take the Brussels sprouts and I'd throw them out the window. Mm-hmm. I would add lobster to the mac and cheese, and I would make cheesecake the dessert for the scoop of ice cream. From
I
Astros.
don't like only having one choice and it's a chocolate chip skillet cookie.
You need multiple choices for the dessert to make this.
Yeah, I would. Man, I'll tell you honestly, with cookies, I tend to. I feel like the store bought. I actually prefer store-bought cookies, almost just because they've got that. One of the best innovations in all of not just food but science in recent years has been that you can peel back the top of the cookie container.
Tell me
where you
about it.
peel it off and pretend like you're not going to eat the entire container of cookies, but you're like, oh yeah, I'll have one sleeve and then I'll put the plastic back on, and it's nice and easy. But there it sits on your passenger seat.
Yep.
You're still got 45 minutes to drive. And they're like, okay, well, I'll just peel back without even having to take my eyes off the road and have another. What's the one I'm looking? The Nabisco one.
The Oreos. I was about to say. It sounds like someone's been spying on me with my vanilla Oreos in the.
Chips Ahoy. Chips Ahoy is my go-to.
Chips Ahoy. Yeah.
So you just peel back, and I have another Chips Ahoy, and then I put it back, and then I have another Chips Ahoy.
Those vanilla, the lemon ones they have now with the Oreos. Oh man! And you're right. Oh, it just peels right back. It sticks. It's closed.
Yeah.
It's closed.
Yeah.
Boy, it sure is
tidy
easy.
is what it is.
It is tidy,
You don't get crumbs all over the place.
It's nice.
Or evidence, as I like to call it. The other thing I realized the other day?
What's that?
Is that I don't know if I've eaten M&Ms in the car a single time in the last 20 years without thinking of Tommy Boy, the movie. without in my mind saying, like, candy shell. I'm surprised you didn't know that. Yeah.
That's great. What's up, fellas? John Lopez, Reggie Atatula.
I didn't realize I could disagree with Seth so vehemently.
You were shaking what were you shaking your head over that he was saying?
All the cookie takes.
Yeah.
Like the skillet cookie is nice and soft. You eat that with the spoon, right, with your ice creams. Go ahead and scoop that up. And then, like, the Chips Ahoy cookie, I feel like we can do you a lot better here, Seth. I feel like we could elevate your cookie game, and that's probably what you're talking about here is your cookie game is a little too low, brother.
I've had some of the finest cookies in the land.
I would expect.
I've had cookies in foreign countries. I prefer my store-bought cookies. I just enjoy I actually like that there's a certain sturdiness and substance that comes with lots of man-made chemicals added to my cookies.
Yes. By the way, this is Crosstalk, sponsored by D&M Auto Leasing. Yeah, thank you, Ben Gary, for reminding me of that. How we feeling this morning, fellas, after last night?
Just
like
sick.
duty.
Yeah.
Sick.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It was tough.
I've been texting with my son for about an hour and a half now.
You have one that went to U of H, right?
Yeah, he's just sick. BG, the middle one.
BG went to U of H.
Your favorite, right?
And my daughter went to the game because her husband went to U of H, so she was there.
Oh.
And she said if she never hears it's great to be a Florida Gator again, it'll be too soon.
Yeah.
It'll be too soon. She said it went on for an hour.
That's tough, man.
Doing their stupid chomping and
yes,
all that.
all that stuff.
The graphic on TV this morning is like national champions is what they've been saying.
God.
Yeah. Somebody let that one fly during the broadcast earlier. I don't remember who it was on the broadcast, but someone let that one fly. It's like,
That's
all
just
right,
brutal.
guys.
That's brutally insulting by alligators. You know?
Yes. Yeah,
remember that guy that jumped into the water there in Louisiana?
Yeah.
Next to that sign that said danger alligators.
Yeah, well.
What's his family thinking about all that? You know? Thanks. Way to go, gators.
That's insensitive.
Bastards.
Yep. Yeah, that was tough, man. Just that play, just watching the ball.
The final play.
Sitting there on the final play. Mm-hmm. And I'm saying to myself, I'm like, this is the moment where I am sad for the Coogs.
Yeah.
But this is the moment where I'm a little bit thankful because I've rooted and been invested in teams like that before that have just the last play of the game and it just and you are sick for days afterwards. That was the part where the road forks and I'm like, okay, I still hurt, but at least I get to go to the side of the fork where the pain will be gone, after a day or so. That's a loss that you feel years and years and years and years from now.
Well, let me put it, I remember very vividly where I was, what I was doing when I watched the Cougs lose in 1983 on a very similar play. For that to happen again to them, I'm sure I will remember, where I was and what I was doing and, on this one.
Yeah.
It was eerie.
Yeah.
That's the thing that sucks. There's a thumbnail, right?
Yeah.
I think Ron was talking about it on the drive. He was like, and this is obviously about the Duke game, like what was the signature moment of that game? And oddly enough, I couldn't really come up with one. My best thought was like maybe the JoJo Tugler like big time block that he made. But the tough part about it is there's not going to be any difficulty moment in this game in the negative way for the Cougs.
No,
which really, really stinks.
and that whole last
Lorenzo
Charles. Well, and Emmanuel Sharp was bad the 2 or 3 possessions before that too.
Yeah,
he was responsible for
kicked it out of bounds.
The final 2 turnovers.
Yeah, the final 2 and maybe a third one in there too. I think
the weird thing that I'm having a hard time describing is the feeling I have that there's a weird way in which I also still respect Emmanuel Sharp for having the presence of mind to box out in that moment as he's waiting and watching. Yeah. It's almost like he made this incredible mess, but he knows that he can't clean it up. And
someone can.
His time wasn't. It probably felt like 20 or 30 seconds to him.
Yeah.
To just I wanted. There's a grudging respect that I have for him, just not in desperation grabbing the ball himself, but just such an awful moment for him personally.
So thus the question of the day is,
what do you do to help you cope and get over a terrible sports loss? I think we want to do a little bit of a therapy session with our question. Like what? Because I know some of my friends specifically are like, you get a loss and we immediately fire up the PlayStation and let's go avenge it by putting up 1,000 points, no matter what the game is on the team in the video game to try and at least visualize some level of a different perspective of what happened.
I don't. It's trying to think of the last one I took the same way the Cougs, like even the Notre Dame game in the national championship this year, it's 31-7 at one point. It's losing like that. That's the problem. Like losing cataclysmically at the end. The thing I don't do is I never go back and watch that game ever again.
Oh, wow. You're just like, put it in the vault.
Ever again. Ever again.
I've tried to. I still have to fight this. I'm better at it, but the emotional eating is a big one for me. I just want to grab a fork and dive into a skillet cookie. Give me all the skillet cookies.
Comes full circle.
Yes.
Whatever utensil you use there for the skillet cookies.
Does it matter the food with the emotional eating, or is there like a particular? Yeah, we got to get to these cookies.
There's got to be some kind of comfort food with a whole lot of sugar and warmth. Yeah. That's my culinary vagina in that moment. It's moist and wet and warm and just let me dive into it. Make
that
me
is
feel
a phrase
better.
I did not think existed. Honestly.
No.
That's
interestingly, that's tomorrow's question of the day.
What is
culinary vagina?
What is your culinary?
Hey, real quick, you're going to follow that real quick before we get canceled. Are you guys going to address this on the show? Because if you are, don't answer it now. Does the Cougs loss, and especially the way they lost, detract from the Duke win for you guys?
Yes, we are.
Do you enjoy it less now?
Yes, we
because
are.
of that. Okay, good.
That's actually one of my confessions.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I'll be listening.
I appreciate it.
All right, Seth, antibodies and culinary Food.
Yeah.
Culinary food.
Yeah. Genitalia, is that better? I don't think that works.
Genitalia. Yeah.
Anybody's in lobster mac to you.
Yes, lobster mac. All right, we're done. We're out of time. You're listening to KLT AM, KLT Houston, an Odyssey sports station. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig back in the saddle. They are in the loop and they start now.
Yep. I want to call it a happy Tuesday to you. I understand why it might not be for those listening, but still, let's have a good time as best as we can. And appreciation once more to D&M Auto Leasing for bringing us that crosstalk where I have a little bit new vocabulary that I did not anticipate that I would. I will try not to repeat it on air. I don't think it's actually a problem, but I'm scared. I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna be scared in this moment. I think that's the best thing for my career.
Somebody lock the door.
That's right. John Lopez, Figgy Fig, and I'm Reginald Atatula hanging out with you. Figgy, sorry to bring you back on these terms. I thought we'd be having a lot more fun today, buddy.
Yeah, me too. Me too.
Man.
I was about to stand outside the academy.
Yeah. Man. Like, I had thought about it.
I was debating on, going, but I'm like, the game a little too close. I got to watch.
Wait, so there were people that
were Coogs fans
were posted out there just like, it's going to get done.
I saw a couple of posts. There were Coogs fans waiting outside academy.
I ain't going to lie. When they was up 12, I was thinking okay.
Yeah.
I think, should I make my way to academy right now? But there was a little too much time left.
Yeah.
And if you somehow don't know what we're talking about, last night in the national championship game, the Coogs, after leading, I think with 2 minutes to go, literally all three of the Final Four games, or the games within the Final Four in the national championship game, the team that was leading at the last time out ultimately lost the game. And that obviously means that the Cougs fall to the Gators. 2 points, 65-63. And who are you more mad with this, but where do you place more blame? I don't know how you want to phrase it. Are you most mad at the Gators, the Cougs, or the refs?
Well,
713-572-4610 is the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line.
The Texas Hammer!
Welcome back, Jim. Also, the Mo Karam Injury Lawyers live stream.
We keep it 100.
On YouTube and Twitch, available for you.
I missed her. Hit me again, Figgy.
We keep it 100.
I missed her so much. All right, so like everybody, we're texting over the course of the game with various friends with different levels of fandom, when it comes to the Cougs. And I got all three of these. You got to give the Gators credit.
Oh, people on your phone were just lashing out in all directions, huh?
Yeah, you got to give the Gators credit. And the point that they made was valid. Like, Gators fans today are saying all the exact same things that Cougs fans said on Saturday night. Gritty, tough, forcing turnovers, getting the ball, making big shots, taking the other team out of its game. But that's not how it feels from the Cougs fans' perspective. That's how it feels from the Gators. So are you mad at the Gators because they did that? Or are you mad at the Cougs because they imploded, and we just talked about it there at the end with the turnovers and, what was it, 4 straight possessions without even taking a shot? 4 straight possessions at the end of the game without even taking a shot. Are you mad at the Cougs? Whatever obviously we all feel for Emmanuel Sharp, but, sort of mad at him, mad at I've seen people texting me, Kelvin Sampson, why are you walking the ball up the floor? And, why shouldn't you, this and that? Or are you mad at the refs? And let's just be honest, that's the one I got the most of. Because I know so many Cougs fans, including my middle son, who I really need to to console almost every 10 minutes because he's just sick about it. The answer, Reggie, is all three. The answer is yes on all three. The answer is yes.
There's definitely room for all of them. I think that's what makes it a good question to kind of probe our psyche. Let's stop down on one of the things that you asked about why are you walking it up, or why did that final play look the way that it did, and I'll circle back around. And there's no better person to ask about that than head coach of the Houston Cougars, Kelvin Sampson. This was him on the podium after the game about that final play.
It's a possession. What did you want? Well, we didn't need a 3, but if Emmanuel got clearance, there's no reason why he shouldn't take that. I mean, Emmanuel's a big shot taker. We ran a misdirection. We ran LJ off a stagger, and then we ran Emmanuel up the gate. That play, as we've worked on that play many times. But you've got to get a shot attempt in that situation. That's where I'm disappointed that we didn't get a shot attempt. Previous possession, we didn't get a shot attempts, and those are the things that you're going to have to live with this game.
Yeah, and I didn't mind it personally at all. How they played that last shot.
You didn't?
Well, I mean, he just talked about it. Something they've run. It's something that Emmanuel Sharp has done. You got to go with a player that can make and is unafraid to take the big shot. It was the execution. It was just a complete abomination of the execution. The only slight problem I had with it was they were casual coming up the court with the ball. Get it up the court, give yourself more chances too. But that's after the fact, sort of, just criticism. After it doesn't work. If it worked, we'd have all been happy.
Sure, but I also feel like in that moment when I was watching it with a group of, a pretty nice selection of Cougs fans in Edo. In that moment, I'm like, yo, I hate what's happening right now. Go early. Like, literally the words that I was saying.
The walking it up is what caught
Go early. Go early. It felt like one of those moments where you got to understand not just the circumstance, but the offense that you've been running. And the offense had been paltry down the stretch there. So I'm like, go early, give yourself a chance to get a shot up, and then more specifically, lean on what your offensive identity has been, not just in this game, but all season long, which is we are not the team that draws up the pretty play. This is Kelvin Sampson's words almost verbatim.
He said it in the last time out.
We're not the team that draws up the pretty play, but we're going to get a rebound and put the shot up, and ultimately that possession will be 2 points, just like if you drew up the pretty play. And it felt like they were going for the pretty play in a way that I understand what he was saying. Kelvin Sampson, everything he said there was factually correct, and I think I understand where he's coming from. One, also trying to be, protective in some ways of his guys while also being honest. But at the same time, I'm like, go early first and foremost and give yourself an opportunity and allow your bigs to get in here and factor in, or maybe get a second shot with a tap out, which they've been very, very good at. But also for me, the thing that really frustrated me, the thing that really grinded my gears in that moment is that all the action, right? Like there was actions happening, but all the actions are happening above the break, above the three-point line, and there's nothing that's actually forcing the Florida defense to move and take accounting and maybe even miss an assignment that would allow an easier shot. Everything was happening in front of them that made it put the onus entirely on the Cougs to make something amazing happen, which again, if you lean on the idea for the last 4 minutes or so, actually 2 minutes, because there was a tip back with 2 minutes to go, the last 2 minutes of the game, you had not really found offense. Like I don't think that you should lean on the idea that we're just going to beat them on this possession.
No, I agree with you, but I think that's where you give Florida credit. That's where you give them credit for the way they did that almost the entire second half. Really, really stretching the Cougs out. Again, the one thing I agree with you on is just the pace of getting into that play. But let's go through them all, because I just said the answer is yes. Let's credit the Gators. Let's be mad at the Cougs, and let's be mad at the refs. Going through these things, like the Gators, you really do have to give them credit. It might hurt.
100%.
It is absolutely something that you didn't want to see. But they were, and I was texting you guys in the first half, they were soft. They were timid and soft in the first half.
Who, the Cougs?
The Gators.
Gators.
They were just getting pushed around. Something at halftime, and maybe this is another comparison to what the Cougs did in the second half against Duke. Holden put fight in that team, and they wasted no time pushing back. All those 5 consecutive fouls to open the second half, you're thinking, oh, wow, Cougs are going to run. No, it changed the Gators' mentality and their approach, and their defense started to stretch the perimeter a lot more, which is what you're talking about on the last possession, forced the Cougs into longer passes, tougher shots. They crashed the boards like the Cougs usually do. And on top of that, their big men, Cougs are still trying to figure out how to stop them from slipping screens.
That was the thing
they
that
just had an open path.
Just a ton of slipping screens, a lot of instances of not getting back quickly.
Yeah.
Because there had to be, and this was in the first half, there had to be the first 6 points, 6 of the first 8 points that were just the ball going over the top right into the post for the easiest and the best, most efficient shot in basketball. Sorry, all the emotions.
No, I want
are
you
coming
to
back up.
All 3 of these things. I want you to get your reaction and figure if you got any.
Honestly, my answer is going to exist with the Cougars. I do think that they had ample opportunity to win this basketball game. And the thing that frustrates me the most about this, I talked about that final possession where ultimately it's a turnover because Emmanuel Sharp comes up off of the pin down. or I guess the gate action as they termed it, and he gets an opportunity to try and like launch a deep three, which I'm cool with Emmanuel Sharp taking. I would like for it to happen earlier, especially because when you wait that long, the defense can key on the fact that you don't have an opportunity to do anything else. So I can close out and I can contest this shot heavily, knowing I don't think you're actually going to pull this down and take it somewhere else.
Yeah.
He did make the wrong decision in that moment, but I understand how you could, jumping as opposed to up faking, taking the something we saw him do against Duke, mind you.
And that's what Sampson apparently told him.
So I understand that happened, but that is one of the last 4 possessions where this team turned over the basketball and didn't get a shot.
Right.
And that is so antithetical to who this team has been. Like, this team is typically the one that takes care of the basketball. Like, I'll ask this as a question here, Lopez. Who looks like the more experienced team in this game, especially down the stretch?
Let me answer that with I think another type question.
Yeah, question asking.
Because we just gave the Gators credit. Now let's be mad at the Coogs.
Oh, I was already there.
I know.
Welcome. We have refreshments on the side table.
I have never seen them so out of character, ever. They were completely out of character. And I go back to something that happened in the first time out of the game when they were asking. They were at, what's the sideline reporter's name? I'm drawing a blank.
Was it Tracy Wolfson?
Tracy Wolfson asked Kelvin Sampson about them not hitting a three. I think they were 0 for 7 at that point, 0 for 3. And he said, well, it's a national championship game. Our guys are nervous.
Since when?
They're going to settle in. And after the game, I kept going back to that. Did they ever get over the nerves, the Cougs? That's putting a lot on them, but they sure did look like a team. Like, they committed 4 turnovers in the first 36 minutes. They committed 5 in the last 4. And then, of course, we know what happened in the final moments, and their offense was just so out of sorts. Credit to the Gators, of course. And you couldn't even take up a shot?
You think the lights was too bright for U of H?
I think they wanted it so bad. It's so bad for Kelvin Sampson that they were out of sorts. They were not themselves.
That's interesting. I don't know if I felt that fully. It just felt, the thing that felt like it came up is the typical backstop for this team is, well, we're going to knock down some threes here and there, or we're just going to shut down your possessions. And to be fair, the winning team scored all of 65 points. So the defense was there to a large degree, but they typically do not have the huge dry spells that they did in late parts of the second half, right? That allowed what was at a 12-point lead at one point to disintegrate. And that's the thing that they typically do to other teams. And to be fair, Florida is a great team. It's one of the things that we kind of talked about with all of these Final Four teams coming into this is that these historically are top 10 all-time teams that have made it or that have played in college basketball, and so it made sense that they were in the Final Four. So a team like that you believe is capable of having a 10-0 run. That's the type of thing that's necessary to be a champion. You just typically don't see that against the Cougs getting 10-0'd.
Right.
And usually there's like a LJ Cryer 3 to stop that, or Milos Uzan 3. And it just felt like the ways in which at any given point during this year, one of the guys, one of the big dogs, Jawan Roberts, LJ Cryer, Milos Uzan, sometimes Emmanuel Sharp, somebody does something to stop the bleeding. And it felt like in this game, they were looking around and none of them ultimately gave them that tourniquet they were looking for.
They weren't themselves. There has to be something there. Now, let's be mad at the refs, okay? Because a lot of people are blaming the refs.
I can't get myself to that place.
Well, here's the thing, and let's just out here. They called 4. This is the argument that I will listen to. They called 4 fouls total in the first half.
Yes,
and then all hell broke loose. So the Cougs didn't quite know how to play. In fact, after the technical on the Florida bench, which everybody kind of got up after a wild call, the fouls were 11 for Houston and 1 for Florida. So I'm not saying the refs blew the game in terms of like a call, although we can talk about the goaltending and the butterfly effect there from the first half.
Yeah,
Cougs would have been up 8 at halftime instead of 3. That might have been something. But let's set that aside, like a particular call. I think the refs kind of got in the Cougs' heads also. It's like, man, you called 4 fouls the whole first half and we're all over these cats, and then you call, was it 3 fouls in 9 seconds on the Cougs?
Yes.
And then 11-1 at the end of the game? That's what I'm saying, like just how they called the game, not a particular call.
I think that's fair, but I think that doesn't raise to the point of being mad or anger for me. I think you're right. It's worth noting, and I'm glad that you have, especially that the goaltend that was missed. Like, that was absolutely something that is going to I'm sure it's dropped into the stomachs of a lot of Cougs fans out there.
Yeah.
But man, I really continue to look at all of these games in the tournament, and I saw the kind of lackadaisical officiating, and I think that we get more of this as we watch so much basketball, and we watch it in a very clear manner, and we have opportunities to see instant replays, and then people on Twitter screen grabbing it and being able to Zapruder film.
Exactly.
Like, we get a feeling for the happen every day officiating. I do understand like the wild swing in the way that the game was called, but ultimately for me, the thing that changed this game was not being able to score baskets for a long period of time, and I don't think that was due to the officials, even though I don't think the officials were particularly good. I think you could say the same thing in that Duke game. We saw the various ways. In fact, we mentioned it, that, there was weird things like, calling obvious, like not even like tough calls, but just like the ones that you feel like should be made, just and regularly for officials. Those were not made. I'm not willing to get to that place. It just felt like, and again, if you talk about the refs getting in their head, that is also very far away from who the Cougs have been. They've been the steady team. They're the experienced team. You expect them to take most of those types of things in stride. Ultimately, they just didn't knock down shots, and they especially didn't get off shots in the times where they really, really needed it. Really stinks, because this felt like an opportunity, and we can talk more about this as we go, and we will on this program, what this means in a larger scale. Like, once we get past that, you have a 69-year-old head coach. You have Juwan Roberts, who's done with his college career. Like, that's the part that really makes it suck, is that it feels like this was your shot. This was your best shot that you had. I mean, not just feels. It is literally the best shot you've had in decades.
Since 1983.
And you were a large part in the reason why it didn't happen. It didn't get taken from you. You gave it away.
Yeah.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Just getting going on a Tuesday here in the great city of Houston. Coming up next, let's circle around to the other team that was playing about the same time last night, the Houston Astros. And I've got a question for you. Again, 713-572-4610. Are you having fun watching these Astros early on? About that next.
Playoff. Who will they face? We'll find out soon enough. Congrats, fellas.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Your Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Zadig Jewelers.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Geno Smith says he and head coach take over for Russell Wilson when Smith was resigned to career backup. I believe the Raiders will be better this season, possibly a playoff team, but the big
are members of the National Association of Realtors. Right by you.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez.
It is what it is means nothing.
And Reggie Atatula.
And that, my friends, is a scoregami.
Always live. Always.
713, what's the damn number? 572-4610.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio.
Right here on Sports Radio 610, Reginald Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig hanging out with you on this Tuesday. Hope that you are managing. Hope that you're doing all right. And honestly, if you're having a good day, God bless you. I'm happy about that for you. We're making it through after the Coogs fall in the national championship game. It felt like it was the opportunity to do it, man. It felt like this was their time. Unfortunately, it doesn't happen. So that happens, right? Like you have that game, and then as it's happening, I think about an hour into it, right? Because the Cougs game starts at 7:50.
Yeah, it timed out pretty good. I could switch away from one hero or whatever it is, one moment, one shining moment, because I hate that now. And go right to the Astros.
See, I told you wouldn't like it. But then right to the Astros, who started at 8:40 out there in Seattle, facing off against the Mariners. And during the course of watching this game, again, out amongst the people, which was fun. Shout out to the folks that I got to meet, Roy, Lindsay, George. Good hanging out with them.
Nice.
But, turned to watch the Astros. And one of the things, I don't even remember exactly what was said, but something was said that made me think, man, have we had any fun watching the Astros early on?
You having fun yet?
Like, are you having fun? 713-572-4610 is the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. Are you having fun?
Texas Hammer!
My bad, Jim. Are you having fun? You too, Jim. Are you having fun watching these Astros this year? Because that feels like maybe we take it for granted. We had a lot of fun watching the Astros for the last decade. It's just like you anticipate baseball season comes around and you may not win every game. I mean, I have a strong feeling that you're not going to go 1,000 as a baseball team, right? I think that's fair. But you largely expect, if I turn on this game, we're going to have fun. If I go out to the park, we're going to have fun.
Yeah.
You are, 10 games into this season, you are 4-6, and I don't know that I've had fun. Like, even on Sunday when you had you had a 9-7 overtime or extra time victory, you went to 10 innings. I thought that was more of an exhale than I had fun, which feels kind of wild considering that you came into spring training with such intrigue with this team. I haven't had fun yet. Have you?
I would put it this way. For the last 8 years, however long, you watch every Astros game knowing they're not going to win every one, but you expect them to have a chance to win every one. Like you always felt, let's see how they do it today, Even though they didn't always do it, you always had that confidence that they could do it. I would say now I'm watching the Astros with sports anxiety, not anxiety like, oh my gosh, my mortgage is due or something like that, but sports anxiety of just like, I don't know if they're capable of doing what they need to do here. Totally different, a complete 180 from the last 8 years.
Yeah, I mean, and I think obviously the tough part about it is offense is going to be fun. Like that's inherent to fun baseball. I think.
Is it?
I think so. Like, what's your counter argument here? That just like, hey, as long as you win, it's fun.
Offense.
No, I'm just saying offense in general. Good offense is inherent is fun baseball, and I think that's one of the big issues here. Not saying anything novel. Everybody knows. Everybody's seen it. The offense has not been clicking, and even with that, like you haven't the instances where you've kind of gotten a hold of a baseball. They found their ways directly to gloves, or you've stranded some runners here and there, like when you have managed to get them. Even yesterday, you're down 2-1 against the Mariners after, Hayden Wisniewski
great job.
Was good. Like, that's another part of this, right? Because the pitching has been pretty damn solid, man, and that's probably an understatement. Like, the pitching has been really good at the, when it comes to the starters. Your pen has been decent enough, has been solid, and then, you give yourself an opportunity, and they're just close for no real reason, and then you finally get an opportunity. You get people in runners in scoring position. You get Christian Walker up to the plate, and he hits a hot shot to third base, and that allows a couple of runs to score, but that's an error because the third baseman absolutely had an opportunity to get his glove on it. And even in that instance, you're like, all right, cool, we're going to sneak out of here with the victory, and then immediately it's getting back.
No, this was a very well-pitched game on both sides. You could even largely credit the bullpen. Obviously, the back end, Abreu did a job, again, after a little bit of a sticky situation there at the end. But no, it's the confidence you have in the clutch hits has absolutely vanished.
Yeah, and that's the thing. That's actually a great point to make is like the clutch hits, because I don't need him to be hitting up and down the lineup, like turn over the lineup every inning, which that is a fun style of baseball also. Right? At the very least, knowing that, hey, when you have the opportunity to have a clutch hit, here it comes. And they haven't done that either, which is, I think that starts with Jordan not being able to swing the bat in a way that is like super confident either. Because at the very least, one of the things that's fun is, all right, here he's on deck. Oh, now here he is at the plate. Like you have guys that you go, all right, we've had a rough stretch through the lineup. We come back around, and now here's an opportunity to hit something. It's just kind of shocking to me that we're in this place. Shocking isn't fair. Like eventually, that's going to change, right? You're not going to be the same team and of course you haven't been the same team for the whole decade, but you've largely been able to do things that give you really fun baseball. It was just kind of an interesting realization in the moment to be like, man, I'm not watching this baseball having fun. I'm watching this baseball with a level of anxiety.
713, nope, not having fun watching the Astros. Hey, look, it's very, very understandable, and as you said, it's hard to be mad at the offense because we didn't know what the expectations were offensively, coming into the season. The one thing that they're not getting, and by the way, this is for its early guy and anybody else. 10 games is still early, but 10 games is a, if this were August, is a legit sample size. Hey, let's say this was August. Hey, the Astros have done this the last 10 games. That's a fair discussion. All right, just because it's the first 10 games doesn't mean anything. They have now gone 10 games, and the offense continues to struggle. So I get that it's early and things can change, but that's a big sample size of Jeremy Pena not getting it done, Christian Walker not getting it done. Yainer Diaz is flat out in a funk. He is in a funk. He's allowed 5 stolen bases as a defensive catcher.
And can we press pause right there, right in that spot, right?
Yeah.
The idea of the stolen bases, that the willingness the teams have to run. How much of that do you put on Yainer Diaz and trying to actually get the ball and get it to second base? How much do you put that on the second baseman? And how much do you put that on the starting pitchers? Because I do feel like they're not delivering that baseball.
Or pitchers in general
with tempo.
It's always a combination. It's always a combination. But the fact that there are guys that have not given up 5 stolen bases in 10 games is a sign of where Yainer is defensively. Whether it's the pitcher or the second baseman or whatever, there are 29 other teams. I think only 5 have given up as many or more stolen bases. But that's the defensive side. Dude, he's batting .067. He's batting .067 with a 125 on-base percentage. Whether that's April, May, June, July, that's a 10-game sample that you just can't have.
Yeah, 2 for 29 to start the season. From the 713 on the text line, Joe Espada kills the fun for me. He is the David Culley of baseball, but for whatever reason is being given more than 1 year. Wow, that hurts. But I mean, somebody else mentioned that they're not having fun because of the roster construction, and I mean that would be less Espada and more of Dana Brown. Like, how much of that comes into it for you? Like, can you isolate a little bit further what we're doing here? Because there's things that you can look at and go, I mean, this feels like it's not enjoyable within the way that this thing is structured.
Well, we gave Dana Brown a ton of credits that were, obviously very, very big to this club over the last few years in Bregman and Tucker. We gave him credit for filling with what seemed to be like, adequate, if not better than adequate, replacements in Paredes and Christian Walker. Well, both those guys had some question marks. Christian Walker's not been able to answer them. And so now you have to start seeing how it goes from here, because 10 games, like I said, doesn't matter what month it is. That's something.
Well, I mean, they're back at it again. T-Mobile Park tonight. Of course, another late game with them being on the West Coast. And look, I also want to give a little bit of, I think in this game in particular, because the question is more about the entirety of the season, but in that game last night in particular, I don't know, did you feel as bad about it in the individual, right? Because, I mean, Logan Gilbert's a really good pitcher, and so I understand why it was difficult to kind of get some runs on the board because Logan Gilbert is good, but man, I'm hoping that they can fare a little bit better today in trying to get some offense on the board. But that's all hope. Like it really is just existing in the realm of hope right now for me.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. And just as a side note, boy, these these U of H Techs, people are just sick, man.
Yeah,
and
they are.
Blaming everybody. I said you can blame all three. All three are getting blamed.
They should.
And then some.
They should. It's not a fun day, and that's kind of one of the ways that sports fans will cope with a loss. All right. Framber Valdez.
Out.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is.
Lashing out or crashing out?
Both.
Framber Valdez on the mound for the Astros today. He looked like he might have been sick, and whether there was a little, he will go tonight. Opposite Luis Castillo, another good pitcher. Obviously, the Mariners have pitching. We'll see about their offense, but yeah. Money line is even in this one, which is never fun considering the Seattle Mariners bats stink. And maybe what does that say? But yeah, you mentioned the text coming in, folks lashing out or whatever. Let's get to the question of the day coming up next. What do you do to manage and to deal with and to cope with a terrible sports loss? Let's do a little bit of sports therapy together. We'll do that next.
All right, let's talk about Ability Trees and AbilityTrees.com. Louis Flory, real good friend,
bedroom performance needs work, then it's time for a tune-up. TheMen'sClinic.com, TheMen'sClinic.com.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, yep, you're in the loop here on a Tuesday as we all commiserate what happened last night. The Coogs falling to the Florida Gators in the national championship game, 65-63. And in that honor, in that spirit, because I know the folks of Houston, even if you didn't go to Houston, everybody was riding for Houston, man.
Big time.
Everybody was riding for Houston. I saw plenty of people that did not go to Houston that honestly were like typically not Houston fans. Shout out to T-Mill. T-Mill was out there repping hard. And even he took it hard. And so I kind of wanted to get a feel for, especially if you're listening, I know you're a sports fan. We've all been through this in sports. I don't think there's a sports fan that exists that has not had a moment similar to this where you're like, yo, this one hurts me to my core. This one cut me deep. And so the question of the day, what do you do in those moments? Like, what is your coping mechanism? How do you get through this? I think let's work together to make ourselves try and feel a little bit better through this, because I know for Sean in the handoff and the crosstalk is I got friends that immediately go, well, let's go fix this. Like, I'm gonna take this into my own hands. I know I can't do anything for the boys on the court, but I'm going to take this to 2K, and we're going to whoop up on that team. We're going to put about 300 points on them, and then I will feel a small bit better about myself through doing it.
You really do that?
I don't. I was never that guy, but I definitely know people that do. They were like,
they start playing video games.
Bump that, right? Like, I'm going to fix it. I'm going to go whoop their asses on the video game in order to make myself
Florida.
feel better. Yeah. But that did make me think. I was like, do we have a college basketball game still out here?
Yeah,
like,
I don't know.
Are you gonna have to just make that happen in a different way? But yeah, what is your coping mechanism to deal with a game like that? 713-572-4662.
The first thing that popped into mind was the bottom of a vodka bottle, but that's probably not the right answer.
Look, it is the right answer for a lot of people. Is it the healthiest answer is probably what you're speaking to. And you know what?
I'm not saying I've never done that.
It's funny. Every time I go through something like that, I never turn to liquor.
Really?
Like, I use liquor as like a celebration.
I
never look at it like, man, I'm sad. I'm pissed off. Let me drink.
Just drink yourself numb. Again, I'm not saying I've never done that, but generally I'm, as you guys know, if you've watched games with me, and I'm not real like overtly emotional one way or the other, like, yeah, or, oh no, I just kind of absorb it. I guess it's just my training over.
I'm generally not either.
Over years.
You know what makes that different?
If you're in a crowd, it's different.
Yes.
Yeah.
It takes. I was jumping up out the seat.
Yeah.
And one. I was doing all of that. I was in a different place, which made the crash.
Out it's different, like at a restaurant or bar or something. But even with like family and friends at my house, I'm generally just kind of like focused in.
Yeah.
I get all into it. But if they lose, especially if they lose, like last night, I was sick, and my middle son, man, I feel so bad for him. He was like literally, I can only imagine. I haven't heard, but like literally, you could just sick, like just sick. Like didn't want to do anything, didn't want to see anyone or whatever. I've been there before. That's probably my best coping. But you were talking about, how about you, Figgy?
Yeah, so me, usually like last night, whenever like a good team or my favorite team or my squad loses like that, especially like that, I turn the TV off. I ban Sports Center. I don't watch ESPN, and this really hit me home because I got to go to work, and what do I do for work?
Talk about
we
it.
talk about sports. Like, man, like I don't blame any of the listeners who say, you know what, I'm not listening to Sports Radio 610. I'm just going black because I don't want to hear about this game ever again. And that's what I
Sean says he never even watches it again.
The game again. Yeah, the game's done.
I'm the same way.
Game.
Yep. I don't want to see no replays, and social media love retweeting the replay of the last 10 seconds and all that stuff. Man, I don't want to see none of that, man.
Full denial. I respect it.
I don't want to see it. I want to erase it.
Some other answers that have come in on the text line: cope by smoking dank and playing video games. All right, I feel you. Someone said drinking to a pass out. Okay, I feel you. Like, hey man, somebody else said up here in Kansas, repping the Coogs the whole way. Hey, shout out! Yeah, I appreciate you. Talk that talk,
salute, man.
Especially because it's not like them Kansas fans gonna say that to you. Yeah, exactly. That's how some people go. It's like they go on the offensive, right? Like, I'm gonna talk trash to you because we was in the game. Where were you? You can't hate from outside the club. And then a few people have mentioned that they just go dark, like you guys were talking about.
One thing I don't ever want to hear, and I might even tell you something about it, is oh man, they had a good year. Oh man, just think about who they have coming in next year.
Oh, you hate the people trying to console it?
They'll be back.
You know what?
They'll be back.
Before the game even tipped off, I was sitting there thinking like, you know what? No matter what happened, it's been a fun year.
It's easy to say.
But no, how it played out, I'm like, nah, man, I can't say that, man.
Yeah.
I can't say that. But I was getting ready to say that. I was getting ready to be like, you know what? I don't care.
I wanted to say it. I wanted to believe it, but
I'm like, if they get blown out or they lose by 1 point, like I'm good to say they got a good year. But the way that ended, I'm like, nah, man, I can't say that.
You can't invalidate the whole year. See, you can't say it yet. That's the thing. You need a little space. All right, so we're trying to be a little healthier, right? Everybody trying to get a little bit better about themselves.
The text I just got said, not going to lie, the bottom of a vodka bottle works.
Yep.
What about the people that say, hey, y'all going hard on the kids? Come on, man. These are kids.
I don't think I've gone hard on the kids. Like, that's one of the things I actually very much try to do is not go crazy on them kids. Especially, that's one of the tough things about college sports in particular. Sometimes you just mad at a particular dude, and I'm like, ooh, does this it has to raise to a certain level.
Some people was going crazy on them, and my first thought was like, dang, man, they low 22. But still, man, that still hurt. But
Jawan,
it still hurt, man.
The one kid that would feel the wrath is Emmanuel Sharp. But I just feel bad for him, man.
I feel sorry for him.
All right, so I'm going to actively do the thing that I said I try not to do. The person on that play that I actually was a little mad at, that, again, I'm going to try and be very careful about because I thought he was very, very good early on in the space of not having some other guys in that same position playing as well. Javier Francis.
Yeah.
Because you had one guy, I can't remember who the other big was that set the screen on that that little gate action. He was supposed to set a second screen, which is why the Florida defender was able to, force Emmanuel Sharp to drop the basketball, and he just didn't set that screen. I was like, come on, dog. You've been in here showing out today. This is the time.
That's not picking on anybody. These are professional athletes, and they're veterans, and they know that, they talked about the mistakes they made. That's just talking about the mistake. Not talking about the mistake is not fair either.
Yeah.
All
right, so in trying to be healthy, I'm not going to lie. Like, after this game, I was feeling so bad. I did my Googles on the best way to deal with disappointment.
Oh, here we go.
So let's see if any of these things apply and if we can utilize any of these
psychoanalyst.
things. All right, number one, let your feelings out. It's natural to feel upset or even inconsolable. Are we good with that? Like, did everybody get to that place where they were just like,
but I don't let my feelings out.
You don't?
I just kind of
you just bottle it up.
I just sulk.
I'm just going to
best just to
shove it deep down.
Suppress it all in here.
Until it explodes in an unhealthy manner.
That's my theory. Just keep it in there until one day it goes off.
I keep it in there. I just go silent. Like after the game, I went upstairs. I'm like, they lost.
Who do you think?
I'm like, they lost.
Look at my face.
And now she want to know how they lost.
Yeah.
And I'm like, what you care for?
Yeah. Suppress your feelings. Suppress your feelings.
They lost.
Keep them
That's
all
that
wound
matter.
up nice and tight.
All right, we're just going to go down the list and tell me if you're feeling it or not. Like, if you were willing to
No on the
implement
first
this.
one.
All right, you started. That felt like the easy one, letting your feelings out, because I was just letting the F word go all day long. And it wasn't like I'm angry. It was just one of those moments where you go,
well, bleep. Yeah, well, bleep.
No, I had to sit there and look like they really lost this game.
I can't believe it, bro.
All the stuff started coming down from the sky. I'm like,
Florida led for a minute.
I was sitting there. I was sitting there like Kelvin Sampson, man. I was just stunned,
bro.
I was just like, man, they really lost.
Go ahead. What else you got?
All right. Put your problems in perspective. So obviously, like, I could tie that in with 3. Be grateful, right? Like, and that's probably hey, this is a great season. Man, these dudes made it all the way to the national championship. Like, that's probably the be grateful. Y'all feeling it? Y'all hearing it?
These are all solid that I don't do and don't care to ever do.
Yeah, that's why you're not healthy. That's why you're not healthy. Like, I think that you're very close to figuring that part out. Take some time to heal, which definitely the people that are like, look, I'm stepping away from it. So
that might be one I actually do.
You do? You're just like...
But I'm away from everybody. I'll go fishing a lot. I've done that. I've gotten on my boat.
That's a good one. Just like, go do something you like to do.
I just call off of work,
I'm
man.
out. Yeah.
Just don't even come in.
That's one of the things I would do is like...
Call in sick. Because you are sick.
If I have the availability to, I'll just go play basketball. Like, I'm going to go do something I know that I enjoy. Take some time to reflect on what you can learn from the situation. I don't know how I'm going to apply that one. Crazy. Because
nah, man,
I wasn't disappointed because the expectations were wrong. Like, in some instances, I think that's fair, right? If you just got blown out, you're like, all right, maybe I was expecting a little bit much. Maybe they.
But that's only if you really recognize that you weren't the better team.
They were the better team. That's the most frustrating.
It's easy to do.
You were on your way to win.
Yes.
and then see the silver lining, which
Show me the silver
you got
lining.
a silver lining in this,
Show
guys?
me the silver lining.
Nah, man. I'm over here thinking about them T-shirts. How fire them T-shirts is gonna be at Academy, man.
I was ready to get.
I was ahead of the track, and I ain't tweeted. I ain't say nothing. I was just thinking in my brain like, should I go to Academy?
You can go to Sri Lanka and get a couple.
Yeah,
because they're
go over to India.
They're gonna ship them all to Sri Lanka, India, whatever, Pakistan.
Man.
Pakistan thinks the Coogs won.
All right, not yet. They haven't sent them yet. They boxed them things up. Some more text that came in. Watched at Avenida Plaza. Tried to go black like Figgy was talking about, but had a long drive back to the Woodlands. So just put 610 on and just. Man. Salt. Somebody said they mourn for a short time and then they work to sharpen skills, study, invest, those types of things. And then 619, perfect.
Mm-hmm.
They said clap cheeks, and I have a feeling that they're not talking about
rough.
Yeah. All right. Okay.
Oh God.
Look, if you're looking for endorphins, that is a way to get endorphins. I can't say anything about that. People mourn and people manage in different ways. So
I think what made it worse for me too this morning, I'm driving. I'm like mute. I got to get my mind right.
Everybody talking about it.
And no, it was a billboard. It was a billboard. I usually pass this Coogs billboard right.
No.
I think it's like right by 59, 59 and 45 right there. They was putting a new one up. It was putting a brand new one up. Like I think it was like a thank you, Coach Sampson type of deal. So I'm just like, oh my God, man, why y'all doing this?
Because they thought what we thought. They thought it was about to be a celebration.
I thought they was taking it down. I thought they was just taking the old one down. But I'm like, oh, y'all putting another one up. I'm like, thank you for the season type thing.
Yeah.
I'll save that for confessions. I'm not trying to make anybody madder than they need to be right now. For the 281, I had 41 years to heal. And last night,
I'm telling you, man,
the Band-Aid was ripped off over again.
Anybody who was around in 1983, it was eerie to me, and that's what kind of made me the most sick.
Please don't tell me it's going to take 40 years for me,
dude.
No, and here's the thing:
I could take myself right. I could tell you exactly where I was when Lorenzo Charles hit that shot, and now here we go again.
Reggie, stop! Nobody wants to hear that Google crap. All right, I was just trying to see if it would help. It's not helping. Let's see if we could just do a show and help. How about this for helping? You know what makes me happy when I'm a little disappointed? Talking to the man B. Scott. All right, let's go around the NFL next, and we'll get into B. Scott being here. We'll do that next.
All right, let's talk about, Saturday. Saturday is the day. It's going to be beautiful.
Play here, an Odyssey sports station. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Welcome in our guy, B. Scott, to the mix. And I'm jumping right into this because there's a lot of things happening simultaneously. So, one, there's people that are still responding to how they're dealing with stuff. Somebody said they remember 83 and 84, and that's why they say the shooting range is their mechanism to deal with stuff. I get it. Go shoot at things.
On the target.
Yeah, I ain't mad at you there. And then there's other people that are making of things that are similar from 83 to 2025. I'll let you get to some of those later, but one of them is not even something that everybody would know from the 512 on the text line. They said they were 9 when UH lost to NC State. Their son is 9 and went through the same thing. Like, that is going to be a trauma bond that I bet is sickening to have for the next generation.
Passing down the tradition of choking in the big moment.
Hate it.
Never in a million years. Never, ever, ever would I have imagined it'd be so uncanny, so surreal. I was sitting there in the dark rooms. How long ago it was? 1983. I was in the dark room.
Y'all didn't have light back then?
No, we had actual cameras and film that you had to develop.
I just had to take it. It was there.
And David King was in the corner playing his guitar. We're watching the game, and he's smoking a joint. And I can tell you everything that was going on in there. And I was, we stopped work, and we're watching North Carolina State and U of H. We had covered that team. I'd been to U of H games at Hofheinz and here at G. Raleigh White. And it was just like jaw-dropping. I can take myself to that exact moment. And B. Scott, I can take myself for the rest of my life to that exact moment yesterday. Just unreal.
Yeah. I mean, it reminded me of a lot of things. I can take myself to the exact moment. I'm talking about, like, Houston sports moments overall, like 2019 Astros, Game 7 of the World Series. I was right here in this building in that back studio diagonal from us. I felt that.
Hold on. We can't start bringing in other trauma and layering it on top.
We can.
It felt similar. Like it felt the same way.
You're
I mean,
sick.
the 2019 season of the Texans losing it and blowing it to the Chiefs. Like I started to think of all of these moments. Like, okay, here we go again with this. I mean, you can even isolate it to the U of H moments. Obviously, I was not alive for the Phi Slamma Jamma era,
right?
So for me. With U of H, the cool part about it is that they even got here.
Yeah.
Because for my whole existence, which is 35 years now, which is a solid number, they had not been relevant up until Kelvin Sampson got here.
Yeah.
Up until the past decade of him being here. So like I don't know of them being in a position like this until now. So like that part of it is cool for me. But if I'm just looking at it from a Houston sports fan overall, I got moments of reference to go to and say, man, here we go again with this.
All right, so let's step away from this for a little bit to give us a little bit of distance.
Hey, we got into B. Scott's thoughts a little early.
I know. That's why I was like, let's save it because this is supposed to be the respite. This is where we talk about the NFL. All right, gentlemen,
NFL.
let's have a little bit of a game here, which ultimately I'm going to be honest, might make you mad. I got 10 players on the board, 10 names on the board, fellas. It is your job to tell me who, according to Bucky Brooks of NFL.com, are the top 10 NFL defenders to build around in the year of our Lord 2025. Again, the top 10 NFL defenders.
Have you seen the list?
To build around.
Let's alternate.
In 2025. All right, fellas. So y'all can do it however y'all want to do. Y'all can come to an agreement. Let's see how many you guys come up with.
Top 10.
Yes, defenders to build around.
Well, Myles Garrett has to be on the list.
That is correct. He is number 2 on the list according to Bucky Brooks. Okay, there you go. I appreciate it.
I'll say Micah Parsons.
Number 1 on the list, Micah Parsons to build around.
Micah Parsons.
According to Bucky Brooks, the ultimate frontline hybrid force, excelling as an off-ball linebacker and line of scrimmage pass rusher in a scheme that allows him to see ball, get ball.
When are we going to go full homer here?
Oh, no, I'm trying to avoid it.
Y'all got top 2. This is a good start for you, fellas. Top 10.
I'm going to give you a curveball here and give you a chance here and go with, what's the correct Bosa brother? Nick
Bosa.
Yeah, Nick Bosa.
You did a good job.
Yeah.
Number 5, Nick Bosa's a good one.
I'm gonna mess this up.
Yeah, Joey just ended up in Buffalo. I'm sure he'll be solid, but no, Nick's the good one.
Really
plays for San Francisco.
I'm really bad with that.
I'm going to try to avoid the Texans, although I think one of them might be in the top 5 or 6. I'm gonna say Patrick Surtain.
We're 4 for 4 here. Number 3, Patrick Surtain, the second cornerback, reigning defensive player of the year, obviously.
Ooh, this is tough.
Oh, I just thought of one. Okay.
I'm interested.
I just thought of one.
I don't see anybody playing along in the
Because
text
I was
line
about
just
out.
yet.
That was about my list right there.
You were like, those are the
outside
ones.
of the Texans.
I'm gonna go ahead and go Homer and go Will Anderson now.
Unfortunately.
Wow, I was going to say him.
Not on the board.
Wow.
Will Anderson
I know
Jr.
the suspense for the Texans fans was killing them. I went on and got you a Texan.
The other one I thought it was T.J. Watt.
TJ Watt.
All right.
On the board. Number 4. So you guys have the top 5, which again, Micah Parsons, Myles Garrett, Patrick Surtain, TJ Watt, Nick Bosa, but no Will Anderson Jr. Go on, or you just want me to give you the rest?
I'm going to go ahead and say Derek Stingley.
He is not on the board. Do you see why I brought this up? Are you starting to feel?
Who made it over Derek Stingley?
That's right.
And Will Anderson Jr.
I'm glad that the last guess that you had was Derek Stingley Jr., correct?
That was going to be my first guess.
Yeah.
Number 6, Sauce Gardner.
Oh, wow.
All right.
The 2-time All-Pro has been as good as advertised as a shutdown corner for the Jets.
Throw this list away.
Sauce Gardner immediately made his mark as a sticky man-to-man defenders, whoop-de-whoop-de-whoop, so on and so forth, defensive player of the year, or defensive
What's this, 2023?
Yeah. What are we doing here, dog?
Yeah.
Going further, Max Crosby ends up on the list.
Oh, yeah.
Roquan Smith ends up on the list as an off-ball linebacker. Dexter Lawrence, Jalen Carter, all pretty solid players. Aiden Hutchinson, by the way, not on here. That's
I
a
was
good
going
point.
to say, how does
That's
Aiden
a good
Hutchinson
point.
not make the list?
And maybe it's because he's coming back from injury.
Doing well, by the way.
He's still really young.
Yeah.
If you're doing this as
Building
in
around
2025,
Roquan Smith.
if you're building around, I just do not have any understanding as to how you do not have a Houston Texans defender or multiple
I'd
Houston
go so
Texans
far as to
defenders on
say
here.
I'd put Stingley ahead of Will Anderson.
Interesting.
Yeah, I would.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
I still think a all-pro and all-pro level edge defender is still more valuable than an all-pro level corner. I still think that. But, I get you. Like,
Yeah.
I don't think you can really go wrong there.
Yeah.
But for neither of them to be on the list and to have, and with all due respect to Roquan Smith, who was an excellent football player.
Like, Figgy's like, who?
But, like,
No, my thing is build around him.
yeah, you're not building it. Like, you would, to me, a Roquan is an absolute luxury item to have.
Yeah,
Like,
he's
to
not
have
the cornerstone.
Yeah, if you have a linebacker as good as Roquan Smith, let's go.
Yeah.
But, like, that's not what you're not building your defense and saying, you know what I need to start it with?
Yeah.
Roquan Smith, and then go from there.
Yeah.
Like, that doesn't make
Exactly.
sense.
Yeah, so I found that to be incredible. And I was going to ask the question, which of those Texans would you put higher?
I was going to say, or Sauce Gardner for that matter. What are we doing there?
That's the one that I was like, that's the immediate disrespect. Just not getting any of these guys in the top 10 was wild.
Because their defense is actually built around Quinnen Williams, who I think would be on that list higher than Sauce Gardner for me. Like, kind of going with the same thought process of building it up front and then from front to back. But, like, I would build my defense around Quinnen Williams over Sauce Gardner and probably, like, just lean toward, up front, guys up front to begin with.
Yeah, and he had a putrid season last year.
Compared Sauce?
Sauce.
Yeah, no. The timing of that, like Figgy said, what is this, 2023? What is it, 2022? I'm saying, to me, that is either like just going with what you've been saying, like how you say a thing because you've said it before and you never check back to see if it's still true, or like we need to check and see who is it. Bucky Brooks, you said made this list.
Typically, really, really good.
We need to see if like they got like agents in common or if they boys or something. Like I don't know. There's something's got to be going on there.
Yeah,
that's weird.
Yeah, I'm like I don't know what particularly went into this evaluation, but I don't know how I get there. All right, some other things around the NFL. Did you see this? Adam Schefter reported this yesterday. And I'm interested to see kind of what you guys are thinking on what the Panthers, where they're signing former D1 college basketball player Colin Granger to develop into a tight end. So Colin Granger played basketball at Coastal Carolina, played basketball at Coastal Carolina. Hasn't played football since the 8th grade.
Ooh.
And he is 5 years removed from his college basketball career, and they are signing him to develop into a tight end. And so, first and foremost, what do you guys think? And secondly, and maybe this is where I should start, what are the chances that he actually plays in an NFL game?
Got to be low, right? Plays in a game, probably maybe not that low. How good?
I still think that's incredibly low.
He could play in a game, I think, if they think he's, good enough and physical enough to sign, and if they do develop him enough to, either be on a practice squad or something like that, like I could see him playing an NFL game. How likely is it that he's actually like an impactful player that we talk about after this exact moment? I think it's pretty low. But I think it's interesting to do because we've seen it work before with basketball players turn tight ends. To me, it's more of a matter of, can his body actually take, because it's obviously a huge difference physically going from basketball to football. Can his body hold up and withstand that? And then is he physical enough to actually play football? Because it's a totally different thing. So it's going to be more about him than I think necessarily just sort of the idea of it. It's like, can this specific guy do it?
I have a slightly different opinion on that. I think, because I read the story yesterday afternoon, doing nothing. Story.
You weren't doing nothing. You were reading. Clearly,
he actually has been working on this, and I think he signed with a former like a trainer, a football trainer, or something like that. So he has had designs on making the switch. It's not like, hey, do you want to play football? So yes, it's a very low chance that he plays in the NFL, but maybe not as low as you guys think, because I think he's been working on it. He's worked with football guys, and then the other thing that I'm thinking about is, tight end is not like we used to think it is. It's a finesse position now.
That's true.
It's a finesse position where a big guy like that, I think he's got a chance.
And football does seem to be the sport where they are able to take athletes, and I just mean like from whatever sport, whether it's soccer, basketball, water polo, or whatever it is. I know that didn't work.
Rugby, Milano.
Bad example.
But I'm just saying though, like he played in a game, I'm sure. So like. And we never talked about him again for the most part. So like that's a great example of it. Like you can take an athlete.
That's what I'm saying.
From another sport and turn them into football seems to be the sport that does that the most. Now how good is he going to be?
And he did do a pro workout. They signed him after working him out. So
Yeah.
there's something there.
The thing that I've always leaned on that I was amazed by is I'm typically used to the tight ends that, the ones that we get on the broadcast, like, he played basketball.
Yeah.
They usually also played football at a relatively high level.
Right.
He has not. So, training is cool, but doing the training and playing in organized football, especially at the highest level, is an entirely different thing. And I've seen guys do something similar. Like, I'll lean on Rico Gathers, who I remember did that. And it took him a while to get into a place where he was actually participating in real life football things as opposed to just kind of getting up to speed to the NFL level. It was multiple years.
See, I think you can get him physically ready to play football.
Yes.
But what about the mental side of the getting hit part? Like if he hasn't been hit in a football game since the 8th grade, and then somebody's going to come block him in an NFL game.
That's a grown-ass
Not
man.
somebody.
That's a grown-ass man.
Those guys.
That's what I'm saying. Well, any of those guys in the NFL, right? Like you skipped all of these steps. You never got hit in high school, never got hit in college, and you skipped all the way to the NFL, and now you're gonna you're gonna chip Micah Parsons. He's gonna club you, and you're gonna be out of breath. He's gonna knock the
Pop
wind
you
out
on
of
top
you.
of your head.
I hadn't even thought about that. Like, what does the tackles feel like? Don't worry, dog. We're gonna give you some chip help. Here come basketball man to come chip.
That's not like running motion with Coastal Carolina against the SWAC or whoever. Whatever other.
SWAC,
I'm just saying, like it's not. That's not mid-level college basketball.
What was that school that Kelvin Sampson mentioned last night?
I forgot.
Yeah, so Sasquatch
State.
Yeah, this is not Sasquatch State, dog.
In the Toy Poodle League.
Yeah, man, that's Nick Bosa.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Or Joey Bosa at that point.
Or Joey Bosa. Yeah, man. No, that's different. Yeah.
All right, so there's that. I know you guys saw this. Jalen Milroe accepted an invite to the draft in Green Bay. Obviously, the draft happening in Green Bay, and typically the folks who are invited to these things are guys that they expect to be drafted in. I was flabbergasted to see Jalen Milroe, a quarterback who people were asking him to run so they could see if he could change positions, going in the first round, or in theory, this is what it means that he would go in the first round. Would you have accepted this invite if you were Jalen Milroe? Because my answer is flatly, absolutely not.
Yeah, nah. Look, not as a quarterback. Now, I think Jalen, I hate doing this. But
all right, come up here, Bill Polian. Go ahead and talk about how he needs to play wide receiver.
I think Jalen Milroe could make a hell of a Roquan Smith.
Linebacker.
Yeah,
he is stout. He is strong.
I really do. But that part aside, no, I don't. Look, this this to me, as far as like him getting drafted as a quarterback in the first round, the wisdom and more power to him if it is.
Players can't believe intel.
Yeah, no, it's lion season.
That's how you get out here looking crazy.
Hey, we're gonna draft. If you're there, we're gonna pick you. How many times you heard that?
Unless he's just not that embarrassed by the idea of not getting picked by going, which I think is fine. Like, I don't think you have to look at it as
it's a free trip to Green Bay.
Yeah, I mean, and if you like football, I mean, that might be good for you. So yeah, but I don't think we have to look at it as humiliation necessarily.
Fair enough. I personally would though. That's my personal disposition, and that's fair.
I'd rather do it just watch from the crib.
I've always thought, even if you are slated to be the first pick, I'd much rather personally, and of course it's a personal preference, like put on just a real cool party with my people, and then do my interviews, whatever, and then pop back over to this party.
But he's a quarterback for Bama, so like there's a lot of Bama guys are probably going to get drafted. That normally happens, so it might just be a party in Green Bay for the Bama
very well
guys.
might be. Yeah. So more power to Jalen Milroe. Like, I'm actually thinking like, is this even for him as a quarterback? Like, could he be on his Logan Thomas, where here you go, now you're a tight end, and a pretty solid one at that, in the way that this goes? I don't know. But I was like, hey, all right, taking that. Somebody said, why are you flabbergasted? Jalen Milroe is a product of Texas high school football. Automatically makes him an elite NFL quarterback. All right,
shout out to Katie.
I don't even have to look who that is.
Shout out to Ocho. Right, I'm gonna do it that way.
I don't even have to
That's
look.
Ocho reaching across. Is that Ocho reaching across the aisle?
He doesn't often do that.
Isn't Ocho East Side? I thought
he absolutely is.
Yeah. So no, that's solid of you, Ocho.
He's like, look, man, that's one of those. We might beef here.
I didn't have to look.
We might beef here, but when it comes to the national stage, we got some solidarity around these parts. All right, B. Scott in the building, in the loop here on Sports Radio 610, which means coming up next, let's get into B. Scott's thoughts. I have a feeling that we're going back to the national championship game. We'll do it next.
All right, let's go to D&M Auto Leasing right now. Actually, go to dmautoleasing.com. But better yet, I always recommend making the phone call, because you're going to hang up the phone after about 10 minutes and you go, wow, that was easy. That was very helpful. I'm going to get the vehicle that I've been dreaming about. You can say all those things like I did. We've gotten our last 2 vehicles through D&M, and the experience has been so good. I mean, ridiculously good. That's why there's almost 50,000.
know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
Live from the Moquerios X10 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
You hear the music, and he is here. Brandon Scott from Hiram Clark joining us in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. First time in a couple of weeks, and the first time in like 3 weeks that I've gotten a chance to do this with you, so I'm excited to get your thoughts. Unfortunately, I have a feeling that the subject matter is not going to make me particularly happy, but I know that you're going to give us some great thoughts on this. So what you got?
I was happy about the journey. Like, I really enjoyed the ride.
Oh, brother.
I thought this was a
great season, guys. Great season, guys.
Come on, we're not here to lie.
Let's meet them.
No, I don't believe that.
Let's meet them at the bus.
Think about it, though. The fact that I had local interest in the national championship game, like that is significant and matters and means something. But boy, was this a collapse and a choke job of epic proportions, man. Like this.
Okay, so you're redeeming yourself.
No, this was really, really, really bad. I mean, to be up by 12, and especially like on the backdrop of the way you just won the last game, like you're supposed to be the team that does that to the other team, not the one that collapses at the end. And Lopez, both of y'all, I thought y'all did a really good job to start the show breaking down sort of how this collapse started, and to me it starts like the way the game changes is the beginning of the second half when Florida starts to muck up the game. You get all
they
those
start punching back.
Yeah, and then you get all those fouls in the second half, and then you get the fouls on Florida, and then you get Houston's like 3 fouls in 9 seconds. And what all of that did, the combination, Florida fouls, Houston fouls, just the game losing its flow, to me it took U of H out of its rhythm, which obviously you're coming out of halftime, and then they were felt like they were establishing a bit of a rhythm to start the second half, but then you start getting all those fouls, takes them out of their rhythm, changes the momentum. I think momentum is the wrong word, but you understand what I mean, of the game, right?
I appreciate you prefacing like that.
I think momentum is just something that we're trying to find a word that we don't exactly have, so we just use a different one. But it swings the game, right, into Florida's favor, and that's how it changes. But then once you get all the way down to those last couple of possessions, I don't see how it happens that way, man. Like, I thought you did a good job talking about how they should have gotten into their action earlier.
Yeah.
But, man, even once they did, it shocked me to see Milos Uzan pick up his dribble in that moment, which I could excuse since he did pass the ball to LJ Cryer, who I probably wanted to have the ball anyway. But then I was surprised to see him not take a dribble at all and then immediately swing the ball to Emmanuel Sharp, who is their third best perimeter shot creator out of their options. And we had just seen him in the previous possession get the ball stripped and knocked off of his leg. This is not a shot at him. This is just me saying I didn't want him to necessarily be in that position. I don't mind him taking that shot, but I do mind the opportunity passed up by Milos Uzan and by LJ Cryer, who I much prefer have the ball in their hands in that situation. So that, for the last one, surprised me quite a bit.
Let me ask you both this, because I mentioned it earlier in that segment that you're talking about to start the show. I wondered if they never quite got over the nerves, and that's probably unfair. They're a tough team. We know what they are, right? But do you think they were pressing a lot in the second half? And I keep going back to pressing is a better way to put it than nerves. Like, they wanted it so bad, and they were out of character.
Yeah, but I think part of it had to do with the moment, but also like the fact that they were missing shots early, you know, and they were able to overcome. That's the thing too, though, Lopez. Even with that, they were able to overcome all of it and had that moment still at the end. And like, even what I'm talking about, them mucking up the game to start the second half, them pressing, them not being able to hit a three to save their lives in the first half, like 2 of 14 from 3 in the first half. And I remember making a point of this at halftime thinking, man, you know, you don't have to shoot lights out from 3. I don't think we've ever expected U of H to be that type of team, even with the offensive players that they have now. But if you could go like 4 of 14, 5 of 14, like, you know what I mean? Like, that's the difference. And yeah, no, they had moment after moment to either seize the game or take it back, and they just did not.
Yeah, they had a pretty solid like 3-minute dry spell, like earlier in that second half, and it just felt like lost time.
Yeah.
Like, it just felt like wasted time, which typically you don't see from a Cougs team, or at least even if there's a little bit of a dry spell, it's like we all dry together.
Yeah.
Right? We are just going to make this game to where there's nothing that happens. And to kind of get a run in that time period, which just feels entirely antithetical to what they typically do. I don't even know where to go from there.
I think you could with Florida just make the point that Lopez has made, and I because I want to do this too since I focus so much on U of H. Like, Florida is a worthy champion.
Yeah.
Right? Like, they went and took this game. Like, they changed
what they were.
Like, I even thought as it was happening, like, I don't know if they want to mix it up with U of H like that. Like, we got some scrappy dudes. Like, that's kind of playing into their hands. And I thought about that kind of just like from a philosophical standpoint. Do you want to allow the other team to take you out of your game? Or do you have to, like in the championships atmosphere, have to acknowledge what a team is and say, hey, I have to fight the fire with fire and meet the moment. Like, right? Like, maybe I have to be able to get out of my comfort zone and play a little different from how I normally do. And I got to give the Gators a lot of credit for doing that.
It was a classic example. You guys have both hooped. You guys have both heard this. What do you do against a pressing team? You press them.
Yeah.
What do you do against a trapping team? You trap them. What do you do against a real physical team that wants to beat you up? You get real physical and beat them up. And that's what the Cougs did.
Yeah.
I mean, the Gators.
Yeah, definitely fought fire with fire. So, I mean, hats off to them. But like I said earlier, man, it did feel like, oh, not again. Not again. You know,
that's what I can't get over.
Especially because I did. Like, it's different. Like, this is even different from that Texans example that I had from the Texans Chiefs from several years ago. Because even that didn't. Don't know if I ever felt like they were going to win that game.
That was a slow burn.
You know what I mean? But I never felt like they were going to win that game. The Astros example, in this game, once they're up 12, you know, I'm like, man, they've got this. They're going to win this game. And then they didn't.
Yeah.
They absolutely didn't.
They really and truly did not. I was flabbergasted. I'll use that word. I'll use it again. I stood there just looking, like just dead into the ether. And I had no feeling about it being in that place. From the 713, can we talk about next year's team? And yeah, we absolutely can if that's where you want to go.
Nobody wants to do that.
And we will. But like in this moment, that's one of the things that's kind of crazy about this is that it feels like the best chance that you had. And you've been in this place again. Like, it's instructive, the 83 season. You did make it back to the national championship that next year. Yeah. And then you went into the wilderness as an organization. And so, not saying that you can't make it back, but I do wonder, did you just squander what was your best chance at getting it done and getting this program over the hill into that championship place?
And even if you win at some point, it's a squandered opportunity. That's just one more that you could have had.
Right.
You know, and this is at that point you're talking about being greedy. But it is a missed opportunity flat out, like no way around it. As far as like looking forward to next year, the one thing about college sports, especially college basketball, but college sports in general, it's not like the pros where you feel like you have a decent sense for what teams might look like the next year.
Yeah.
Like, it's the day after the championship is not the best day to feel like you know what the whole – you don't know what your team is going to look like. You don't know what the other teams are going to look like.
It's so flighty in this era.
Yeah, no, that part is hard to predict. What you can feel good about is like some of that cheesy stuff that I was talking about. A lot of that is based on the culture and what they have sort of established here, and you feel like it's going to be competitive from here on out. Are they going to be the championship?
Oh, no, that is true.
You know what I mean?
Absolutely, 100%.
You can expect to watch competitive Houston Cougars basketball for as long as the Sampson family is involved in it, I think.
How many more years is Kelvin Sampson going to coach?
Yeah, man, I mean, he's 69.
And one of the things that's wild is that, and I know that I saw this in a way where he was kind of being asked about it, but I don't think you rarely see Kelvin Sampson go and like kind of reflect on his time. I've seen some of those kind of reflections on his time and his 35 years of coaching or what have you. And not saying that inherently indicates that he is ready to give it up, but we do know that he has negotiated into his contract that his son is his successor,
which is great, and it's the way it should be. But we don't know what he's going to be.
No, but my point was more just there's eyes on the end at some point. We may not know exactly when that is, but that kind of does make me wonder. When does that turnover happen, and could it happen sooner rather than later?
Yeah. Well, and to the point, I also wonder, because I don't know them. We obviously have interacted with them some, but don't know them well and don't know exactly what the personal dynamic is. But I wonder, does that does that increase the urgency at all? Like, are you trying to hand that down to your son? Like, how soon do you want your son to be the coach? Does that matter? Is that really
this a good time?
Yeah, well, I don't know. I mean, what is a good time?
Yeah.
I honestly don't know. Like, they obviously did that for a reason. But is that like and the son? Yeah, how long does Kellen kind of sit there and say, "Oh, hey, Dad, at some point I'd like to take this
I
thing
don't
over."
think he cares about that.
I don't think he's nudging his dad out, but I do wonder if
I like that episode of Succession that you've created in my mind now.
This could be Succession. This could be Righteous Gemstones, where they love each other.
Oh, please don't let it be like Righteous Gemstones.
Oh, I don't think it's like it's definitely not like Righteous Gemstones. That's for sure not the case. But I do wonder, what is that like? Like, what is the push and pull, the tug and pull there of the future for the Sampson family? And I feel good about it. Like, just to be clear, I feel good about it. But it is like going back to the conversation about opportunity cost and the moment, and him being 69 years old and finally getting here and getting this opportunity and this chance and being that close for leading the game. We talked about this in the break, Reggie. They led for no less than 38 minutes. What do we calculate? A minute and 3 seconds is how much of this game that Florida led
by the eventual national champion.
And it only mattered because they led at the end when the clock was at 0.
Yeah, that's
tough to swallow.
Incredibly tough to swallow, especially for a team that had not lost in recent memory and had done such a good job of closing out games and finishing out situations that were necessary, including a few times in this very tournament. Very rough to see. B. Scott, appreciate those thoughts, even if I don't appreciate what happened last night. I think we're all in that place. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get into what's popping, including, hey, you want me to make you feel worse? I got something for you. There's an Astros pitcher that's going on the IL. We'll talk about it next.
Playoff basketball.
SportsRadio.com/value.
The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, let's get into what's popping here in the Loop right here on Sports Radio 610. And I'm going to try and step away from the Coogs for a quick moment just so that we have a moment to breathe. But everybody's got conversations that we would love to have about this Coogs team. And, of course, I'm going to step right into the Astros, which they have not been all that fun. And then also we didn't get some fun news, unfortunately, here yesterday. I think there was one four-letter word that this news when I saw it yesterday to you fine fellas.
I can call it up and read it if you want.
I don't think that you should. I don't think that would be good for either
Was
of
it
our
damn?
careers.
Yeah, that was it.
Let's say that it was damn.
I was like, everybody want to come back tomorrow, Lopez.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
Yeah. Well,
not
maybe
not trying to make this the last show, man.
I'm starting to wonder about Seth.
What is this?
Yeah. Did you hear the handoff?
I did not.
Okay, just go ahead and radio rewind that later.
Oh, boy.
Oh, I'm gonna find that on the YouTube because it's clean there.
Yeah, we
It's
definitely-
pure and pure, I should say.
I got a spoiler alert. It ain't that clean.
No, it's
I'm gonna say pure.
I actually dumped it.
You did?
Did you?
Yeah, I
God
dumped
bless
it.
you. Thank you for doing
just
that.
because.
Very good. All right. I do all that to avoid actually having to mention, especially Arrighetti broke his thumb yesterday. How, you ask? Because he wasn't pitching. No, he wasn't. That was a Hayden Wesneski day, who, by the way, 7 innings of work yesterday. So shout out to him, obviously giving the bullpen a little bit of a respite, even though Abreu came in and ultimately gave away the couple of runs that gave the game back to the Mariners. Spencer Arrighetti was, doing his off-day, work. He was playing catch out in the outfield as simultaneously the Mariners were taking BP, which is a common occurrence
Oh,
in
it happens
baseball.
all the time.
For the outfield to be occupied by the other team and the other one team and the other team taking batting practice. But typically there's someone who's just kind of standing watch to kind of help make sure that
Heads
something
up.
like this doesn't happen. Exactly.
Yeah.
I don't know if there was not anyone there, but it just did not work as was hoped. And the thumb on his throwing hand was hit by a baseball, and now it is broken. And I mean, that has got to hurt for a starting pitching that has been really good, and he's part of it that's been really good to start.
Yeah, man, freak accident. You hate to see it. Spencer Arrighetti, somebody that you have high hopes for if you're an Astros fan. Based off of his, I would say, up and down rookie season, but mostly promising. You feel good about him being slotted there in that third spot in the rotation. Like, no mixed feelings about that. Really excited about his season. So this is going to obviously derail that. But I do think the good news in it, or the good news from the night, was to see Wesneski give you what he gave you, because now you're going to require more from everybody else. Like, everybody else is going to have to step up more. Like, now he slides up a little bit, and the rotation is going to be kind of wonky now. We'll see what they end up doing, if it's AJ Blue Ball or if it's Colton Gordon.
He really wants it.
Like we gotta.
he just every time AJ Blue Ball comes up,
he wants it.
Yeah, well, let's see if they can give him that opportunity. Let's see if he gets a chance. Let's see it. Let's see if he's a starter or a reliever, or how they end up doing. Because what they also have is Ryan Gusto in their bullpen already. I don't know if he's stretched out enough to actually go and be a starter. That's maybe a conversation for them to have. It's definitely kind of the timing of it, because to me, I would say if this happens in May, June, July, or around the time we're expecting to get some reinforcements, you should have at some point an abundance of starting pitching. At some point, it's just not there yet. So the timing is obviously awful. They do have starting pitching depth. Just a lot of it is already on the shelf. So I'll be interested to see how they're able to withstand. And it's the one thing with the Astros is how they handle pitching. So we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, and just to clean something up, it was Taylor Scott that gave up the 2 runs. I forgot. Abreu came in after trying to get that out of there in the 8th.
Yeah, I don't think we should overthink the fact that he broke his hand. It happens. Someone wasn't paying attention. I mean, to me, that wasn't necessarily the thing that I went, oh, crap. That's a 4-letter word.
It is, not the one I used.
But what really gets me is when things like this happen, and you mentioned how good they've been with pitching, we don't know what they really have down there. Behind, we don't know about Blue Ball. We don't know about any of these guys that much. So it's just like, while you're not hitting and you're 10 games in, not hitting the ball collectively, it's the last thing you need. It's more of just like a a baseball thing. It's like, boy, this is the last thing they needed right now.
Right, and that's really the biggest part of this is it feels like it's some level of indication of luck. Not that I don't know that anybody or everybody subscribes to that kind of thinking, but when you're in a rut, it's easy to get to that place where you're like, all right, another thing. Right? Like you got Yordan Alvarez out here striking out consistently. You've got, your big 3-year, $60 million addition in Christian Walker not hitting the ball all that much, right? Or even if he is striking the ball and making contact, he's not finding grass very often. You got your prospect that you brought up before you needed to after only 20 at-bats in the minors, looking like he probably could use a stint in the minors. Like all of these things on top of, and you have one of the pitchers that you were hoping to come back and offer some level of relief. Thankfully, at least, Lance McCullers is scheduled to make his third minor league rehab start on Saturday for the Space Cowboys. So maybe that he can come up relatively soon and then occupy that 5th spot for you.
And you mentioned in the last hour about, or at least asked a question about if you're having fun watching this team.
That's right.
You want to know what's really not going to be fun? Watching some young pitcher from the minors try to figure it out because of this freak accident that happened. Like, and we talked about this, especially in the midst of all of these other issues, all of this calamity going on around the team on top of it. And now, like, you did at least feel like there were some things that you could rely on, right? You can rely on Framber Valdez for the most part, with some exceptions.
Well, we'll see.
But for the most part, feel like you can rely on Framber Valdez, like you can rely on Hunter Brown. Spencer Arrighetti was becoming one of those guys that you felt like you were going to have to rely on, whether you felt comfortable about it or not, because he's your third starter and you got all these other things going on. And then to have him out, and like I mentioned earlier, it's going to require more of a Ronel Blanco, who hasn't quite looked as good this year as he did to start last year, and didn't even look as good at the end of last year as as he did at the beginning of the year.
Yeah.
And then on top of that, now you need more out of Hayden Wesneski, which again, that was the silver lining, was that he did actually look
well, man.
He pitched well.
Really
so you're like, okay, maybe now he's my Spencer Arrighetti for now, and now we need a new version of last year's Spencer Arrighetti, whatever the case may be. But no, it's the timing of it, like I mentioned earlier, is the worst part.
Yeah, and I mean, you can maybe even see something like Ryan Gusto, who's been long relief, come in and maybe get stretched out to a starting situation, but then that also puts a level of tax on your pen, right? And Logan Van Wy has already been brought up, right, to help with some of this. But yeah, you don't love the additional strain that adds to the team in general, who is trying to find a way to steady the ship this early in the season. Again, back in action against the Mariners tonight. It is Framber Valdez, and it is not Logan Webb. That's the entirely wrong team.
Not Logan Gilbert.
Luis Castillo.
Okay,
Luis Castillo is on the mound.
Man, all of their dudes are dudes.
Yes.
Yes.
They got dudes out there. And I was going to say, it's not going to matter much if they don't figure out how to hit the damn ball at some point.
Correct.
Like, I mean, obviously your pitching matters. I'm not trying to be silly, but at the same time, like, you at some point are going to have to start swinging them bats. Like,
Very much so.
Like, what is going on, guys?
It's time.
Seriously.
Weird freak accident for Arrighetti. What's the weirdest way that you've gotten injured? Text that in. I kind of want to hear it while we do this. Okay, so I did say I was going to step away from the Cougars. I'm not actually talking about, we don't have to break down the game, but I do want to ask you if this is fair or foul that happened yesterday. I didn't really see this live, but I circled back around and I did see this on social media. So Walter Clayton Jr., who was a very, very good player and who for a long time the Cougs had held to 4 points early on in this game. At the end of this game, he did something that I think a lot of people will view admirably, but I wonder if it's fair or foul. After the game, while people are celebrating on the court, and of course, Cougs are like tearing up into their jerseys, he goes around and he starts consoling Cougars. And I know instantly people go, yeah, that's cool. I think those guys at that moment were like, I'm not trying to hear that. Is that fair or foul?
Nah, I think it depends on. See, it's hard to know without knowing like the exact. Like, I wish I could be a fly on the wall or just kind of around and hearing what the conversation is throughout the game, what their relationship might be existing outside of that game. And as competitors, like, I think you understand how hard this is, right? And we get to it. It's that close of a game, a one-possession game. It literally could have gone either way. Like, that easily could have been Will Clayton Jr. and his teammates. And so I think when you're in that moment, you can identify so much more with what that player is going through, because you are like as happy and as excited as you are in that moment. You are that close. It's a thin line between here and there. So you're that close to being in that exact feeling and emotion as that other guy, and I think you can feel for him. So, yeah, no, I think I think it could easily be something where, as a competitor, you don't want to necessarily hear it, but on the other side of it, you want to extend that sort of grace to somebody because you're right there in the thick of it.
I don't even think this is a hard question. I think it is absolutely fair. Number one, it's respect. The respect that he showed in the moment after, where he should, he could easily have just been pointing and laughing and we won and jumping around, but immediately went there. And then the second thing, and you guys know this as well, these guys have probably known each other since 8th grade or played against each other, been in the same tournaments, watched each other, Disneyland, Las Vegas, New Jersey, all the Nashville, all the big summer league tournaments, and high school and all-star games and all that. So there is at some level of there's no question in my mind there's the relationship between those two guys.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know what level the relationship is, but a relationship, and then there's the respect. Absolutely fair.
Yeah, I think it's got to be like
fair.
game recognized game.
Yes.
And I would go on the other side and say, I don't know, man. I would get it, but you're also kind of a jerk if you can't appreciate your opponent coming over there to show you some love out of respect. Like coming over there to show you some respect. Now, I would excuse it because of the moment.
Yeah.
But I mean, come on, man.
Yeah.
I mean, they trying to they don't have to do that.
No.
They could just go over there and shower in the champagne or whatever it is.
And that's a lot of people's first instinct.
Yeah.
Is just jump around, forget about anything else,
Yeah, it seems like a good dude. I do want to make it clear, right? I am the one who was putting upon those Coogs players that it felt like they didn't want to hear it. They were just so wrapped up in, obviously grieving that moment. So I don't want to make it seem like there was something that was very clearly on the Coogs that they were making this a negative. I can imagine being in that place where you're just like, I'm not trying to hear that one bit. A big game in some ways for the Rockets today. They're not playing, but they have an opportunity to officially solidify second place with Lakers Thunder that's happening tonight in Oklahoma City. It's one of those little baseball series in a way. They
just played.
They just played, and the Lakers put it on the Thunder. The Thunder have had a weird weekend, right? Because they lost to the Rockets in pretty remarkable fashion. The Rockets obviously handled them up pretty well, and then the Lakers had a really good shooting performance. Can the Lakers do it again, or will the Thunder win and officially solidify the Rockets in the second seed?
Yeah, I was going to say, man, this is now kind of, I know this is a Houston sports show, but it's kind of looking at the Thunder like, hey, man, what's going on with y'all? Like, because look, I know they are the number one seed, and they've had this successful season, and it makes sense for them to maybe take the foot off the gas a little bit, but it's not like they actually have. They got their guys out there playing, and there's not really much of an excuse for them to be struggling the way that they are, or to not be able to rise to the occasion the way that they have not. So that part is interesting. But I just want to say about the Rockets real quick, man. How about all of a sudden, like you had, and I know this was talked about a little bit yesterday on the shows, but you had this stretch of them not having a lot of success against teams, against playoff teams.
Correct.
Beating up on scrubs. And then they go out there and handle business against Oklahoma City and Golden State.
Correct.
And now tonight, if they get that, if you get that loss for the Lakers, then you can solidify that number 2 seed. Like, all of a sudden, they look like the team that you have to respect and have to talk about, not just as some kind of feel-good story, but also not as some kind of easy out for somebody, but as a team that can actually threaten in the Western Conference. Like, to me, the difference between Oklahoma City and the Rockets in the way we talk about them, and the actual difference is like the actual difference is far less. It's far less.
Yeah. I mean, it's funny because I was talking about this with Lopez yesterday, and it might have been off air. There was a point in time in like February thereabouts where, the Rockets were really hitting on all cylinders, and I was looking at this team like, I think they're the type of team that can definitely win a first-round series and then make it really interesting in the second-round series to the point where they could be a Western Conference Finals representative, right? And then you got to some places, right, the type of time that you were talking about where they played, where they hadn't gotten a win against a team above 500 since February, right? And then you go, maybe not. Like, maybe this is a slide back. I think I'm back in that place where I'm looking at this team, and you're seeing some national folks kind of talking about that too, that these teams are not afraid of anybody at the top, even though the Thunder have like a solid 16-game lead on everybody else. Like, this feels like it's a ripe opportunity for the Rockets to maybe steal away the opportunity that we typically think about, or like away from what we typically think about as the path in the NBA where you have to go and lose. Like they might have the opportunity to do that thing where they go, no, we're just going to announce ourselves and then make a crazy run.
Yeah, I think for much of the season, we've leaned a lot on the fact that we have not seen them do it before.
Yes.
And that hurt a little bit of the open-mindedness of like just entertaining the possibility that you might see it for the first time.
Yeah, excited for that. Excited always to have you in, B. Scott. Appreciate you sitting in with us, giving us your thoughts.
It's a fun hour.
Always fun to have you on. We'll let you go do what you got to do. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's jump back into it, ladies and gentlemen. What part of last night's game will haunt the Cougs the most? Let's talk about the larger aspect of it for your Cougars next.
What's been Nick Casario's biggest priority? Slay here, an Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciation again to our guy B. Scott for joining us in the last hour. Let's get back to a national championship game. Let's really fully exercise all the demons on this one.
I've been trying.
That's what we're hoping to do. Like, it's just an immersion therapy kind of day, I guess. What's gonna haunt the most about this particular game? 713-572-4610. I did ask earlier when I talked about Spencer Arrighetti getting hurt in a very weird way. Someone's it was like, what's the weirdest way that you've gotten injured? Someone said they jumped off a boat on land where a pine wood was that had a pipe underneath it, landed on it, rolled and broke their ankle. The roll in the ankle I saw. The breaking of it has got to feel really dumb.
Yeah.
I had a pretty significant sprain one time just from I did one of those basic sprains of your ankle playing basketball, and I just kept playing.
Don't do that.
Yeah, well, I know now that I'm an older and hopefully smarter human being.
Yeah.
All right, let's talk about this game. What were kind of the larger things for you? What's going to haunt the most? Because I mean, there's definitely one thing in particular that's going to sit with me.
Well, the one thing for me is just how uncanny and similar it was to 42 years ago. I mean, from 1980, I can't get over that. Like, everybody's had something bad happen, hopefully nothing horrible, but something bad happened to you or in your life. And then the exact same thing happens again.
A little deja vu.
Yeah, but it's not even deja vu. It's real.
Deja vu all over it again.
Yeah, that's what I can't get over because let's go through some of the things that are similar. So in 1983, Guy V. Lewis, 61 years old, probably his best chance to ever win a national championship.
Certainly his best.
And an ungodly good team. And he's facing a 37-year-old coach with an upstart program and loses in an amazing way at the end of the game when, by all rights, the Cougars should have won. That sounds an awful lot like last night, man. 69 years old versus 39 years old. Clearly the better team last night. I don't think a lot of people would argue that. At least, you got to give the Gators credit for the second half. But clearly, rolling and in control. And then you lose in the most remarkable way possible with one of the players that you just consistently count on, losing the ball, losing his dribble, and the game slipping away. That's just one similarity. Number one, the ages of the coaches, the fact that it's U of H again, and then there's this, and I think it's kind of sad to be honest. Like, that Duke game should go down as one of the all-time great moments. I think it's going to kind of be lost in the sauce over the course of time.
Yeah.
Like the Louisville game when U of H played Louisville and just absolutely, I said it, I think yesterday, it was the best game I've ever, one of the best college basketball games I've ever seen in my life. And it's lost in the sauce.
Yeah.
Because they ended up not winning the championship.
It's going to be something that locally and amongst UH supporters is going to it's going to resonate. We're going to recall this. It was an incredible basketball game that we had a particular interest in, but it no longer becomes a part of the story of the championship for now the champion Florida Gators. Like, maybe some people, if they're prone to being more historian than not, they'll go, and the reason why you did not face Duke is because the blah blah blah, right? And maybe they'll go to that point, but it would be so much more powerful.
Pedestal.
Right. It'd be so much more powerful. It's like, yo, this was the crowning achievement to the point where we knew, okay, the team of destiny that's going to get to that end point. Absolutely one of those things that's going to haunt. Some things already coming in, like that no goaltending call.
Yeah, I had that on my list.
At the beginning of the game or early in the game, where if you
it
want
was
to
in the last minute of first half.
That's right. If you want to do the thing where you don't consider the fact that everything changes after a particular point in time, that's 2 points. And that's also it causes a little bit of a swing there at the very end of the game. But if you just want to go for that's 2 points. 2 points is the margin of victory here, right? That changes a lot in that moment. But the reason why that one is not going to haunt me as much, that's going to be a point. But you were up 12 later on in this game, and it wasn't that you didn't get those points in a game where you really need to squeeze all of them out.
Yeah.
It's that you kind of fell off of the table. able at a certain point. I'm going to do more if you're just talking about scoring.
You can look at it that way. You can look at it so many different ways because that bucket would have put the Cougars up 8 points with about 35 seconds left. So they could have gone into the half leading by 8 points. But instead, they didn't. They missed the goaltending call, and the Gators came right back down and knocked down to 3. So it goes from a potential 8-point lead to the what was it at the half? 3?
It was a 3-point game, 31-28.
8 to 3.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you Florida, you feeling a lot better at halftime. Like, all right, we here.
Yeah. So, yeah, that's one that's going to haunt people. What's going to haunt you guys? 713-572-4610. I got to mention it. Apolitical as possible. Ted Cruz showed up.
The meme continues to be
why
there.
you gotta go
Dude, it's
here,
uncanny.
man?
Talk about uncanny.
Continues to be there. It does continue to be there. Like, I saw it and I was like, as someone who does not necessarily look into the superstition of things, like in a real way, I was like, damn, that's going to be there. Also, shout out to Ron for reminding me that I did get my hair twisted up between them winning and them losing. So, I mean, again, not superstitious. However, it's going to be this little thing that I go, damn, that sucks. You know what the thing is for me? The Juwan Roberts, after having a 6-year career and being like an incredible player, especially this year, one that they could depend on when they got the ball into the paint against big dudes, small dudes, wide dudes, all sorts of dudes in the paint, leaves this game 3 of 13 with 8 points. And then after the game, like, you hear it in what he was saying. And it's not just here in general, but it's listen to what he's saying, because, like, it really does get to the heart of it for me.
It means a lot. You know, the worst part about all this is I can't do it with these guys again. That's the whole big picture about it. You know, we lost, but I can't run it back. You know, I can't wear this jersey again to play with those guys next year. I think that's the worst feeling. And I feel like when you're part of a family and you leave for your last year, it's kind of like separated a little bit. You know, you got to go on with your life. I'm about to be out of college, start my professional career. You know, these guys going to be here, but these guys are always going to be family to me, 100%. You know, the worst part is, you know, seeing those guys' face, you know, when we lose, because of all the stuff that we invested, you know, all year to get to Monday night. And, you know, it just didn't go our way.
This is supposed to be like, this is supposed to be the final portion of it. And it's not even, it feels like, I mean, yes, he's emotional there, but it feels like he's still pretty reined in. Like, all of this is something that he's thought about in a real way. And you can hear the disappointment, obviously, in not being able to get it done. But I'm sure there's a level of disappointment for him in general, that he is a guy that they trusted when they got him the ball to make shots. And he missed some bunnies, and I'm sure that he is regretting in a big way.
One at the very end that could have really been a big bucket, and I kind of got a pit in my stomach just listening to him. How'd you like to be? Here's another one that's just going to be haunting, and you know, we haven't. I mean, it's unfair in a way to sort of blame him, but you're at the edge of Emmanuel Sharp.
Yeah,
I mean, you just can't. It's Lorenzo Charles. By the way, you know, some people might not know this. That was a shot attempt that Lorenzo Charles caught and put in. That was just a fluke. Akeem Olajuwon got sucked out too far in the lane. Ball landed right in his hands. He put it in. That image is just lasting forever. I mean, Sharp, you can see it. You're gonna see it in your mind's eye like the rest of your life.
Yeah, and he's going to carry that with him, which really stinks, because he loves putting that shot up, and I think I think. If you'll allow me to speculate and get into his mind in a way that I reasonably just cannot, I think in that moment, that's a dude who goes, I am a shooter, I'm expected to shoot, and this is what I can do for my team in this moment where they need me, is put up the shot. Walter Clayton did a great job of closing out, but you could just feel it within Emmanuel Sharp where he's like, I just really want to get the shot off.
Yeah.
And he got up in the air, and it was too late because the shot was not there to be taken. What do you say to the folks that then say, just try and create a foul there as opposed to putting the ball down? Because like it did feel
ball
like
fake.
You not just ball fake. Because ball fake
might be a foul.
That's if you stay on the ground.
Yeah,
but he's already in the air. Like try and generate that contact to create a foul, especially with the way that the officials went from a pretty open game to then tightening it up to a relatively tight game. Do you think that you could have gotten foul shots out of that and maybe won the game or at least extended it?
I know I will. I have to see it again. I thought I thought the defender just flew by, you know, and it wasn't even that close. He just flew right by him. There's a lot of things that are just good one. This was a Cougs game that totally played un-Cougar-like. I mean, it was. Like, where did that come from? They've never been out of character like that before.
Yeah, and so I think that'll haunt. And then the thing that I really don't love thinking about is, was that your best chance, and will you get another one, right? I know that in 83 you came back in 84, but Georgetown was just significantly
they were not going to
better.
beat them.
I really hope that you're in a place where, with the being in a power program or being a power conference, with ways that the UH has kind of set themselves up where they're starting to kind of knock on the door of trying to be at least viewed as a blue blood basketball-wise, with the respect that Kelvin Sampson has, that they're going to remain in that place. But you cannot know for certain, especially you're losing some of the guys that you depended on. Two of your strongest guys when you talk about J1 Roberts and LJ Cryer. And I take you to The Athletic putting together their men's college basketball way too early top 25 rankings. This don't mean a lot, but I guess it's based off of just kind of what these teams look like they will be, projected starters and returners and stuff. The number one team on this top 25 for next year is Purdue.
Okay.
A good Purdue team that you did beat on this way, but they're projected to return a few guys. The starting lineup though looks like it's going to be it's going to be relatively different here. But Braden Smith returns at great guard. Number 2 is this Florida team. They still have Florida up there, even though Walter Clayton Jr. is probably going to be a draft pick. They have some other guys, but Alex Condon, who played well, he'll remain. And then number 3 is the University of Houston. With your projected starters, Milos Uzan returning, Terrence Arsenault stepping up into that spot that LJ Cryer leaves. Chris Sinak Jr., who would be a freshman, one of those highly recruited.
He's the 5-star.
He's the 5-star with JoJo Tuggle. Like, it does seem like you can kind of put that similar team together, but what's notable is that experience that you had this year, one of those real strong calling cards that we really prided on, that we had a lot of pride for this team, and we said helped them get to this place. It's not going to be there in that same amount of spades for that team next year.
You got to rebuild it. I know there's a culture there, and the way he recruits certain players that fit what he does, that are willing to take that coaching, willing to be, work that hard and all that. But you still have to kind of rebuild it. From one off season to the next. So, there's no guarantees, and there's no guarantees. We've mentioned it, how much longer he's going to coach. It could be 5 years. I don't know, but it could be 1 year. So who knows?
But unfortunately, Coogs didn't get done on the text line from 346. They said that my wife came to bed and said, I hate sports.
Yes.
So it told her that this L is going to drive these dudes to be great. Okay, if you want to view it from the positive perspective, like, do you think that this ends up being a driver for these fellas and for that level of success in the future? Hopefully so. From the 281, ESPN has the Cougs number 1. Okay. All right. Like, let's hope that continues to be the case, but this was just a prime opportunity on the table for this Cougs team. And it does hurt that like someone like LJ Cryer was not able to make the history that it felt like he was ready to make, winning a championship with 2 different teams. That would have been really cool to see as well. And you mentioned, the person who was saying that if they had played Cougar-like basketball. One more thing when it comes to the idea of the things that will haunt Will Richard keeping Florida in the game with the first half that was really hot. Walter Clayton having a goose egg but 7 assists, like allowing him to impact the game in that different way is going to stick with him. Choke job of the century, says the 832. I don't know if I go that far, but it definitely
had some moments.
There definitely were some moments, but unfortunately the Cougs fall 65-63. Salute to the Florida Gators, a very good basketball team, and really the biggest thing is just you're going to have to wait a little bit longer for that Kelvin Sampson final stamp, because Hall of Fame basketball coach. Like Hall of Fame basketball coach, and it just feels like
Guy V. Lewis.
The only thing that's not allowing him to get that fullness of the love that you see for some other greats out there is that championship. Till next year. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next is the time where we typically do our lunchtime confessions presented by the Men's Clinic, and we will do that next.
All right, let's talk about Underdog, the Underdog fantasy.
LegacyBox.com/value to get our $9 offer. LegacyBox.com/value.
Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
First of all, welcome back, Figgy. I know you had a nice long weekend. Hope you enjoyed it.
Yeah, I did.
My confession is I've never missed you more than I missed you yesterday.
Really?
In this segment. I think it was this next segment. I think it was at 12:40 or so. So somehow,
what did I do?
Yeah, I'm
how's
about
this
to
gonna be? Here it comes. All right, I'm just waiting.
I feel
for
love.
It.
So you are, but that's not why.
Yeah, see, it ain't even about you. He's just using it to get to other people. Look at that.
So somehow, some way, it was mentioned that the Dynamo finally got a win.
Correct.
How about that?
Yep.
Okay.
You said somehow, some way. It was winners and losers of the weekend. I was letting.
That's what it was.
They
was
won
at 12:40, wasn't it?
They won on the weekend. They had a great goal, and they actually got a win for the first time this season. I thought that was worth mentioning real quick.
My guy over here, your guy over here, said,
"Damn, not your guy."
Literally said, "Well, the expected goal percentage on that was." Dude, we're using expected goal percentage in soccer now?
Well, they've been using it for quite a while. But I think the point was to highlight that, look.
You don't goal percentage.
Yeah, because it was
a good goal.
It was to highlight that it was a good goal. Is that it's what we do with how improbable was the comeback against Duke,
now,
right? With a few minutes to go, the win percentage was at 98%.
Now, do you do that with the catch rate, like in the outfield?
Well, I don't mind that as much.
Well, where I do it in baseball, where it's notable, is the expected hit percentage on, that hit would have, been a hit 78% of the time.
Well, it'd be a fly out in the outfield, and the expected catch rate was.
Figgy, we're going advanced analytics on MLS soccer.
I think Reggie got a problem.
He's got a problem.
What you mean?
He's got a problem. What are we even
Y'all act like I'm
Sometimes you got to find the right person to nerd out with. Some stuff, if you feel like, this might be a little too nerdy, you know what? I'll stay to myself on this one. Unless somebody else brings it up.
You know what y'all are? Y'all are the people that like, none of y'all can have pineapple on your pizza. Like, if you don't like pineapple on a pizza, that's
fine.
Cool. I'm just laying it out for all the listeners. For some people, they just heard there was a goal, and it was a good one. But for some people, they're like, how good was it? Right? Here you go. Just letting you know. He made an improbable goal. Shout out to them.
Hey, the goal was good.
It was a good goal.
That was the goal. The basket good.
Leave it at that.
We don't need a percentage on how good it was.
See, and now y'all doing a lot here on the text line. I thought y'all was my friends. From the 408, please do not bring American sports statistical analysis to soccer. Look, let me tell you, it's not the Americans that brought the XG to soccer. Soccer been on that XG already anyways. And, of course, it's not the primary way that I look at it. I just think that's an additional way, context of what's happening here.
Man, we're talking EPA basically on soccer.
All right, so I can't mention any additional stuff, huh? I just got to tell you the dry, cut and dry, huh?
Yeah.
He scored a goal and they won. That's it.
I was looking in that studio and I love Byron, but I was like, man, where's Figgy? This would be fun.
Y'all just like jumping me, man. All I'm trying to do is give y'all information. This is what I get for my trouble.
We give you your ball back, man. All right, man. Here's your ball back.
These are my confessions.
I had an absolute blast hanging out watching this game in public. Like, I feel bad because all that was left was for them to win. It was so fun watching this game out in public. Like, I can only imagine what it was like watching the Coogs beat Duke if you were watching amongst people.
That's true.
So my confession is, I think I need to work a little bit harder on watching these games amongst other people. Like, it's better to just be able to sit and like run things back or whatever on the TV.
Yeah.
But it's also so much fun to just be like hang out with folks and eat.
Get a little crazy.
And eat a quesadilla.
Make a little noise.
And make a little noise.
Yeah.
I will say that's the sub part of the confession. I didn't realize I was going to fan out in the way that I did. I was out here jumping up and yelling and clapping at things. Like, I looked like Draymond Green. Like, yeah.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Yeah. And I was like, oh, okay. I didn't realize I thought I was going to be subdued. Nope.
Watching a game with T-Mill is fun, too.
That is also part of it.
Yeah.
That is absolutely very much part of it. Yeah. So he had a couple of shots for me, as I'm sure you expected. And it was a good time, except for the fact that, the thing happened.
Y'all want some breaking news related to Rockets a little bit? The Denver Nuggets has fired Michael Malone, their head coach.
Wow.
That just went down 2 minutes ago.
Man,
That
I
is.
thought you were setting up your confession. I thought it was something funny.
Oh no! It kind of shocked me a little bit. That's why I'm like, is this real? I had to check to see if it was real. But crazy.
That is
These are my confessions.
All right, back to my confession. So, Reggie, you were out at Lil Woodrow's?
No, we actually ended up at what is it?
Where?
Kobo's Q.
Kobo's Q.
Yeah.
Because Lil Woodrow's was
it was packed.
It was out the line.
So
line out the door.
So y'all was watching the game. Y'all had the sound on and all that
Sound
stuff?
on. That was also real good.
That's important.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that didn't go so well for me where I was watching the game. So I was at Cam Houston.
Okay.
And, on their social media, I'm going to put them on blast because I like Cam Houston. I like going there. Food and all that stuff is good. But I was so disappointed, man. So they were promoting, watch the Coogs here. And we have this special, that special. So I'm like, cool. We went to little birthday dinner for my wife and all that stuff. I said,
happy birthday.
Yeah, her birthday tomorrow.
Okay.
But yeah.
Happy birthday in advance.
Yeah, so I'm like, you know what? Let's go to Camp Houston. They got these specials and all that stuff. Watch the game outside, like nice little vibe.
Yeah.
Man, they had a damn DJ going.
Oh no, not
they had the game on, but no sound and the DJ going.
Yeah.
I'm like, man, come on, man.
There are certain games you just don't.
We gotta have the sound on for this one, man. Can chill out.
Yeah.
They don't need no music right now.
They get into it.
We can play the music during the commercials.
Yeah.
We can have the DJs spin the ones and twos during the. I'm like, y'all over here playing the DJ.
Figgy needs to open a place. He knows how to do it.
So all right,
Dude, I was so mad, man, and I ain't had time to be trying to go somewhere else to try to find that because I was with my peoples and stuff. So I'm just like, man, I'm sitting here just watching the game on mute, listening to music, man.
All right, so what's the level where the sound needs to be on in the establishment? Like, what's the level of game, right?
Oh yeah, so playoff games,
local team playoff game,
local team playoff.
Because you
game.
agree, right? I mean, like that was a sound on game.
Yeah,
100%.
And that's a different type of place because I don't think people go there to watch a game. You go more of a sports bar.
Yeah.
But this one, like,
they advertised it though. That's the problem.
That's the thing. Yeah, they said come here to watch the Coogs game.
Yeah.
So I'm like, all right, cool. They gonna have the sound on and all.
Well, to be fair, and if you was gonna try and sue them, they did say watch. They ain't say watch and listen.
Yeah.
So I'm with you.
No, I was so disappointed because, like, I understand if it was the Astros game, then I understand
just
not having
a regular
the sound
April
on.
game.
You just got it on, but no, this is for everything, man. You know how crazy it would be if the Cougs won last night.
Yeah,
like people would probably.
I did think about that too. I was like, I felt bad, just like the
talking,
vibe in general.
Dog, I was talking about going to Third Ward, man. I'm like, I'm gonna go to Third Ward, just ride around, and just honk the horn.
That'd have been nuts,
man. But
that'd have been great.
Can I steal the next confession?
Go
Because
ahead.
my confession actually ties up with what you were just.
These are my confessions.
I think I did the thing that you're not supposed to do.
Mm-hmm.
I started talking about with T-Mill and the other folks who were hanging out. What would they do if they won the championship? Is it the parade?
Oh, man. You celebrating
I broke
early,
the seal.
man.
I broke the seal. I shouldn't have done that. Because I was, but like, can we still have the
It
conversation?
wasn't your hair that did it. It was that.
That's right. Can we still have the conversation, or is that taboo?
No, it would have been a parade.
You think they would have done a full parade downtown?
I say it all the time. It says Houston on their front.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Because I was like,
no, that's a college that's in the city of Houston in Third Ward.
Yeah.
So that's a Houston squad, man.
Yeah,
I was like,
no matter what school you went to, man, that's
for sure.
Houston.
I was revving up, obviously, but I shouldn't have broke the seal. I apologize.
Yeah, I did that with the Texans playoff game when they blew it against Kansas City. I was already thinking, I'm like, man, they might play Tennessee.
Yeah,
that's gonna be I'm like, I think Tennessee at home. I think they would have been playing here.
How about those people that were in line at Academy?
Oh, that sucks.
They were in line at Academy waiting for them to open after the game.
I wonder if there's just someone who worked at Academy who stole them one.
Just one.
Just steal you one to have, like, I know we got to put these back in the box and put them on trucks, but let me just take one right quick in a medium.
These are my confessions.
I've entered a toxic relationship.
Congratulations.
Oh, man.
Yeah, I have entered a toxic relationship with Rory McIlroy.
Oh.
Okay, how long y'all been in it?
Well, it's going on about 3 years now. Okay. Don't sleep on this.
I don't see no ring on your finger yet.
And we'll cover this in a lot
What's
more.
taking so long?
details, but this is Masters Week, man.
It is. It is Masters Week.
And anybody who listens to this show knows I'm a big fan of golf, especially the majors. And every year I enter every single golf pool that I can. And I went back and looked. I have picked Rory McIlroy in my first tier. You know, they have tiers or whatever that you can pick a golfer from each one.
I'll let you tell me about that.
Yeah, it's like 6 tiers. You pick one from each tier, and then your score is like a fantasy.
Got you. So it's like fantasy golf, and that's how it goes. Got you.
I've picked him in the first tier 5 times in the last 3 years. He's lost and crashed all 5 times. I have not picked him in whatever the rest of the number is, and those were the ones that he won the majors. So I picked Rory because he's so hot right now for this week's Masters in my first tier, ahead of Scotty Scheffler, ahead of Morikawa, ahead of all these guys, because I think he's so hot. I think he's going to finally break through on the Masters. So you can pretty much guarantee he's going to crash and
Very
burn.
good. And actually, that leads to my next confession, which
These are my confessions.
we got somebody who tweeted us and said, are y'all going to hold Lopez accountable for his lock that the Coogs would not just win it, but win it by, what was it, double digits that you
said
said?
it was a lock.
I said 6 to 8 points, maybe double digits, and they should have.
You said it was a lock.
Lock.
Oh, man.
Lock. They should
It's
have.
your damn fault.
Somebody had the key to unlock it.
No,
apparently.
they should have. I stand by it, man. I make that bet again. It's like in gambling. People always say it. I lost the bet, but everything that was sound. The Cougars.
The process was good, is what you're saying?
The process was good. The bet was sound. The Cougars were up 12 with 16 minutes left. I was like, I tell you the confidence I had in that bet. The Gators were favored by 1.5 points. I created an alternate line. Cougars favored by 4.5, and that way I would have won like $200 on a $50 bet. I'd make that bet again. Cougars should have won. They should have won easily. Anybody watch the game? Did anybody watch the game?
We all watched
I watched a lot of that game.
Do you think the Cougars should have won and maybe even by 6 or 8 points?
Woulda, coulda, shoulda. They didn't.
I know, like I said, but it was a sound bet. Do you think the Cougars should have won by 6 or 8 points at least?
I mean, yes, but that's not how betting
Biggie?
works. I'd win a lot of bets if it was just off of what I thought
what
should
I'm saying
happen.
is-
What should have happened? Yeah.
You don't always win your bet, but the bet was a sound
The
bet.
Texans should have beat the Chiefs.
The bet was a good bet.
And
I would do it again.
I will tell you, this is why. This particularly is why I do not bet. Because I'd be like, no, this makes sense, and it don't happen. I'll be like, well, I mean,
it
I
made
thought
sense
it made
until the last 4 minutes.
And that's the problem. That's the problem with a lock, ain't it? Right? Because
That's right.
the lock don't consider what should have happened. It's just what happened. And right now, your lock looking real creaky.
Hey, I would do it again.
I would not use your lock to put my bike up. My bike would be gone.
Ask anyone who saw that game. Who should have won? How much should they have won by?
Well, I don't think that's how Vegas,
That's not how it works. I
Vegas,
get it.
Vegas don't do it like that. So, yeah, your comeuppance is here.
Nuggets also fired their GM, Calvin Booth.
Do you want
is
to talk?
going on?
Wow.
We need to probably discuss what's going on.
All right, well, those are your lunchtime
Is it
confessions
Black
here.
Monday?
It was a Tuesday first and foremost, so Black Tuesday going on. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Again, appreciation to the Men's Clinic for presenting lunchtime confessions. Coming up next, let's talk a little bit about it. The Nuggets just fired the two most important people in their brain trust of their organization. And what does that mean for the Nuggets? What does that mean for the Rockets? Not just this season in the playoffs, but also moving forward. What does the landscape look like in the West? Let's talk about it next.
Texans.
Center.com.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, X10 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Yes, you're right, Texter from the 832. Lopez was out here trying to tell us
like
that
Daryl Morey?
His bet was a lock. Yeah, but he missed it. But it don't matter because if you look at this sheet right here, actually it means that they won.
They really won the game.
If you just don't look at the last 8 minutes of basketball, they really did win the basketball game. Yeah, that's right. All right. Some interesting breaking news happening in the world of professional basketball. The Denver Nuggets, one of the many teams that are in that space below third in the West, like in that large glut from third to eighth in the West, that all are separated by maybe half a game. They fired not only their 10-year head coach that took them to the championship, Michael Malone, they also fired the general manager in this period. And so like I just wanted to kind of break this down a little bit and ultimately try and circle around to what this means for the Rockets. What catches you first and foremost out of this, Lopez?
Well, first of all, the bizarre nature of it. I truly thought Figgy was kidding around and setting up some kind of confession that was funny about whatever. It's just bizarre. But the second thing, and I think this is the most important thing, if you're a basketball fan and certainly, if you're a Nuggets fan, but it does pertain to the Rockets, and we'll get to that. None of this is the general manager and the head coach of a team that won the championship 2 yead ago.
Yeah.
That doesn't happen unless one of two things happen. It's the owner and the head coach having a vast, difference of opinion on things and arguing and fighting about something or another, or Jokic.
It's quite possible.
Jokic has to have been involved in this somehow.
There might be a secret third option, which is I'll bring in another firing that happened earlier with another team that is slated to be a playoff team, the Memphis Grizzlies, now lower down, but only by a couple of games, funny enough, because of the West. Taylor Jenkins, the head coach there, was fired. And it seems like, from reporting, that was kind of clashing within the organization on philosophy of the way that he was going about things. It could be one of those things where it's like an organizational kind of clash to some degree, but I guess that's what you're speaking of with your best player or with the ownership. I do wonder if it happens somewhere else in that organization, although in this instance, the general manager gets fired as well, so it does feel like that's an organizational thing, but I can see to some degree firing these parties in the offseason.
Sure.
This is a team where their supporting cast that had been so strong for them, they lost some guys. If you want to specifically get to some of the names, Kentavious Caldwell-Pope leaves. He was one of their shooters. They lost Bruce Brown a couple of years ago, who was helpful and instrumental in their championship. And they've had to lean on younger and younger guys. Some of them have worked like a Christian Brown, and some of them not so much. Like a Zeke Naji. I think Julian Strawther they're trying to make work. But they have that, I think, for right now, what that puts them in a place where they're fourth right now, but they've lost 4 in a row, and they look like their heads are down. They don't look like they're ready to play good basketball, which means it's a face-off against the Nuggets at some point in the playoffs if that finds a way to happen, if they continue to slide here down the stretch. But I think in the larger string of things, what do you think that this means for the Rockets and for the West? Like, do you think this? I feel like this goes one of two ways. The Nuggets go down as an organization because they're just in a place where they now have to try and rebuild this again, or do they bounce back up under the premise that the coach and the general manager that they had previously been under were losing the rope, and now they bring in another group who are going to recapture the rope and then retool this thing back up to the top of the West? Because the West is full of a lot of teams, and I think a season like this year is interesting because you have probably 10 teams that are really interesting, but that doesn't last for a long time. Eventually some of those teams filter out, and then there's teams that climb to the top, and thankfully the Rockets are up towards the top. But I'm interested, which way do you think the Nuggets are going?
I don't think there's any way you can. I mean, maybe you can, but for me, there's no way that you can look at this as any kind of possible threat. Like they're not going to be as good. You have this kind of change this late in the game. What are we, 3 games away?
Well, in this playoffs, I think I agree with you there.
Right?
For sure.
Yeah. I mean, so it's.
You don't think they're gonna make a run?
No,
a championship run.
But the funny thing is, and you were mentioning it in the break there, Figgy. I kind of was like worried a little bit about the Nuggets. I mean, not a lot.
You're really
not a lot because of the Westbrook thing. Now maybe that.
Westbrook ain't breaking up that team.
No. What I'm saying, maybe there were some serious differences of opinion.
On bringing him in.
Or even
on how they're using him, bringing him in, his minutes.
But starting for a good long stretch of time when you probably needed to make the argument could have easily been made that playing someone like Christian Brown, a young guy who is more efficient, who doesn't have some of the, let's say, rough edges that Russell Westbrook is going to come with, and that you are probably going to need to factor in these playoffs that are coming up, getting him those minutes earlier rather than giving Russell Westbrook minutes who you know exactly what he is and what he can do for you. Like, maybe that was the difference of opinion.
Well, keep in mind that Jokic scored 61 points and they lost the game because of Westbrook, and then a couple of days later they lost another game because of Westbrook.
Yeah. Then, by the way, he ain't talked to the media.
And then when he finally did, he was just very, very evasive and all that.
Maybe it is a lot of drama going on.
Yeah. Well, it's some kind of drama. There's no way it can't be. But it's either owner and then, whatever it is, the players, sort of revolting, or not revolting, but, having a big say in this. But then you talk about the Rockets. Look, the team I would most want to play is still Memphis. Denver was probably second or third, with the Lakers somewhere in there.
Sure.
But
I think Denver is definitely – well, the tough part about it is Jokic himself is a monster, and the big the big question mark that exists anytime you play a Denver Nuggets team in this era with Jokic is Jamal Murray healthy and producing? Because if he is, he can drop a 50 ball on you like that, like in an instant, and that becomes really untenable. But you have the bigs to throw at Jokic to make it tough on him, and you definitely have the wings to make it painful for the not that solid supporting cast that Jokic is dealing with. So I think I'd put them really after the Grizzlies at this point.
The other thing that you mentioned as it pertains to the Rockets and really any NBA team, comes at you fast, man. Like if things go awry, pretty quickly, everybody's like, oh, hey, Raphael Stone, things are looking good. What a couple of good decisions here. Dude, if like certain things happen, Jalen Green doesn't advance again, and maybe, some other players, whether it's Şengün or whomever, things start to fall apart. If they don't have a great, offensive sort of uprising in the next few weeks and next few years, boom, just like that, it can happen.
It's one thing firing the GM and the coach if y'all not in the playoffs and y'all having a bad year, but these cats are still in the playoffs, man. They're gearing up for the playoffs. I'm like, dang.
What do you make of that timing? Because we're seeing that's multiple now coaches
second time
that have been fired with this particular timing in the season, like with this playoffs still ahead of them, with teams that are expected to participate in playoff and postseason activity. Like, what do you make of that, the timing that we're starting to see infiltrate the NBA with the lack of willingness to wait until the season is over?
I can't really remember two playoff teams firing their coaches this late in the season. I mean,
and these are not like playoff teams that's barely in the playoffs that just kind of snuck.
Well, the Grizzlies have kind of, but they're safely in the play.
They kind of they kind of slid down, but the Nuggets was in there, man.
And what do I make of it? I think one thing that you have to look at is a lot of teams feel like the opportunity, or they've blown an opportunity.
Yeah, this is the year where the reporting is none of these teams are really afraid of each other.
Yeah,
and we've seen that specifically in the Rockets getting out here and beating the teams at the top of both of the conferences, in the Thunder in the West and the Cavs in the East, and I mean obviously more teams around that. Yeah, it just feels like. Yeah, there's opportunity here, and I think that to circle back around to what you were saying about how quickly you can go from championship to firing portions of your brain trust. I think that one, it makes me appreciative of the seeming synergy and operational alignment that it seems like the Rockets have between Raphael Stone and Ime Udoka.
Yeah,
like it seems like they are in one accord, but I think it also speaks to the idea of make sure you hit. Like, make sure you take care of this opportunity. Who obviously this year I think you're working with house money, but like I think that
let's just move forward 365 days.
I think this is why you go into the offseason and you don't just go, hey, we look good and we're just going to stand pat. I think this is why you still go and you try and be aggressive in the offseason to get yourself a star, because you want to push forward into that space and make sure that you hit for your lick while the window is open, because we do this in sports a lot. We're like, well, this team's going to be here for 5 years, and 5 years from then, they're in a completely different space than we anticipated. These things move quickly, and I think this is another highlight of that.
And, there are, a lot of speculation coming out right now. And this is the other thing that can derail a team like that. Like, that's their first championship ever. They should have built a statue for these guys. But it seems like, there's reports about the rift between them both. I don't know.
Yeah, that is interesting.
Yeah. I don't understand why that would happen.
Is that like
you would think one of them would win?
Right. Is that a split the baby? It's like both of y'all getting a whooping if y'all don't figure out how to play nice?
Yeah.
Yeah, and we got playoffs to look forward to.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah, like you said, you would think, wait till the offseason. See how it plays out.
Right.
By the way, I didn't know Calvin Booth was the GM. I'm like, is that Calvin Booth that used to hoop?
That is Calvin Booth. I'm trying to think. Is basketball the one that does it the most of like former players making it into the higher rungs? Because I'm trying to think. Baseball got into a bad space. Well, bad is probably judgmental. Got into a space where you started getting a lot of spreadsheet guys. You got a lot of Yale and Cornell.
A lot of managers and general managers are still.
But yeah, of course, the baseball guys for sure on that level.
But basketball, they be having former players where you didn't even know they was the GM. Like I want to say in Atlanta, Anthony Parker.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, is that Anthony Parker that used to hoop? Candace brother?
Yeah, it's James Jones, Elton Brand and stuff. All these folks that end up in these high levels of the organization. That's interesting. All right, do we ever get a reckless speculation sounder put together?
No, I'm a find one.
Because the 713 comes in here with some reckless speculation.
I love this.
We're not going to really get into a lot of hypotheticals and a lot of speculation.
Excellent.
Right?
They said Michael Malone and the GM, Calvin Booth, were involved in a massive gambling operation that defrauded the sports book, the NBA, the players, and the fans. And the NBA made a compromise to fire both of them in disgrace in exchange for not pursuing legal avenues.
Checks out.
Again, reckless speculation. It's the gambling.
Problem solved.
Who's that played for the Nuggets? His brother got involved in that gambling stuff.
So that is Michael Porter Jr.
Yeah,
and Jonte Porter.
Maybe it's some type of connection right there, man.
Look at you. You're in on it too.
Reckless speculation, gentlemen.
You're in on it.
We're not going to really get into a lot of hypotheticals and a lot of speculation, right?
Thank you, Nick. We're not going to do that. All right, real quick before we go, can I get Zach Lowe here? Because Zach Lowe just made his triumphant return to NBA podcasting. One of the better NBA reporters in all the game. And I say that in part because I really appreciate his work, but also in part because he's one of the folks in national media that seems like he actually understands and gets it right about the Rockets.
The Rockets, their half-court offense is only so-so. It's trended better as the season's been going along. They've found something with this Adams, Şengün, just beat the hell out of you, double big lineup. Yeah, it might be flawed, their half-court offense. Their shooting is so-so. Their spacing is so-so. They are just freaking good and tough. Their defense is legit, and they are going to beat the crap out of you for 7 straight games. And you're going to feel that whether you win that series or not. They can beat any of these teams 2-7, 2-8. They could win any series. And they reminded everybody of that last night.
Sure did.
Yep.
So I appreciate you. Shout out to Zach Lowe doing the good work and making sure that the people know these Rockets are legitimate. And I know he was talking about the shooting. Hey, just go ahead and look at the last 10 games. If that sample works for you, 37.9%, good for 9th. They've been shooting the ball from deep a little bit nice.
And you were talking about that earlier. I actually kind of surprised me. I didn't dig that deep into it.
And I mean, team games, it's like they're 11th, but that's a nice ramp up. Like if you could find a way to shoot at that level, it absolutely increases the possibility of you making a nice little run in the playoffs. So shout out to the Rockets, who it seems like with this news, obviously I don't think that they had a ton of trouble with the Nuggets. Just I don't think the team itself shifts a lot, but I do think that this kind of points to an opportunity in this year and then also to come. Like the West is tumultuous. You've had 2 coaches fired in the last month or so before the playoffs.
47 and 32.
To say the least, it's tumultuous.
That is crazy. That's crazy. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's talk a little bit about the Houston Texans. Is there anything that we've been sleeping on when it comes to the Texans draft priorities? Because let's see if some of the things that are under the radar might be possibilities. We'll do it next.
Playoff basketball.
Party delivery. Fresh beef available in the contiguous U.S., Alaska, and Canada.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. We're still kind of reeling over the fact that the Nuggets just fired their head coach and a general manager at the same damn time, mere 3-4 games before the end of the season and before the play. I mean, the playoffs are like 10 days away, bro. They are currently in the fourth seed. Yeah, David
Adelman.
If that name sounds familiar, yes. Yes, he is the son of Rick Adelman, so he's going to get his chance of being an interim head coach for the Nuggets. And another reckless speculation that came in on the text line. Reckless speculation.
We're not going to really get into a lot of hypotheticals and a lot of speculation.
That's right, Nick. Jokic will be made available, and he will be a Rocket next offseason.
I thought it's funny. I thought about that. I'm like, dang, when if he won out?
That would be
They just made sure he doesn't get out. If that's part, I think Jokic is in there somewhere. He's in the middle of all this.
That would be malpractice.
Yeah.
To give up Jokic.
Oh man.
Oh God, yes.
But here's the thing, right? You have to do it right, but isn't that a weird situation to work with Alperin? Like, you figure that out.
Hey, he part of the deal.
Hey.
You don't think he part of the deal?
All right.
You know what I'm gonna say? Don't tell me about the waves. Just bring that ship in.
All right. Let me stop before y'all say something wild.
He might be part of the deal, man.
Let me stop before y'all say something wild.
You don't want it 3 times, 4 times, 5 times? Should be MVP?
Yeah.
I mean, yes. Yes, I do.
And you know what kind of style of basketball David Adelman's going to coach. Up and down, baby. Up and down.
I do love this. Kicks Rocks on the YouTube said it was malpractice to get rid of Luka Doncic. Also, some joker did that.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Hey, that's
All
fair.
right.
Yeah.
All right.
That's fair.
I hear you. All right, let's get to the Texans, right? Is there something that we're sleeping on when it comes to draft priorities? The obvious ones are the biggest ones because those are the ones that we focused on. Offensive line, maybe interior offensive line primarily is the word I was looking for. But I mean, tackles have come up quite a bit. Interior defensive line, wide receiver, those are the big ones. But is there anything that we're sleeping on here, Lopez?
Well, let me ask Figgy this, because I gave you the answer earlier when we were chatting about this.
What? I don't remember this.
I gave you it was an open book test.
Look at you not playing for the theater of the mind.
It's a pop quiz. It's a pop quiz for Figgy. It's an open book test for you. So Figgy, I'm going to ask you, if you had to just put a number, all the interviews the Texans have had at the Combine, at obviously Senior Bowl, the top 30 visits, how many linemen do you think the Texans have interviewed? Offensive linemen.
Offensive linemen, I will probably say, I'm scared to put a number on it.
Just take a stab. Roughly what?
Roughly, I'm gonna say, is 15 too much or too little? If that's a lot, then I'm gonna go with 8.
All right, 8's about right. That's probably what you would have landed on, somewhere in 6 to 8, right?
Yeah.
All right. 4. They've interviewed at all these events 4 offensive linemen.
I'm not even surprised, man.
Here's where it gets interesting.
Wait, do you recall the 4?
I do have them here. I'll tell you in just a second. But no, like they have interviewed 4 offensive linemen in all these events,
like the Combine, the 30
Senior
visits,
Bowl,
Senior Bowl, all of that.
All of that. That's the total number, right?
I know they talked to Tyler Booker. Interestingly enough, they're talking to Josh Connerly. I think that's this week. I think Aaron Wilson reported that this week. So that's 2 when you talk about offensive linemen. I know they've talked to Chase Lunt, who are Connecticut, and that's like we're talking like day 2, day 3 offensive line. Oh, day 3 is probably unfair, but yeah, back there, Charles Grant, who was an offensive tackle for William and Mary. Those are the ones that I'm definitely seeing, and so I think those are probably the 4 that you had.
Yeah, you mentioned it. Connerly, Charles Grant from William and Mary was
small school, which
top 30.
Okay,
that's a top 30 interview.
I see you, Nick.
Yeah, Chase Lunt from UConn.
Yep.
And then of course, where's the other one?
Booker and Connolly. Right?
Yeah, there's one more.
Connerly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Now, how about running backs? 5.
They've talked to 5?
They talked to 5?
They've talked to 5 running backs.
That's surprising to me.
So far. That's why I'm saying, are we sleeping on some? Now, this makes me happy. They've talked to Jaden Blue, Amarian Hampton,
Texas, North Carolina,
Jaquez Hunter,
Ooh, I don't remember where Jaquez Hunter played.
Jaquez Hunter.
Auburn,
yes. Jaquez Hunter.
I didn't remember that. I had to look it up.
Quinshon Judkins, we know that one.
Quinshon Judkins was Ole Miss recently. No, he ended up at Ohio State.
Ohio State.
Transfer portal got me.
And then Brashard Smith from SMU.
Yeah.
They've talked to more running backs than offensive linemen. And I've been on it since the get-go here. Are we sleeping on maybe them really prioritizing a running back like they should, in my opinion?
Sleeping on is going to be the interesting term here because, in a way, yes and no. Like, I think that it's, if you look at the visits and the ways that they've talked to folks, yes, it makes sense that this is something that's going to be something that they want to hammering for, right? Your perspective, and I guess I shouldn't speak for you. What is your perspective on how they should go into the running back situation?
You can't just go and count on Dameon Pierce being your number 2. You need a true number 2 running back, whether you acquired him. It doesn't look like that's going to happen. I mean, we'll see. Or you draft one. Because Joe Mixon, awesome, terrific. You can count on him. Durable, but still 30, 31 this year. Something like that. And I think he's had over 1,000 carries in the last 4 full seasons that he's played. So, yeah. I've been clamoring for it. You didn't mischaracterize what I feel.
He will be 29. This is his age 29 season.
Okay, but I've been clamoring for it, and 29 in running back years now.
Yes,
more than 1,000 carries. I know that's accurate in the last 4 full seasons that he's played. So this kind of warms my heart. Are we sleeping on running back?
In a way, I also think no, because I think that there is a wider grouping of what running backs rather they're looking at and definitely talking to, because I think that they're giving themselves a wide range of guys to maybe pick at, right? I think that offensive linemen, I think it's relatively narrow, the places that they're going to have an opportunity to select, right? Like, I think that they are probably more narrowed in on where they're going to be to end up, selecting offensive linemen and the ones that'll be available to them. And I know this organization values and prioritizes talking to a lot of people because they want to have that intel on just who these people are. And also, you never know what will happen in the future. I think with running backs also, they're very, very much in a place. That could happen relatively early. That could happen relatively late. And I think that you're seeing a spread that points to the idea that day 2, day 3, like they might have a wider range and they don't know exactly because it's a lower priority. And I think lower just relative, not necessarily lower in that it does not matter, but relatively lower priority. It moves. It could fluctuate on when they get around to addressing it. So you need to be prepared for a lot more situations on when you get to address it.
No, that's more than fair. But when you start bringing them in, for top 30 visits, that means more. I mean, we were talking to Brian Broaddus about that. Top 30, that means more.
Yep.
Quinshon Judkins is a top 30 visit. That's interesting to say the least.
The one that got me was Omarion Hampton. Omarion Hampton is looked at as possibly being another first-round running back after Ashton Genty, right? So, the idea, that was the one because, the likes of Brashard Smith, who I like. Like, I do think that would be an interesting addition for the Texans, right? And in the right kind of positional value range if you're going to draft, especially considering that I don't think you're drafting a guy to jump in and be a starter immediately. Not that needs to be the way that you look at it, but, when we talk about value, that's the value that I'm looking at. But the idea that they're viewing it even that highly, I feel like if there's an Omarion Hampton on there, you had to, and this was earlier on, so maybe this was more when you thought about him as possibly a second-round pick, but even then, with all of the things and the priorities that it seems like you should have with building this roster, the idea that they may be viewed as high as the second round of potential running back, the idea that they really want to add not just competition but some real talent to that room to add in with what they've got going with Mixon. And I think they still believe in Dameon Pierce, but this is a Caley offense coming in that it does seem like they want to run the football, so having not just 2 but 3 guys that you believe in probably matters.
Now let's also, be very fair here. Every year, you hear some, including here in Houston, some guy gets drafted in the second round or even the first round, and some of the first words out of their mouth is like, "Yeah, I never even talked to him." So they have their eyes on players that they already feel pretty comfortable about. So you can't read a whole lot, but you can read some, especially the top 30 visits. Now, what if I told you this? They've interviewed more running backs than offensive linemen. Also more running backs than wide receivers. Also 4.
Yeah. That's a fair point.
It's kind of making sense though. If this what this offense is going to be, just based on running the football, I guess it's kind of shaping out to be this way.
Well, it makes me happy because I really feel like they need to address that.
Yeah, I agree with you. So I mean, I'm happy about it, and I think that especially what you can take from it, not necessarily that these are absolutely the guys that they'll draft, because you did highlight it correctly, that there are instances where you will have an opportunity to draft someone that you didn't talk to. Like that happens all around the NFL, but specifically with these Texans from time to time. But I think it highlights not just that they're looking at it, but also some of the places, right? Again, it feels like this is a day 2, maybe into day 3.
Yeah.
Like, so 3rd round, 4th round, maybe.
But some of those are
potential
clearly
running back.
higher than that, or could be higher than that.
100%.
Is Damian Pierce chalked up as a swing and a miss? No.
Nah.
You need another
I feel
running
like
back.
that was a good pick.
Well,
for what they got for him.
Well,
Like it was a 3rd round?
Yeah, 3rd round, had a good rookie year.
Yeah.
Now it hadn't gone the same since. But even if you still believe like he can become something, I don't think he's done enough. He hadn't played enough to say he's our absolute number 2.
Of course not.
Yeah,
but I'm just saying, I don't think it's a failed draft pick or nothing like that.
No, and then even further on that, to add on what you guys are talking about, what has been the watchword of this offseason for this team? More specifically with the offensive line, but in general, competition, right? And even if this offensive scheme that we ultimately see under Nick Caley is one that is gap scheme oriented and falls in line with something that Damian Pierce does well, he's also been the type of player where, I don't know about you, but I think I'd be in a place where I want competition to push him to be the best version of himself.
100%.
I wanted that last year.
Yeah.
Get that young guy. And then also, look, I think you still have Joe Mixon under contract, but if you get yourself to a place where you have a robust ability, like you want to have the ability to have some wiggle room where you have talent to make some decisions, even if they end up being difficult in the future. So, like, I think that, yes, adding to that particular portion of it, especially with a team that I think you want to also have some balance with, right? You want to have play complementary football, and I think running the football a little bit more is going to be something that's worthwhile in a sport where injuries happen. Having 3 guys that you believe strongly in ain't a problem at all, and especially if you can get it in a relatively value position in maybe like a 4th round selection.
So, the point being, what we say, what they have to get an offensive lineman. Well, they need an offensive lineman in the draft. Do they have to get it in the 1st round?
I was going to say, how confident are you that they are going to pick an offensive lineman in this draft now?
Well,
very.
If I still had to say yes or no, I would say yes. I've just been saying all along, it's no guarantee.
Yeah. I'm not sure
that they're going to take an offensive lineman at all.
Like I wouldn't be surprised if they didn't. Yeah,
in the very first
with that first pick in the first round.
Okay, that's fair. Like I think the first 2 rounds, I'm guaranteeing. Guarantees have not worked out well for us this week. I'd probably feel like 80%, 80-90% that they take a offensive lineman in the first 2 rounds. And honestly, I'm starting to look at, do they take 2 offensive linemen in the first 2 days? Like, because you got those 4 picks in the top 89 selections. Like, I could easily see them taking a couple of offensive linemen in that, as evidenced by the fact that you had Charles Grant from William & Mary, and who's the other small school cat, or the UConn Lunt?
Yes, Lunt.
From UConn. Like, those are guys that are not anywhere near like day 1. Those are guys who are going to come in day 2, day 3. It seems like they're going to circle back around and add even more depth, or at least have the possibility or the thought of adding even more depth offensive line-wise, and I agree with that. Just continue to add more guys into that competition and that stew, but particularly definitely want to have some guys of talent up at the top.
There's zero question they're going to draft offensive linemen, plural. It's just 1st round becomes maybe a little interesting, whether it's receiver, running back, but I'm with you. I would say 75-80%. Yeah.
And for the 2nd day in the row, I should have pulled this Nick Payne and Pendergast, but you've heard it on the promos here on Sports Radio 610. They feel confident in that. The fact that the only thing that they have to do when it comes to the draft is draft dudes that have that right mentality that they're looking for. And so that I think that's been the mantra and the motto of what they're trying to do, and they think they've done a solid job of getting to that place. I still have my priorities. Like, hey, man, go ahead and hit those places where it's very evident that you need something. Absolutely. All right. Before we move along, something that came out a little while ago that we've just been trying to wrap our minds around for the last hour plus. Former Houston Astro, is it Dotel? Octavio Dotel. He thankfully he is alive, but he apparently was caught. Oh no, actually no. Update on the reporting. I did not see this. He died, in fact, in a nightclub collapse in the Dominican Republic. He was 51 years old. He had been rescued from the collapsed nightclub, but unfortunately it seems like he has passed since. The nightclub called Jet Set Nightclub in Santo Domingo, a roof suddenly collapsed and caved in and buried the patrons in the rubble. He was trapped amongst the wreckage and originally reported missing along with a lot of others. He was alive when he was rescued from the ruins, but unfortunately passed, being transferred to a hospital locally. So, obviously condolences to his family and his friends and to all the people that enjoyed his work, obviously in the MLB, particularly with the Astros. But yeah, Octavio Dotel passed away at the age of 51. So really sad, really, really sad news.
I am in some video, just monster club, as you would suspect, and
a lot of people,
and the roof just completely caves in.
Oh, there's actual video from inside.
Yes.
Oh my goodness,
completely caves in.
That is absolutely terrifying. Some other merengue singer named Roby Perez, and then Nelsie Cruz, who apparently is a baseballer Nelson Cruz's sister, also got caught up in all of that. So. Again, condolences to his family, to his friends, all the people that cared about Octavio Dotel. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next is typically the time where we hand it off to Figgy Fig. Good luck changing the vibe on this one for Figgy's mixtape. Figgy, what you got for us?
Yeah, I'm going to try to change it up a little bit, stay away from the Coogs and all that, but an animal was extinct for 13,000 years ago. Is back.
Oh, here we go. Jurassic Park.
I saw this.
All right.
And more animals could be brought back to life. Plus, what would your karaoke song be if you had to sing to the world? 713-572-4610. Right. Now I'm going somewhere with this.
All right.
We really gonna get Jurassic Park. All right, let's do it next.
All right, let's talk about Driftwood Shores, Wolf Point, Saturday. Be there. It's this Saturday.
for your free online visit.
Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yep, it's a mixtape. In the Loop, Sports Radio 610. Figgy holding it down on a Tuesday. Happy Tuesday to everyone out there. So, are you guys familiar with Game of Thrones? I know that's a silly question. That's more of a boomerang question.
Familiar.
Yeah, well, I'm familiar with,
but I didn't watch.
I very much watched it.
Yeah, I know Reggie, you're a fan. Is it safe to call you a fan?
Yeah, I think so.
You're a fan? Okay, yeah. I know a lot of our listeners are fans of Game of Thrones. Mm-hmm. So you know the dire wolves there.
Yes, yeah,
dire wolves,
the big old wolves.
Yeah, the big old white-looking wolves,
as basically kind of pets.
Yeah. So 13,000 years ago, that species of wolf died out. Mm-hmm. And now it is the world's first successful de-extinct animal.
Wait, what?
So they brought it
back to life.
Yeah.
From where?
Yeah, if it was extinct, that means no more.
Well, I'm glad you asked that. So here's a news clip of them explaining how they pretty much brought this dire wolf back to life.
We turn now to that remark through 13,000 years after the last dire wolf walked the earth. Scientists say they've now brought them back. Here's our chief national correspondent back up and with the video tonight.
Tonight, a howl 13,000 years in the making. In a first for science, biotech company Colossal Biosciences says it brought the extinct dire wolf back to life, a species that hasn't walked the earth since the Stone Age.
The dire wolf is the first de-extinct species.
Well known from HBO's hit show Game of Thrones, ABC News given exclusive access into Colossal's lab in Dallas, where scientists are using genes from gray wolves to create dire wolves.
We've taken a gray wolf genome, a gray wolf cell, which is already genetically 99.5% identical to dire wolves, and we've edited those cells at multiple places in its DNA sequence to contain the dire wolf version of the DNA. That animal looks like a dire wolf, it will behave like a dire wolf, and it is a dire wolf.
Now, 7 months old, dire wolves Romulus and Remus eating well and getting bigger every day.
And David, the company tells us they're not stopping there. They plan to have woolly mammoths roaming the earth again by 2028. But critics argue that this de-extinction could harm fragile ecosystems.
So this was done on April 1st, right?
That's what I was saying. It was like, when did this story come through?
This was an April Fool's joke. Right?
I appreciate the 281 almost, because they said they were on board until, but where did they say they were doing this? Where is this lab? Is it Dallas? This is some Dallas. So what y'all messing with that for? Ain't nobody from Houston out here messing with some stuff that they don't need to mess with. Look at you going over there. Why?
Yeah.
To what end is my question. For why? Why do we need dire wolves?
A woolly mammoth?
Did you hear the sounds of the baby dire wolves? And I was like, this sound like Jurassic Park. This sound like the little raptors when they was little before they start chasing you through the kitchen and sniffing you out. Like, what are we doing? Why are we doing this?
If it's an animal you want to bring back, though, what animal would you like to bring back? And not to have it as a pet, but maybe bring it back and be in a zoo or something like that.
The dodo bird is extinct. I don't know if these are I just searched it as you're looking. The Caribbean monk seal, saber-toothed tiger.
See, look at y'all.
Saber-toothed tiger.
I wouldn't mind seeing one at the zoo.
What kind of fish? How about some big fish?
See, I was like, there he goes. He's like, I'm trying to see, what can I catch?
Yeah, exactly.
Let me see. I'm trying to think, like, what kind of animals.
I'll tell you what, saber-toothed tiger, that'd be pretty sweet to see one of those.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Give me, like, is there like we got rid of some of these turtles, right? Like, bring back some turtles, man. Like, bring back some stuff that I'm not afraid of going rogue on.
I'm about to say, you don't want to see no dinosaurs?
No! For what? So that we can get stomped out? Like, why does nobody consider the extinction level capabilities of these actions, right? Why do I feel like I'm Jeff Goldblum right now telling y'all that just because y'all can do it doesn't mean that you should?
Yeah.
How is nobody else? Like, we made a whole movie. This is the thing I hate about us as humans. Make, like, whole facets of art.
Yeah.
Basically trying to teach us a lesson, and then our dumb selves be like, oh, that's a great idea. No, the whole point of the movie was don't do this type of stuff.
Let's try it for real. Oh, you know that movie, The Titanic?
Yeah.
Let's go down there for real.
Right. Why?
Try to find that jewel that Rose dropped.
Yeah.
And then what happened? They got crushed like a can of you know what. Like this is the thing I just don't understand. Why do we do this? This is why little boys always out here with casts and stuff.
Yeah.
Because we do the thing where we go, oh yeah, I saw that person get DDT'd on wrestling. Let's do that too. Like that is why we get in trouble. And we as adults should probably act better than 10-year-old boys. But here we are trying to make woolly mammoths.
I'm still not sure that this is real. I mean, this feels like such a prank.
Yeah, but see, honestly, like the first thing I thought about, I'm not really worried about the animals part of it. I'm worried about the human element of it. Like they're gonna try to bring back humans and all that type of stuff. Like
One of
that's
Abraham Lincoln's descendants.
Yeah, see that's the part that scared me.
Let's bring back old honest Abe.
Let's edit his cell and rebirth him and all that type of stuff. And you have a weird looking dude looking like he was straight out of the 1600s. Like, nah, I don't need to see that.
Born with the mutton chops?
Yeah.
And look, I understand. Well, I don't understand this person saying megalodon. What are you doing? From the 281. They said that this is incredibly fascinating. They're molecular biologists, like the idea that they're able to do this. But guys, yes, I feel like we should.
Well, just because you're able doesn't mean you do.
That's a scary thing. I mean, like, creating this this dire wolf. I understand that part, but they gonna if you take an inch, they gonna stretch it a mile, man. They gonna go right to T-Rex and try to dig up his bones.
They're gonna have T-Rex. Running around Buffalo Bayou.
That's the only thing I'm worried
Pterodactyls
about.
and
man. Like, let's keep it with the I don't even want to do a wolf. let's just keep it simple.
Nice
right
little
now,
dodo
man.
bird, and everybody's happy.
This is a great point, though, brought up by Kicks Rocks on the YouTube. The idea that if humans caused the extinction, it should be okay to bring it back. And I think that is fair because we've been out here wilding and getting some folks out the paint that we should probably bring back. I get that, but I also feel like.
But now we're digging into habitat that they may not have anymore available to them.
Well, then we probably need to get that too.
Where they gonna go?
Yeah.
And what if you can't control them?
They about to be domesticating the hell out of some wild animals.
Saber-toothed tiger running right down this hallway.
Oh man!
bring your saber-toothed tiger to work day. I can't. Y'all end up like Siegfried and Roy if y'all not careful. Stop that.
Tiger King Part 2.
Unbelievable.
All right, so I want to give a special shout out to my sister who came to visit me this weekend. My sister Trina.
All right.
My brother-in-law Corey. I think y'all met him before. So we had a pretty good weekend in Houston. Celebrated my wife's birthday, which is tomorrow. So, but they was in town, so we figured we'd celebrate it while they there. And we decided to go to a country bar. And,
nice.
And you know, when you go to a country bar, they always have that room where you.
Yeah.
So
they always? Is that
a lot of times?
Really?
Yeah, most of the time. I think
Did not know that.
everyone I ever been to, they have like karaoke upstairs or a different separate room with karaoke and all that stuff. So it kind of got me thinking, if y'all had to pick one song to do karaoke to, what song would y'all pick? And it's a reason why I'm doing this.
Easy like a Sunday morning, Commodores.
Not bad. Not bad at all.
Nail it.
So I picked The Doors, Light My Fire.
All right. That's a good one. Do you get it? Do you go full
100%?
Is there Jim audio? Morrison on
no, there's no audio of it.
Come on.
Nah.
Full Jim Morrison on the Ed Sullivan show?
Yeah, I'm gonna be sleeping on the mic, slobbing on the mic, and just start screaming in the mic.
All right, so before I say this, I want y'all to not judge me. I understand I understand that you probably should not pick like a really, really good singer because you're setting yourself up for failure. But I manage to make it work when I do this. So I'm like, this is fine. It's the one I fall back on when I can't think of anything else. And it's You Don't Have to Call by Usher, or Usher as I like to call him.
Okay.
Usher.
But that I understand like the idea that I'm gonna get out here and do the Usher and like actually do it justice. Like I hold my own, but I understand I am no Usher.
You dance like Usher?
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. I'm
be in there.
Situation. No, that's the best part. Is like you get to just throw your head back. But yes, I understand. In this instance, I'm being the person that's like, I'm gonna sing Whitney Houston. No, you're not. You're gonna think you're singing Whitney Houston.
No, you're not.
Nah. So I bring that up to talk about this. So we decided to go into that room where he going on, and this is the first thing we heard as soon as we opened that door and walked through.
Oh,
Can you tell what song this is?
Oh, that is Billie Jean.
Is it really?
Oh my goodness.
So just imagine walking in like, okay,
there it is.
Oh God.
Uh-huh.
Oh God, it's unrecognizable.
Did they know that what the song was? That was a remix. I like what they did. Shout out to all the people that were like, I'm going to give you a clap anyways, because that was all dance.
We had to, man.
When the notes went high, she went low.
Wow.
When the notes went low, she went high.
Yeah, you got to sing when they say, I see what you're doing. You're not going to box me in, Michael Jackson.
Yeah, my guess is that gentleman had no idea what that song was.
Oh, that was a man. Okay, good for
and
him.
He was just reading. I feel like he was just reading, trying to, you know how you pick a song you never heard of before and you just kind of try to sing and read the lyrics.
The more important question is, who hasn't heard Billie Jean?
Someone that went extinct. He just got brought back by that lab in Dallas. Yeah. He was like, I was not here at that time. Yeah. All right, so what do you feel about the people that pick like a rap as the karaoke song?
I never mind any song you pick because you know you're just having fun, man.
I guess. I feel like
but me personally, I wouldn't pick a rap.
Let's sing. If you're going to sing.
Yeah, because like honestly, with me being a rapper too, like I just wouldn't pick a rap. Get them outside of my element. So if hip hop is not your element at all, then I'm okay if you pick a rap song.
I say that because after a whole bunch of people said Journey Don't Stop Believing, which fair, good song.
Yeah.
Someone else said International Player Anthem by UGK and
that's kind of a hard karaoke though, right?
And also,
like if you rap, I mean, unless you rap like Pimp C's verse.
Well, I mean, yeah. Well, Andre's verse is doable. Pimp C's verse is doable. Bun B's verse is doable.
But that's kind of tough rapping Andre's verse though, right?
No, Andre's verse is easy. Like this, right out the gate
for karaoke.
Well, I don't know, maybe.
Karaoke is a little different, man.
My problem is just with the karaoke. If you're doing International Players Anthem, the part that I want to do is the beat, right? Or is oh goodness, who's singing on that? Is it Sleepy?
It's a sample.
That's the sample. That's right. So it's like I want to sing the sample part, right? Like I want to sing that part. I'm not trying to do all the raps. I just want to. I choose you through all this.
Yeah, so all right, yeah, but that was interesting. That was an interesting night. That brother singing Billie Jean. I'm like,
that's nice of you to use the word interesting.
You ever come across a song and you're singing it in your car? Because this happened to me in my truck about a month ago. I was like nailing it. And I'm like, I got to remember this song because I could do it at karaoke. And now I can't remember what song that
You got to do what I know a lot of people do, especially if they karaoke relatively frequently. And our friend Osita definitely does that on the promo team. He has a doc on his phone.
I should do that.
Which is smart because the thing that I always do is I get to, let me karaoke. And then I have to search through music for a long time to try and find one.
I was in the truck, at least in my mind, and I'm like, this will be good if I ever do karaoke again, or when I do. And I'm like, now I can't remember what song it was, but I was gold, man.
Yeah, you got to do that. Especially my tips for karaoke. Not that anybody cares. Make sure that you don't have a long music break.
Yeah.
And then make sure that that it's not too long of a song. Because one thing I know everybody hates, you get up there and you're like, man, I really want to sing this part, and then you sing in the chorus over and over and over for like 4 minutes.
Yeah.
Somebody said 3 Stacks Pimp C verses are legendary. After that, you could change the song. That's the only thing is you got to communicate.
It's a good verse. Like it's a great verse. It's legendary, but it's a little different when you going up on that stage singing without the lyrics.
Yeah.
Like I wonder, can you nail the song without the vocals?
Mm-hmm. Some Snoop songs are good. Corey says nothing but a G thing. Snoop. Somebody said
Juice.
Thrift Shop. Okay, I think that'll probably work.
God.
That'll work. People will go for it. 832 said Thong Song goes hard in the paint. You've seen the same thing over and over, but I wonder if it does go up like that. Montel Jordan, this is how you do it. Okay, I like what y'all are doing here.
Okay.
Somebody said I sing all parts including the sample. I know your throat tired
when you take a break.
When you're done, I guess. All right. That's Figgy's Mixtape. Every weekday, 1:20 p.m. right here on Sports Radio 610. Even when Figgy's not here, but let me tell you, it's 1,000 times better when he is. At the Figgy Fig on social media. If you see something that you believe to be mixtape worthy, hit my man up. All right. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, we get ready to hand it off to the fellas of the drive, Clint and Ron. We'll do that next.
Playoff basketball is coming back to H-Town.
Thank you, Figgy.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Adatula.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you hanging out with us on this Tuesday. Again, thanks to the homie, B. Scott, sitting in with us during the 11 o'clock hour, rather. Yeah, it's been a fun show. Before we go, I didn't want to circle back around to the game, the loss for the Cougars in the national championship game. It hurt just to say it again.
Mm-hmm.
But I do want to truly try and be a little positive here. Like, what are the silver linings that you can draw from this game? I just want to leave this with the level of positivity.
Who hooped?
Who hooped? I wasn't about to do who hooped, but I mean, you could if you really wanted to. Because if I wanted to talk about who hooped at least early, I was really excited about Javier Francis, who played really well early. Ultimately, had 8 points on 4 or 5 shooting, which was really efficient.
Yeah,
and he kind of found some baskets early, especially when it felt like some of the other bigs weren't really in their zone as they typically are between JoJo and Juwan. So I was very happy about that. But let's go to Kelvin Sampson. This was him on the podium. I kind of wanted to get, like, maybe this is not necessarily the silver linings of the game itself, but just how rewarding the season was for the coach who seemed like he was on the precipice of doing something he hadn't done before.
Yeah, it's why you coach. And I think as you get on the back nine of your career, kids like this more and more. LJ Cryer coming over to us for 2 years and growing into the man he is, the kind of leader he became. J.Y. Roberts for 6 years, the kind of leader that he became and the face of our program in a lot of ways. Then Javier Francis, from where he started as a kid that nobody even knew who he was, to playing like a man tonight against the unbelievable front line that Florida has. JoJo Tugler, Milo Juzan, comes in here and leads us to the national championship game. So I told our kids, be disappointed you lost, but do not be disappointed in your effort.
You mentioned like silver linings. I think the biggest silver lining, we don't want nor need to talk about recruiting. Anybody can do that. They got some guy. Well, they do. We know that. I think the silver lining is, for decades, really, since 1983, to kind of bookend these two games that were so eerily similar. Since 1983-84, they made it to the next championship, but of course didn't really have a chance in that one. They've been searching to be that again. I think the silver lining is they're a blue blood program. They are here. U of H is right up there with, you can. Some people might roll their eyes, but I don't think basketball people in basketball are going to roll their eyes when you say this kid or is on par with Kansas, North Carolina, Kentucky. U of H is there as a program. I mean, they were in the Final Four in 2021. Obviously, championship game last night.
A few Sweet 16s in between.
Elite Eights, Sweet 16s. Yeah. The program, I mean, that's it. Forget recruiting and all this, and this guy's going to be this or that. The program that he's built is a blue blood.
All right, I'm going to get pedantic. I don't know that I'd rise to the level of blue blood, but that's obviously making distinctions in that instance. I think the larger point stands. Like, this is a powerhouse of the college basketball landscape, and it's largely in credit to Kelvin Sampson and his work here, but then also the school and the effort that they've made to support him in his endeavors, and also they fought tooth and nail to get them from lower conferences to the Big 12 to be on that power level. Obviously, Tillman Fertitta put in. He signed the checks along with other boosters to really make sure that they had that support and get them to this place. And so, absolutely, like that is a major thing to where they can make the championship game and it not feel like a fluke at any given point throughout the record or throughout the run. And it's a wild way of saying this, but also it's kind of incredible that you could get in a place where you're so disappointed because the expectation was a national championship for this program.
Right. Now, look, and I'm contradicting myself here. It's kind of to your point, the difference between a powerhouse and a blue blood. I get it, because the blue blood has to win national championships, and the Cougs have none.
That would be my gripe. I didn't want to get into the
No, I meant in a more generic sense, like You see U of H on your schedule, you're like, I'll use your word. That's a powerhouse.
Yeah.
That you're going to have to bring your lunch pail. You're going to have, probably be an underdog unless you're, like I said, UCLA, Kansas, one of those, or whatever. But they've reached that level. And then the other thing that really is kind of standing out from the game, if you're looking for silver linings, I think the Kelvin Sampson impact is going to be sustainable even when he leaves. If he leaves next year, I think every coach that he ever has had, he's brought up in his own system like a player. He doesn't hire from outside.
Right.
He promotes from within. So I think it's sustainable.
I think so. I think so as well, because like the things that he does incredibly well, right? And maybe I'm wrong in saying this, and I hope that this does not come off as any level of disrespect. I don't view Kelvin Sampson as, he's an X's and O's genius. And I don't say that to knock him down. I think it points to the idea of where Kelvin Sampson is an incredible coach is building a program, consistently putting up standards and holding them to account, and identifying dudes that are going to be able to develop in the ways that you want. Obviously, oftentimes taking guys that are maybe not as well regarded around the nation of college basketball and molding them into better versions of themselves, but then also taking those better versions of themselves into a larger content than the sum of its parts.
Yeah.
I think that those are the types of things that you can teach to your staff who's been with him a long time. Obviously, Kellen, his son, has been with him for his entire life, right? And I think that those are the types of things that are transferable and that you can continue on after him, especially if you now add, as they're doing now, to go back to recruiting as you were talking about, higher and higher qualities of talent. As long as you continue the same thing that the Texans are trying to do, the same thing that I think the Rockets have done to some degree. You're also identifying not just good talent, but dudes that fit in the culture, which is such a tough thing in the modern era of college sports, because so many places are just like, I need a talented player, but then you find out, especially in the NIL space, that all these guys don't quite fit together in the culture that you want and the identity you want for a team.
Yeah, and the other thing I was thinking about after last night, we were talking about all the the lasting images and Emmanuel Sharp, and that's going to be living in infamy among Coug fans. You know what I was thinking about as I saw it happen in real time. Kelvin Sampson, for as excitable as he can be on the sideline, during the last play and after the final buzzer, he was just staring off into the distance. Just couldn't. But even during the play, he was just like, this is it. I mean, I wish I would have known what he was really thinking, because he's like, this is the chance. He didn't even move as the play was as they were running on the court and trying to get the game-winning shot, and then didn't move after the buzzer sounded. I mean, I'm wondering if he was just sitting there going, That was it. That was it.
Yeah.
That was my chance.
That's gonna.
It was iconic in a way.
100%. We talked a lot about the idea that lasting image is going to be Emmanuel Sharp lifting up and then dropping that ball down and trying to box out to get somebody else to come and touch the basketball so we could try and do something with it. But you're right. That's another one.
Before, during, and after. Didn't move.
That particular.
Go back and look at the play. He's just like, this is it.
Yeah. Well,
that was it.
That was it. And that's where I'll leave that for the day. Real quick, before we get to our D&M auto leasing crosstalk, I do want to take you to some audio. I guess to add hopefully some levity. Here's Charles Barkley being Charles Barkley in a way where I thought he was actually going to apologize to the city of San Antonio.
A great city. I love Greg Popovich and the Spurs. No, seriously. I want to seriously. San Antonio, y'all put on a major great show. And I want to say this. Thank you. And yes, y'all got some big bitches here.
They really applauded that too.
It's a bit now.
Yeah.
He was drunk.
He
had a good time. That's the thing I never understood. Like Charles Barkley, a man of the people, somebody that has that kind of like charisma, like completely knocking down places that I know he would have a good and probably has had great times in that way. Man, Charles Barkley is a trip. All right, we welcome in the fellas of the drive. It's Clint, it's Ron to our DNM across. Fellas, what's happening, man?
You trying to say that you feel like Charles Barkley may have enjoyed some big women in his time?
I feel like I could guarantee that.
Yeah.
I guarantee. Ain't no way he ain't never.
He's a large human being.
I don't think he has.
Oh yeah.
I mean, I'm not saying he
Everybody
can't.
dabbles.
Like a big one. I don't think he has.
Everyone dabbles.
I'm not talking about just. I mean.
He can make some things happen. Don't get me wrong. Like I said, deeply charismatic.
I just don't think he's ever. I don't think he's ever had to.
No,
And I don't.
This ain't nothing about having to.
No.
And I don't think it's his preference. I think Charles Barkley has been in a place since he's been using his thing that he's probably.
What, you mean his box out?
Had the pick.
Yeah, but everybody's curious.
I know a bunch of dudes.
Everybody's
that
curious.
And I mean,
yeah.
One of my good buddies always used to talk about old donkey booty. And when I saw donkey booty, I said, "Woo, donkey booty's big now."
Again, I think he's been big. And I think he's like, nah.
Well,
let me hang right here with this.
Are we falling into a trap here where we pretend like just because the package is a certain way that the interiors ain't hitting for something? Because I feel like Charles Barkley's a man who knows, who appreciates that about people.
I'm not saying
I'd bet a couple house notes on
you know.
I bet mine too. I don't bet mine. No, I think there are a lot of celebrities. Ooh, what? No, I'm not messing with no 5.
Well, that's what they tell us. Because
I'm not saying she was a 5.
That's what they want you to.
That's
believe.
also true. Hey, we can't assume that it's a 5 just because she got some on there.
Yeah, man, I wasn't referring. I wouldn't think he was out there hunting down ugly ones now.
Yeah.
I just don't think he's afraid of a little extra meat.
That's exactly right. Everybody's curious.
That's exactly the kind of talk I was expecting. How'd y'all take in the game? I know you guys are probably going to talk about it a good amount here a little bit.
I don't know. We might. No,
I mean,
no, it was tough, man. That was tough to watch those kids. Juwan Roberts and LJ Cryer again. I understand it, and I know this is rich coming from me in the business that I do, but I don't need those kids up there after the game. Mm-hmm. I don't like what I didn't need that. Mm-hmm. Let them kids go in there and let Kelvin come in here and talk about why they didn't get a shot at tip off in the final 2 minutes.
Yeah.
Like let Kelvin come in and talk about how come their best player didn't get the ball for him in an ISO and how come in 19 seconds left you're down by 2, you all walk the ball up the court for 12 seconds.
I said that earlier.
Let Kelvin come up here. These kids are I don't need to see that.
Mm-hmm. And I do wonder if that was part of why they spent so long in the locker room before they got out here.
I know I'm going soft, but whatever. I just don't like them kids. I didn't need to see that.
My boy Ron.
I'm with you. All right, fellas, y'all have a fantastic show. T-Mill, it was good hanging out with you at the game.
Hey, bro.
We are done for the day. We'll catch you tomorrow. We leave you with the fantastic #1 afternoon show in all of Houston, Texas. You're listening to KILT AM, KILT FM, HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. Yeah, that's right. I'm going to say it again. #1 afternoon show. And right now, the drive is live.
That's right.
Frank Show in the city.
Thanks, Larry. Oh, I wonder how my man Larry is, because Larry was hammered when he called us last night. And I would imagine that outcome probably made him drink.
The guy is drunk.
I don't know if y'all saw LJ Cryer in that post game. LJ wasn't going to speak until somebody forced him to say his name. He sat back. They said this question is for both the student athletes, and that person asked that question, and LJ just did too. Juwan, you got it.
Student athlete, I don't know what that is.
Juwan, you got it. He finally came up and started answering some questions. But no, man, a tough one, man. We were hoping to be in a celebratory mood with the Houston Cougars getting their first championship. But, Clint, that did not happen. Tyler, that did not happen. 713-572-4610. Those of you joining us through the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, we see the crew out there. You can join in on us with this. And Clint and fellas, ladies as well, if we called Saturday night from the Duke Blue Devils a collapse, which I believe it was, then Clint, up 12 in the second half, up double digits. I mean, halfway through, I would to me say there was a collapse last night with the Houston Cougars.
It felt like
I think that would be more. I think that would be more than fair. Look, I mean, Florida did exactly to Houston last night what Houston did to Duke Saturday night. In the moments when the game was a tie, and I don't even care about the 12 points and the 14 points and this and that. I mean, that's obviously part of the story and what makes it so special. But it's a tight ball game. Both of these teams have been in tight ball games down the stretch. All of these teams that were, I mean, that are on all the brackets that are out there, they've been in tight ball games down the stretch, and it's about, obviously, no matter how you got there, it's about who executes the best. Duke absolutely laid an egg against Houston in the final few minutes and was out of character in doing it. And last night, the Cougars absolutely laid an egg in the final handful of minutes and allowed Florida to hit a few shots and really take control of the game from a momentum standpoint, take control of the game from a confidence standpoint, take control of the game from a scheme standpoint and a flow standpoint. And it's exactly what they did to Duke a couple days ago, man. So, yeah, it was a rough look. It was a rough watch. It was painful to watch.
It was shocking, Clint. What for you, and you could text this in, 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, you can jump into. Again, almost like the Duke game. We had Clark Kellogg on yesterday, and he said he was shocked. He had never seen or expected something like that to happen. This collapse it surprised you the most. Like, you went through some things, but what was it that got you the most in this game to just watch that lead come down and ultimately
for me, it's what I just said. I'm not worried about. To me, it's not about the lead. I mean, there's streaks in basketball, and it just when it comes down to it, in those final few possessions, can you get it done? And I think the most surprising part to me was I felt like I didn't just all of a sudden feel that Houston was a great team under pressure, and they were really confident in chaos and comfortable in chaos. Like, I didn't just think that because of the Duke game. Like, I felt like that was an advantage that they have and legitimately have over opponents at a championship level as well as throughout the season. And so I think the biggest thing that stood out to me was just how you get to that moment and you think, all right, Houston's got them right where they want them. Got them right where they want them. And to see Florida flip that on its head, I think was probably the most surprising thing for me.
I said yesterday, that is the toughest team. Houston is the toughest team mentally, at the end, whatever it is. They are the toughest team. They fight, all of that. They're the toughest team I've seen in college basketball in a long time. Not just this year, in a long time. Florida, and this is going to be the thing that is going to – there are a lot of things, Clint, that's going to haunt Kelvin, and we'll get into these. But I think the thing that is going to haunt them the most is Florida was the tougher team last night. Mentally, in every way, at the end of the game, during in the coming. Walter, I said anybody but Walter is what I was saying. We talked about this with multiple people. You can't let him beat you. Well, they did a hell of a job on him. He was shot. He didn't score in the first half. He didn't make a basket to really, really well into the second half. But it didn't matter. Florida continued to stay there. They had other guys just make it up until he kind of got hot for that little small period where he had the back-to-back and ones, and then he hits the three late. But they didn't have their best player rolling. They had 2 technical fouls in the game. They came out of the gates in the second half, 5 fouls to nothing, where they were in the bonus. They were going to be in the bonus quickly, and they just kept doing what Houston generally does to people. They out-toughed Houston. I think that's going to be the biggest thing that is going to stick to them, is that every loose ball that needed to be gotten late in that game, Florida got it. Right, every big play that needed to be had, they didn't get a shot attempt off in the last 2 minutes and 13 seconds of the game, Clint. Not even a shot attempt.
Yeah, look, there's so many storylines here, and you gotta lead with what happened at the end, because that's ultimately what dictated the game. I said that at halftime. I witnessed it in the first half, and I said it at halftime. The refs were absolutely letting them play, and it was a physical-ass game in the first half. And I said it at halftime.
4 fouls in the first half.
If the refs allow this game to be played like it's played, Houston's going to run away with it. It's going to be – this is playing directly into Houston's hands. And
it continued because the start of the second half, Florida was the one who was getting. They had five foul calls to none.
Well, yeah, I mean, either way it goes, like to have 5 of them right out of the gate on either side, like it wasn't like it was one side or the other. It's just the refs. And I'll be honest with you, personally, this took away from my enjoyment of the game.
Absolutely.
I knew it was going to happen. I didn't know it was going to be this egregious. But when the refs came out in the second half and there was a point in the first half. What's the big dude's name that had little white beads on the end of his head for the big dude, big for Florida?
I can't.
He literally at one point, Ron, and the ref's right there. Juwan Roberts, I believe it was down on the block, and this dude literally is hinged at the hips, has both hands in the rib cage of Roberts. Now they're in the ball. He's just rooting him out. He pushes him damn near to the bench on the sideline. Nobody blew a whistle. They were just letting. I was like, okay, and that is blatant. They're just gonna let these cats play. And then in the second half, it came out the way it did. I knew at that point in time. Now I'm not saying that it was one sided. It was for everybody.
Yeah, because
that was advantage Florida when the whistles came out. We advantaged Florida because I just thought U of H was very comfortable in that fight, very comfortable in that super physical game.
Yeah, Florida definitely adjusted as the second half went on better.
Right.
Like because they came out the gate, it was 5. I think it was 5-0.
Yeah.
Florida with 5 fouls in Houston, but then after Florida got one of their technicals, I then think it was a stretch where it was like 11-1.
Yeah.
Where Houston at 11.
The thing is, to me, as I'm watching it, when the refs are allowing them to be as physical as they were, to me. Where that again, Houston's very comfortable in that, and it gave Houston the advantage versus a team that wants to push it. Right now, Houston can be uber physical versus a team that wants to push it. They be on the ball. Whoever the Clayton kid. Now you can extend out to the 3-point and you can get really physical with him. A couple of times they checked him when he had the damn ball and damn near knocked him down and no whistle.
He took a 3 and got hit right across the arm.
Didn't blow. Yeah. So, I mean, I felt like that was advantage Houston, and I thought, boy, that Houston's going to run away with this damn thing if they let it play like this. And they come out in the second half, and they tighten the whistles up, and it just –
I just thought different people came out.
A different crew.
Yeah,
right?
I thought different people came out.
Well, it makes you wonder if the Florida coach or either coach, for that matter, got in their ear at halftime of like, hey, fellas, damn, 4 in the whole game, and they're beating the hell out of each other down here. I mean, we can't let this go on.
They went from 4 to 26 total in the second half.
I didn't know it was that bad.
Yeah, it was 26 fouls called. And this ain't even an excuse of, hey, down the stretch, like, all right, one team is got a foul for the game. No, it was just back and forth. There were no they weren't fouling on purpose. It was just fouls they were calling.
Yeah.
It was
so, and that's I didn't want to lead with that because obviously I don't want that to be any excuse
can get
for
in.
Houston.
We can get in a little deeper on that.
Boy,
I got to call all 3 of them by name here in a little bit.
That made it a tough watch for me, man. In that second half, boy, good gosh, that made it tough to watch.
Some people texting in, like, what got you? Someone texted in. What got me the most was in 19 seconds they didn't get a shot off. So sorry about the Houston Cougars losing. It seems like Houston is just cursed. The curse continues. The pressure of winning a championship got to them. They folded 4 turnovers in the last 4 possessions, no shots. Huge choke. Someone else texted in, Kelvin Sampson, a great coach, but he can't win the big one. Chokes again. This is now 2 years in a row.
I love it.
What's your thought about Kelvin? Because I just
love those kind of fans. I experienced it. Like, look, you're lucky that you get to experience it. First of all, like being an Arkansas fan, like I experienced it briefly, like when I was in school and shortly after I was in school with Nolan Richardson. I mean, he wins a national title, and a couple years later, the next year goes to another one, or another Final Four, and then a couple years later, people are talking about what he can't do for you. And it's just, I mean, I experienced it this year at Arkansas with Calipari again, like I said, from the Kentucky, mostly Kentucky fans, but just telling me all of what Calipari can't do and how bad he was the whole time he was there. I've said this many a time. I'm the wrong person to have this conversation with because I believe if you've got an organization, coach, players, pros, college, if you've got an organization and you're spending 1 year, 2 years, 3, 4 years where you're competitive at a Final Four level, as a fan, you got to just sit back and enjoy it, man. Like it's easy to say. Like I watched yesterday, and I thought that, be honest with you, I thought that was piss poor from a coaching perspective of what they were trying to do to get a shot off.
I was going to say, yeah, I'm with you on that. You know, two things can be true. Like,
sure.
You can love, like someone just hit us up on YouTube and Twitch. Like U of H is damn lucky to have Kelvin Sampson. That is the truth. He is a great coach, and he has taken this program to another level. He had a bad stretch late.
That was a bad play call. It was a great play call against Duke when they knocked a couple of them down. But like it was just, I didn't like that. I thought that was a poor decision by the coach, and I didn't think it was executed well. But to sit here now and say, boy, Kelvin Sampson, he always does it. He just showed the true Kelvin. Man, he was in the championship game, y'all. I mean, he was 12. I mean, golly, the whole he showed his true colors. It's what he ought. Come on, man. That is tired. It's inaccurate. It's. I mean, I don't know. Take it from a guy that hadn't had. I mean, since '94, I wasn't even an Arkansas fan at the time. I didn't go up there until '96. So I mean, I didn't even. I don't know that I've ever watched a Final Four championship game. I mean, like, whew.
Listen. I understand the frustrations of fans. I can't get with the, he'll never be able to win the big one type thing. I don't know. We'll see about that. But on the other hand, if I were a Houston Cougars fan, I expected Kelvin Sampson to be one of the major advantages in the game for Houston. I think Kelvin's a Hall of Fame coach, over 800 wins. We saw him, out-coach John Shire. I thought that was the advantage they had. And we were seeing it. They absolutely cut the head off of the snake all game long for them. Right? They just shut down Clayton. They shut them down. They did their thing. But L.J. Cryer not getting the ball and not getting the last 6 possessions, he only takes one shot, and like the ball's not in his hand a lot. Like that's one that he is really going to stay up at night. And then the last one was just I heard Charles and them say it looked like he was playing for the 3. I'm not sure if that was the case. I'm not sure if
all 5 guys were at the 3-point line.
I'm just not sure if Sharp was the first option on the play. But clearly to me it's got to be we're down 2. I got to get it to L.J. Cryer, and I gotta make Florida take it out of his hands. That ball came to him, and it looked like he was supposed to swing it to Sharp. And they could have had an ISO with him, and that's where I'm living and dying. It was just so many parts of it. They went up slow. It's 19 seconds left. Mm-hmm. You're down. So you got to go quick just in case you miss so you can foul and prolong the game. I mean, it was 5 seconds when that ball got to Sharp.
Yeah.
And they're walking. There was 12 seconds before they got into anything. So and you called a timeout for that. Yeah. That's the part. You called a timeout for that.
Well, in Florida, if you look how Florida defended that possession the same way you had been defending the Clayton kid all night long. I mean, they had every one of their defenders out there. They knew exactly what they were trying to do. They were giving up anything on the inside, a cutter to down low towards the bucket. They were giving it up. I don't know, man. Look, we can sit here and talk about what Kelvin Sampson did or didn't do in that last second. I'm cool with that schematically. Hell, we can talk about how he's got to do something. We were talking about earlier about how he's got to do something offensively. I mean, they've got to be better offensively. It's great to be great on defense, but they got to do something to be able to create more offense.
Well, I agree with it. Kelvin said it after the game. We just had some guys have bad nights, too.
Yeah.
Well, Uzan was one of the best players in the Big 12 the second half of the year, and he really had a tough Final Four.
Yeah.
Both games. He couldn't hit it. I mean, every one of his floaters weren't floaters. They were line drives, man.
I thought I saw that too, but I'm thinking
it
maybe
was 2 or 3 of them.
Yeah.
No, man, he was shooting darts. Like he
Agreed.
got and was just shooting darts. But 4 possessions. They had 5 turnovers for the first 38 minutes and 38 seconds. And they had 4 turnovers in the last minute 20 plus. It's just, but that's the point I think you were making off the top. Like, what happened? Like, what happened to these cats late? Now, you couldn't have told you. There was no way you could tell me up 12, 9 minutes, up 11, 9 minutes left in the bonus with this defense that this team was going to lose that game.
Yeah.
There is no way you could have told me that. That was wild. We'll continue to talk through this thing. I do want to know. We kind of talked about it yesterday, but does last night's collapse, does that become the memory of this Houston team? This Houston team had an incredible season, one of the best years in Houston sports, to be honest with you. But is that going to be the lasting memory, that collapse? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, y'all, power outages, man, they can happen around these parts anytime. And if you've lived around this
crafted for your comfort and guaranteed for life. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Cryer, 6 seconds, 5 seconds, Sharp. He walked, he can't touch it. He can't, 1 second, and it's over. Florida is back on top of the college basketball world championship madness. It's a great day to be a Gator. They win the national title.
All right, that was the final call. Disappointing. Hell, disappointing all the way around. Like, nobody, unless you're a Florida fan, nobody, like, you at least want to see a shot get up. You want to see something happen, even if you're not a fan. But a tough ending. As I said on the tease there, does last night's collapse become the memory of this Houston team? But I find it interesting as we're talking to Tyler, and you know Tyler is he's a strict A&M fan. I mean, and he doesn't, there ain't.
You've been known to call me a psychopath.
Yeah, there's not a bone in it. I don't know how many times where he's really felt it to go for like the Baylor Bears or
shout out John McClain
or Texas Tech or Arkansas or I don't know that he's ever pulled.
No, once, not never.
He did when he had that money on the line.
Well,
that's a good point. That's a good point.
Clint, he said emotionally, the Coogs last night, he was out amongst people watching the game. Emotionally, the Coogs got him last night.
Yeah, man. Like I told y'all before the show, if it's not the first time, it's been a very extreme rarity in my life that I feel any kind of passion or any feelings towards a squad in collegiate sports, not, like you said, the Aggies. Last night when that buzzer went off, I guess just because I was around all those Coogs at that bar, that I could tell we're feeling it. Man, I was like, damn, this sucks.
You're a good-hearted human, Tyler.
Good for him, man.
You're a good-hearted human, Tyler.
Bro? Did you see anybody?
What any good-hearted human would do.
I'm dead serious. Did you see anybody in tears?
You know,
that was I know you probably don't relate to this. That was a fan. If a fan was going to be in tears, if you're a diehard, that gets close moment from anger.
I don't think I did, but I think it's just mainly because the clientele I was around was more of their reaction was more of a.
Damn, you was out there selling or what?
MF in the TV screen as the buzzer went off. Like it was more like sad anger than like just sad. I don't think I saw anything.
What was you selling out there?
It's at the clientele, baby.
Well,
clientele, baby.
Oh, you just mean the people that
people that were there, yeah.
Yeah. Clientele was nice.
Clientele.
It was nice.
Nice
I'm glad you went around a bunch of soft crying, somebody.
Hey, man, that might have got me, man.
For real, me and Reggie both looked at each other, and we were just like, damn.
It'd have gone either way. It could have been just sit and stare into space with a drink, or
that's my.
Or I could have been emotionally. That could have gotten me emotional.
That's where you find me a lot of the times after a tough Aggie loss, just kind of zoned out. Drink in hand.
Oh, yeah.
Four-letter words all being muttered.
Yeah, I'd have turned up the drinks. Yeah, I'd have turned it up. I'd either turned up the drinks or just gone to bed.
Ooh, man. Boy,
there ain't no going to bed.
If I were in that mode right there, then that damn Sam Pittman would have had me full-blown alcoholic by now. I promise you that.
Clint, if Arkansas lost in football in the national championship game in a similar way to that,
well, hell yes.
What I get to doing is I'd have been up till 3-4 in the morning rewatching the final 10 minutes, trying to like it's going to change anything, but trying to I bet you there's some people right now that are real diehard Cougs fans that have rewatched that the last 4 or 5 possessions in a row.
Why wouldn't they?
Repeatedly. How did you feel about what's that?
I don't know. My man was slick with it.
I thought, is he slick with it? He looks like a guy that would know the weather. But
leather jacket and shades.
Oh, was that leather? Oh, I didn't know that.
I think it was suede, actually.
Suede, yeah. I was going to say it looked leather.
Was it old Andy?
No, it wasn't Andy.
He's a little more upright than Andy.
Andy's out there. Andy's out there working. Upright.
No, Andy got that lean on.
What'd you think about my man Clayton Jr.? Like, if you put yourself in Emmanuel Sharp's, because that was the tough part for me. Tyler, is watching, like, I could just see it, and I saw Juwan Roberts when he realized that it was over and the ball was rolling away. He went immediately and grabbed his jersey and pulled it over his face. And then Sharp just collapsed. I saw LJ. He was at the backcourt. He collapsed when those kids hit the ground. But then you see your guy, the MOP of the tournament, Walter Clayton. He comes over and tries to pick up and console Emmanuel Sharp. I know that's the kind of stuff that gets to you. I don't know if I was Emmanuel Sharp if I'm ready for that at that moment. But I mean, I give Walter Clayton some credit.
Yeah,
for that.
no, look, I've experienced it before.
Sincere.
I've experienced it before, man. As if it's a fellow man, it ain't that. I ain't mad at you. It ain't nothing. There's not. I heard. I don't know who Reggie tonight. There's no. Like, I don't want to hear it right now. Now you may not want to hear it, but I'm talking about how you receive it from somebody that just competed their ass off against you. When I remember fumbling that damn ball against Tennessee in 98. Did
somebody come over to you?
When I was leaving, actually, I crossed paths with Dante Stallworth. And Stallworth he had some words, just, hey, man, keep your head up kind of deal, yada, yada, yada. And then a year later, the cool part of that story, a year later when we beat Tennessee at our place, Dante Stallworth stayed on the field for an hour because Arkansas rushed the field, tore down the goalpost. He stayed on the field for damn near an hour. When he got to me in full clothes to tell me how happy he was for me. Still in his uniform, pads and everything.
Oh, he played. He was still playing.
Yeah.
Wow.
So just like, and in either instance,
man, he really liked your ass.
Well, I don't.
Really
I don't. Yeah, I didn't. I guess. I don't know. Just a good dude, I guess. I don't. But it was one of those deals where after I fumbled that thing, I really didn't want to talk to anybody. I wanted to crawl in a hole and not talk to anybody. But you got to go talk to the media.
Yeah,
you see guys like that.
I don't think you should have had to do that.
Well, they're in the locker room in your face anyway. They shouldn't let them $some in the room. But no, just like you got to be a real different like wired cat to. If it's somebody else, I really don't want to talk to them. But when it's somebody that's in that you just competed your ass off with for 2 hours, 2+ hours, yeah, man, I greatly appreciate the 80.
Yeah, it looked like a handshake line was happening after the way where they were dispersed all over the floor.
Right.
I did say this: 35-5 this year. Before last night, they had not lost a game since February 1st. Before last night's game, they hadn't lost since February 1st. The last time they lost, Big 12 champs, regular season tournament champions. They went 19-1. They went to a Final Four. They beat Duke in one of the greatest comebacks ever in the Final Four. Had that memorable moment. Best defense in the country. As I said, I thought this was his best shot. All of that happened this year. Do you think this collapse is going to be the memory of this team?
100%. Absolutely 100%. Don't matter how much good you do.
You think the lasting memory of this team.
Yes.
All of that I rattled off.
Yes.
When
they will not mention this run to the national championship game for U of H without first mentioning losing a 12-point lead and Sharp not getting that ball off. The way that ended, with that not getting a shot off at the end. Absolutely.
How long?
Sharp's gonna feel this one for a while. They all gonna feel it for a while. Sharp's gonna feel this one for a while.
You've been in this series. You talked about the Tennessee game.
Mm-hmm.
And that was a great year for Arkansas.
Yeah.
That was a great year. Like, you guys, I think, did you go what bowl game, Joe? Did y'all go to
we played Tom Brady in Michigan in the
Citrus Bowl. Right. Y'all went on.
We turn to Mississippi State next week, but that was, we had a legit national championship type of run team. And
how many games y'all win?
We were 9-2 that year.
9-2, right? And then you played Tom in the Citrus Bowl.
I threw more touchdowns than Tom. Problem was 2 of them was the Michigan guy.
Yeah, I know it was. But that was a great year. But y'all don't think about making it to the Citrus Bowl. Y'all don't think about you think about the Tennessee game.
We beat Alabama by a bigger point spread than anybody's ever beat Alabama in the SEC ever, 42-6. We were 8-0, had a crazy run. My receiver Anthony Lucas was ridiculous. I put up better numbers that year in the SEC than Joey Harrington did in the Pac-12 that year, and he was up for the Heisman Trophy. And I was told 2 weeks ago when I went back to Arkansas, a guy in a real conversation, he said, you're one play away from being the most beloved Arkansas player in history. I said, yeah, I think I do. I think I do know that, boss. Appreciate you reminding me.
But just like that team, that was an amazing year. 9-2, and this is when they played 11 games.
Mm-hmm.
Not 9-2 at Arkansas. But I'm guessing not just you, but the whole team. And the first thing that people remember from that year is that.
Ain't no doubt. Zero doubt about it.
And these kids had this great of a year, and the thing that people are going to remember, as you said, is Emmanuel Sharp.
That's right. When people think of Emmanuel Sharp, when people think of this national championship run, the first conversation they're going to have is, how in the hell did they not get
a shot?
I don't mean to be rude, man.
That's tough, man.
I don't mean to be rude, man. But man, how in the hell did y'all not get a shot off in that? Not the record, not the Duke win, not the off in that 4 minutes.
That's tough.
4 possessions.
That's tough, man. That is like everything they did. Not the Duke comeback. Not the Duke comeback. None of that.
Nah. We'll talk about that later.
The lasting memory is Emmanuel Sharp going up. And that's tough. All right, let's slide over to the Texans. Of course, we will continue to look at what happened last night in San Antonio, but let's look at the Texans because we know this group potentially is going to be good, but maybe we don't even know how good it's going to be. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, it's not if, it's when, y'all. Look, if you're nearing 40 years old, running low,
treating tree care professional.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive. A lot of news happening in the sports world, and we'll talk about this maybe weird coming out of Denver. And that is that the Denver Nuggets it's like 3-4 games left in the season. They have fired their head coach, Michael Malone, who's been there 10 years, and they won a championship. Hell, 2 years ago, we remember when we looked up there and we learned that Michael Malone is secretly on that Paul Wall level of life. I don't know if you remembered, like, we heard a different Michael Malone once he had a few in him, and he was on that microphone. He had them black glasses on. I mean, he was a different cat. But he's been a champion, thought of to be one of the best coaches in the NBA, and they have fired him and Calvin Booth, the general manager. That's 4 games left. It is the oddest thing. A team that is in 4th place by, a game and a half, potentially could be the 3 spot in the West, have fired their championship coach and their GM with 4 games to go is very, very odd. I thought it was weird when Memphis fired their coach, Taylor Jenkins, a couple of weeks ago, but this is even more bizarre, especially – I mean, the Nuggets have Jokic. They've got Jamal Murray, Porter Jr. You would think this team has won a championship a couple of years ago, that they at least have some sort of a shot, and then they fired their coach. It's a weird scenario in a situation that's happening in Denver that be whatever the BS they're saying of, hey, we just wanted to give our team the best chance to win going into the playoffs. No, something happened. Something really happened for 4 games left that you go ahead and just shut it down on the coach that just bought you a championship a couple of years ago.
Well, the funny thing is, I mean, call Milwaukee and see how that's worked out for them. It hadn't been pretty. So
Memphis, yeah, they have.
I said Milwaukee, but
Milwaukee
I mean
too, yeah.
Memphis too. I'm just about firing a championship coach shortly after he won that championship, and see how that's worked out for him. So yeah, man. This is wild to think how bad it has to be to fire a coach, a championship caliber head coach with an organization that's a couple of years removed from winning a title, with all your pieces in place, and really obviously not the 1 seed in the West, but you're in a good spot to get in and make some damn noise and possibly win another one as long as you got Jokic healthy. So. To think, I mean, think about it. You got teams in leagues, Ron, that will wait the season out in a year where they're tanking anyway. They'll wait the season out when other good candidates come alive, come about. They'll wait the season out just for the sake of waiting the season out, just for the timing, and won't fire their coach early. I mean, how bad does it have to be?
It's something big.
I mean, how bad does it have to be to run this coach, this caliber coach, literally 10 days? Was it 10 days, 2 weeks before the playoffs start?
They played the Kings, Grizzlies, and Rockets. That's what they got left.
Yeah, 3 games left. 3 games left. Championship caliber coach, championship caliber roster, right there in the mix and in the playoffs. I don't know exactly where Denver's going to end up, but I mean right there in the mix.
4 spot right now.
So 4 spot chance to host a damn playoff series. I mean, wow. It's got to be bad, man.
Yeah, it's something.
And then to turn around
happened.
and say that I just saw the report again. The general manager. There's some reports that say he's been relieved of his duties as well. The reports I'm seeing on the ticker on ESPN is that his contract will not be renewed. So it's not like all of a sudden they're choosing him over the head coach. Hell, they're kicking both of them.
Yeah, they're all out. It's a weird situation. All right, the Texans, who are looking to kind of take the next step and hopefully get themselves in a championship situation like the Denver Nuggets were in a couple of years ago, Clint, and a big part of where that is going to be big is in the secondary. And they have, I think you can argue now, adding Gardner Johnson to what they already had. They've got a good amount of safeties that can do a lot of different things. Their corners are great. They got a chance to be really, really special there. And maybe this is one reason that Nick Caserio brought this up when he was with Payne and Pendergast last week. Maybe this is one reason we haven't really looked at as well, that this should be a real difference maker.
Rookies, as an example, Bullock and Lassiter have been here. They didn't have an off-season program. So this is really their first opportunity to train with our staff on a kind of off-season type of cadence. So the players are here. It speaks to who they are. It speaks to their willingness and want to get better. And we encourage them to be there because we have everything that they need at their fingertips. So other players, if they want to go elsewhere, that's okay. It doesn't mean they're not working, like I said. But to have that number of players in the building, it's a credit to them and and really our strength and conditioning and our sports performance staff that they want to be here.
Well, now they got their two young rookies who I think are guys that can definitely take steps forward here, living in the facility, trying to get better here and not, going anywhere. And as he said, their first real offseason and being able to train in an NFL offseason is something that could take their game to a whole nother level from what it was last year when they were rookies.
Yeah, look, I didn't want to get too far removed from Nick Caserio speaking this beauty. He was on Payne and Pendergast a few days back last week, but we've talked a lot about how great this secondary potentially could be, one of the top secondaries in the league, any way you slice it. But I guess I've just looked at the sheer talent that they have and hadn't really dug until I hear that kind of conversation or that kind of comment from Nick Caserio. Ron, you look at this secondary, and whether it's the potential speed problem that Kamari Lassiter may have, which never really showed last year in game action. That don't mean it's not real. He may be able to open his stride up a bit. He may be able to work year-round to do some things to create a little bit more speed there if that is what he's looking for. You look at Kalen Bullock, and since he stepped on campus here with the Texans, they've talked about him needing to gain weight. Now, after he went out there and stayed healthy and played really, really well, I don't know how focused they are on gaining weight, but the point is not either one of those being a problem. The point is if they are, spots where these guys can get better, spending 4 months in the offseason, 5 months in the offseason with the best trainers in the world, with the best nutrition in the world, with now the only thing that you have and that you're responsible for is getting your body in tip-top shape and being the best that you can be. That could be I never thought about it. I don't know why. I never thought about it from those guys' perspective. But two starters in this secondary getting real off-season work could be a huge step in the right direction.
Well, especially the way they were able to play when you this when you go into the league from your college season, this kind of stuff runs into it. It runs into each other.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like right now, these guys are getting ready for the draft, and then it's gonna be rookie minicamp before you know it, right? And you got so many things that you're trying to get an understanding of. Now they know the system, where they're playing, the expectations, and now it is how can we get better? What have we learned? So D'Amico knows the things that they can and can't do, and him and sorry, Matt Burke, you as well, Matt Burke and D'Amico kind of know what things they can do with these guys and kind of expand what their games can be, right? When you get them in as a rookie, right, you're taking your time, giving them what you feel like they can handle, absolutely. And now you know what they can handle and what they can do. I think you may even see them do, like one thing we saw later in the season was, Kamari on corner blitzes, and he was really, really good at that, and up against the run, and we kind of saw Bullock in the back end. So this understanding what they are.
Remember, Kamari got into the slot some in critical situations. Yep. I mean, that's just. I mean, the step that those two guys can make, just having an offseason in the NFL and being professionals is you can argue it's the biggest step. I mean, Jalen Pitre coming back and being healthy would be huge, obviously. I think C.J. Gardner-Johnson's, that's pretty big. But you can argue that player to player that I don't know that you could expect anybody to make bigger jumps than those two. You know, year 1 to year 2, those two guys getting all the playing time they got last year, guys that are very durable, that stayed healthy, obviously. That's going to be big, man.
All right, coming up, let's look back at what happened last night in San Antonio, and we've talked a little bit about it, but there were individuals that were extremely impactful that I think led to what we watched last night, and we haven't talked enough about them. We'll do that coming up next, but before we get
play here, an Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Got to turn my mic on. All right, welcome back to The Drive as we are live here.
Important tool for what we do, man.
Hey, man. Hey, shoot, I'm collapsing in the studio, too, here, I guess. I'm right too soon for that.
Too soon.
With the Houston Cougars. Welcome in as we are live back here on The Drive and trying to still figure out what in the hell happened last. Houston isn't national champions for the first time right now. What a difficult loss. You are heartless if you watch those kids who gave everything for Houston, and you could see the emotion and how much they were just destroyed from last night. That was a tough one to watch. But Clint, there's different parts that you can go to in this game, and you said something that is very, very similar to how I feel, and that is I hated watching that game.
What was it?
And I love basketball. I love college basketball, but watching the game, it was not a good watch. It was not an entertaining watch. Like, it wasn't even – it was, I think, more in the category of a close game than it was a good game. And I think a lot of that had to do with Ron Grover, Doug Sermons, and Terry Oglesby, who decided to invoke themselves into this game in the second half and just take this thing to another level. It was WWE. They were allowing pass interference out there in the block, as physical as it could be. I thought it was a tad bit too physical, but I'd rather that than just complete ticky-tack, or at least, Clint, I'd rather know exactly what and how the game's going to be officiated. And then the second half, it seemed like completely different people walked out on the floor, or they just had some serious conversation in their little halftime room about how we're going to change this thing. But the 26 foul calls, the stoppage, there was no rhythm. You could never get going. You could never do any of that. It absolutely hurt the flow of the game, and it didn't make the game enjoyable. Like, do you remember how Florida went ahead? Free throws. Like, there's not even a big shot down the stretch that you're like, oh, there was. Like, Clayton got a couple of and ones. That one kid got that steal, and the luckiest lay-in, he lost the ball in the middle of the finger roll and tipped it back into the goal. Like, those plays, those happened early. The officiating was so poor, and they didn't cheat anybody. I think it affected everybody in the game. I don't think anybody got an advantage from it. But it was so poor, it made the game a difficult watch. There was no flow, and the entertainment factor, and I put a lot of it on officiating went just was down from what it could have been with these two teams.
Yeah, look, I thought it took away from the entertainment. My entertainment, most importantly, my entertainment value was lessened because of the way in which they were inconsistent. And I can only imagine how difficult it is to play under those circumstances. Again, not just for U of H, but for both teams. I remember watching the game, and I'm thinking, in the first half, I'm thinking, damn, they're letting these guys play, man. This is old school. This is great, man. Like, yeah, and I thought it was advantage Houston, by the way, because I thought they were more equipped for it. I thought that being a up-tempo team that wants to push the tempo in Florida, if the other team can get physical, particularly with Clayton Jr., then I think that was advantage Houston. So
and
I do
Houston
think,
had more important guys that you wouldn't want to get in foul trouble too.
Yeah.
Like if Roberts and Tugler and all them were allowed to play more physical, they could, and then that
yeah. So I just think it was definitely in favor of Houston, I think, and it was a much more enjoyable watch in the first half. It was a tight ball game. It was back and forth. Both teams were being super physical, and I was just like, hell, this is going to be good stuff. They're going to let these boys play tonight, man.
But it felt like that was all right. We understand the rhythm of the game.
But they I no doubt about that. But they let it go so much. I did not realize the numbers were four fouls in the first half and 26 in the second half. I didn't realize it was that different. But it sure felt like it, right? I told myself at halftime, there's no – like again, I didn't know it was going to be that egregious of an adjustment, but I didn't think there was any way that that the refs were going to stay out of it as much as they stayed out of it the first half. There was no way. And I'll be damned if they didn't come out there and from jump just get whistle happier than hell, and it just took away from my enjoyment level of it. I wanted to see them two physical teams get after it, and they took a lot of that out of the game.
And it was such like it wasn't even a deal, Clint, of like, hey, we're gonna tighten it up a little bit. Like we're gonna reel it in a little bit. It was, as you said, old school 90s physical to we are not going to let you touch anybody. Like it was a swing and like was anybody alerted? Like did we not, like we come out from being able to I can arm bar you in the
coaches, let me talk to you real quick. We finna tighten this thing down.
And then it was a swing to you couldn't do anything, and it just ruined the you looked at it was like I think both teams were in the bonus like before the under 12 timeout.
Yeah.
And Florida was in the double bonus, and I'm like, oh, man. I told Courtney, I said, well, we're going to be here all day. We're going to be here all day because everybody is shooting free throws, and Florida's shooting two automatically anytime they get fouled the rest of the way. It was just it just took a lot away from the game. And to me, it sucked because you had such good games on Saturday. Entertaining games on Saturday that everybody was into. The Florida-Auburn game was entertaining. Obviously, the Houston-Duke game was entertaining, especially the finish. And then yesterday, those guys just said, nah, man, stop, start. Stop, start.
Yeah.
Stop, start. No, that was terrible. And I think you're right. In the first half, that was an advantage for Houston. Then in the second half, Florida's got more bodies of guys that are interchangeable, and like they're probably it allowed them to be able to get out and move with more freedom and get out on the break with more freedom. I think it allowed Clayton to get free a little bit, and we see him, get the big three and get the big shot there. So, yeah, that was just be consistent, man. Just be consistent. And they picked the wrong time to just say to hell with that. We ain't gonna be consistent. All right. Coming up a bit, real or fake. The segment that's still in the nation.
The game's sweeping the nation, baby.
I think I said stealing.
You did.
It's sweeping the nation.
Like that.
Stealing the nation.
We knew exactly what you meant.
Still in their hearts.
We knew exactly what you meant.
Still in the nation's hearts.
No, you didn't. You meant sweeping. We knew exactly what you meant.
Stealing. I like it. Now,
once you explain the hell out of it, but I think
once you get an accent,
it sounded good, bro. It's all good.
Yeah, you hear that? Tyler was going with it. Tyler was rolling with it. No, hey, man, Courtney got me so good the other day. She didn't do it on purpose. I'm in the shower yesterday, and I'm in a good warm shower, and it was a little cold.
Bar soap, or you get your wash rag?
Come on. I got my loofah.
Loofah, that's right.
And hopefully you got that, not being a nasty ass.
But I take my shower.
Loofah.
I take my shower. I'm good, man. I'm rolling. Hey, it's a little cold. It was a little cold. So it was a little cold that day. And I get out. Oh, damn. Where are all these towels going? I guess.
No towels?
Well, I guess Courtney was just like,
Today's towel day, huh?
Wash all the towels right now. Wash every one of the towels. There was not one. I couldn't even steal hers. Anyway, all the towels were
There wasn't
gone.
even one laying in the closet. No nothing.
And I get out that piece, and I am cold. Just
right.
And I'm like, damn. And I can hear her. She's on a meeting.
Conference call.
And I'm like, damn. Because I would normally be like, Courtney, what happened to towels? Give me a towel. I'm sitting there. I am freezing.
Is that my boy Ron?
And I'm like, damn. I go in the closet. I'm like, shoot, I ain't got no robe. I ain't got nothing. And I'm like, I'm looking for jackets or something. I got to pull out. Because
the linen, no shorts, like just some.
Because I got to put
parka.
So the linen and the thing is, I got to walk past
her conference
and office, right? So I
should have circled her desk with some shorts on.
I don't know.
Sorry.
There's a glimpse of like, who's that butt ass naked person that just walked through? And the linen closet is on the other side of the house, where all the towels are. I'm in here. I'm in here freezing
in a tough spot.
Do you?
Nipples hard as hell.
Oh, nipples hard. I mean, I'm everything. So I'm shaking. Finally, I could hear that she ended. I'm like, can you give me a towel? And she was like, oh. And she gonna say, oh, I forgot. I meant to put one in there.
Hold on, so.
Do you look at your towel? Like before you get in, you just
without
get in the shower?
Without thinking about it, just because like I keep my towel, the hook I keep it on, like you have to walk directly by to open the shower door. So like I see my towel as I'm getting in the shower every day.
A responsible adult gets a towel before they get in the shower.
Do you? It's hung up on the towel rack, right? Like
I mean, if I'm in a hurry, I've done it before, and I know I've annoyed the hell out of my wife. Hey, get a towel. But I don't like I grab a towel and get it up there every time.
I don't. I clearly I don't. I didn't think about it till I got out.
I mean, how does the guy that saves the same towel for 3 weeks not lower his damn towels at? 2
or 3 weeks. Yeah. Well, it's just hanging right there. It's hanging right there. Oh my God! I think I'm gonna need to keep my eyes. Someone just said, "Won't you just get back in the shower?" I mean,
I'd have got back in the shower, turned that thing back on hot, and waited till old Courtney got off that conference call.
But I got to. How am I gonna know she's gonna get off?
You're asleep in a warm shower,
just screaming. Hey, let me in when you get out. No, I mean, I had to. No, I had in my hand. I had a Nike windbreaker that I was about.
When you heard her hit exit,
it's the shorts that I was about to throw on. But no, I need to invest in a robe. That's what I used to have a flannel robe, it was a flannel one. It was given to me. I think Teresa gave me.
In the heat, be tough.
Yeah, I don't know where it is because I was searching my closet for that robe. I need to get my robe game.
What are you gonna go with?
I just wanted. I wanted a nice, solid, all white one like you.
Silk.
No, I don't want silk. I want the
like
comfort.
A hotel one.
Yeah, that's what I want.
Oh, terry cloth.
Trying to get me to a hotel and steal one.
Well, or you can just order. You
buy
can probably get you one for about $20 on Amazon.
That's not bad.
I've stolen one.
I mean, Tyler can probably
have you stolen one? You've packed one. You've packed one in.
Mm-hmm.
I've just never really seen them.
I bet Tyler can have you one ordered and probably to your house before you wake up tomorrow.
Maybe before you get home today.
There's an Amazon right by our house.
There you go. If they've got white robes,
I might have to give me
Give me your address, bro. I'll make sure it's on your front step when you get home.
See there, that's a good man, good-hearted man right there.
That is why I'm the executive producer of The Drive, baby.
Yeah,
you're damn right.
Can you have it sent here?
Yeah.
Can you have silk? I need Ronnie silk.
No, Cheryl, I don't want silk.
I think you should go black silk.
Go silk.
I think you should go black
silk.
That
thing would have been stuck to me if I put that on in water. That thing would have been. Somebody said, "Got no pool towels?" No, I got it all. The towels, like the linen closet, is on the other side. Everything to get to towels were on the other side of the house that I had to walk past. Hers.
It don't matter. Pool towel, hand towel, bath towel. The problem was Courtney had them in the washer and dryer.
I mean, when you get in those situations, the stupid stuff that was going through my head. I'm looking around. I guess I'll just dry myself off with some of these shirts I got here. I had to
make it work, baby.
I had a jersey. I was about to dry myself off with a jersey because it was thick.
We've all been there. I've definitely dried myself off with like one of them little hand towels before.
I throw some old sweat shorts on and walk to that house dripping ass wet.
Got my tiny little hand towel just soaking it up.
Low be mad as hell. Why in the hell is there water all over the living room floor? Well,
Why in the hell you wash all the
left
towels?
all the damn towels in the laundry room, which is on the other side of the house.
I got out of there to go for the reach.
It's a slipping hazard, guys.
I opened up that shower door to go for the reach. I said, what?
Need to get you one of them caution wet floor signs for your casa.
I said, what in the hell? Where did the towels go? And I'm about to yell her and not hear her talking. I said, shit, that pissed me smooth off. Someone said, be a grown-up and take your towel in the shower with you before you hop in it. Again, I thought the towel was hung up.
They're not wrong.
My wife just said, towel washing day. Bam, gotcha ass. All right, coming up, the Astros, they were in Seattle last night, and they had a tough one as well as they lose late, even though they had a good performance from their starter. We'll look at them last night, the good, and I know we had this conversation and we should learn from last year. I know it's early, but the good and the concerning. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, I know there's a lot of y'all out there that's living with that chronic joint pain, man. And at the end of the day, there's nothing about it that's good, man. You can forget trying to enjoy.
Handcrafted for your comfort and guaranteed for life.
Bury me in the H.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
From the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line, Ron, get that hair dryer and get to blowing.
Pause.
That could get interesting.
Wet hands, plugging that thing up. Yeah. I probably should just got back in the shower. Maybe that over grabbing the hair.
You probably should have just grabbed your towel beforehand to do that next time.
I think I'll look harder for at least for the next 6 or 7 showers, and then after that I'll probably just go back to just muscle memory. Oh, it's there. Get out there and grab it till it ain't. All right. Yes, the Coogs were playing Florida last night, but also during that game, the Astros, they were on the road playing their first division series of the year against the Seattle Mariners. And Clint, they lose late last night in the 8th inning on a 2-out hit off of right off of Abreu's leg, it looked like, and then got to the outfield, and they lose that game. And Clint, I think there's 2 parts of this. There's the good and I wouldn't even say bad, because the bad to me, it wasn't just it is bad, but I don't want to say bad because it is early. It's more concerning. But the good to me is your 5th starter, Hayden Wisniewski, goes 7 innings, 3 hits, 2 earned, 5 Ks, and no walks after a shaky first start, and he goes and pitches a game like that. Now, Clint, you certainly don't want your 5th starter to have a night like that on the road, and you can't put together enough runs to win the game. Yes, but there's 162 of them, and we'll see about it. But I think that is huge for this group, Clint, especially which news we'll talk about a little bit later with Spencer Urrugheti breaking his thumb on his throwing hand. But this is big. The guys towards the back end of that rotation, if they could just give you solid starts, man, I'm talking 5+ innings, pitching into the 6th and giving you a chance. This right here, man, he only really made 1 bad pitch, 3 hits, and the 1 bad pitch just happened to be with somebody, and one of the smallest guys in the lineup goes deep on him.
Right.
But that, to me, that's a big positive if he can continue to be anywhere close to that.
No doubt about it. Just taking the box score and looking at it, because I'll be honest with you, I watch the Cougs all night long, but this is one where if that guy can go out there and consistently give you good outings, this rotation's deeper. Or really, let's be honest, probably shouldn't use the deep word right now with all the injuries, but they're better than I thought they were going to be. If he can come in and be one of 5 that actually goes out and can consistently give good outings, then I think the Astros are going to be in really good shape. I think the bullpen is really this Contreras guy, and now Taylor Scott. He's the one that actually was credited with the earned runs there, and so that middle relief is a little bit shaky right now. But yeah, the starter, man, Wisniewski, if he can produce anywhere near this on a consistent basis, we're gonna be all right.
Yeah, anywhere near it. Yeah, so that is good to me. That is when you look about obviously how long this season is. Mm-hmm. That is the biggest thing out of the game for the Astros. Yes, they lost. Right, obviously you're going to lose some games, but that right there, getting his confidence and getting him going with that. To me, the concerning, it is very early, so I'm not saying it is a problem or a major, just something that is a little bit more concerning because of the history of the players, and that is, Clint, when you take away, I'd say, Altuve, Jordan, and I'd even add Christian Walker. Those 3 guys have kind of that back of the baseball card thing where, all right, we've seen these guys years and years and years do things. The rest of the struggles from the other hitters, Clint, they don't have as much history of consistency to where you're like, you know what? I'm not that concerned. Like Paredes, who is walks and getting on base, but he's hitting under 200, right? Jeremy Pena is starting to struggle. Hey, Diaz is really struggling at the plate. They even gave him the night off and let him DH, and he's still struggling. And he's back to swinging at those pitches, sliders away. He struck out on one late slider away in the ninth inning that just had no chance, looking like the old Diaz, right? Jake is being one of your best guys, right? 1 for 4, but he still is somebody that struggles. Dubon, Chaz, Cam Smith, obviously, who's new to it, who is hitting well under 200. It is a little bit more concerning with those guys, Clint, because we don't have a ton of, like with Jordan, yeah, he'll bounce back. It's just a matter of time. These guys, and that is so many of them, we don't have as much history. So that one to me is something that's a little bit more concerning than usually have if a team got off slow.
Yeah, look, I think the way this lineup lays out, I mean, you feel really good about the top 4. After that, we talked about how big it was for Pena to take the next step. And we're talking about next step based on what we saw last year and previous years, which were decent years, but it's just time for him to take that next step and become even better. And you mentioned Yainer Diaz. I mean, Yainer Diaz, 0.67 right now average. I mean, that just it's getting scary. And I thought the days of Yainer Diaz dropping down into the 7, 8, 9 hole, I thought those days were over. I mean, he's dropping into the 7, 8, 9 hole now. There's no Bregman. There's no Tucker.
But that is a
major problem.
You said the top 4. You didn't include him, right? It used to
Correct.
be you feel good about the top 5. I mean, he was a Silver Slugger finalist at the catcher position last year.
Yeah.
One of the guys you could depend on. Yeah, they got to get him rolling. Like, he would be the other person where his first 2 years he hit pretty well. But still, it's not like you have the confidence like Altuve or Jordan. Like, I know he's going to hit.
I think there was just progress, right? I mean, Yainer Diaz was a free swinger with a lot of power early on, and it seemed like last year he adjusted and he went to a guy that was going to hit the ball where it was pitched, and so he lost a little bit of his power, but you could actually see the work in progress. And the hope was it would all come together this year. And again, this is a small sample size. What are they, 7, 8 games in at this point in time? They're more than that. They're not.
Yeah, they're 4 and 6, 10
so
games.
10 games in. Yeah, so I mean, it's a very small sample size, but I don't know how long we can keep leaning into small sample size when you're hitting sub 100.
We got people on the text line ready to shut down Alex Cintron for being the hitting coach. Look, I think he's dealing with a lot of young, inexperienced hitters that are going to struggle. Like, look, the reason why I would say but I think the belief was there was so much excitement with the emergence of Cam Smith was because you could see that this lineup might struggle. Like, you could see that, and the thought of, like, this dude has power. He's like the way he performed in the spring. That's where the excitement level was, because you could see, man, if he's going to hit anywhere close like this really lengthens this lineup. And right now, with those guys, with those
2 for 30,
with those guys struggling, it really makes it compact. Like, I mean, to be honest, like we talked about the other, with as many guys struggling behind Jordan, why in the hell would you ever pitch to him? Hell, I mean, Christian Walker's not tearing the cover off the ball. I just left him off because he's somebody that has more of a history. But they're gonna get to a point where, hey man, here Jordan, man, you can go ahead and get on. Because I'll take my chances with, what'd you say, 2 for 30 and Diaz.
2 for 30. Pena's 5 for 35.
He's struggling. He's fighting it. Like, they just have so many guys struggling.
Those are the 2 guys to me that you just, I mean, because when those 2 struggle, guys that you worried about to start the season, the lineup gets really short, really quick. You can pitch around guys like you mentioned. I mean, those guys got to pick it up, no doubt.
Yeah, they got to. But good start last night. See if he can build on that as the Astros. Well, they'll play the Mariners again tonight, and they'll have Framber, their ace, on the mound. They need him to do better than he did in his last start, in which he struggled. So We'll keep you updated when them lineups, whatever, come out. By the way, he played second base again last night.
Tuve did? Come on.
And
The left fielder was at second.
He made a little play with some range on it, man. He had to go over towards the hole and made a good long throw.
He's been playing long toss all offseason.
It's almost like he's played that position his whole damn life. Crazy, bro.
Like that outfield, man, went out like, Altuve's at second. That outfield last night of Dubon, Myers, and God, who played in right? I can't remember. It wasn't anybody worth that's anywhere going to scare you in the lineup. But I think Dubon, Myers, and I don't think it was Chad.
Alvarez is in left
Oh,
field.
Yeah, Dubon was in right.
That's right. They let Alvarez in, and they had Diaz DH. That's right. Woo. You got Dubon, Jake in there, boy. That's a tough one right now. All right, coming up, real or fake? Real or fake? The new segment that is stealing / sweeping the nation. We'll ask the question. You tell me if it's real or fake. That's coming up next.
All right, y'all. Breathing is one of the most essential parts of living. I tell you this.
then it's time for a tune-up. TheMen'sClinic.com, TheMen'sClinic.com.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Welcome back, beautiful people. In just a bit, doing our segment, a little real or fake. Clint, did you see Mel Kiper's latest mock draft?
I have not, no. Sorry, these early mock drafts. I mean, I believe these guys are in full. I believe all these guys are in full let me kick the ant bed, stir the pot mode. And they're usually using quarterbacks and telling you how good they are, and then a week later they're not that good. And but anyway, no, I have not seen it. I'm sorry.
Speaking of Todd, shout out to Todd McShay. Todd's back on the horse. Todd's got a podcast on The Ringer.
Yeah.
I saw him doing some hits on TV and stuff. Looking good, man.
He looks good. He was rough
looking
last
good
time I saw him.
Well, yeah.
Looks much better.
I feel like I saw him again look better, but I feel like I've said that every time. Like, man, he looked rough the last time I see him. Even though I think the last time I saw him, he looked like he was starting to come back around. But he looked good, man. Like, he looked back to his normal self. Like, early in the game when he was over there with Mel. But shout out to Todd McShay. But Mel, he had Jalen Milrose going 34th overall to the Giants. Like the third pick, the third pick of the second round, Jalen Milrose going and
you know that gif of the white guy going.
Is that it?
That's how I feel right now.
Yeah, he started to climb after I guess one of his workouts, and he's got a private workout with the Saints and things like that. And people are making the comp to. It's where people are making the comp to Jalen Hurts. Second round draft pick, kind of, a guy that his ability to throw the football needs improving, but there are other things that you feel real good about. And he is marching up the draft. He had him. He has him 34. Says the Giants will go and get Abdul Carter in the first round, and then come back and get him.
Look, I don't. The second round wouldn't surprise me. That's I think when people were talking about first round,
he's just a couple picks off the first.
Yeah, no. I just don't. I mean, I see a team taking him, in the second round that needs a quarterback and probably would typically have taken a quarterback in the first round and taken a flyer in the second or third round on a project. Look, you're getting a tremendous kid. You're getting a tremendous athlete. You're getting a tremendous work ethic. And assuming, I used to say it's never happened, to be honest with you. I used to talk in quarterback like I've never seen it. I've watched them all. I've trained a ton of them. If they're not natural throwers of the football, if they look like they've been wired or trained a certain way with a certain method that's not natural to them, it is very difficult to find.
What pulled you off of that?
What's that? Jalen Hurts. Yeah. I mean, Jalen Hurts, and Jalen wasn't married to any. The problem in today's quarterback training is you get these kids that aren't natural throwers, or sometimes they just start training so early that they are trained with a certain technique that somebody saw in a textbook or somebody saw in a clinic, and then it's just about these guys are coaching off of what they see on tape instead of what it feels like. Kind of how if you're not wired to throw a football, it's tough to do it, and guys fall in different baskets. I think Jalen Milroe has been coached from a young age to throw the ball with a certain technique that I think has hurt him. Right, he can literally throw it through that glass wall right there, but the touch, he's got some things that are stacked against him.
Some people are calling him a little Anthony Richardson-ity, where he can throw the ball anywhere he wants.
Ant's got some very similar techniques and mechanics that he uses. I think Ant's a more natural thrower of the football just in general. I think he's a bigger, stronger athlete than Jalen Milroe. The thing with Jalen Hurts is he had a real long, it was just an unorthodox. It wasn't like something that had been ingrained in him. In fact, I would argue that he was just raw and just went out and played ball on his own in the backyard and kind of did his own thing. until Quincy Avery got a hold of him and kind of tightened him up. And also, what's his name? The offensive coordinator just messed the bed at Arkansas. That was at Dan Enos. Tremendous quarterback trainer. Those two guys really changed his throwing motion in a way that I don't know that I've ever seen a throwing motion change. Now you can still see, like when you watch Jalen throw, there's still, it's not supernatural, and especially if you're talking about an NFL quarterback. But boy, the way in which they changed him makes me believe that it is possible.
And I think also an adjustment. It just because you get 34, which is high, a premium pick, doesn't necessarily mean that your future.
Yeah.
Now 4 first.
The problem is when you get drafted to New York, or you get drafted to Las Vegas, or you get drafted to one of these teams that needs a quarterback, obviously, whether it's first or second round, there's going to be some pressure on you to eventually take over the reins. And, we'll see. Yeah. We'll see how. Like, I would like to see Jalen Milroe go to an organization that has an established older quarterback, and let him develop for a year, 2 years, 3 years before he works onto the field. That's what I'd like to see happen. Yeah. But we'll see. I think I've told you before, he should have stayed in college and made $10 million.
But like people have said, the range on where he could go, that's as high as I've seen him. I've seen him in the 4th. I've seen him in the 3rd. Like his range.
If you break down, if you look at technique, mechanics, the ability to make the throws at the NFL level, the intricate details of playing the position, he needs a lot of work, man. He needs a lot of work, and so that is it's going to be a developmental pick wherever he's picked.
All right. A little real or fake. All right, I'll throw out a question. You can answer it as well on the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line, 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch as well. A little real and fake. The Rockets getting the 2 seed in the West is the biggest surprise in the NBA. Getting the 2 seed in the West is the biggest surprise this season in the NBA. Real or fake?
Well, I was going to I'd say real before the breaking news today.
This is the biggest surprise.
The Denver Nuggets firing their head coach who won a championship 2 years ago?
Yeah.
That's
a good one.
Boy, that is just, and look, I'll say that the Memphis Grizzlies firing their head coach 2 weeks ago, like firing these guys when your team is in play,
clearly in the playoffs,
not just in the playoffs, right? But you potentially could host a playoff series and be positioned to really get to.
Memphis was in the 4th spot last year when they did it, and then maybe you have to stay your ass out of the 4th spot.
That 4th spot is rough on coaches. So I would say the coaches right now, today, as we speak, but the Rockets getting that 2 seed, man, is a hell. Look, I understand, I respect, I admire the way in which they got there and how powerful Ime Udoka, his messaging and how they play the hustle, the physicality, the buy-in, the accountability. But even with that, it doesn't shock me that they're having a good season, given that's what they're rooted in. But the 2 seed in the West, yeah, that's surprising.
Kick Rocks rolls in. The Suns completely missing the playoffs.
It's a good one too.
It's good for me. It's I think the Rockets are right up there. The Detroit Pistons and their turnaround. They're 43-36, and a game and a half out of the 5 seed. They're not even gonna have to be in the play-in. They were like 3-30 something. You remember that last year they lost like 23 or 24 in a row. We were kind of pushed it. They get the record.
Right.
And they came back and not a lot of major changes. Like they didn't add something great. They've kind of had growth like the Rockets, and they've got to this space. So I got to give them big credit. I think the Pistons to me are the biggest surprise of the NBA season. All right, a little real or fake. Tyler, I'm going to start with you on this one. Real or fake? The Texans have to draft offense in the first round. The Texans have to draft offense.
Fake.
Really?
Never say absolutes in terms of the NFL draft, you ask me. Now, do we all feel the need on that side of the ball? Absolutely, 100%. Will I be upset if they go a direction that's not offense with some of these early picks? No. as long as it makes sense and it's logical.
Yeah, Kick Rock said real. Someone on the text line said real. They better not go defense.
Real as it gets, man. That wide receiver need and that guard, that interior offensive line need is. I think it's desperate.
What if there's one of the big D tackles right there?
I ain't gonna be mad at it. But I think you have there's enough assets have been invested in that defense right now. They are the real deal. I think you got to go offense. I think you got a couple of. I don't know how much cap space they got left. I hadn't seen the number yet, but it's not enough to really to tickle your fancy. I mean, the most valuable asset you have right now, get a guy that can help you win a championship, is that first and second round pick in the draft.
Yeah, I think it's real, and I just think they've put themselves in a situation where they have to have another impact player, like right off the bat in that first round to go offense. Right, I hear your point, Tyler, and I would say most of the time I would agree with that. But to me, they didn't do enough in the offseason to secure major. I think we're walking in the draft still with the issues.
That's
the
fair.
biggest issues on the team.
That's fair.
Being interior offensive line and wide receiver.
Yeah.
I won't be upset when they draft that position. I will not be upset.
All right, real or fake? Clint, I'll go here with you. Every man should have a boys' trip every year.
Hell no.
That's fake?
Yeah, I'm in my phase. Yeah, man. I mean, I just I would like to be honest with you, but I miss. I leave the house for one night, man, on a work trip. We leave New Orleans, spend all the time in New Orleans. I miss my babies, man. I can't do it. Can't do it until I get mine up a little older, where maybe you don't leave town and come back and it feels like they're two different people. Then I maybe can do it.
This is great. We're all in a bit different phases.
I'm out on that.
That was one of the realest things I've ever heard you say. Absolutely, it's got to happen. As a dude who takes at least one with his boys a trip every year, it's lovely. You got to do it. You got to do it.
I think it's real. I think at my space, I understand the space you're in. I think I would have had different when they were younger.
That's where I'm at.
I do think it's real. Now, this is coming from somebody who hasn't done it.
Yeah.
Who hasn't done it much. I'm gonna take one later on this year, but I think there is something about kind of just getting away.
Oh, I think it would be good. It's just hard for me to do.
Yeah, you're in a different.
If it's work and I'm out there trying to provide and protect and do my job as a dad and as a man, as a husband, that's a different animal. But when it's just like, hey, I'm gonna get away and go play golf for 3 days.
Yeah,
man, I miss my babies too much.
Little fantasy draft,
I think you need a little bit of that.
No,
I think
I miss my babies too much,
I think you need a little bit of that with the fellas. Just one time.
I've tried. And it's fun. It just ain't. And I love all y'all. I love my fellas. Not the way I love that 3 and that 1.
Shut it down quick, baby. No, you're in someone texted. Irwin said, boys trip every year, 100%. Got to.
Maybe one day. It ain't in the near future for me.
And I probably ain't taken one in years. Pre-COVID, I probably think so. I think I haven't taken just the fellas that didn't work. Like the fellas get together.
I've never been I'm not a big trip guy anyway. Like I got to remind myself, like, hey man, you're married and your wife might want to go on a vacation. Like,
that's the other part. Like when you got family though, like. Yeah. Hey, we're going to take a summer vacation. We're going to take a...
Yeah, man.
Let's start to add up. Yeah.
Every NFL preseason, baby.
Nope to the guys' trip. Love my wife. Well, I love my wife, too.
Yeah, I just... And Laney got 3 new words she's saying. I'm like, wait a minute. How did I miss that? No, I love you, boys. That was fun. Coors Light, 42 Coors Light I drank was fun, but not more important than this.
5 years.
All right, y'all. WTF. The hell was Spencer Arrighetti doing in the outfield during batting practice? And what are the Astros going to do now that he's out for a while? That's next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, I got to tell you about a
got a ticket or worst of all, the driver who killed someone. Put the phone away or pay. Paid for by NHTSA.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Dirty's Daily. Powered by Mokaram Law. Any personal injury. Call day or night. 281-222-2222. Or visit MokaramLawFirm.com.
Bullhorn, as Clint would say.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily.
Yeah, it is. It's Dirty's Daily on this old, I ain't got nothing for you on a Tuesday. I ain't got nothing for you. What's a good Tuesday, Tyler? Two for Tuesday?
Voluptuous.
Little two for Tuesday?
I don't think I can say the one that initially popped into my head.
I know where you're going with it.
Tantalizing Tuesday,
That would have been a good one.
Tantalizing Tuesday.
Dirty.
It is a Texans
Yes, that one right there. Texans Tuesday, Texans Tickety Tuesday. One of them. We ain't giving away no tickets. Y'all know what the hell I'm talking about. Dirty's Daily is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. I know the big voice guy just told you, but I like to tell you once again, man, hard as hell to say, easy to dial, 281-222-2222. I also want to remind folks out there to make sure that you're downloading that Odyssey app, AUDACY. And for many reasons, you can take us anywhere you go, right to have us right there on your hip. Never lose track of what's going on in the sports world on any given day. But you know what you can do? You can get on that Odyssey app and you can find the most recent episode of that Big Orange Wagon. The Big Orange Wagon, Patrick Creighton, my boy T. Mill, and boys talking them Stros, up and down. They got it all covered now. The Odyssey app is the way to go. There's also a rewind feature there. You can rewind and listen to different segments. Tyler and all the hard-working production crew here, they podcast every episode of every show, so you can listen to them individually or you can listen start to finish. We just greatly appreciate you listening any way that you do. The Odyssey app, though, AUDACY, make sure you download it. Boys, I'm sitting there last night, and as I said, I did not watch the Astros. I was dug in on the Cougars. And once the Coogs got that lead and looked like they were going to handle business, I wasn't moving from the national championship game, to be completely honest with you. And I don't remember if it was social media or if it were on the ticker. I would imagine it was social media where I saw Spencer Arrigetty's has broke his right thumb. And I immediately start thinking back to Spencer's last start. And I'm like, damn, actually just said thumb. I didn't see right thumb. I saw, and I'm thinking, did he get one hit back at him in the glove hand? Something happened there? Or the hell's going on here?
So did he pitch today?
Right. So all of that stuff starts going through my mind, and I'm like, how in the hell did Spencer Arrigetty get hurt? Well, I go right back to the Cougars national championship game, and kind of really, to be honest with you, kind of didn't think much of it. And then I see the report that it's his right thumb on it, and I'm thinking in my mind, he didn't pitch today. The hell is going on here? How would he hurt his right hand? And I didn't see any of the details. Again, get back into that Cougs national championship game. And I get here today, and Tyler says Spencer Arrigetty breaks his right thumb while playing catch in the outfield during the Seattle Mariners batting practice.
Right.
Not only in the outfield, but in left field. Boys, I can't help but think, what in the hell? And Tyler, I know you said this obviously may be common practice. I mean, can we do it earlier in the day? Can we do it earlier in the day?
Work on that scheduling.
I think them poor kids that their parents let them go out there at home run derby and catch missiles off the bat of the best power hitting.
Just getting them better.
Yeah, we're how dangerous, how stupid are you to do that as a parent, right? And then Now we got Spencer Arrighetti, top 3 in our rotation, a guy that we're really, really depending on, is playing long toss again, folks, in left field. I mean, can he not stand his ass down the right field line maybe in foul territory and throw it to some meathead in center field that we don't care if he gets hit?
Well, this is not good.
He is playing long toss, playing catch. What a hell of a report, by the way. Playing catch during BP in left field and somehow gets hit on and breaks his damn thumb. But now, it's one thing if a pitcher gets hurt that we're relying on. Getting hurt like this is plumb ass silly. For all my baseball guys, I don't give a damn if it happens all the time. Right? How stupid is it to be out there doing that?
It happens. It happens all the time. But I want to know. Like, he had to have put his hands up.
I hadn't seen a video. There's not a video.
I'm just assuming he had to put his hands up or caught it late to try to stop it. Because, I mean, the Astros are really living bad. If my man was just standing there and his hand was just hanging
by his side,
and that ball, that line drive was hit perfectly,
anywhere,
and the only thing it hit was his finger or his thumb, I'd imagine he turned around to try to knock it down, which is a question. Just get the hell out of the way.
You think he just kind of casually, cool Joe, just kind of stuck his hand up to kind of make sure it didn't hit him in the head and it hit his hand?
If that wasn't how it happened, if he didn't put his hand up and that thing just so happened to hit him there, that's crazy. But stuff like this, you remember the Yankees lost Mariano Rivera for the year because he tore his ACL because he used to like to shag balls.
Well, he was shagging.
He likes to shag balls. Like, first off, the thought is, what the hell?
Shagging's a lot safer than what he was doing.
But the thought was like, why the hell is he out there shagging baseball?
Yeah. I'd forgotten about that.
Yes. Well, if we got an ACL tear, the hell is he out there shagging baseball?
I've got to see.
Like Josh Hader, go sit his ass down. But I'd like to know what in the world.
Well, I'd like to see the video, but I'm gonna be honest with you. I would like to see what the hell was going on. I'll believe whoever says it happens all the time, but surely they have somebody typically protecting them, right? Surely you don't have a starting pitcher in Major League Baseball in left field playing catch with somebody else somewhere, not paying attention to what's going on, getting missiles hit at him, and you don't have somebody protecting him. Surely they typically got somebody a little more fleet of foot than one of us three out there protecting him, right?
Yeah, I would imagine. And I still haven't seen, I still haven't, and Tyler and Cheryl, you may see something. I still haven't seen, him being placed on the IL yet. One would assume a broken thumb on his throwing hand. I would imagine that puts you. I just haven't seen that yet. And I've looked at everybody. You too, Tyler. You too, Cheryl. Turn around.
Cheryl doesn't say much.
She doesn't.
She's modest.
She's classy.
I mean, she's a coachable human being, and she does no talk back, no lip. Don't give you no lip.
Ask her to do something.
We need more of those kind of humans in this world, by the way.
But this is an issue, right? We talked about nobody knows what's really going on with Eiffel Tower. Luis Garcia has been shut down, right? Lance is, just trying to gear it up. And
Bury me in the H.
He's in Sugar Land,
When's he
getting
going
up to
again, by the way?
50 pitches. I'm certain.
Got to be soon, right?
Got to be soon. Like, I'm out. Who's next? Who joins this rotation?
I thought you meant who's next to go down. I'm not going to think about that.
No. Who is going to like when he comes out? Who joins the rotation?
I have no idea. I have because didn't know Numbnuts? Didn't he get hurt again too?
There's a few of them I feel like could be called that.
Who is the biggest one of them all? Forrest. Didn't he hurt his knee?
That guy.
Didn't he hurt his knee again? Didn't he hurt? He hurt his knee. Remember, because I didn't know how it happened.
But he certainly can't. There's got to be 2-3 guys in front of him before he gets.
He's got to be up there in the conversation. They're almost out of guys, right? They brought up about 6 of them last year.
It's got to be whoever it is who's their top guy in Sugar Land.
Well, I mean that's
is Blair Henley down there again?
Blair's got to be in the rotation somewhere down there. He may be in Corpus, but he's got to be down there somewhere, right? I don't know. I mean, what does this mean for the rotation moving forward? I don't know exactly how they handle that. I'm sure they've got a plan. Surely they didn't come into the season with a 6-starter plan the same way the Texans did last year with a guard center guard plan. Surely it's a little better.
But this is just This is one of those damn things. Like, man, what the hell, man? Is it not our time or something? How the hell we just getting guys like?
How about we just don't play catch during batting practice anymore? You've got literally 23 hours of the day that you could do that, and you do it at the same time the Mariners are taking BP. Let's just get that. Let's learn this lesson. Unfortunately, it happened to Spencer. Let's learn the lesson and move the hell on. I'm Clint Stoerner.
Prayers up, Spence.
That's right. That's Ron Hughley right there shooting prayers up, and T Mills behind the glass right there. You listen to Sports Radio 610, Houston's sports leader. Teased this segment, and I started it with the old WTF, and I did it partly because I can't cuss, but I did it because I wanted to make this point. Do y'all judge guys when they speak in what do you call those? WTFs and TBDs and BRBs?
Acronyms.
Is that what they're called?
Is that what it is?
I don't know. It doesn't seem like you're not saying that with much confidence.
I'm not 100%, but I'm about 88.4.
I'll buy 88.4. That's a good win. That's a good win.
It feels good.
Y'all judge guys when they say that?
Yes.
Nick Casario hit a TBD. And I'm not going to lie, I thought something about it.
TBD doesn't bother me too much, actually, though. Specifically.
ASAP,
if you're rating
doesn't
them,
bother me.
If you're rating them, yeah, TBD's not a bad, but it's just like I'm gonna be honest with you. When I get hit, when I hear that, like Nick doing his audio, or when I hear it, I'm judgmental.
Yeah, it's very different when it's said as opposed to typed.
If you're a dude saying BRB,
that's straight.
Or G2G,
or the
TTYL.
Yeah, TTYL.
Yeah, get the hell out of here.
You later, I guess, right? TTYL, yeah.
Yeah, grown man should not be saying
this all started.
That's
I
weird.
told y'all this chick walked out of the little Snap kitchen thing. I was buying me some healthy food, and she walked out and told her coworker BRB, like literally, like just cool, like it was just rolled off her tongue.
BRB.
I looked at old gal behind the counter. I said, "You want them? Huh? You want them BRB?" She said, "No, I'm one of those. I'll see you later." I said, "Well, me too, baby. I don't."
Nah, that ain't me.
Yeah, that ain't me right there.
Yeah, what stops you from like what? What stops you from?
I don't know. I mean,
same amount of syllables.
BRB.
Well, women do it a lot.
BRB.
It was more like BRB.
I like how Rod's putting some speed to it.
BRB.
Women,
because I feel like
do
you're trying to be efficient with your, so you should say it fast.
Women do it a lot. My wife does it randomly sometimes. We get a TBD, we get a BRB. I think my sister-in-law Ginger says BRB quite a bit. But yeah, it's more.
I think
it's more guys.
ASAP is the only one that I.
ASAP's acceptable.
That's the only one that I use.
That's good. That's good.
Shout out to T.I.
I do use TY for thank you on text messages.
Yeah, I think texting stuff is different.
Right.
That does make sense of efficiency.
Yeah,
like IMO in my opinion. Like I think that is.
I've heard Tyler hit me with a BRB before. I'm pretty sure I have.
I definitely have.
You said it,
but when I do it, and I think I told y'all or Bijani the other day, I was telling this. I maybe have done it to y'all before. I definitely have done it to some ladies, but it's done in a tone to where I'm pointing, I'm making fun of it. I'm not being.
So you're not doing.
I'm not looking at it going BRB, man.
Like that's not your normal way of going.
Yeah, I'm clowning on it when I do it. I'm like, just like I did a second ago. BRB, like over your rag.
I don't know. I think you were eating a 3-piece tender, drinking a small beer, and got to go to the restroom, and you said BRB. I think at that point. I think at that point. I think it's when it happened, Tyler. I think that was what was going on.
Might very well be the case.
If I took a picture of your beer and your tenders, I should have videoed so I could hear you say BRB. But I think that's when it happened. I'm pretty.
It's like a kid's meal with a brew.
That's where this all stemmed from, right? A kid's meal with a sippy cup beer,
a tenders and a tiny beer
with a brew. Yeah,
and a BRB.
BRB. Well, FYI.
Yeah, I mean, I'm judgmental, fellas.
Yeah, I remember when you heard that from Nick Casario, that stopped you right in your track.
Jumped right into my notes immediately. TBD. I mean, come on, man.
I know it had you SMH. In fact, it's right.
Yes. You are correct.
SMDH right there, probably. For that.
Yes. Yeah, you're getting good at that. I'm trying to rack my brain and use one, and I can't figure it out.
That's all right, man. TMI. All right,
that's a good one. I think that's an acceptable one.
Coming up. There is in the next couple of weeks, this person is going to be in a really, really good place or in a really, really bad place when it comes to his life-changing moment. We'll discuss what that means and how it should go. That's coming up next.
All right, Houston, it's going to be 100 degrees around these parts before you know it, man. Do you need a
Handcrafted for your comfort and guaranteed for life. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, listen. If we get to it, we get to it. But we have an important situation that has just occurred right now that I need you all's input. Clint took off, grabbed him a snack. But while Clint grabbed him a snack, the boss man, Parker Hillers, walked in. And he said, "Hey, Ron, let you know, Florida winning last night, you won our office pool."
The showman.
I said, "Oh, damn, did I?" Again, as I said yesterday, I was hoping to lose that office pool, but I was the only one somehow to pick Florida in the entire station. The only one to pick Florida.
A lot of U of H around these parts.
Yeah.
I had Auburn.
A&M, you had Auburn. Boss man had Auburn. He told me, "I owe you a bottle."
Oh, wow, really?
That's what the winning is. He said, "Now, don't go crazy thinking around the $150 range."
No, that's going crazy, or don't
He
go
said
crazy?
that's the range.
What are you thinking?
I'm trying. That's what I'm trying to.
Obviously, bourbon.
I'm trying. Well, I'm trying to. Should I just go there? Are you like where are we at? 713-572-4610. Those of you on the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch. I got a $150 limit, right? Plus tax, right? I think we can get to $150 limit, right? I don't want to push it.
Man, you got some good ones.
What we got?
You can go,
Tyler. What we got?
You can go with some 12-year-old Weller.
How much is that?
$179. You can get it. You can go with.
I don't want to push that. That's a little.
You can go with some Blantons.
Ooh.
You can get you 3 bottles of Eagle Rare.
No, but
either one of those are good.
Blanton
right.
single barrel bourbon right there with a little horse running on top of $139.99.
That's my all-time favy.
Should I get to the wife and maybe get a nice bottle of wine?
Treat yourself.
Ooh, let's get you a nice bottle of now. If you're, I mean, go on your little boys trip or whatever, and
leave that back.
When you get home, break out that $150 bottle of wine and say, "Baby, I missed you." Now, don't try to break it out if you screw up and piss her off. You're late somewhere.
Wise Citizen goes Closet
Azul, huh? Be a good one.
Is that in the range? I feel like that's a little over.
Depends on what size bottle you get. It's been a minute. I got
because I got a decant. I do have a decanter that I do want to. I have been looking for a real good whiskey to fill up in. That's why I was leaning whiskey, but I don't want to hold out on this. Someone texted in 120 silver bullets. I think
you can get more than 120 of them.
There's a time.
If you buy them in bulk, don't do that. I can get you 120. I can get you 120.
There's a time and place for silver bullets.
Yeah.
I don't think. Could you imagine if I said that here? I'll take it. Just give me a case.
Yeah, man. Just throw me a case.
You know
of
what?
bullets.
Why give me a bang quick? Single barrel Jack D.
No chance. No chance.
Tyler is shaking that off. I've started to get into a little tequila, but because that's the one with the blue and white bottle, right?
Blue and white ceramic looking bottle with the silver top. You can thump and it dings.
Someone texts in, everybody knows you're getting Henny, Ron. No, not grabbing Henny. Someone texted in, Ron, I know you're thinking about just can I get the cash? No, I'm not.
Can you just give me the card? Yeah.
Listen, let me get the cash and put it towards the floors. No, I'm not going.
I think you should go with a little Blantons.
That's what people are rolling in. Sally just came in with Blantons. How much is Blantons?
150, 144, anywhere from 130 to 150.
Have you? I don't think I've ever had Blantons.
Oh, it's my favorite. My all-time favorite. Can't always find it. It's allocated, but very, very tasty dark liquor there.
And Tyler has had some good dark liquor suggestions. I had never had Whistle Pig, and until you wrote that. All right, maybe I might ride with that blend.
I tell you, if you want to go, if you want to go with a tequila, the Cascanes.
I'm open to that.
Go with the Cascanes, and for $125 you can get the Añejo, and that I have not had the Añejo. I had the Repo and the Blanco. Those are the two, but that's one I'm on right now. The Fortalezas are really good, but you can get 2 bottles. You can get 2 bottles of Repo, Fortaleza Repo for $150. But you got to go. You got to max this thing out.
I got to max it out.
Yeah, you can't. You can't ask for 2 bottles. If
no, I don't want 2. I want.
Well,
one
what I'm saying is, though, I would like for you to be able to go to him and go, hey man, let me get 2 bottles for that equal $150. But you don't want to risk losing the deal.
I don't want to do that.
So
No, I just get 1 bottle. I'm sure he's listening.
I think you should get 1 at the 160, 170 mark and see. Just
go over.
Yeah, I think that's what you got to do.
This Blanton's. I got one. I see one for 139, 140.
Mm-hmm.
That runs. I like the bottle. Blanton's. All right, I've never had it. All right, listen, that one's a leader in the clubhouse. Have you ever had Sincoro? No, I haven't.
A lot of people don't like, because you got a lot of tequila snobs out there now. So you're
one of them.
No, I would not say I'm one of them. I drink what I like to drink. I don't necessarily get into the additives, and I don't want it to taste like syrup, but I don't like. I'm okay with some of the brands that the connoisseurs will tell you have some additives or this or that. Like, I don't need necessarily I want to drink if you get into this price point, you're drinking good stuff. I don't give a damn what they say about it. You're drinking pretty damn good stuff.
That Closet, man, that bottle just looks cool, though, man. That bottle just looks.
Yeah, Sincoro's only 120. That's Jordan's tequila, Michael Jordan's tequila, and I'm going to tell you, people sleep on that. Sincoro, there's no, like, the aftertaste of tequila, which I like. A lot of people don't like. It's dead on that. It's not strong at all. Sincoro would be a really good one.
Voted Camus.
Well, I'm sure she did. That's right, Closet Azul, man. You can get you a bottle at 1942 for $155 too. Yeah, you got options here, man.
I got
options. A $150 bottle of Camus, though. Ooh, and with your ability to get on that grill. Oh my God! You could have Courtney Gooden worked up. Not that you need any help, but I'm telling you, $150 bottle, and your grilling skills and $150 bottle of Camus. We might have another little Hughley running around this piece, Chief.
It's impossible.
Hey, you're grilling in $150.
No, I'm telling you, unless I have a Johnny Damon situation. That boy Johnny Damon had that vasectomy and had twins.
You better check that. Better check that. Better check that FedEx, man.
I'd be smoking hot. Johnny Damon had that vasectomy, Tyler, and then banged out twins.
How quick you think he got that testing done?
I don't know. You think he may have gone early on the testing?
If Courtney popped up with twins right now, you gonna see if they're yours for sure?
I'd faint. Oh yeah, you're right.
all I'm saying is,
hey man, we're gonna get this test.
Hell, I'm thinking about making Low get.
Hey, I trust you, babe.
I'm trying to think about checking Liv's out. She got blonde hair and blue eyes. I ain't real sure that wasn't an Amazon man.
The words of my guy, my doctor. Shout out to my doctor out in Sugar Land. He said this to me right before he turned on Van Halen.
to cut your guts.
He told me. He said, "Listen." Right before he went, he said, "Listen. Now make sure you don't just cut. I burn it, and this thing's you're gonna be done here. Are you sure this is what you want to do?" And I said,
"There's no reversal, huh?"
He said it's gonna be a hard reversal if you pull this off. I said, "Yeah, I'm good." And then he went on and played his Van Halen and started rolling. I said, I like to listen to a little Van Halen. Do you mind? I said, man, you do whatever the hell you want to do to get yourself right.
Whatever gets them hands steady down there, boss.
Sally is one of our, I think maybe our most loyal female listener. Sally says, you all are speaking my love language with the bourbon.
The bourbon is it. Yeah,
let's sip on something then, Sally.
You can get you some 21 Camus Cabernet Sauvignon, Cab Sav, baby, 169.
I think I might. Yeah, the wife loves bourbon too, but I think I'm leaning the Camus or the bourbon. That's where we're rolling out here.
Man, well, I'm jonesing for a little Camus. I may get my wife to pick a bottle up.
But that Camus goes away quick. That's what hurt.
Likes her some liquid grapes, huh?
Some healthy pours, man.
Yes, healthy pours. The last bottle of Camus, that thing went away quick.
You went to the restroom, that thing was gone.
I we may get a couple of days out of that piece.
No. It's definitely one sitting, man. Come on. Ron trying to get 2-3 dinners out of one bottle of wine, man. Go on, knock that thing back.
Man, that is much expensive that, and I didn't get the $150 bottle of Cambus. That bottle I got was about $79. I'm still trying to get. All right, let's look back at what happened yesterday and last night in San Antonio. It was a collapse. If Duke collapsed, Houston collapsed. We got to go over what happened last night and just dumbfounded how they lost that game. That's coming up next.
All right, I got to tell you.
Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Text line, we're on the show. Man, I can get you a bottle of Blanton's for free. Hell, I tell you not to.
Hello.
And do your thing, partner. All right. I ain't gonna walk away from it now.
Hit my DMs, please, friend.
Yeah, do your thing. Do your thing there. Ain't nobody stopping you. All right. Clint, last night was it was gut-wrenching, man. That was tough to me to watch guys like Juwan Roberts, just when they realized it was over, just go down. You could see the absolute destroyed looks in their faces, their eyes. LJ Cryer as well, Emmanuel Sharp, who obviously will live with this, as he had the final two turnovers to end that game for Houston. And those were tough watches, right? And to hear Juwan Roberts after the game say, you know, this is the last time I'm gonna wear this uniform, and it's really, really hard, right? That was tough, and just a sad moment where you felt like they got this, they're gonna win this game, and it was what happened with Duke. Now, I do think Duke's collapse, if it makes you feel any better, was a little worse, right? Like that, you know, Florida had gotten the thing tight, you know, at the 5-6 minute mark. But still, it was a collapse. When you look at this team, how good they play defensively, how good they can be in terms of getting shots and slowing the game down, for them to have a double-digit lead around 9-10 minutes left and them lose that game, it's almost, you know, unbelievable to consider that it did happen if you didn't see it. But if Duke collapsed, I think it's fair to say that Houston collapsed. And Clint, it is a shocking thing, and I am still floored by what we saw and how that thing happened, how Florida got back in that game.
Yeah, no, look, I mean, I don't think only is if Duke collapsed, U of H collapsed. Hell, I think they did it in very similar fashion. I mean, you look at what happened, and it doesn't matter. To me, it matters less about, like, how many points you were up or down midway through the second half and this and that. I mean, we've been in basketball at every level. I mean, the ebbs and flows of a game, there can be a 10-point swing like that any given day. It happens, right? I'm not worried about the swing. To me, it comes down to in the last few minutes of the U of H Duke game, one team seemed like they were not prepared. They weren't physically, mentally, and emotionally ready. And the other team looked like they were raised in it, and that was the Coogs. And they went out there and they upset Duke. And you fast forward to last night, and I don't care how it got there, the game was tight down the stretch. And again, there was one team that looked like they were raised in it, and there was one team that the moment was too big. They weren't able to execute. They couldn't get off shots, not once, not twice, not three times, but four times. They just couldn't even execute to give themselves a chance to maximize how many shots they could get. They couldn't even get a shot off at the very end of the game. So, yeah, the Florida Gators did to U of H what U of H did to Duke 2 days ago. Absolutely, 100%. It wasn't just one was a collapse. No, they literally were. It was the same song and dance. One time U of H won, and one time they were the victim. Or they lost. It was not. It was very similar to the way that Duke shrunk in the moment, the way that U of H shrunk in the moment last night.
That's the part that's really surprising is
agreed.
They out-tough them. Like all the things that they have kind of built their program on, and they for the most part have done that.
Yeah.
Florida did it, right? Florida was the one with their best players struggling and being able to recover. Florida was the one that executed, and as you said, seemed like they were comfortable. And we kind of should have known that. Florida has been down by 9 points or more at some point of the game, their last 3 games of the tournament. Right. And including this game, and they came back and made plays. And it usually has just been Clayton, but in this game it wasn't just Clayton, it was everybody. And at the end, as you said, one team executed much better than the other one, to the tune of Florida took advantage of how the officiating was and got to the line multiple times at the end of the game. That's how they took the lead and got closer. And Houston had 4 turnovers on their last 4 possessions, Clint. And that was very different than how the game closed out against Duke or how it closed out against Purdue or what they did all season.
Yeah, there's a lot of things about this game. If you're the Cougs, it's going to stick in your craw, man. I mean, the way it literally ended the last play where Sharp doesn't get the shot up and then turns it over, obviously. The 3 previous possessions, you look at the way that you were able to shut their best player down, like just literally shut him down damn near the entire game. And manage it. Like, you accomplished a lot of what you wanted to accomplish. A very high-paced, high-scoring team, you held them down. They were playing your kind of game, right? And you had them right where you wanted them. You accomplished a lot of what your game plan was built on, and unfortunately, you didn't even give yourself a chance with getting a shot up on that last set.
Speaking of the last possession, and that's the one, right, we're going to remember.
Sure.
19.7 seconds left.
All you got to do is listen to the head coach.
Down to 19.7 seconds left in that game, and they weren't able to get a shot off at all. They weren't ever. And to kind of hear from Kelvin Sampson, the head coach, obviously, of the Cougars, this is him after the game describing what happened on that last possession.
It's a possession. What did you want? Well, we didn't need a 3, but if Emmanuel got clearance, there's no reason why he shouldn't take that. I mean, Emmanuel's a big shot taker. We ran a misdirection. We ran LJ off a stagger, and then we ran Emmanuel up the gate. That play, as we've worked on that play many times. But you've got to get a shot attempt in that situation. That's where I'm disappointed that we didn't get a shot attempt. Previous possession, we didn't get a shot attempts, and those are the things that you're gonna have to live with it.
Yeah, he's gonna stay up late at night thinking about this.
Yeah. Well, look, there's audio out there. There's audio out there, too, of him where you can tell he's really just at a loss for words. Yeah. Talking about the Emmanuel Sharp situation and not getting a shot up there, and he should have pump faked and drove to the rack was what the plan was. If the shot presented itself, take it, but the pump fake and get to the rack. You don't need a 3. You take a 2 at that point in time. He went in some pretty good depth right there, but you could see where Kelvin Sampson was just at a loss for words of the inability to get that shot up. And there's no doubt about it. Hell, the coach has got to wear it all. I mean, it doesn't matter whether it's one player or the other that messes up. Any way it goes, the coach has to wear it. The one that I feel for here, because I've been in similar shoes, not necessarily in a national championship game, but a game with national championship implications, is Emmanuel Sharp. I mean, that dude hit some big shots for the Cougs over his career here.
He had a big shot in that game. Yeah. He put him up 3 when they tied it up.
Yeah, man, and that that move there, which it's on him. He's got to own it. He's got to wear it. I mean, it was a poor decision. Can't let a game of that magnitude, of any magnitude, end like that. But
he just came off that screen and he knew he was going up with it, despite anything, and he got up in the air and then saw this is going to get blocked.
Yep, man. That's it, man, and he's going to have to wear it. When you talk about the Cougs and the 2025 run to the national title game, the first conversation is going to be about how they didn't get that shot up and Sharp, to avoid traveling, try to protect the ball, and that way it ended is just unfortunate, man. I mean, It's unfortunate, but they're going to have to live it.
Text line coming through. Come on, y'all. U of H had a great season.
Nobody said they did.
One play here and there, but overall, fantastic programming season. They did.
Agreed. Great. I mean, we're talking about a team that played in the national championship game. It's understood that they had a hell of a season, and it's understood that it's a hell of a program, no doubt about it.
They were up 12 in the second half. Right?
Unfortunately, that was a tough watch, man. That was a tough game to watch. It was a tough game to lose. And it wasn't just a basketball game that ended and one team outscored the other. The reality of it is, in crunch time, a team that typically has ice water in their veins, didn't get shots up. Didn't give themselves a chance.
Yeah, this is sometimes. I'm watching this because I think Kelvin's an amazing coach and should be in the Hall of Fame, and I hope this Final Four run and this championship game appearance, which it shouldn't. He should have already been there, over 800 wins, gets him in. Oh, but Clint, this is sometimes where like college coaches overcoach at times. This thing to me just did not get into LJ Cryer's hands enough down the stretch for him to make the decision and get shots or get fouled or do something. The last 6 possessions, he only took one shot. Now, he had a turnover in there, but he only took one shot. On that last play, man, you're running him off a stat ball and make sure he is the one who was taking the shot. Now, if they force it out of his hands, that's one thing. But he came around and caught it, and he immediately swung it to Sharp, right? And and obviously, if you look at how Kelvin Sampson is speaking, I don't know if that was the initial plan for Sharp to shoot it, to get it the way that he was kind of talking through it. But, man, it really should. To me, it should have been an LJ Cryer clear out. And let's not bring anybody else to the ball, clear it out and let him go one-on-one.
He made some big shots,
and
man.
He's your guy. For me, for him just not to get an attempt and at the end of that game, that was the one that was tough for me. And I got to believe tough for him to swallow.
Yeah, look, there's several things down the stretch that you can question. I mean, no question about it. But it's as the texter said, I don't agree with the need to say it in response to what we were talking about, but it is true. There is big time season, big time group. Big time program that Kelvin Sampson has built there, and hopefully he can keep this thing rocking. Hopefully he can keep doing it in the fashion of having players that stay loyal to him and have been in college basketball for several years and are more mature and more developed, and mixing in some transfers, mixing in some youngsters. Hopefully he can keep this thing rolling the way he's had it roll. It is definitely impressive.
Yeah, text line coming in. Sharp would have been an all-time Houston legend had he hit that game. Yeah, he would have.
Absolutely.
And now the memories of him are maybe in a different space, which is unfortunate because and he'll at least potentially be back next year. You just never know who wants to jump in portals or whatever. But he should be back next year and maybe have something to do about that. But a tough loss last night. And one still, that team with the defense they play and the lead they had, it's really shocking, almost unbelievable that they weren't able to finish that game up. A little 5 o'clock fire coming up next. We do have news. From the Astros. We will share that with you coming up next. And crazy news out of the NBA, just as shocking as it was for U of H to give up that lead, is as shocking as this news is coming out of the NBA. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, y'all, I got to tell you about them cold Coors Light. It's 5 o'clock on a Tuesday. It doesn't matter what time it is, doesn't matter what day it is, but I just thought I'd let you know for the hell of it. Coors Light is always on tap, baby. It's always next up. Coors Light is the way to go. Whether we're talking about just chilling out, it's made to chill. You're talking about surrounding yourself with greatness, it is. The Coors Light is known as the world's most refreshing. You want to take all the thinking out of your drinking. They got little blue mountains on the side of every
1-800-981-0023. First bet offers for new customers only. All other promotions for existing customers. Subject to eligibility requirements. In partnership with Kansas Crossing Casino and Hotel. Major League Baseball trademarks. Used with permission.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Audison.
What a son of a bitch.
We have a liftoff.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty Show and T-Mill, a.k.a. Psycho T, have the latest. And the latest is, it is 5 o'clock fire, and 5 o'clock fire is brought to you by Insperity Invitational at the Woodlands Country Club tournament course. And I do want to get to the news that just came out about the Astros, but I do want to say just a really sad moment. Ex-Astro and MLB pitcher Octavio Dotel dies after a nightclub roof collapsed, and he was one of 58 people who died in this, including Nelson Cruz, former Ranger, former Twin. His sister was amongst those. 160 injured in a really, really awful situation. So prayers to all the families, the Dotel family, and everyone involved. I know a lot of people have fond memories of him out of that bullpen with the Astros, and just a sad situation here.
Yeah, man. I'm looking at the pictures now. It's that entire roof.
Oh, I hadn't even seen. I couldn't even look at it.
Yeah, I don't know if it was a rooftop situation or what, but the pictures of the club, the whole roof just fell in on all of it.
That's scary, man. You just never know. Like, you just am going out, doing my thing, just hanging out a little bit, and then that, right there happened. Sad situation. So prayers up to all the families involved in that. But the news here coming from the Astros, we told you earlier that Spencer Getty had the injury. It was reported that he broke his thumb after being hit by a line drive during Mariners batting practice today. That happened yesterday, reported by Chandler Rome. Now Chandler Rome reports that the Astros put Spencer Arrighetti on the injured list with his broken right thumb. No surprise. We thought that was going to happen. We just kept looking and wondering why it hadn't happened yet. But finally, they do place him on the injured list. Luis Contreras is going to be the one to take his spot in the rotation. And it's not been great for Contreras really this year when he's pitched. ERA above 8, 5 1/3 innings, 5 runs, 1 home run, 3 walks in his time in the minors. So he's going to have to be the one to take his spot. And Clint, first off, like, this is pets' heads are falling off. How the hell does something, like, how do you have this type of luck? Like, and now you're starting to think, like, I saw somebody, K-Rock's talking about the voodoo doll on YouTube and Twitch. Like, I mean, you get all these like Lance and Luis Garcia and Eiffel Tower, Hell Urquidy last year. Just all of these issues that they've had with their rotation, and now he is going on the 15-day IL, retroactive to April 7th. But I mean, this probably going to take longer than 15 days, I'd imagine, for that to heal. And it's his pitching hand, so he needs that thumb to grip. And now with the depth of this pitching rotation, it was already a question to me with the back end once you get past Framber and Hunter Brown, and now they're bringing somebody up who they definitely probably would not prefer to have in the rotation right now. And they got to weather this storm, and they really, really need the bats to wake up, the bullpen to really be nails when they come in and not have moments like Taylor Scott did last night, and the bats to wake up, because they're in a tough spot right now with that rotation.
Yeah, and just to be clear, Luis Contreras, he's been up. He was a relief pitcher for the Astros, so that's in
Oh, those are. Oh, I got you.
Yeah, that's in a handful of relief appearances with the Astros this year. I believe he's had 4 different relief appearances this year with that ERA 8.44. Again, 5 1/3 innings pitched, 3 walks, 6 hits, 5 earned runs. I think I've seen.
Thought that might have been in the minor.
No, because the only reason I took note was because he's been shelled the 2 times that I've seen him come in the game. He got shelled, if I remember correctly. So maybe that's the deal. Maybe he's not a reliever. Maybe he's a starter. I'm not familiar with his history yet. So any deeper than that. But hopefully that's the deal. Is the starter. The starter in him is what he needed. He needs long innings. He needs time to get mentally prepared that he's going to be on the bump. How about that? Last time he pitched, 2 1/3, 4 hits, 3 earned runs.
That's good. You don't normally get that type of commentary from this show right here. You hear him, Tyler? Clint said maybe what Contreras is needing is kind of starter time. Longer innings, maybe that's what it is.
Longer time to prepare, man. He needs to know when he goes to bed at night, hey, I'm starting tomorrow, man. I got all day to get right instead of that spur-of-the-moment stuff in the bullpen. Hopefully that's it. Hopefully that's it, boys.
Yeah, don't rush Lance back. There's got to be a thought. Now, maybe we'll
lose Lance if you rush him back. Like lose him for good, lose him.
I'm about to say, is there a thought of maybe we just do piggybacks with Lance? Maybe we let Lance go in there and throw 2 innings, 2 or 3 innings, and then do piggyback till they get him warmed up.
Luis may be the old starter on the piggybacks. We'll see.
Might be the starter on the piggyback. So, that's big news as he's their number 3 starter right now, Spencer Urquidy, and he's going to be out for a minute. They do take on the Astros tonight, and they get their ace. Now, Seattle has their ace, Luis Castillo. By the way, they got 2 Luis Castillos on their team that are in their rotation. So you got it. They do. They're
same spelling and everything?
Yeah, they're having to stick the middle initial in there. So, I said I think. I'm not 100% if this is the ace or the one that's been their ace, Castillo, or if it is the other Luis Castillo. He's their 5th starter. This is their number 2 starter, Luis Castillo. So hopefully it's the
might want to figure that out before you make some bets, T. You might want to figure
the other Luis, he had a really good start his last outing too. So I just looked it up and I was watching one night on MLB Network. They're like, don't get confused. Got 2 Luis Castillos. One Luis, I think L Castillo, and Luis T Castillo. Where they roll in.
Tomas?
I'm not sure, but need them damn bats to wake up. Come on, do something tonight against one of these Castillos.
Bury me in the H.
5 o'clock fire.
Crier, 6 seconds, 5 seconds, sharp. He walked, he can't touch it. He can't, 1 second, and it's over. Florida is back on top of the college basketball world. Championship madness. It's a great day to be a Gator. They win the national title.
All right, that's how that thing ended. And listen to the texter earlier. I do. They were 35-1. I'm sorry, 35-5. Excuse me. They went 19-1 in the Big 12 Conference, which was the second best league in the country. And they win the conference tournament and regular season title. Obviously, they get a number 1 seed. They hadn't lost a game before yesterday since February 1st. The best defensive team in the league. They had another Final Four appearance under Kelvin Sampson. They had maybe the game of the tournament against Duke, at least the comeback of the tournament against Duke, and they get to a final in which they were leading the bulk of the game. But, Clint, it's hard to believe that this season, first memory won't be what Tyler just played. And that is the final possession of their season. That I think the thing that most people will remember is that final possession. And that is really unfortunate with what they've been able to do.
It's the reality of the situation, unfortunately. There ain't no doubt about it. I mean, you can all you had to do was listen to Kelvin Sampson after the game, and him talking about you just got to get a shot there. You got to get a shot there, man. You got to at least get a shot off. There's no doubt about it. It was a hell of a run. This is a hell of a program. Kelvin Sampson's a hell of a coach. He's got a tremendous thing rolling here. He's got a lot of momentum. But when the 2025 team is discussed, which they will be often, going to a championship game, when that conversation starts, it's going to start with not being able to get shots up. Was on the final couple of possessions, and none bigger obviously than that last one right there with 4 or 5 seconds on the clock. So it's just the way the cookie crumbles, man. When you lose and you lose in that fashion, folks want to talk about it.
Well, not just that. I mean, that's like
Emmanuel Sharp. Wait, aren't you the guy that didn't get? Yeah, that's me.
That's your experience. That's the experience you have. Like,
yeah, wait, Clint, the guy that. Yeah, that's me.
And that really does suck, to be honest with you, because this is arguably the best season in the history of the program, right? Like, I think obviously Akeem and Clyde in '84, as they get to the title game and they lose in heartbreaking fashion, just like this team did. But this is arguably the best team in the in program history, and they're going to be first thing remembered. Now, some won't. Some of you won't. But yeah, that Duke memory of that comeback, that's going to take a back seat to. And we didn't get a shot.
Yeah.
Just that whole thing running in your head. We didn't get a shot, or any of the amazing things they did, and that's unfortunate. But they played a great game the whole way. It's just that final 2 minutes is going to weigh heavy in their minds. They turned the ball over 5 times total in the first 38 minutes. In the final 121. Including their final 4 possessions. 4 times they turned it over. And it'd be one thing if you were that team that, hey, man, we've seen that story before. We've seen them do that before. That's just not what they do. They were completely out of character in what they do, and that to me is going to be the thing that really, really hurts this group.
5 o'clock fire.
All right. The NBA has, by the way, the Astros just have confirmed it. They will be facing Luis Castillo 2 days in a row. It says tomorrow they face Luis F. Castillo.
It's F.
And tonight they face. So they are facing them.
I think it's Luis Fernando. What is it?
I don't know.
What was the other one? Luis what?
I don't know the other one's middle edition.
Luis Fernando Castillo. That's that one.
I'm guessing because in my app, it only has Luis Castillo, and then the next day it has Luis F. So I'd imagine that the one who is more established doesn't have to have an initial right there. So I'd imagine they are facing that Luis. Yeah, he just got Luis Castillo on his name, so I imagine that's the ace.
That's the one that's been
the
there.
odds. What are the odds that you just had to? And why they got? Can't you split them up in the rotation? Can't you put a couple of people in between them? I think
it's only
right. Just going back to back.
Now to remove that F from all of your media and put them back to back. Absolutely. I think they should wear numbers that are one from each other, right next to each other.
Yeah, the same number. One be 11.
Yeah,
one be 12.
That's it.
One be 11. One be 12. All right, but no, in the NBA, and this may affect the Rockets. The Nuggets fire their head coach, Michael Malone, and they will not extend Calvin Booth, so they're both going to be out of there. It was also reported that Michael Malone and Calvin Booth, the general manager, were both out, but obviously they're not going to be moving on, and not just moving on after the year. Right now, reports where there's a Cold War between those two, the GM and the head coach.
It's aggressive terminology.
It was, and they just said Kroenke, the owner of the Nuggets, just said, "Hell with it. We're done with both of you. I'll get rid of both of you right now with 3 games left in the regular season." It is just really, really strange. The Nuggets just fired their championship coach who won the championship 2 years ago, the winningest coach in the history of the franchise, has been there 10 years. They just fired him, Clint, with 3 games to go in the playoffs. This just makes no sense.
Well, in the break, I was listening to Paul Pierce go off about it, and I just can't agree more. I mean, it's crazy. The guys won a championship 2 years ago. Clearly, a hell of a coach. The guy, and it's not all him. Your highest paid best player is playing at an MVP caliber year in, year out. And that's, again, it's not all up to him, but that's a big part of getting the most out of your players. They're in position to host a home playoff game. I think they're the 4 seed right now. I don't know where that's going to end, but we'll see. There's just a lot of good going on for a bunch of grown-ass men to not be able to hold it together long enough for the playoffs to happen and long enough for your team to see if they can make a run, because that's the sad part here is – and some of the players may be involved in this. I don't know, but the sad part of the thing is you've got a bunch of men and women, for that matter, that in the organization that have worked all year long to get to the playoffs, and now 3 days before they potentially have a home playoff series and could make another run. And when you got Jokic, you can beat anybody. They got a chance to make another run at a championship, and somewhere, somebody, something got them to a point where they said, man, we're going to blow this thing up. Like that is wild to think that you were on the cusp of making another run at what all athletics are all about, championships, and you say, to hell with it. Doesn't matter.
It's just,
we're cutting bait.
Like right
it's
now,
wild, man.
right? Like they were I think maybe it's changed now, especially with this, but they were one of the, I'd say, top 5 favorites to win it. Hell, especially like a week ago, 2 weeks ago, and now they just say, nah, man, we done. We out. We out on both of these guys. It's a really, really strange thing. All right, the Texans secondary, we believe has a chance to be one of the best in all of football, but there is more of a driving force that shows that Nick Caserio kind of gave us a little hint towards that. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, y'all. You want to win up to 1,000 times your money, turn $1 into $1,000? Sounds nice, doesn't it? You can do that with Underdog.
Amazing work in action. Need the best in website and digital marketing solutions? AmericanEagle.com is your go-to. They've been a game changer for us, and they can be for you too. Visit AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW-1. That's 877-WEB-NOW-1.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley is presented by Verlo Mattress. Verlo Mattress. Hand comfort and guaranteed for life. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Real quick, just to update, the Luis Miguel Castillo is going tonight.
Miguel!
And that is the one who has been the former ace of the Mariners, an ace-like starter for the Mariners. I can't tell. I think his dreads are real, but him and Framber, they're going to have the same hairstyle tonight. I think his are real, and we obviously know what Framber's decided. And then Luis Felipe Castillo will go tomorrow for the Mariners.
Felipe, not Fernando.
I've never seen that. I have never seen guys with identical names in the rotation going back to back.
Now you have, bub.
How about that? I've seen twins. All right. They're going back to back. Shout out. Go ahead. So, Miguel tonight. Miguel Castillo is pitching tonight. Maybe that's what they should just call it. Miguel Castillo. And Felipe gets the ball tomorrow.
He could go with either Luis or Miguel. He could ride with it. I don't know if Felipe Castillo is hitting the same way Luis.
What do you think they're saying in the locker room or the clubhouse?
One of them's going with that middle name.
One of them has to, and it's got to be Felipe. He's the young.
Or they got nicknames.
Yeah. LF.
That's probably not it.
LM.
Probably not it either. He probably got better nicknames than that.
LM. Get it there. All right. Nick Caserio had this to say about two of his first year players from last year going into their second year, and these guys were special rookies for him, and that is Bullock and Lassiter. This is what he had to say about them as they are going through the offseason right now.
Rookies, as an example, Bullock and Lassiter have been here. They didn't have an off-season program, so this is really their first opportunity to train with our staff on a kind of off-season type of cadence. So the players are here. It speaks to who they are. It speaks to their willingness and want to get better, and we encourage them to be there because we have everything that they need at their fingertips. So other players, if they want to go elsewhere, that's okay. It doesn't mean they're not working, like I said, but to have that number of players in the building, it's a credit to them and really our strength and conditioning and our sports performance staff that they want to be here.
Why did that touch you a little bit? Why did that turn you on talking about the two guys that he drafted in that secondary last year, moving into year two in the offseason?
Well, a few reasons. It's clear with the moves that the Texans are making, they are going to be a defense-first football team. They're going to live and die with their defense, and I thought this was a team that was going to live and die with C.J. Stroud, which I think ultimately when we're talking championships they are. But week in, week out, this is a team that they're going to spend the money. They're going to use the draft picks. They are going to have an unbelievable defense. And we'll see how that all pans out. Now, we know they've drafted well on the defensive side of the football as well. It was a collection of young players and old players, both guys that were Texans from the beginning and guys that were brought in. And I've thought a lot about this defense. I think this defense, as I said, is going to be absolutely tremendous. I think the secondary itself, with the signing of C.J. Gardner-Johnson, with Jalen Pitre being healthy, I think you got the chance for this secondary to be one of the top three defenses, top three secondaries in the NFL. You add to it that you got D'Amico Ryans pulling the trigger in terms of defensive play calling, and you've got a chance to be one of, if not the best defense and the best secondary in the game. And I don't know. With the headliners, Derek Stingley Jr., the new guys around last year were the rookies. This year it's C.J. Gardner-Johnson. And so it kind of all gets lost in the mix. But I just didn't think about this aspect of improvement until I heard D'Amico Ryans say it, and I think it's real. I think it's very, very, very real. Like, to think that Kalen Bullock and Kamari Lassiter specifically don't come back as significantly better players than they were last year, on the fact that they've got 4 or 5 months they appear to both be like true pros. And to think that they got 4 or 5 months for the first time in their life to get their body fully healthy, to 24/7, 365. All you got to do is become the best player that you can be. If it is, doing something and working your speed with Kamari Lassiter, which was thought to be a problem. I never saw it rear its ugly head, if you will. But maybe that is an issue. The weight that Kalen Bullock needs to gain to be a better player after seeing him for a year make plays and stay healthy. Maybe they don't think he needs to gain weight. I don't know what they need to do to improve, but all I'm saying is over a 4 or 5 month span of where all you're doing is improving as a football player and becoming the best version of yourself. There's no school, there's no draft, there's no going from one coach to the next. There's no learning a system for the first time. There's no learning a locker room in a city for the first time. Everything is significantly easier for those two guys to just focus on being the best football player that they can be. And I will be shocked if we don't see and hear, probably hear first, but hear and then see as the season unfolds what those guys have worked on and how they've taken their game to the next level. I don't know, Ron, until Nick said it, I didn't think about that part of this defense getting better and this defense overall improving. Is you're getting guys healthy, sure, you're adding pieces, but you've got two key critical components in the defensive backfield that are almost for the first time ultimately. And that could be huge, man.
Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line coming through. That soundbite gets me football horny. So what someone texted in.
It's good and turned on.
I think it's not just coming from them. I think also the coaching staff now has the ability to know what they have. And when you get from the aspect of do we see a big improvement with those guys? And they were pretty good. Like Kamari Lassiter had a great rookie season, right? They were right. They outperformed, I believe, what the coaches thought. I know they outperformed kind of what we thought. And you can tell there is more there on the table for them. And you could tell as the season continued, Clint, they got more. They were given more on the plate. It seemed like D'Amico and Matt Burke were having them do more things. So the filling out process of knowing what it is that they can handle and then what they can do with their skill set, that has moved on to where next year they know. And I think when you say there's going to be an uptick in their play, I think there's going to be an uptick in their play because they're going to ask them to do more things. Like we may see more corner blitzes. We may see more, hey, we want you to play inside Kamari and move you around. We may see some more things they do with Bullock because of his range and what he can do. They have an understanding of what these cats can do. And I think to go along with not just them and their performance, the coaching staff can add.
You know, it's an interesting dynamic because when we're talking about these two guys in particular, Ron, it's like, the one that I felt like was somewhat limited, Kamari Lassiter, it seems like, obviously I've mentioned this before, I was wrong, but it seems like he's going to be even better than they thought he was, right? I mean, the way in which they were moving him around and playing him in the slot and using him in the pass rush and in different ways in the second half, or let's say the last quarter of the season, was like really worth getting excited about. Kalen Bullock, once he took the field, he's a center fielder that can make plays. There's not a whole lot of moving around. I don't know exactly. Like, he's really good at what he does, but I think we've seen what he does. Like, I think he's going to be really good at it, and I'm glad he's a Texan. Don't get me wrong. I'm not knocking it at all. But Kamari Lassiter, the one that I thought was limited at the corner position, is the way in which they moved him around, how versatile he was absolutely ridiculous. Now, I don't think he's going to move in the way I thought he would be and end up being an inside slot corner, slot nickel defender, but he is awfully good in that position, man. The versatility with that cat it's got real legs to be special.
And they know they can use him in big games, right? As those guys played in playoff games, big games late in the season. All right, as we continue here, we'll make you a little cash. T. Mill got off to a great start here. As he should have gone 4 for 4 if the collapse didn't occur. As he nailed a lot of things, including the who scores 5 points first thing that I think I was hanging on. But make you some money coming up, and like. The one thing we've got to talk about before we get out of here with this game yesterday is there's a lot of things that played a part into the reason why that game went there. And we have got to discuss this important piece coming up next.
All right, if you've got big, beautiful
every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
With more than 50,000 active clients today, the market has spoken. Call D&M Leasing before you buy.
Tyler Miller, you are the greatest producer in the world.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive as we continue to it's a tough day, and this is where, as sports fans, whenever it's happy or sad or whatever, this is a good place to come to kind of get things off your chest, and people were able to do that. I see people on YouTube and Twitch. Those of you on the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line has also been able to do so as a gut-wrenching loss for Houston Cougar fans and the city, as it felt like it was there. I heard Brandon Scott earlier say, yes, it was another one of those, not again. Not again with some of the just tough moments and losses in Houston sports history. But hopefully you've had some time to kind of vent or feel better about the situation, or feel something about the situation here with us. Coming up here, we'll make you a little cash, as Tyler did well, went 3 of 4 last night. He'll make you a little bit of money coming up a little bit later on. Texans All Access, they follow us. And why don't you get out to BMW and Katy, where Mark Vandermeer and John Harris are broadcasting live, and you have a chance to win a ball by Nico Collins. Nico Collins, a signed football. So get out there to BMW Katy right now as they are doing the show live. You can see the voice of the Houston Texans and the best damn sideline reporter in the business, and draft guy too. Boy, you get off the air and start talking to him about the draft stuff. Our guy John Harris. So stay tuned for that. And then after that, the boys are back. Area 45 with Bijani, Creighton, and Santiago. They'll help you get through that West Coast baseball with the Astros, and much more conversation. As I think Sean Bijani needs to vent this thing out. I think Sean, who he's one of the bigger Cougar fans that I know. I'm sure we may lose Sean.
Oh, wow.
Sean looks like
Sean be all right.
Sean looks like a visor thrower, a hat thrower. He looks like
he's a visor wearer, isn't he?
Yeah. Is he? Yeah. He's some sort of. Yeah, he seems like this is the thing that gets him good and worked up and good.
You big visor guy?
No, I used to wear them, but I used to wear them and flip them upside down and wear them backwards. They have a little flair to
I did that when I was a teenager, dude.
Did you?
We're like the same guy.
So us.
It's
just so us right there. Yep. Almost got arrested. Almost got arrested in Washington, D.C. with it like that.
I was going to ask Tyler if he's a visor guy, but
I own 2 or 3 visors.
Hell, I think I may own a couple that somebody gave me that along the way, but I don't wear them. Here's the deal. I don't know if I've ever seen anybody committed to the backwards hat the way you are. I mean, you are. If I to pick you out in the crowd at the Rockets game the other day, I'm searching for backwards hat guy.
That's fair.
White hat too.
But
absolutely white hat, backwards hat.
That is my look. But situations like out on the golf course, I'm not gonna be wearing my white lid backwards.
You flip it around, you wear it right.
I wear a visor. Or a different lid.
You're a visor on the course guy.
Yeah. I always have been.
Definitely whooping his ass, Ron.
Shoot.
Ron.
Shoot.
Show. Come on, man.
Ain't nobody believe that.
Come on, man.
I'm
are you?
Visor on the course?
I don't even care.
Come on, man.
Man, when are y'all going to play? The hell with that.
I'm ready.
Visor on the course.
Visor on the course, man.
If anything, I'd say that's just more evidence that I'm going to whoop your ass.
No, you're not. I don't know if I've ever played with anybody that had a visor on.
Who are the golfer? Fred Couples, he's a visor.
Ian Poulter.
Yeah,
that's kind of where I picked it up from when I was a kid.
Freddie Couples used to wear that open. It was a wide brim.
I don't know. I would have bet against it, T.
Yeah,
I would have never thunk that you were the visor guy on the course.
It's not like my go-to on the course,
As much fashion as you're into, I thought you would be straight build, turn around. I mean,
don't get it twisted now. I look damn good when I'm rocking this visor. I look damn good.
Man.
Look like a pro out on those links.
I want to see it, man.
All right, one of these this week.
It's hard right now to see.
Don't do it. Well, do it when
it's
I'm out
hard
of
to
town.
see
You're right.
look damn good right now, but I want to see it. Like an advisor.
Come on, man.
I'll wear it tomorrow. I'll wear a visor
come on,
tomorrow.
man.
I'll wear a visor on our show.
Are
You'll
you
have to
being
check
serious,
YouTube
though?
and stream. I'll wear it tomorrow.
Are you being serious right now?
I'm
I
dead.
wanted to talk
dead.
about the officiating last night.
Dead
This
serious.
is better.
I mean, you seriously, who I think you have. I mean, you got. I mean, for the most part, you got some pretty serious fashion.
Thank
sense.
you. Thank you.
You of all, you think the visor is you're killing the visor.
Oh, I do. I mean, it's the full ensemble, like everything I do that looks good.
But that's what you have to do. But you have to do that tomorrow.
I'll do
it
tomorrow.
You have to wear the full.
Why are you being so? No, hell no. Why are you being so cool, calm, and collected about this?
I'll dress like I'm going for a round
like
of golf.
I said, I don't. In my mind, it is hard for me to see. I look damn good with the visor.
Yeah, and you're too much of an a-hole to put it like that. You should be laughing and taking shots, and you're over there. You just.
I said it to him. I said, but I will give it a chance to see it. Because
I would have never.
In my mind, I'm seeing Fred Couples' visor, but Tyler said no. That's not the look. I hope
if and when we ever do
you got
play
any
golf,
Facebook photos of this? I want to see some photos.
Probably.
If and when we ever do play golf, please wear a visor.
Okay.
Please
and I will continue to whoop your ass.
Please do. That is going to give me some good ammunition.
I look damn good. What can I say?
I don't think I've ever played with anybody in a visor.
Listen, I would have thought hat. I would have thought you would have been.
And I rock a hat.
That would have been a TW. I thought it would have been a Nike, Tiger Woods, or a Sunday Red joint.
Last few rounds I played, I was rocking like a Titleist normal looking hat.
But like if you're going to go out there and give your A game performance, you're wearing a visor. That's what white.
I have a white one. It gets me in the zone, man. Gets me locked in, ready to beat Clint's ass.
What do you wear, Clint? Just combed hair.
Last time I played, I wore this right here.
Like that hat. Hello. Okay. All right. Well, whenever you guys play, what is this? Have we reached a recruiting class on this yet? I mean, it's been every bit of 3 years. Have we reached 4? Has this been 4 years since we've been talking about this YouTube?
It's been a while, man. It's been a while.
I said, have we reached a recruiting class on this thing? We've had injuries. We've had whatever. I just put it on the shelf. Just believe it ain't going to happen. That's where I am.
All right. Well, when it does, you'll be excited about it.
I will. I really will. I've decided not to get my hopes up at all because I just don't think you guys. I think you guys are all talk. All right. Something that Tyler's not all talk about. He may be all talk about this golf match between him and Clint that I believe started pre-COVID, but he's serious about his bets. He recovered from a week last week we want to forget, and he went 3 for 4 last night. And I mean, he really went that Coogs first to 5 points bet.
That was so fun.
Shaky because we're sitting here 4-4, and I believe both teams got possessions to get to 5+.
Yeah, 2 or 3 possessions each, I think.
And they didn't. And then for a second there, it was like, God, early Florida just keeps getting dunks by their big men running down the middle of the lane. Maybe they may get it, but nah, he picked that one up. The only one you lost was the Coogs plus 1.5, and obviously they lost the game, so that was it. But what do you got tonight? A little college basketball is over. What are you rolling with tonight?
That's right. We started right with the 3 for 4. Want to keep it going, and I'm going to get back to NBA bets for these Tuesday night wagers. I got 5 of them for you. Rockets aren't in action, but plenty NBA going around the league. First, I'm on 2 overs. Celtics at Knicks over 222, and Pelicans at Nets over 213. Then I'm on the Bucks with points plus 5.5 as they welcome the T-Wolves into Milwaukee. Then I got 2 player props for you. I got Pascal Siakam The Indiana Pacers, they are going to be hosting the Wizards. I'm on his over rebounds at 6.5.
Like that one.
And then the last one is Old Faithful. We've made so much money, friends, this year on this.
Is this Drew Holiday?
Drew Holiday, Boston Celtic, over 4.5 rebounds. He'll probably end up with 9 or 10. Lock that one in. Get yourself some money. Those are your 5 bets. Which ones do you
listen? I mean, if they're going to keep putting it up there, I guess with Drew Holiday, you might as well get it. Again, they shoot a ton of threes, so it's a lot of long rebounds, and he's a great rebounding guard.
I don't get
it. And the Knicks shoot a lot of threes. So I like the Drew Holiday one. I like this. I like a lot of this. I almost would get in on some of this.
I like the Drew.
If I didn't have
on a Drew Holiday.
If I didn't
to
have
win 125, I'm in.
If I didn't have
you
to,
sure you got enough? You sure you got room?
Ooh, I actually don't have room.
Oh,
see.
My bad.
And he was saying, yes, if I didn't have to do these floors, I would, because I like the Celtics and the Knicks. I like the over on that. The only thing is here late, you got to see who's all playing. I don't know what Boston has to do with it, but that's the only other
For sure.
And Siakam, I like that too. 6.5 rebounds. The Wizards,